Du, a young man who had been reborn on the planet for 18 years, finally awaited this day. As he entered the virtual world to register as a player, the class change ritual began to activate. Welcome, player Du, to the virtual world. Would you like to begin the profession lottery? Du prayed to his ancestors, hoping for a good profession. The system began the process of the lottery and the game of chance began. Congratulations, you have drawn the hidden profession of mage, specifically necromancer. Du was overjoyed, feeling extremely lucky, as this was an incredibly rare profession, with only a few people in the world possessing it. When the soul staff was raised, countless high-level soul creatures would be summoned from the gates of hell. As long as there is enough mana, he could fight alone, facing an army of countless enemies. Those who could possess this hidden profession were indeed very fortunate. Du eagerly tested his attributes. The results were not as expected. Character: Du profession Necromancer. Apprentice level 1, Strength 10, Defense 6, Agility 9, Spirit 0, Mana 10-10, Health 10-10, Experience 0. Du couldn't believe it, shouting, "How can a necromancer have 0 spirit? What can I even do?" The initial attribute points were randomly distributed based on the profession. Each attribute has a maximum value of 10, but for a mage, spirit is the most important factor. If the spirit is under 5, how can I even play? The system asked. Would the player like to draw for their initial talent? Du, in despair, replied, "Draw it, just draw it, what's left to lose?" He thought even if he got an S-level talent, it wouldn't help. The system announced, "Congratulations, the player has drawn the talent Brave Heart of the Necromancer." This talent had a special effect, allowing for the increase of all attribute values by the same amount. The player can gain free attribute points by fighting enemies. Du was shocked, his mouth agape. What? Am I seeing this correctly? Free attribute points were very hard to gain. They could only be obtained by leveling up, while the other attributes could only be increased through training. This talent could be used once, and all attributes could be increased equally. Du could become an all-around warrior with all attributes at 10 if he used it. This talent had a passive effect, allowing Du to increase free attribute points when defeating enemies in close combat. If the active effect was used, he could become a powerful warrior with strength comparable to the mightiest of warriors. Du thought, if he waited for his attributes to reach a very high level, wouldn't he become a necromancer with overwhelming power? Du calculated and realized that if the passive effect required close combat, he would need strength to fight enemies up close. Du made his decision and shouted, "System, allocate 10 free attribute points to strength." The system announced, "Congratulations, player Du has successfully leveled up. Strength increased by 10. Du prepared to register and complete the Newbie quest in order to successfully change classes. He was taken to the Newbie quest registration point, where a beautiful girl greeted him. Du looked at the NPC girl in surprise and replied, "I'm here to register and take the Newbie quest." After opening the Newbie gift pack, Du received initial equipment, including an old magic artifact, a Newbie staff, and a Force-level skill book. The magic artifact was just decoration for Du, as with 0 spirit he couldn't use any spell. However, the staff was quite sturdy, and with 20 strength, he thought he could use it to attack. Du turned to ask about the Newbie quest. The NPC girl replied, "Your Newbie quest is to escape from the Misty Cave. You cannot defeat the skeleton soldiers, use the fastest method to escape." Du didn't wait for the explanation to finish and hurriedly ran into the cave. The surroundings were gloomy, filled with skulls, making him feel uneasy. Suddenly, Du heard a noise. Du thought the Newbie quest might not be as difficult as he imagined. Walking carefully, he suddenly noticed a level 1 skeleton soldier rushing toward him. Du quickly used his staff to attack, knocking off the skeleton soldier's head, defeating it. He couldn't believe his eyes. Is that it? It was defeated so easily, he wondered, but couldn't use any magic. System announced that Du had killed his first monster, rewarding him with 1 free attribute point and 3 experience points. He became interested in defeating enemies in close combat. The system continued to reward him with the A-level passive skill, Great Power Strike. Du was delighted. There's even something good like this. The skill allowed each point of Du's strength to convert into 2 attack points. Du realized his strength had increased significantly. At this moment, a number of skeleton soldiers emerged from the ground. Du decided to put everything else aside and focus on completing the Newbie quest. Du dealt with each skeleton soldier one by one. The system announced that he had used close combat to defeat 4 skeleton soldiers, rewarding him with 4 free attribute points and 20 experience points. Du leveled up successfully and received 5 free attribute points. His strength reached 30, making him extremely powerful. Du noticed that this Newbie quest wasn't too difficult. A normal monster appeared, but its strength was only 15, which was not enough to threaten him. Du confidently attacked, "Strength 15, that doesn't scare me." He quickly rushed in to face it. Qiu-Du took advantage of the captain's skeleton soldier's opening, attacking and easily defeating it. The player Qiu-Du used close combat to defeat the skeleton captain, earning 3 free attribute points and 10 experience points. Although this was a tough opponent, the rookie mission was quite difficult. He remembered the principal had said that defeating monsters could yield soul shards. He opened the random reward holding the orb in his hand, curious about what he would get. It was the skeleton fist whistle, a one-time use degrade item. When used, the next attack would have a 100% chance to critically hit. Qiu-Du was slightly disappointed to see that it was only a one-time use item. It would have been much better if it was permanent. Just as he thought his luck had run out, he heard a sound from behind. Realizing the situation wasn't over, more skeleton soldiers were appearing. Even though he had reached level 2, his HP was only 20. If he wasn't careful, getting stabbed by a skeleton soldier was a real risk. Qiu-Du rushed in to defeat them one by one, gaining more experience with each one he took down. He leveled up and now had 20 out of 30 experience points and 10 free attribute points. Fortunately, these skeleton soldiers were quick, but there was only one of them. Qiu-Du checked his stats and identity. Qiu-Du was a Necromancer, a level 3 trainee with Strength 46, Defense 6, Agility 9, Spirit 0, Mana 80-80, HP 30-30. Experience 20-30, the Necromancer's talent, Courageous Heart, unranked. His skill, Great Strength Unleashed, was at level A. Outside the school, a bunch of young people were discussing what class they had chosen. Some were excited to be fighters. One person proudly told them that he had successfully completed his basic class change, but everyone wondered why the principal hadn't announced the end yet. They laughed mockingly. Even simple tasks took a long time. The future would be much harder. Although the skeleton soldiers inside were strong, they were slow and couldn't catch up. If someone failed and died inside, Qiu-Du would laugh his teeth out. Only one friend outside was worried about him. Why hadn't he come out yet? He was worried that something had happened to him. After a while of fighting, Qiu-Du finished everything. He thought all the skeletons were dead, but the mission hadn't been completed yet. Suddenly, a sound rang out. More skeletons had appeared. All the skulls flew up and gathered in one place. Qiu-Du was extremely confused as a skeleton king boss appeared, injured, level 10, with 400-500 HP, Strength 45, Defense 60, Agility 1, with the skills Bone Crush and Bone Fury. Qiu-Du was surprised that a rookie mission had a boss. It was almost as if they wanted the rookies to die. The boss roared in fury and attacked, but Qiu-Du managed to jump up and dodge. He breathed a sigh of relief having dodged the blow. If it had hit, it would have been dangerous. The boss had high strength but low agility, which was his only advantage. But the 60 defense made Qiu-Du wonder if his strength would be enough to break through it. Qiu-Du used his speed to his advantage, attacking the boss continuously. His final blow dealt 32 damage. He just needed to repeat this a few more times. He kept attacking and the boss staggered, unable to react in time. The boss fell, only its appearance left to intimidate. It still had 200 HP, but the end was near. Skeleton King roared, freezing Qiu-Du in place. He had never seen a player get this far with their attacks. If there hadn't been so many skeleton soldiers defeated, the boss wouldn't have been injured. Even a rookie managed to break through the boss's defense. The boss was determined to deal with Qiu-Du, his strength rising as he entered a state of rage, moving faster. The boss slashed at the ground, cracking the stone. Qiu-Du realized he couldn't attack directly. He needed to limit the boss's actions. He looked around and saw that a rock behind him was about to collapse, so he started moving quickly to distract the boss. He taunted the boss, saying, "Come on, big guy." The boss angrily slashed wildly, and Qiu-Du barely dodged, his HP now 430. The boss kept attacking relentlessly. The boss's attacks became erratic, and Qiu-Du had to jump out of the attack zone. The boss still had 129-500 HP. He knew he didn't have the stamina for much longer and had to finish it quickly. Qiu-Du jumped up and used the skeleton fist whistle, a one-time use item, increasing his next attack's critical hit chance by 100%. He unleashed his final devastating blow. Ground shattered and he completed the rookie mission, escaping the fog. Qiu-Du became a player in the virtual world, having defeated the Skeleton King and earning 30 free attribute points. The system detected that Qiu-Du defeated the boss with a physical attack, rewarding him with 10 free attribute points and 50 experience points. He leveled up 3 times, now at 050 XP. The reward for completing the rookie dungeon was the Skeleton King Ring, a C-grade equipment. When worn, it increases the damage of the first normal attack by 50%, with a 24-hour cooldown and no class restrictions. Qiu-Du was pleased. He saw that this equipment would last a while, even if it wasn't as strong as the skeleton fist whistle. If sold, the C-grade equipment would fetch at least a few 100,000. He realized he was the first to kill the Skeleton King. No one had killed the boss before, and it was unclear how others had passed the dungeon. Qiu-Du decided to leave first. His current status, level 5, strength 76, defense 6, agility 9, spirit 0. Mana 200, HP 50-50, experience 0-50, the talent Courageous Heart of the Necromancer, skill A-level Miracle, and the C-grade Skeleton King ring. Q-Do return. His chubby friend ran up joyfully to hug Q-Do. The young man said, Q-Do, what happened? Why did you take so long with the rookie mission? I thought you had died in there. Q-Do was surprised. Did you guys all finish the rookie mission? Yang Xiang replied, yes, it's been 3 hours since the last player finished the dungeon. He bragged, I got the mage class, the real mage, do you know it? Avada Kedavra. It seemed like they had all gone through the same dungeon, and the class president Ma Fei crossed his arms. Ma Fei said, Q-Do, so you're the last one to come out, huh? Haha, looks good, but talent is what matters. Do you know what my class is? Q-Do wasn't particularly interested. Ma Fei said, I'm a warrior, I'm going to be unstoppable. He seemed intent on causing trouble again, just as the principal announced with arms crossed that everyone had completed registration in the virtual world. Tomorrow, the class would form teams for the novice trial, and they would introduce their professions and talents to understand each other first. Each student proudly introduced their profession in turn. I am a warrior, talent level D. I am an assassin. Among the excited students, some were disappointed. My talent is level D, guess this life is over. The sexy girl Zhao Ziyue also introduced herself. She said, I am a healer, mage class, level 2, strength 3, defense 6, agility 5, spirit 6. The girl on her left continued, I am a tank, talent level B, profession paladin, level 2, strength 5, defense 9, agility 6, spirit 3. Fei held his sword heroically as the principal announced his profession. Sword cultivator, level 3, strength 9, defense 6, agility 8, spirit 4, talent level B. After Ma Fei's introduction, the classmates' eyes were filled with admiration. Sword cultivator was an extremely powerful profession in the virtual world. A sword and a bottle of spirits, the class president truly was a genius. The principal thought silently, talent level B already ranked among the geniuses. The next to introduce was Q-Do, my profession is spirit mage. Q-Do said, I won't reveal my talent level for now. In truth, he didn't know his talent either. The principal revealed that spirit mage was a hidden profession, shocking the classmates repeatedly. Really, is that true? Ma Fei recalled that a spirit mage once destroyed an entire guild with sheer power. He thought, how could a spirit mage do that? But did a hidden profession matter? Mages were known for being weak, especially in close combat. Because of frequent contact with spirits, a spirit mage's body was weaker than normal, and summoning spells took longer. Without teammates to protect them, powerful professions like assassin or sword cultivator were natural enemies of a spirit mage. Q-Do didn't disclose his talent level, probably because it was very low. Unlike the heroic Ma Fei, Q-Do remained calm, astonishing others. Wow, look at Q-Do, calm without arrogance, that's the demeanor of a genius. So cool. People admired his humility, a hidden profession and still so humble, I fall short compared to Q-Do. This was the difference between a genius and an ordinary person, even in character. If I had a hidden profession, I wouldn't stay so composed like Q-Do. While others envied or admired, Q-Do worried. A spirit mage cannot cast powerful spells, barely stronger than an average person. Will I be able to protect myself in the novice trial? Dare I lead the charge? Classmates realized they couldn't even summon a wind spirit creature yet. The principal silently thought, Q-Do, you're impressive. After the novice trial, you'll definitely get into a top university in the country. After all introductions were done, the class ended and everyone went home to prepare for the novice trial tomorrow. Yang Xiang excitedly praised, Q-Do, you're incredible. How did you get the spirit mage? Reminded himself, spirit 8 points, other attributes decent. Profession mage, level 2, strength 5, defense 6, agility 3, spirit 8. Talent like this isn't bad. Q-Do reluctantly said, hard work compensates for intelligence. He was surprised to see Yang Xiang's attribute had only a single digit. Attribute score 76, isn't that defying the heavens? This was Q-Do's home, left behind by his parents after they went missing. Whenever he returned, he habitually said, I'm home. In his memory, he always greeted his parents this way. In this world, his parents had been gentle. When he was 6, his parents said he had to go to the capital and then suddenly disappeared. From then on, Q-Do became an orphan. For 12 years, he hadn't known their whereabouts. He resolved to attend a university in the capital to uncover the truth. Next day, diligent classes resumed. The novice trial today came with one rule: if uncertain, immediately exit. Better to fail the trial than lose your life. Normally, novice dungeons weren't too dangerous, but there were exceptions. Once, a dungeon caused a class of 40 to perish, leaving no trace of the living or dead. No one knew how terrifying that dungeon really was, only that it was called Nightmare Village. Students sweated, anxiety overwhelming. The principal reassured them, telling them not to be nervous. As long as they escaped the virtual world in time, they would be safe. When the clock struck, students entered the virtual world. The novice trial began, placing all students into a gloomy and silent dungeon. Ma Fei reassured everyone, "Don't worry, I will protect you all." He wanted to be the leader. "Follow me, I'll lead everyone through." He wanted to prove to Jingdu, "So what if you're a spirit mage?" He continued, "I'll prove only I am fit to lead this class. I'm the strongest." Jingdu didn't care. He only wondered what this dungeon was and why the system hadn't given a warning. That moment, an old purple man with a demonic face and lecherous glasses appeared, sighing, "What a pity, so young yet like this." All the students stood ready. "Who is he?" An NPC. A student asked, "Sir, what do you mean by that?" He declared, "Welcome to Nightmare Village. Welcome to the novice trial. Nightmare Village, novice difficulty level S." He explained that novice difficulty was calculated separately from other dungeons. He continued, "Novice level S is equivalent to level E in normal dungeons. Objective: survive and uncover the core secret of Nightmare Village." Everyone was terrified. Students recalled, "Isn't this the dungeon that killed 40 people? Some screamed to go home, giving up. Ma Fei, though afraid, tried, "Don't be scared, I will lead everyone out of Nightmare Village." Jingdu pondered. He realized an E-level dungeon required at least novice level to survive. "We are students, how could we possibly pass?" Virtual world ranks were student, novice, intermediate, advanced. Students level 110, novices 1120. Some timid students tried to escape through the teleport gate but were bounced back as soon as they approached. It seemed impossible to leave. The old man warned, "Stop struggling, once you enter Nightmare Village, you can never leave." Weak students screamed in despair, "It's over, we'll all die here, my family is rich, I'm not ready to die yet, ha ha ha." Meanwhile, Ma Fei remained defiant. "Everyone focus. Ma Fei will definitely lead everyone out, don't worry." Jingdu felt somewhat anxious as the group ahead had been completely wiped out. This mission was to uncover the core secrets of Nightmare Village. This uncle, although talkative, didn't seem hostile, so he must not be an enemy. He paced back and forth, reassuring everyone, saying there was no need to worry and that they should feel safe while here. Ma Fei showed determination. "I understand now. Uncle wants us to face it confidently, right?" However, he shot a dangerous glance. "Well, what I mean is they've arrived, just stay here." "All right, no more jokes. I am the village chief of Nightmare Village, Gogan. There are 2 rules in Nightmare Village. First, you can choose rooms freely, but do not touch the black stone on the door. Second, you must return to your room before dark and close the windows. No matter what happens, do not open them." Smelling a mysterious scent, Jingdu wondered, "Village chief, why can't we go outside after dark?" Gogan squinted his eyes and replied that they would understand soon. As night fell, everyone decided to follow the village chief's advice and hide in their rooms. They split into 4 groups, each with 11 people. Jingdu's group chose to rest on the 2nd floor. The assassin approached to speak. "Jingdu, if we're in danger, remember to protect me. My class is healer, I can help you heal a lot." Taein Yu saw this and walked over, annoyed. "Juzai Yue, can you show some self-respect? There are still many classmates here." These 2 girls hated each other like cats and dogs. Juzai Yue immediately puffed up her chest. "I like it, what are you going to do about it, you airport?" A fight broke out. "Do you think a cow like you is beautiful? Anyway, it's better than nothing, that's because you're fat." While the 2 were arguing, a male student accidentally glanced out the window. Suddenly, the image of his deceased grandmother appeared, making him tear up. "Grandma, grandma, I miss you so much." The grandmother looked straight at him. "Awu, my dear, I'm so cold, it's so scary outside. Can you open the window so I can hug you?" Awu pushed the window open. Jingdu hurriedly stopped him. "Stop, that's not your grandmother." The moment the window opened, the grandmother, with blood-red eyes, lunged at Awu. Awu, still trapped in the illusion, touched her face. Xiang quickly used a binding technique to temporarily stop the monster. "Come here, I can't hold on much longer." Awu snapped out of it and ran back to his friends. The monster revealed its true form. Common monster, Nightmare, level 3, HP 50-50, Strength 25, Defense 5, Speed 25, Charm skill. Everyone was surprised that a nightmare of this level was just a common monster. Even an S-level newbie monster is this twisted. Yang Xiang struggled to hold it back. It broke free and charged directly at him. The young man was sweating, "Damn it. Don't come here, I'm too fat, it won't taste good." Luckily, his friends came to help. Just when it seemed like it was over, Taein Yu and Juzai Yue acted in time. She continuously lost help. Yang Xiang ran. "Juzai Yue, help me." Jingdu summoned the spirit to restrain the nightmare. Everyone was determined. Juzai Yue activated the healing technique. Clear wind like wood, and Taein Yu's health gradually increased. Taein Yu thought if they coordinated well, dealing with the nightmare wouldn't be hard. Now just waiting for Jingdu to summon the spirit. Hopefully there will be many surprises. For some reason, Jingdu grabbed his weapon and rushed to fight the monster. Yang Xiang helplessly said, "Zuka, mages don't fight like this, getting close to the nightmare will get you killed." Jingdu activated the forget the mouth mode and just kept striking the monster. In the end, with one hit he finished it off. His friends were shocked. The nightmare with 50 HP was killed. Is this how a necromancer fights? Everyone ran to check, and the monster slowly turned into a black stone and vanished. What was special was that it resembled the mark on the door frame. Zhu Zai Yue believed it was the Nightmare Village's item, so she wasn't surprised. Kaio Du found it odd. Why was there no attribute points gained from defeating the nightmare in close combat? Seeing Kaio Du in a daze, Taiyin Yu curiously asked, Kaio Du, did you notice something? It's nothing, maybe I'm overthinking it. The next day, everyone discussed the monster from the night before. Thankfully, Taiyin Yu and Kaio Du were there last night. I'm still trembling thinking about the nightmare from last night. I was right to cling to Kaio Du's thigh. He's strong and dealt with the nightmare quickly. Taiyin Yu in the front used a shield to block the nightmare's attack. Taiyin Yu was also really strong. Ma Fai, upon hearing this, felt uncomfortable and envious. Yeah, if I were there, I wouldn't let a girl like Taiyin Yu get hurt. Hiding behind a girl isn't something a big man should do. It's just a nightmare. One strike would be enough to kill it. Fai thought to himself, then jumped up to act cool. It was awkward just as Kaio Du came out and casually mocked. Class monitor, exercising so early, trying so hard. Yang Xiang also mocked, if not, why would you be the class monitor? With this effort, you've surpassed many people. Truly like-minded brothers, you know how to mock. Ma Fai seemed unaware, coughing, I'm just training. He ran over to invite Taiyin Yu, let's stay in the same room tonight. I won't let you get hurt. Taiyin Yu arrogantly responded, but my class is a heavy tank. If I don't tank, who will? Ma Fai flustered. No, what I meant is that I can handle the nightmare by myself. You don't need to act. Taiyin Yu, upon hearing this, retorted, Ma Fai, you're mistaken. The teacher said we must work together to help each other. We can't do it alone. We must learn from Kaio Du. At that moment, a major event occurred. The village chief arrived with a group of people and angrily shouted, arrest them all, not a single one will be spared. Hang them on the fire platform, use fire to cleanse their sins. Anyone who resists will be killed immediately. Ma Fai asked, what's going on, village chief? Is there some misunderstanding? He was furious, there's no misunderstanding. Look at what you did last night. Kaio Du glanced around, the villagers were also watching with their classmates. The age difference among them wasn't much. Last night, you mean we killed the Nightmare Guggenquad? Quiet, that is the guardian spirit of Nightmare Village. I'm sure last night you broke the village's rules. The guardian spirit is punishing you now. At that moment, the guardian spirit was enraged and the villagers faced disaster. You deserve to die 1,000 times. Ma Fai, nervous, asked, village chief, if we killed the nightmare, could the guardian spirit still save us? Guggen replied, of course. Whoever angered the spirit must stay outside the room when night falls. Ma Fai thought, no one knows how many monsters there are in Nightmare Village. It might be even more dangerous at night. Staying outside the room is essentially asking to die, right? Without thinking, Kaio Du immediately volunteered. All right, I killed the guardian spirit. I'll stay here and wait for nightfall. Ma Fai saw this and hurriedly acted, worried for his friends, even though he was a little envious. Are you crazy? That's not how you get attention. You're asking for trouble. Then he turned to Goguen and explained, sorry, village chief, this classmate of mine is a bit crazy. Please don't take his words seriously. You do remain stubborn. Don't worry, class leader, I'm not crazy. I just want to clarify a few things to help us escape this dungeon. Guggen immediately ordered someone to tie Kiu Du up. Ma Fai watched and asked, Kiu Du, what do you mean by saying you can help us leave the dungeon? How you guessed? Could it be that you discovered the secret of Nightmare Village? Kiu Du calmly replied, maybe, I'll verify it tonight. When night fell, the moon rose and the air grew cold. Kiu Du was tied outside and monsters began to appear. It seized the opportunity to attack from behind. Kiu Du noticed the movement, and at that moment, Yang Xiang appeared, using the Wrapping Earth skill to block it. Ma Fai, act quickly. I can only control this nightmare for a moment. Ma Fai rushed out, ignoring everything. Don't worry, I'll protect everyone. As a true sword cultivator, I can defeat all enemies with just one sword. But the moment he confidently proclaimed this, the monster lunged at him. Ma Fai frowned, panicking at the speed. Can a mage like Kiu Du really kill this monster? He encouraged himself. It's fine. If Kiu Du can do it, so can I. He regained his composure and charged forward, using the sword-breaking technique. Zhu Zai Yue and Tai Yu ran to Kiu Du to untie him. Why is everyone outside? Weren't we supposed to wait in the room? We thought it would be dangerous for you alone outside, so we came to help. The chains tying Kiu Du were too tight, so Tai Yu had to wait for Ma Fai to cut them with his sword. But he was stuck on the other side, unsure what to do. Kiu Du strained his arms and broke the chains. No need, look, I can do it myself. It turned out Kiu Du had intentionally let himself be tied up. He could escape any time. Both girls were sweating. Kiu Du, are you really a spirit mage? Ma Fai shouted. Everyone help him now. Zai Yue began healing Ma Fai. Though exhausted, Ma Fai maintained his cool appearance. No need, I can handle it. A true warrior earns his scars through battle. Scars are a man's medals. Yang Xiang spotted the monster's weak point and shouted, that's it. Yesterday, Kyudu struck the nightmare's head with his staff and it died instantly. Ma-Fi, don't fight it head-on, try cutting its head. Its weakness is in the head. Fi smirked, so that's it, I should have thought of that. He immediately acted and Kyudu couldn't stop him. Ma-Fi, actually the nightmare's weak point isn't its head. He insisted stubbornly. HMPH, afraid of me. Ma-Fi isn't afraid of you. I need teammates to defeat this nightmare. You only need a sword. Why? Because one sword looks really cool. After cutting the monster's head, it only lost HP but didn't die. Ma-Fi continued attacking and the monster seemed near death. He panicked. Big brother nightmare, what's wrong? I hit your weak point, die already. Yang Xiang worried. Are you sure you're not tricking me? You didn't understand why the monster had vanished instantly when Kyudu struck its head. Yang Xiang exclaimed, I get it, the problem is the human, you're not Kyudu. Ma-Fi's pride was hurt. I'm not as good as Kyudu, I'm a sword cultivator and yet not as strong as a spirit mage like him. Not as good as him? Everyone called Ma-Fi back, worried he would die. Ma-Fi, come back. With your current HP, if you're attacked again, you'll die instantly. It'll be too late. Should we let Kyudu handle it? This made Ma-Fi even more rebellious. He was determined to kill the monster. The excitement made his attack stronger. His previous strike reduced the monster's HP by 30, leaving only 5.5 HP. Ma-Fi thought, this time I must kill the nightmare. I want to prove I'm not inferior to Kyudu. As Ma-Fi prepared his final strike, Kyudu acted again, killing the monster completely. Ma-Fi angrily accused Kyudu of stealing the credit. Kyudu remained calm, holding the stone. Good job, class leader. Ma-Fi immediately got upset and ran to explain. Everyone saw it. I killed this nightmare. Kyudu just jumped in to steal the credit. Despicable scoundrel. Kyudu was still searching for something. The stone was empty. Just after dealing with one monster, two more appeared. Kyudu said, everyone go back inside. Don't fight them. I've found a way to get through. After going inside and locking the door, the two monsters couldn't enter. Caillou asked, Kyudu, what did you find? You'll see tomorrow. Until then, you must follow my instructions. The next day, the village chief caused a scene again. Despicable outsiders, you accused us and made things worse. You've killed another spirit. You all must go to hell. Today, no matter what you say, you'll die. Kyudu then exposed the truth. Village Chief Gogen, are you sure you're really a resident of Nightmare Village? Gogen shouted, veins bulging. Damn it, our ancestors lived in Nightmare Village. Don't waste time, you're definitely going to die. Kyudu continued, now is the time to reveal the truth of Nightmare Village. There is only one truth. Kyudu pointed decisively. It's you, and this person too. Everyone else in Nightmare Village are not the original residents. The 40 of you were the class destroyed in the previous Nightmare Village dungeon. We've been in an illusion since entering, so we can't leave the virtual world. To mislead, Gogen forced a smile. What illusion? What class? You're hallucinating. You're afraid of death, so you lied to deceive us. Everything you said is just your story with no evidence. Kyudu confidently replied, of course I have evidence. He then revealed the amulet stone for everyone to see. Gogen was shocked. The amulet, you dare take it down, you deserve to die. At this point, all of Kyudu's friends took out their amulet stones. Gogen shouted, the amulet protects us from nighttime attacks. Anyone touching it will be punished. Kyudu continued exposing the truth. This isn't a protective amulet at all. This entire illusion is created by these stones and the mystical symbols on them. Destroy them and the illusion's flaws will be revealed. Just as Gogen tried to order the villagers to act, Kyudu smashed the stone. The sky seemed to crack open. Gogen clutched his head in pain, memories flooding back. That day the principal assigned us to go to Nightmare Village, and the scene of the classroom being chased by monsters until Gogen and the others were transformed. Gogen became the village chief. Then he gradually returned to normal. I remember now, I'm the class leader. System notifications flooded in. A player discovered the crucial secret of the Nightmare Village and successfully awakened its residents. The quest was completed, and the rewards would be distributed based on each player's quest ranking. Everyone would be teleported out of the dungeon. Everyone was overjoyed to have finally overcome the challenge. Before leaving, Gogen didn't forget to thank the group led by Kyudu. The whole group cheered together, praising Kyudu. You're amazing. How did you know this was the way to succeed? Ma-Fei crossed his arms and reluctantly admitted, yeah, Kyudu, I'll admit you were a bit clever this time. We'll talk later, but why are we still here? Didn't we complete it? Ding! Congratulations to the 5 players for destroying the Nightmare Village's Black Stone, activating the hidden quest, and stealing the Nightmare Heart. Difficulty level Kyudu's status has been updated. Necromancer level 5, Strength 101, Defense 6, Agility 9, Spirit 0, Mana 200-200, HP 50-50, Experience 0-50. Other students returned to Academy number 4. The principal seemed surprised and wondered, why hasn't Kyudu's group returned yet? The principal speculated. Could they have activated a hidden quest? If so, and they complete it, they could choose any university in the country. But activating a hidden quest is extremely dangerous. Moreover, it's a hidden quest from Nightmare Village. However, they were all new players. Do they have enough ability to complete the quest? Meanwhile, the remaining 5 were confused about what to do in Nightmare Village. Everyone's rank must be similar, right? It's already this hard and now we have to do a hidden quest. It's basically suicide. Besides, we don't even know what the Nightmare Heart is or where to find it. You turn to Kaiodu and ask, Kaiodu, what do you think? Maybe we just need to wake up the village chief and don't need to break the black stone anymore. Kaiodu wasn't sure how to explain, so he just coughed a few times to brush it off. Yang Xiang suddenly realized, I get it now, the hidden quest is an opportunity that can't be sought in the virtual world. Kaiodu, you must have known that breaking the black stone would trigger the hidden dungeon, so you had us break it together, right? Brother Du, you deserve to be called brother. You didn't keep the hidden quest opportunity to yourself but were willing to share it with us. Ma Fei thought to himself, I didn't expect Kaiodu to share this opportunity. Let's see. Although I was worse than him in the new player trial in this hidden quest, I'll definitely beat him. Suddenly a level 5 Nightmare Demon appeared, HP 50-50, Strength 25, Defense 5, Agility 25. The monsters charged forward, shouting, everyone must die, everyone must die. Yang Xiang activated panic mode. Damn, how are we supposed to fight these 4? Taiyu tried to stay calm. Zhang Ziyue was ready to assist her at any moment. She used her shield to block, Taiyu controlled the team, Yang Xiang controlled the enemies, and Ma Fei attacked immediately. Yang Xiang activated the Golden Cut, while Ma Fei activated the Sword Chi Breakthrough. Ma Fei was shocked to see that one hit of his only dealt 10 damage, while one hit from Kaiodu immediately took down a monster. Zhang Ziyue reminded everyone, hurry up, my mana's almost gone, and Taiyu's health is low. Kaiodu charged in with his weapon, struck the monster attacking Taiyu, and successfully took down the Nightmare Demon. Kaiodu earned 1 free attribute point. Taiyu reminded Kaiodu to be careful as 2 more monsters were charging toward them. It wasn't difficult. Each of the 2 remaining monsters just needed 1 strike and they vanished. Kaiodu handled everything alone, gaining 1 free attribute point and 10 XP for each kill. The young man was thrilled. No wonder it was a hidden dungeon, the item drop rate was really high. Kaiodu curiously opened the item they received and found it was a level F fairy's necklace. It increased damage by 5%, a skill limit for the necromancer profession. Although it was a good item, Kaiodu couldn't use the skill. This was probably better suited for Yang Xiang. Every time they defeated a monster, it was another celebration. We finished it, luckily we're okay. Everyone coordinated really well. See, even Ma Fei's pretty strong. Kaiodu remained calm. Let's go, let's keep fighting nightmare demons. Kaiodu's current status: Academy Level 5, Strength 101 x2, Defense 6, Agility 9, Spirit 0, Mana 200-200, HP 50-50, XP 40-50. Only 1 more Nightmare Demon to kill before reaching Level 6 and there was a chance for item drops. Kaiodu was excited about this hidden quest. Kaiodu, if I'm not wrong, the hidden quest requires us to get the Nightmare Heart. Kaiodu smiled. The Nightmare Heart is definitely on the Nightmare Demon's body. Killing the Nightmare Demon is the right thing to do, trust me. Suddenly, the ground trembled, water rose, creating a deep pit, and the 5 of them fell down. Before Kaiodu could adjust, he touched the ground and found it was soft. Why is the ground so soft? Yang Xiang yelled. Kaiodu, can you get off my back? Damn, I was wondering why the ground felt so soft. After landing, everyone was lucky to be fine, but there was a very unpleasant smell around. It seems like we've fallen into a sewer. The air here isn't circulating and it smells of feces, urine, and rot. It makes sense. Zhang Ziyue seemed horrified. No, that's not right. Everyone look over there, it's its breath. That's a rare boss, the Nightmare Demon King, sleeping deeply, level 10, HP 1000, Strength 65, Defense 20, Agility 60, Skill Poisonous Nightmare Demon's Realm. Reminder, if you wake up the Nightmare Demon King, he will relentlessly hunt you down. Looks like this is the rare boss, level 10, but this Nightmare Demon King is much stronger than the Skull King. Do you think the Nightmare Heart is the Nightmare Demon King's heart? Or should we find a way to forcefully leave the hidden quest? I'm afraid the Nightmare Demon King will turn us into mush any minute now. Ma Fei stood there scared but still said, if everyone thinks that way, I'll spare this Nightmare Demon King. Only Kaiodu was certain there was still a chance. My current strength is 101, and with the miracle effect it can reach 202. Adding 50% from the Skull King, the first strike could take off a third of the Nightmare Demon King's health. As long as we hit the Nightmare Demon King's weak points 3 or 4 times, maybe we can kill it. But this plan is very risky. If we make one mistake, the Nightmare Demon King will kill us instantly. Even though Yang Xiang trusted Kaiodu, he still patted his head. Brother Du, are you not feeling feverish? You're telling me there's a chance against a monster that's more than 10 meters tall, Kaiodu calmly replied. Although the Nightmare Demon King's stats are high, its weak point is defense. We can turn its weakness into our advantage. It's not certain we don't have a chance. Taiyu understood. You want us to draw the Nightmare Demon King's attention, right? Taiyu answered, exactly. As long as you help me find an opportunity to strike, I'll be able to kill the Nightmare Demon King. Of course, this is very risky. The Nightmare Demon King's agility is higher than ours. None of us can withstand its attacks, so the four of you have to hold it down. The group decided to trust Kaido once again. Right, we trust you. I'm entrusting this small life to you. If you've agreed, I'll cooperate with you. If you can't handle it, don't overdo it. This boss is strong, and even if we retreat, it won't be embarrassing. Seemed to have planned carefully and told everyone to stay calm. After resting, the five of them began to act. As long as they didn't attack the Nightmare King, it wouldn't awaken. The first assault was crucial. They had to find the king's weak spot. Climbed onto it and discovered something. He confirmed this was definitely the Nightmare King's weak point. Carefully raising his weapon, he activated the Skull King Ring. The first strike dealt 508 HP damage. Everyone gawked. How much? Is that really a mage's damage? System notice, player has shattered the Nightmare Heart. Mission updated. The Nightmare King has awakened. Current mission, kill the Nightmare King, difficulty level A. Upon awakening, it immediately flew into a rage. Prepared and instructed everyone to follow his plan, giving him an opening to attack. It roared and cursed, calling humans despicable. Shouted for Ma Fei to attack and draw its hatred. He bayed and charged. Didn't need to say more. The sword broke through its defense, striking hard but only causing minor damage. How could one strike from reduce 508 HP? I don't believe it. Any damage, even a scratch, would kill it. Continuing the fierce attack, the Nightmare King grew furious. You steel brat, if you want to die first, I'll help. Ma Fei tried to act strong. Come on, Nightmare King, a Grand Master must wield 3 swords to achieve glory. How can I fear death? Summoned Yang Xiangdi and Taiyu to help him restrain the Nightmare King. Golden Wrap Strike activated with the support of the Light Shield. Ma Fei kept losing HP, while Zhao Ziyu stood behind healing constantly. The 2 layers of attack weakened, combined with Zhao Ziyu's healing, finally held it back. Ma Fei shouted, "Are you done?" Du replied, "Damn, I'm almost set." Du took the signal and immediately dashed. A precise strike cut another 182 HP from the Nightmare King. System warning. Nightmare King's HP was critically low, about to trigger Nightmare Realm. Du froze for a moment and the others kept losing HP. Damn! During the cast, it would deal AoE damage unstoppable. They couldn't give the Nightmare King a chance. Earlier, the Orange Snail group had lingered in the illusion for so long, it must have been because of this move. Du continued his strike, activating the skill to interrupt the cast. The Nightmare King had 128 HP left out of 1,000, just a little more. He jumped high, facing it directly. Zhao Ziyu warned anxiously, "Du, be careful, I'm out of mana, can't heal." "No healing needed," Du replied. The moment his staff struck its head, the Nightmare King was obliterated. Congratulations to player Du for securing the first kill of the Nightmare Village boss, rewarded with 30 free attribute points. Du also defeated the Nightmare King with a physical attack, earning 10 additional free attribute points and 50 extra XP. Congratulations to the player for continuous leveling. Current XP 3050. Rewarded 10 free attribute points. Hidden mission of killing the Nightmare King completed. System will evaluate player performance. Evaluation in progress. Finally, success. System began evaluating the remaining 5 players. Evaluation complete. Zhao Ziyu rated D, rewarded with skill D Spring Wind Buddha Willow. Zhu Zio rated C, rewarded skill D Thorned Armor Counter. Yang Xiangdi rated C, rewarded skill D Earth Puppet Technique. Ma Fei rated C, rewarded skill D1 Sword Form. Du rated A, granted a level reward 50 XP, skillbook B level Soul Soaring Technique. Although the skill was temporarily unusable, it had soul essence. Du hoped the Nightmare King would drop some good items. Du received the B-rank Dragon Piercer sword, increasing attack by 100, ignoring 30% enemy armor. Sword damage increased by 20%, restricted to warrior class, level cap 11. Du was extremely disappointed. How unlucky, only a B-rank sword. He handed it to Ma Fei. Ma Fei gasped, "A B-rank sword, are you giving it to me?" "You already use swords," Du said. "I can't, so if not you, then who?" "Don't you know the value of a B-rank item? Many players spend a fortune and might not get one. If sold, you could buy a house in the capital." Du seemed unconcerned. "Just play with it." Then the youth kept looting the Nightmare King. Couldn't believe only one item had dropped. Checking the stats. Name Du, Class Wind Spirit Mage, Level 7, Strength 151, Monster Control X2, Defense 6, Agility 9, Spirit 0, Mana 300, HP 70, XP 30. Mage's Brave Heart Innate Talent. Miracle Skill appeared at a level. Skull King Ring Equipment C level. Skill Books, Skull Summoning Technique F level, Soul Soaring Technique B level. Strength increased, but HP only 70, very low, like paper, blown away easily. Brave Heart passive talent activates when Du kills enemies with physical attacks. Received free attribute points reward. Active effect, Player can convert points from one attribute to increase others. Limitation: before using active effect, only one attribute can be selected. He thought the passive effect couldn't increase other attributes, so he would just focus on survival. He needed to remain calm and cautious, not reckless. Hidden mission completed, returning to the real world. Players ready. All 5 members returned to school. The moment they returned, the whole class erupted. Du is back. The class president and some Taiyu students also returned. The principal ran out in a hurry. Finally, you've returned. I was worried. You've been gone for 2 days. I thought you wouldn't come back. What happened? He said. You must have entered a hidden dungeon. Now it's fine. All 5 of you will surely be recruited by top schools. Other students felt proud. Wow, our class now has 5 prodigies admitted directly by top schools. In the future, our class will truly be a class of geniuses. When can I be as excellent as Du and the class president? Although Du was kind and uncalculating, Ma Fei immediately sought to compete. He thought, just wait. Du, next time we enter a dungeon, I'll make you regret giving me the Dragon Piercer sword. With such a powerful item, once I reach level 11, I can surely defeat you. Just then, someone rushed in with urgent news. Principal, people from Huacheng University in the capital have arrived. They want to find these 5 students. The principal hadn't announced it yet. Somehow, top schools were always quick with news. He was quietly pleased. It seemed he could retire after setting a perfect capstone on his teaching career. Upon meeting, representatives from the 2 universities hurried to shake hands. Principal Ban, long time no see. Teacher Bui, it's been a long time, ha ha ha. Teacher Ban accepted the compliment. 5 students have passed the Nightmare Challenge and completed the hidden mission, truly outstanding. Greetings, I am Ban Liang Jai, the admissions teacher of Capital University. Currently, my school urgently needs talents in the virtual world like you, if you agree. Tomorrow, I will send you the enrollment notification. A representative from another school shouted, Ban Liang Jai, aren't you ashamed? You're snatching students without even testing them. Ban smiled and replied, I'm merely representing Capital University to express sincere intention. You don't believe me? Let these 5 students insist on taking the test and we'll start. The representative from Huacheng University introduced seriously, I am Bui Huang Kwok, the admissions teacher of Huacheng University. Everyone, don't be nervous. The test is only to evaluate your profession and ability. Teacher Bui collected information to see if the students met the enrollment criteria. Du thought, since he cannot use skills in a professional ability test, he must enter Capital University to find clues about his parents. The 5 students would be tested one by one. Ma Fei was first, a sword cultivator apprentice, talent grade B, level 5. Ban evaluated, Ma Fei had reached level 5 and talent grade B just after the novice trial, truly a rare genius. Not bad, you have sharp eyes and a strong build, clearly suited for Capital University. Teacher Bui also commented, not bad, try slashing at me once. This teacher was certainly not ordinary. Name, Bui Huang Kwok. Profession, business cultivator, mid-advanced realm level 25, strength 300, defense 152, agility 53, spirit 24, life value 500. Ma Fei immediately rushed forward and said, Teacher Bui, be careful. Ma Fei activated the one-sword technique. When the sword pierced Teacher Bui's defense, he froze for 5 seconds. Business cultivators are not good at defense, but level 25 is still formidable. The teacher was extremely satisfied with Ma Fei. Very good, your one-sword technique is a rare skill that breaks defenses with the sword tip and can amplify attack power. Excellent. Ma Fei proudly replied, thank you, Teacher Bui, for your praise. And also praised, moreover, using the sword tip to break defenses shows your attribute strength is probably high, at least 35 points. And judging by your speed, you're quite agile. The classmates were stunned. Wow, level 5 with 35 strength points, truly a sword cultivator. The top profession for attack power in another world. If I could get a sword profession like Ma Fei, my grandfather could smile in the afterlife. Teacher Bui began to worry. Such an outstanding student would surely attract others to Huacheng University. He started persuading, Ma Fei, have you decided which school you will join? Huacheng University's doors are always open for me. Ban immediately interjected, come to Capital University. I guarantee the best learning resources. Ma Fei replied, please test the other students first, I need a little more time to think. In fact, Ma Fei wanted to wait and see which school Qiu would join, then follow him. Everything he did was to surpass Qiu. The testing continued. Next was Zhao Ziyue, a healer who demonstrated her skills, pleasing Teacher Bui. Level 4 healer could already treat everyone. Next was Ta Zio, level 4 but with strong defense. When the teacher struck, part of the power was reflected back. Teacher Bui asked, is this your skill? Yes, teacher, this is my grade D skill, spiked armor counterattack, which returns 20% of the damage to the attacker. Teacher Bui grew more satisfied. Very good, excellent. Hitting me means hitting yourself. The shield profession, there is no more practical skill. Next was Yang Xiang. Teacher Bui guessed he had a shield profession, but he was actually a mage. The teacher was slightly surprised. Someone over 300 kg claiming to be a mage, was this a script error? The test began. Teacher Bui noticed Yang Xiang merely posed without sensing any magical aura. When Yang Xiang activated earth destruction magic, the teacher was completely shocked. Teacher Bui was stunned. This technique had no warning, exploding beneath the ground. Even a level 25 business cultivator would lose 3 life points if inattentive, let alone peers of the same level. This was truly a level 5 mage technique. Teacher Bui began paying attention to the principal, planning to investigate the treasury record later. In the school, these 5 geniuses needed nurturing, perhaps with a hidden grandmaster present. Last to be tested was Qiu, a level 7 soul mage unknown talent. Ban was surprised. Level 7 was 2 tiers higher than the other 4 students. The talent was unknown, perhaps low and unmentioned. Teacher Bui planned to check the results first, essentially wanting to see what spirit creature Qiu could summon. One attack from a novice is tolerable. But if repeatedly injured, Bui Huangquoc would not survive in society. Suddenly he was shocked as Qiu lunged directly at him, a soul mage without spirit recovery attacking up close. It was a close-range magical attack. Was this student really that weak? In real combat, who would foolishly wait for him to reach them? Teacher Bui noticed Qiu's hand posture suddenly change. Hook strike, the mage's power was such that one punch revealed it all. He punched Teacher Bui in the face, deducting 200 HP, completely knocking him down. Everyone was shocked. What just happened? Qiu defeated a level 25 teacher with a single punch. As she raised her head, Teacher Ban anxiously asked, "Old Bui, are you okay? Could one punch from a level 7 soul mage be so heavy? Soul mages are the weakest physically. Is Qiu related to you? Are you intentionally setting this up?" Teacher Bui yelled in frustration, "That kid's head." The teacher thought, what kind of monster is this boy? One punch almost triggered a heart attack. Level 7, really? Classmates were in continuous shock. Is this an illusion? Qiu defeated the admissions teacher with one punch. Everyone speculated whether Qiu could summon spirit creatures. Qiu was certainly hiding somewhere. How could the weakest soul mage defeat an admissions teacher with one punch? Ben watched in fear. This new student was terrifying. Fortunately, Bui Huangquoc insisted on being the examining teacher this time, otherwise it would be his own embarrassment. Qiu asked, "Is my test over?" Both teachers were silent, unwilling to comment. Teacher Bui realized that this was the most dangerous person. Teacher Ban hesitated and said, "Qiu, you've passed this test, but since you haven't demonstrated spiritual magic, we cannot evaluate you properly." Qiu replied frankly, "It's okay, sir. I've thought it through and want to join the warrior system's body cultivation specialization. Right now, I can't use magic, but the important thing is I want to get into Jingdu University." Teacher Ban was somewhat surprised. Choosing a specialization that isn't one's own field of study was unprecedented in the history of education, so he wanted to discuss it further with the principal of Jingdu. "Zio Ban, what's going on? Aren't you supposed to be at the 4th Academy in Subei for enrollment?" "Principal, here's the situation. I've discovered a necromancer with extremely frightening talent. He wants to join the body cultivation specialization of the warrior system." This information shocked the principal of Jingdu. "What are you talking about?" "Oh my, principal, he's only at level 7 and already knocked out a professor from Hua Qing University with just one punch." "What? Zio Ban, I give you the highest authority at Jingdu University. Don't worry about the student's conditions, just approve everything for me. We must recruit him to Jingdu University." During the loss of this potential student, the principal of Jingdu University wanted to personally invite Qiu. "Hello, Qiu, I'm the principal of Jingdu University, Ji Bingyang. Would you like to join our university?" Qiu firmly said, "Principal, you don't need to say any more. I agree to study at Jingdu University." At the same time, Teacher Bui contacted the principal of Hua Qing University, but it was too late. Teacher Bui was determined to secure other students. However, the principal of Jingdu quickly recruited 4 more students. "We're all in the same class, why not study together with Qiu and help each other?" And so, these students were recruited to study with Qiu. Teacher Ban was satisfied. This would be the most glorious history of his enrollment work. Right after the deal was done, Qiu went straight to the point. "Principal, I have a few questions. Do you know my father, Du Ancheng?" The principal seemed surprised. "What? You are the child of Du Ancheng and Bai Shihua?" "That's right, when you looked at me, you must have felt very familiar." "Qiu." The principal asked further, "Principal, do you know where my parents are now? They were your students, but it has been more than 10 years since you last saw them. I can only tell you that your parents were very formidable. Since they graduated, I haven't had any way to learn more about them. I remember your parents often mentioned the exclusive dungeon. You must go to your exclusive dungeon, there's something your parents left there." Thus, Principal G successfully enrolled 5 super talented Vipro students. After processing the admission letters, they would be sent to the students before the semester began. You all should pass the dungeon for your respective specialty. This way, you will be highly valued at the university. Good luck to all of you, and I look forward to seeing you at Jingdu University. A week later, after the newcomers passed the test, the 4th Academy continued to assign classes based on the students' roles in the other world. The principal had a few words to say at the 4th Academy's wizardry class. Today, we are here to briefly talk about the exclusive dungeon for wizards. A wizard's dungeon often tests the strength of one's spirit. Generally, it will be a deduction dungeon or a decryption dungeon. So as long as you work together, combining your thoughts will double the results. Right now, Kaio Du and Yang Xiang stood before the entrance of the exclusive dungeon. Yang Xiang asked, "Is it really okay if we do this?" Kaio Du casually replied, "Oh, what could happen? Hearing the theory is not as good as practicing it. Besides, the more people in the exclusive dungeon, the higher the danger. Rather than letting them rely on you, it's better if I rely on myself. Besides, at worst, we can wait until we pass and then lead them in. After all, the exclusive dungeon can be completed multiple times just without rewards." Before long, the chubby guy yelled out loudly, "NPC, that energetic girl, we want to enter the exclusive dungeon for wizardry." The NPC processed the information and the system was selecting the dungeon for the 2 players. Selection successful, the exclusive dungeon selected for the 2 players is 10,000 Venom's Cave. Kaio Du hastily demanded to enter without hearing the mission reminder. Actually, this kid doesn't know anything. What mission reminder? Is there such a thing? Yang Xiang helplessly replied, "Of course there is. If you didn't hear the mission notice, how would you clear the bone dungeon? You're not planning to wipe out all the skeletons in there, are you?" The look on Kaio Du's face made it clear he had no clue. The legend says that in the southeast Sword region, there is a very ancient evil tribe. The people in this tribe are skilled in brewing poisons, have eccentric personalities, and are ruthless, capable of poisoning without anyone noticing. Those poisoned experience pain so intense they wish for death. Poisonous insects in the body produce larvae, gnawing at the person's flesh and blood until they die. Mission requires searching for the legendary evil tribe, exterminating all poisonous species. Mission rewards will depend on the completion level of the player. Please note, the 10,000 Venoms Cave dungeon requires 5 players to begin. The system will automatically match 3 more players for you. Please prepare yourself. In no time, 3 players were matched with Kaio Du, including 2 males and 1 female. They hadn't yet learned each other's abilities, but one member of the group already showed disdain. "Are these our randomly assigned teammates? Don't record our names, okay?" The only girl in the group saw the impolite member and reminded him, "Long Chang, don't be rude. If we've been matched into a team, it's fate." The girl then introduced, "Hello, I'm Feng Yuan, a fire system wizard. This is my younger brother, Feng Tan, also a fire system wizard. The other one is Long Chang." The whole team stood before a wall where 5 words were carved, in Su Chi. Long Chang, who was no different from Ma Fai in personality, loved to show off, said, "Watch me open this door." He activated his attack skill, but the door remained unmoved. Yuan thought to herself, "This door has a password attribute. Magic cannot harm this door. We should probably check the mission reminder first." Kaio Du stood still, focusing on the door. He was thinking of how to remove the magic. Feng Tan shouted, "I know the answer is. Based on the Chinese pronunciation, it should be De Wu Du." Kaio Du decisively activated his miraculous punch. The entire team froze, the most shocked being those who didn't know Kaio Du's abilities. One punch and it's broken. Is this the exclusive dungeon for wizards? Kaio Du had originally just wanted to try pushing the door with his normal strength. Who knew the door would be so weak? Another door appeared in front, along with many red lycoris flowers. Kaio Du warned everyone, "Be careful with these flowers, I feel like they're not normal." However, it was too late for a warning. Everyone's hands emitted dark energy. It seemed like they were all poisoned. The problem was no one knew when the poison had entered their bodies. Life value 67 out of 70. Poison state loses 3 life points per minute. Yun Shen was feeling confused. Yu Du thought to herself, "What should we do now? We have to keep going because if we stay here we'll just wait to die. I need to quickly find a way out of here." She maintained a calm demeanor, but inside she was very worried. She felt that if things continued like this, in just half an hour they would lose all their blood. "Emmett, there's too little blood left." The group decided to charge straight into the door. It had some writing on it. "Abandon strength, poison will not linger. 1 point, 1 twist, fate of heaven and earth." It seemed like they had to continue reasoning to decode and guess the next words. "We don't have time left, it's too urgent." Yu Du swung her hand and punched the door open. "I don't understand this sentence." The group then proceeded inside. Long Cheng was still in shock, his face surprised. "Is this really a decoding dungeon? Why does it feel like we don't even need to think?" Just a message, "Congratulations, player has successfully completed task 1, found the legendary left evil tribe, 10,000 copper coins. This was the cave of 10,000 poison." Suddenly, the group encountered a little girl with brown skin. "Hello, big brothers and sisters, my name is Xiao Dong. Did you come from the outside?" After seeing the group's condition, the little girl panicked. "Oh no, are you poisoned? It's the poison of Hua Bai Yan. Hurry, follow me to the cave of 10,000 spirits to detoxify. If the poison has spread too deeply, it will be beyond saving." Jingdu was a bit puzzled. When did this little girl appear? And why did she mention the cave of 10,000 spirits? She thought to herself that now was not the time to worry, they needed to detoxify first. Little girl led the group to the cave of 10,000 spirits and happily said, "Dad, Mom, come out and see who I brought back." "Who are these people?" "They're from outside. I met them while picking herbs on the mountain. They're all poisoned by Hua Bai Yan. Everyone hurry and make the 5 poison soup." Little girl's mother told everyone to sit down and then brought out the 5 poison soup. The bowl contained disgusting worms and fried insects with a murky liquid that smelled foul. Everyone felt nauseous just looking at it. Long Cheng pushed the bowl towards Yun Shen to drink first, but he refused. Yudu paid no attention to them, immediately picking up the bowl and drinking it in one go. "Now is not the time to worry about taste, drink it all immediately. If not, your life value will be halved." After finishing the soup, Yudu smiled confidently, feeling it was neither too salty nor bland, with just the right taste. 5 poison soup did indeed have an effect. Her poisoning condition had improved significantly. "Everyone, drink it quickly to restore your original state. We don't know what dangers we might face next." As soon as she finished speaking, the remaining 4 members started vomiting. Yudu curiously asked Xiao Dong, "Can you tell me about the origin of the cave of 10,000 spirits?" "I don't know much about the origin of this tribe, but I do know that the chieftain has ordered the villagers not to go outside and forbids the reckless use of poison techniques." After neutralizing the poison, the girl's mother came out and immediately ordered everyone to leave, saying, "All right, the poison is neutralized, everyone is safe, hurry and leave. Our Wan Ling tribe doesn't like outsiders coming here." Xiao Dong angrily said, "Why did you do that? After so much effort, people from other places came and you just chased them away." She turned to her friends, smiled, and told them not to worry, that they didn't need to pay attention to what her mother had said. She told everyone they could stay as long as they wanted. Xiao Du felt strange about Xiao Dong's mother's attitude, so she took the opportunity to stay. "I guess we'll trouble you then. We just finished neutralizing the poison and still haven't fully recovered." Xiao Dong happily opened the door, invited everyone inside to rest, and her family would go out for a while. As night fell, Xiao Dong's family set out. Tonight was the full moon night and they had to perform the ritual. The villagers of Wan Ling tribe were gathering in front of a skylight. The village leader shouted under the moonlight, "Please protect us, bring us favorable weather, free from disease and pestilence. We will offer the freshest blood and flesh of humanity." Afterward, the leader dripped a drop of blood from his finger into the well. Immediately, thousands of flying ants descended, covering the 2 sacrificial victims. In a moment, they were reduced to mere skeletons. Witnessing this, the team of Kyodu was horrified. "Oh my god, they're eating human flesh." Kyodu told everyone to go back first and discuss later. Poison combined with such large numbers was not easy to handle. Kyodu knew that even though he had strong attack power, he lacked group support skill. The girl with purple hair was the chieftain of the Wan Ling tribe, and she had just discovered Kyodu's team. Seeing this, she ordered the FORMER Chinese letter, Zai, to capture everyone. Upon returning home, Feng Tan immediately shut the door tightly. Feng Yuan nervously asked, "What should we do now?" With those worshipful gazes, if they find out we're the ones who killed their insects, we'll become food for the poisonous insects. Suddenly, Kyodu heard strange sounds coming from all directions around the house. It was the appearance of many larvae. Feng Yuan immediately activated the flame barrier to protect everyone. Kyodu also drew his weapon and helped fight back. The close-range targets were too weak to provide attribute points. Kyodu thought, "If killing larvae gave me attribute points, I would have been hunting them for a long time." Yang Xiang activated 2 skills, the Earth Beast Contraction and Earth Destruction technique, exploding the house and defeating the larvae. Kyodu was pleased, saying, "Well done, Yang Xiang, these 2 moves of yours can be combined into a chain technique." However, even though these 2 powerful skills were used consecutively, Yang Xiang almost exhausted all his mana. The FORMER Chinese letter, Zai, appeared behind them and angrily said, "You guys have guts. I originally just wanted to teach you a lesson, but you used demonic magic to kill all the insects in my Wandu cave. Now you will become food for my larvae, die in excruciating pain." Yang Xiang continued to activate the Earth Destruction technique on the FORMER Chinese letter, Zai, but still failed to inflict damage. "HMPH, do you really think you can hurt me with just a few of you?" The FORMER Chinese letter, Zai, was a common NPC level 10 with 289 out of 300 health, 40 strength, 20 defense, and 15 agility. His skill was Insect Devour. He was not like the bosses and monsters in this world. His attributes could be hidden unless injured. This new dragon regular had been hit. How could they fight back? Attribute value of this FORMER Chinese letter, Zai, was nearly equal to a boss. Feng Yuan worried, this mission in the Wandu cave isn't meant for newcomers like us. Kaio Du thought to himself, could it be that the exclusive replica is different? Kaio Du clenched his fists and charged towards the FORMER Chinese letter, Zai. He stood there, sneering, do you not know your limits, thinking you can attack me with such a weak punch? Your legs are no match for mine. A group of rookies like you can be beaten by just me alone. As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit by Kaio Du's punch. The first punch caused him to lose 121 health points. The FORMER Chinese letter, Zai, began to seriously fight back. This can't be, how could a mere human hurt me? He activated the Insect Devour state, increasing his attributes and improving his defense multiple times. He declared, no one can deal damage to me with my defense. We'll use your blood to offer to my insects. Kaio Du remained calm, continuing his attacks. Another punch reduced the FORMER Chinese letter Zai's health to 23 out of 500. He was purple in the face and Kaio Du coldly turned and warned, next time you better be honest. What was that ritual earlier? Who was that woman? Since joining Kaio Du, the team rarely had to fight. He solved everything by himself. They realized that Kaio Du was always the one to handle things. FORMER Chinese letter Zai, his face swollen, answered, she is our chieftain, the one leading the insect sacrifice ritual. Our Wandu tribe has signed a pact with the insect horde. On the full moon night, we must offer fresh blood. Yang Xiang then realized, Yuka, I think I understand now. That's why Xiao Dong and her family helped us neutralize the poison. They want to use us as sacrifices for the next insect offering. Kaio Du asked further, one last question, why did Xiao Dong change the name of the tribe to Wanling? You guys call it Wandu. The FORMER Chinese letter Zai looked confused. Xiao Dong, the only person in our tribe with the name Dong is the chieftain Tuan Dong. After gathering enough information, Kaio Du didn't spare him and immediately attacked, killing him. Upon checking, Kaio Du had killed the NPC FORMER Chinese letter Zai with bare hands, earning 10 free attribute points and 50 experience points. Congratulations, player has successfully leveled up. Current experience value, 10 out of 80 free attribute points. 5 Congratulations to player Kaio Du for killing the first NPC in this world with bare hands. The reward is the S-grade item, Wise Protector. Wise Protector is an S-grade item usable once, preventing one death. Kaio Du was delighted. S-grade prevents one death. This NPC really can give me such a powerful item. This is the highest level item in this world. Feng Yuan, Feng Tan, and Long Chang were worried. What do we do now? Sooner or later, they will discover that we killed one of their own. Just Kaio Du alone can't handle them. How can a mere villager be so powerful? The chieftain can control the poisonous insects. How can we fight back? Kaio Du replied. The mission only requires us to kill the larvae. We don't need to harm the people in Wandu. But if the larvae's lair is in the ancient well, we have no choice but to destroy them. Now is the best opportunity to act, while Chieftain Tuan Dong hasn't found out. The team began moving towards the well. As they approached the well, the team was shocked to see 2 corpses. They were Xiao Dong's parents. It seemed they were cruel enough to kill their own people. Kaio Du realized, no wonder they acted so strange earlier. It seems that not all the villagers here are bad, but now's not the time to care about them. Let's focus on destroying the stone tablet. Kaio Du ordered and along with his team activated fire, wind, and earth destruction techniques, creating a huge explosion, breaking the stone tablet and forming a deep hole into the earth. Yang Xiang thought to himself that with the force just now, the enemies should all be dead, yet the system still hadn't reported mission completion. At that moment, the clan leader of the 10,000 Venoms, Zun Dong, appeared, laughing mockingly. You little pests are truly disobedient. If she's here, the old Jai must be dead, something she hadn't anticipated. Beside her stood Kong Man, a core member of the 10,000 Venoms. Yu Du stared straight at her and said, should I call you the clan leader of 10,000 Venoms or just Xiao Dong? The smug expression, she replied, why, big brother, don't you like how I look now? Should I turn back into Xiao Dong? Which do you prefer? She transformed into Xiao Dong, then regretfully said, I had planned to spare your life, big brother. She mentioned big brother but continued, saying Qiu Du had killed too many of her insect troops, and if he wasn't offered as a sacrifice, the insect queen would be furious. Qiu Du asked why she even killed her own clan members, including their parents. She replied coldly, and so what about their parents? Declared they were useless and disobedient, words striking Qiu Du like lightning. Seeing his anger, Zun Dong sneered, looks like big brother is mad, don't be angry, you'll see them soon enough. After her savage laughter, tens of thousands of insect minions surged forward. In this critical situation, the others rushed to support Qiu Du. Feng Yuan activated blazing fire, while Long Cheng was struck by Kong Man and thrown outside. warned not to interfere with the clan leader. Kong Man was a standard NPC, level 20, HP 500, power 55, defense 30, agility 30, skills insect devour and insect control. Jingdu was surrounded by swarming insects, gritting his teeth. Damn it, too many of these insects. If they keep wrapping me up, I'm dead. He considered raising agility and defense to 166 points to match power and break the siege. But should he actively use Courageous Heart? After careful thought, it still seemed risky, but with the sage's protection allowing one resurrection, he decided to gamble. To break the situation, he had to catch the enemy king. Killing Zundong would automatically disperse the venomous insects. Jingdu finally escaped the encirclement. Seeing this, Zundong laughed gleefully. Ha ha ha, big brother, have you finally figured it out? He teased that he was trying to become bait for the bugs. Jingdu dashed with extreme speed, grazing her stomach and causing severe injury. Zundong resented. Someone who doesn't respect others being devoured by insects, isn't that perfect? Zundong was classified by the system as a rare NPC, level 10, HP 1000, power 30, defense 30, agility 50, skills insect devour, insect control, and shape shift. Jingdu wondered why a rare NPC had attributes worse than old Jai, which made no sense. The more he looked, the more unusual Zundong seemed. She pouted. Big brother, you hit my stomach, it's all dented, what will happen now? Suddenly Zundong's agility increased by 80. She activated her skill and lunged at Jingdu, stabbing his chest and making him cough blood. Her speed left him no time to react. After the attack, she declared, "Don't worry, after you die, I'll skin you perfectly as a keepsake. Your skin will be beautiful." Meanwhile, Yang Xiang was fighting Kong Man and, seeing Jingdu injured, panicked and tried to rush to help but was blocked by Kong Man. He blocked the way, growling, "I told you your opponent is me, yet you dare to be distracted." Yang Xiang activated Earth Beast Assault. Kong Man taunted, "Fatty, still don't get it. Your stuff is useless to me, your attacks are mere scratches." He was about to counterattack. Kong Man froze. "What's going on? Why is this summoned sand red?" Yang Xiang immediately activated Earth Cataclysm, dealing 312 HP damage to Kong Man. Using so much energy left him in a burned fat state. After losing weight, his appearance changed so much that Fang Yuan and Fang Tan were speechless. Finishing Kong Man, Yang Xiang immediately rushed to support Jingdu. Jingdu was confused, not understanding what had happened to his friend. Yang Xiang said, "I don't know what just happened, I was in a rush and burned all my fat. Now my spirit attribute is nearly 300. Spirit amplifies skill power, nearly reaching 302. That level nearly matched the spirit of some mid-tier mages." Jingdu ordered Yang Xiang to use Earth Cataclysm immediately, striking both him and Zundong. Yang Xiang hesitated, fearing Jingdu might die too. Jingdu insisted, "Don't waste words, trust me, act now." Earth Cataclysm was activated. Zundong struggled and screamed, "Let me go, I don't want to die with you." But it was too late. Yang Xiang detonated everything and the team panicked for Jingdu. The system reported critical damage detected. The S-rank item Sage's Protection activated, granting immunity this time. It then recorded Jingdu's life-risking courage, awarding a rank passive skill, Great Power Pact. Great Power Pact A rank. For every 50 HP increase, gain 1 power. For every 1 power, gain 10 HP. This effect does not cycle automatically. Jingdu was stunned by the boon. The system seemed unwilling to let him die. 166 power meant an extra 1660 HP, bringing him close to 1800 HP, likely safe from casual one-hit kills in the future. Seeing Jingdu safe, Yang Xiang rushed over. "Du brother, I have 300 spirit, why didn't you die?" Jingdu crossed his arms. "Well, I didn't die, you upset. Who says you can't come back after dying?" Yang Xiang asked what Zundong dropped, but he was embarrassed since he didn't hear the system report her defeat. It seemed she wasn't dead. At that moment, Zundong burst from the smoke, screaming, "You hit me too hard. Congratulations, you'll see my true beauty." Zundong fully revealed her true form, level 15, HP 2000, power 130, defense 80, agility 100, skills venom strike, force action and shape shift. This was her real face with terrifyingly strong attributes. Jingdu hurriedly told Yang Xiang to add another round of Earth Cataclysm, but Yang Xiang could barely move. "No, Du brother, my spirit dropped to 48. The boost from burning fat isn't permanent." The system warned that boss 10,000 Venoms had been unnaturally strengthened, combat power exceeding novice difficulty. Players were instructed to exit the dungeon immediately. Warning repeated. Jingdu hesitated. Exit. He worried about their exclusive dungeon if they retreated. Yang Xiang urged, "Du brother, run. Escaping such a terrifying monster is lucky enough. Why worry about the mission?" The system continued. If 5 players fail to kill boss 10,000 Venoms, please exit and reset the exclusive dungeon. Jingdu angrily declared, What joke is this? Principal Jai Bingyang told me to clear this exclusive dungeon no matter what fusion you are, today you die. Zundong laughed with excitement. Excellent, despicable human. He couldn't believe anyone could injure him. Today he had to kill this person. They clashed head-on, each of her strikes costing Qiu-Du 124 points and his counterattack costing her 196 points. They were evenly matched and Tuan Dong truly regarded Qiu-Du as a rival. She wondered what kind of monster this boy was. Why wasn't he dead? He was only level 8, yet his damage surpassed hers. She pondered who was really the boss here. How strong could he be? Could a mage really be this powerful? After considering, she asked Qiu-Du, "Wait, could you also be from Baiji?" Tuan Dong thought to herself it must be so. Only Baiji could create a monster like Qiu-Du. She herself was created by Baiji. Qiu-Du, confused, shouted, "What Baiji?" Qiu-Du unleashed a critical strike, depleting her remaining 213 points. Before her soul left her body, she guessed, Qiu-Du, could he be that great man? Then why would he want to kill me? System notification. Player Qiu-Du gains 15 free attribute points for resolving a duel, plus 75 experience points. Congratulations on leveling up. Current experience 590, gained an additional 5 free attribute points. Anomaly in the 10,000 Poisons Cave dungeon has been resolved and recalculated. Congratulations to 5 players for clearing the Mage dungeon. System evaluation completed. Player rank Dragon Standard, rank Pressure, player rank Direction Sweep. Rank E, player rank Square Field. Rank E, player rank Yang Direction Enemy. Rank A, player rank Qiu-Du. Rank S, system will distribute rewards based on ranks, with rank S reward going to Qiu-Du. Additionally, 100 experience points, 10 free attribute points, and a rank A skill book. Congratulations on leveling up. Current experience 151000, rewarded 5 free attribute points. Qiu-Du reached level 10, able to protect himself in all the world. Items received include B-rank Mad Spider Armor, granting 800 additional health points, limited to level 11 beginners. Qiu-Du judged this armor ideal for his full-force contract skill. System notification, Mysterious Rubik, a block sealed with some power. Another strange Rubik exists. Mysterious Rubik has found its owner, binding and activating with the host. The host gains the ability to detect character attributes across 10 ranks. Focusing his thoughts, the young man automatically bonds with the Rubik block, which also has a latent unlockable ability. This power is already formidable. An NPC emerges from the gate. Congratulations to 5 players for completing the 10,000 Poisons Cave dungeon. Here is an additional reward. I will raise your morale by 20%. Yang Direction was shocked. Wow, Zuka, this reward is amazing. A 20% boost. Qiu-Du reluctantly wore a pained expression. Yes, actually my morale is 0. A 20% increase is still 0. This reward is useless. Square Field, on behalf of the team, thanked Qiu-Du. Thank you for saving us and helping us clear the dungeon. Yang Direction Enemy, saving Du, which university are you applying to? We got direct admission to Capital City. Capital City, we will definitely register. Qiu-Du returned to school at the cafeteria. Yang Direction leveled up. Ma Fei was shocked. You're already level 10. He thought the monster-slaying dungeon favored warriors, so they would level faster than mages. How could Qiu-Du? Even more shocking for the 2 girls was Yang Direction's drastically improved appearance. Compared to that, Qiu-Du, are you really Yang Direction Enemy? I find it hard to believe. Yes, the transformation was unexpected. He's now even more handsome than Ma Fei. Yang Direction, still puffing his cheeks while eating, thought, handsome, huh? I need to eat more to regain weight or OZW won't be safe next time. At this time, Ta Zio remembered everyone had direct admission. Not sure if OZW exams were needed this year. In the stellar records, the most important day is the university entrance exam, which selects the top talent. Students with direct admission still participate, aiming to become the top scorer. Becoming top scorer brings not just fame but also a rank 3 tool reward. Ma Fei excitedly, I want to join and claim the top warrior spot. I heard from my father the reward this year is different. The top scorer receives a rank S tool. Qiu-Du considered, if this year is a rank S tool, I must claim it. On the high-rise building, a strange voice echoed, 7.438, is this kid real? Level 10, how could he win? 9527, forget it, just catch and question him. After discussion, 2 men jumped from the roof in front of Qiu-Du, triggering the character attribute detection. Qiu-Du tensed, what's your business? You must be Qiu-Du, right? Brown-haired man. 9527, profession assassin, beginner level 16, strength 95, defense 28, agility 125, morale 25. Blue-haired 7438, profession assassin, beginner level 18, strength 105, defense 30, agility 135, morale 25. Looking at Qiu-Du, they couldn't believe this was the mage who killed Tuan Dong in the 10,000 Poisons Cave. Du thought, did they come because of the dungeon boss? Could they be Baiji Tuandong's followers? So Baiji is an organization. At that moment he was too focused on handling things. Du said, no, you've got the wrong person, I'm Ma Fei. 9527, foolish, scratching his head in apology. I said it couldn't be, sorry, we got the wrong person. This stupidity earned him a slap from 7.438. Fool, believe everything you hear. He suggested his teammate act. If Du is a mage, we must capture him. With lightning speed, they closed in on Du. Shocking thing was Du didn't dodge. The assassin is the mage's father. He didn't dodge, tricking us. Without hesitation, Du struck, causing 9527 to lose 197 health points. 7438 froze, a single punch severely injuring 9527. Even I couldn't have done that. Moreover, despite being hit by 2, he remained fine. With that defense and strength, he couldn't be a mage. Du looked at 7438, still want a fight. At this point, he smiled awkwardly. Ha ha ha, we're not acquainted if we don't fight. I'm Ma Fei, we mean no harm. Wrong person, sincerely sorry. I'm just a minor member ranked 7.438 in the organization. Let's stop here. Shen was quite surprised to see an 18th level assassin, yet his strength only ranked slightly above 7,000 in the Baiji organization. It might be best to let them report back, otherwise a larger retaliation might soon follow. After that, Yun Shen turned and left, but not before mocking. I hope you two find that Yun Shen soon. If you need any help, feel free to ask and I'll assist. Yun Shen was very curious. As soon as he got home, he searched online about Baiji. Baiji, a mythical divine beast, had a body as white as snow, 2 horns, and a lion-like shape with flame patterns on its limbs. It knew the names, shapes, and magical abilities of all the monsters in the world. For this reason, Baiji had long been regarded as a divine beast that exorcised evil and brought good fortune. But what exactly was the Baiji organization? Yun Shen couldn't find any information about them. He sighed, feeling that his identity would soon be exposed. It seemed he couldn't stay here much longer. His current strength, he was completely incapable of dealing with a secretive and powerful organization like Baiji. The only way to protect himself was to take the college entrance exam. Even an organization like Baiji wouldn't dare harm college exam candidates, as doing so would be a crime against society. Afterward, going to Jingdu University would ensure safety. Principal Bing Yang was the #1 sword cultivator in the world, known as the sword god of Bing Yang. If Jingdu University wasn't safe, then nowhere in the world could be considered safe. Yun Shen was also curious about the Rubik's Cube he found in the dungeon instance. Could it be a feature of personal dungeon instances? He wondered if it was an item left to him by his parents. But how could his parents have known he would go through this dungeon instance? And how could they have left something inside it? He thought about Tundong, Baiji, and his parents, not understanding what was going on. On the roof of the tallest building, Baiji had updated information about Yun Shen. 7,438 and 9,527 returned to report, but the information was wrong. This person is not a mage. He's very strong enough to injure 9,527. The man in the black robe asked, so the cause of Tundong's death hasn't been investigated yet. Useless, forget it. Tundong's death can be set aside for now. The next move of the organization in Sioux City is the most important. A few days later, at the 4th Academy, Yun Shen met with the principal in his private office. On, Yun Shen, is there something I can help you with? It's not that important. I just wanted to ask if you could help me check this Rubik's Cube. It's something I got from a personal dungeon instance. It seems to be sealed. Could you help me figure out how to open it? The principal stared at the Rubik's Cube for a while and then said, sealed. Without the code, the only way to open it is with a key to break the seal. Key to break the seal? Yes, the seal on this Rubik's Cube isn't very strong. The key to the seal can break it without damaging the content. Yun Shen immediately asked, can you tell me where I can find that key? E-rank dungeon, mechanical nation, be careful. This is an open dungeon and there may be players plotting against you. This is the city of machines in the mechanical nation, a region inhabited by humans. Yun Shen immediately went there, wondering, is this the mechanical dungeon? The principal had once said that in this place, machines developed consciousness and caused a war between humans and machines. In the end, both sides signed a peace treaty and this place was called the mechanical nation. Yun Shen realized this was the human region, the city of machines. The principal said that to get the key to break the seal, Yun Shen had to receive a hidden quest from the city lord Hua Jun of the city of machines. But how could he meet the city lord? Just then, Yun Shen encountered an old professor, and the situation suddenly changed. The old man mumbled some incomprehensible words as if calculating. MC squared equals HV in reality due to the particle, not the speed of light in a vacuum, assuming the performance of both is similar. No. The old man, engrossed, didn't notice and bumped into 2 tall, muscular youths. He fell backward and quickly apologized to them. One of the youths arrogantly said, "Old man, what's wrong with you? You bumped into someone while walking, was that on purpose? You hurt me, you need to pay for it." The other one also spoke up, "Yeah, pay up. The old man didn't know what to do except apologize, but they didn't let it go, continuing to threaten and extort him. Where's the money? This old man probably doesn't have any money, right? Yun Shen couldn't stand by any longer and stepped forward, saying, in broad daylight, you dare bully an old man like this. A fine young man like me can't ignore this. They looked at Yun Shen and their expressions changed. Mind your own business, or do you want to pay for him? Yun Shen said nothing more and clenched his fist. For you, words are useless, so let's use force. A punch was thrown and the silver-haired youth flew off, disappearing. The golden-haired youth saw this and hurriedly begged for mercy before running away. Yun Shen turned to the old man and asked, are you okay? The old man hesitated and said, I only have this little money. Yun Shen confidently replied, I'm a fine young man born in happiness and raised under the red flag. Please don't associate me with those scoundrels. Ah, thank you, but it's a pity that I have nothing to thank you with. By the way, I wanted to ask, you don't need to thank me, but could you point me in the direction of the city lord of the City of Machines? The old man was surprised. You want to meet the city lord? Yes, I need to find an item called the key to break the seal, which only the city lord Hua Jun has. The old man thought for a moment before answering. Coincidental, I can't help with anything else, but if it's about this, I can help you meet the city lord. Yun Shen was delighted. Really? Thank you so much. Let's go, but I must warn you first. Getting the city lord to give you something for free is not an easy task. Yun Shen confidently said, that's because you haven't seen my abilities yet. Actually, I only used a little strength just now. On top of the building, the two youths who had bullied the old man looked down, curious. Do you think the city lord will meet the person he wants to meet this time? Not sure, but that young man is the strongest player I've ever seen in the mechanical nation. Blitzrank, Professor Hua Jun will hold an academic conference tomorrow. This time, I don't care what method you use, but you must bring him here to me. Yes, Lord Mengde, we're finally here. The young man, the city lord you're looking for, is inside. This is the castle of City Lord Hua Jun. Yun Shen was puzzled. How could the old man walk around freely in here? But when he turned around, the old man was already gone. It's fine, no need to think about it. I need to find the city lord first, get the seal-breaking key, and then figure out the rest. Yun Shen walked in and was immediately shocked. What the hell is going on? You and the two guys? That's right, I am actually the city lord of the City of Machines. These are my two strongest guards in the City of Machines. Yun Shen was still in shock. But why are you doing this? Why the act? Because I need to find someone strong enough, someone stronger than my guards, and that person is you, Yun Shen. And you want the key to break the seal? If you do something for me, I'll give you the key. The system notified of the hidden quest. Tomorrow, I will hold an academic conference to announce my research on machines and organic life. But the robot faction that wants to seize my research results will not miss this opportunity. Yun Shen replied, I understand you want me to protect you during the conference. No, I need you to defeat the ruler of the mechanical nation and destroy the heart of the machine. Quest: defeat the ruler of the mechanical nation Mengde, destroy the heart of the machines, obtain the key to break the seal. Just some robots, no problem, I'll accept this quest. Next day at the main hall of the research conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a society with a highly advanced scientific and technological civilization. Humanity has developed thanks to nature and has formed the laws of life. Now, the development of computers and artificial systems has reached a level comparable to life itself. Can life be transformed into data and numbers? Artificial intelligence was developed to study these things. Although artificial intelligence can apply Turing's laws, we still cannot consider them to be living beings. Like the robots in the land of machines, even though they have their own consciousness, they cannot create new generations in the traditional way. Machines sustain their species. Jingdu stood frozen, not understanding at all. Where are those robots? Suddenly, the ceiling glass shattered. A robot with purple hair flew in and declared, flesh and blood may be fragile, but machines last forever. Professor Hua Jun threw the bag onto the weak person and collapsed into the arms of the robot. As soon as the robot appeared, everyone panicked. They shouted for security, demanding the robot leave, saying this was not the place for them. Robot stood in front of the young man with blonde hair, delivering a powerful punch with Vipro, hitting precisely with every blow. He laughed loudly. Ha ha, humans are so stupid. Jingdu couldn't contain his frustration. Clearly, he was not taking him seriously. The city lord glanced and then rushed forward, saying to Jingdu, their target is me. This time I'll go with them to the land of machines. I'm betting everything on you, Jingdu. Jingdu replied, I understand, city lord. Robot was still causing destruction and seemed incredibly pleased. Ha ha ha, see? This is the power of improved robots. I have the strongest body. Just then, another robot appeared from above. Its name was Mondstadt, and it suggested that City Lord Hua Jun follow him and told his people to stop. I will go with you. Professor Hua Jun thought it would have been better to comply earlier, immediately grabbing the City Lord. Meanwhile, the other robot was still wreaking havoc, laughing. Ha ha ha, Lord Mondstadt, you go ahead. take the old man outside. I want to play a little longer, Jingdu spoke out, saying, "Hey, this is the one who bragged about having the strongest body." He snapped back, "Cold, immortal / you guys don't understand the beauty and strength of improved machines." Jingdu was tired of the boasting. "Are you done talking? If you're done, I'll make my move," he challenged. "Kid, don't you want to join the robot side and improve yourself? Don't you want a perfect and powerful body?" Without letting him finish, Jingdu made his opening strike, causing his opponent to lose 306 points. The robot was a rare NPC named Blitzrank, level 11. Life 194 out of 500, strength 86, defense 40, agility 90, skill, mechanical cannon penetration. Blitzcrank was taken aback by Jingdu's strength. "Sorry, what you're saying I think I already have." Even though he had seen and heard it, Blitzcrank still couldn't believe it. "No way, how could a human break through my biomechanical body?" "How did you do that?" Jingdu replied without hesitation. "Just raise your hand and hit once." Blitzcrank fell but continued speaking. "How can a normal human body compare to a robot?" Jingdu seized the opportunity to relax. "Actually, I am the ancient body of humanity." Blitzcrank, now too scared to move, had Jingdu step on his back, dealing an additional 102 damage. "Be quiet if you don't want me to turn you into scrap metal. Take me to your land of machines." Jingdu held Blitzcrank tightly, as if riding a dragon. The city lord seemed to intentionally allow himself to be captured, wanting to lead Jingdu to the land of machines to destroy their heart. "City lord, don't worry, I'll complete the mission," Jingdu reassured. Meanwhile, Blitzcrank was flying while thinking, "This kid has such terrifying strength. Why did he let Lord Mondstadt take Professor Hua-jun earlier? Ancient body? Impossible, I have to report this to Lord Mondstadt." Soon, they arrived at the land of machines. Professor Hua-jun was kneeling in Mondstadt's room. "Professor Hua-jun, I apologize for bringing you here in such a rude manner. Don't worry, even if I die, I will not betray humanity and join the land of machines." "Professor Hua-jun, take a look at this. This is a mechanical heart being biologically synthesized, or rather, a creature is being manufactured. This heart combines human intelligence with the power of machines. I call it Ascension. With a weak body and a machine-ascended heart, Professor Hua-jun, join in this glorious process of evolution." The city lord continued, "Humanity voluntarily joins the robot side, becoming their tool. Someone like you is truly treacherous." Seeing the city lord's determination, Mondstadt continued to show something else. He pressed a button, and a series of people were sucked into the mechanical heart and eaten alive. At this moment, Jingdu was in a place with hundreds of robots. Detecting an intruder, Jingdu fought with the low-level robots barehanded. 1 free attribute point, plus 3 experience. Jingdu was very excited. Would have thought that fighting robots would also grant attribute points. Jingdu prepared to fight 10 robots at once. City Lord Hua-jun, witnessing the horrifying scene of machines devouring humans, was filled with rage. "You beasts. Professor Hua-jun, your anger won't solve anything. It's called Mata, actually a failed product. Initially, we wanted to create robots that live long, but instead, we created a monster that devours lives. Ate 1 person at first, now it's eaten 5. We don't know its limit. We invited you here to solve this problem. Of course, you can choose to turn a blind eye, but every day people will die because of this monster." The city lord thought to himself, "Jingdu, right now, all I can do is hope for you." At this moment, Mondstadt's subordinate came running to report, "Not good, Lord Mondstadt. A human with an ancient body is attacking our area." Immediately, Jingdu destroyed everything and appeared. "Hi, it's Jingdu here." The city lord was overjoyed when he saw Jingdu. "You finally made it," Mondstadt asked. "Are you the one who possesses the ancient holy body that Blitzrank reported?" "Welcome to the land of machines. Blitzrank is the Titan leader in this country. I never expected him to be defeated by you." Jingdu confirmed. "Mondstadt is indeed a rare NPC, level 15, life 2000 out of 2000, strength 118, defense 100, agility 108. Mechanical insect skill, mechanical dominion." Jingdu challenged, "Is there any shame in being obliterated by the ancient holy body? So what do you want to take revenge for him?" Jingdu was thrilled when he realized the future with increasing attributes. The system notified him that he had defeated the low-level robot with bare hands and earned 1 free attribute point and 3 experience points. Mondstadt was stunned, speechless. A normal human was far stronger than a robot altered by the Queen. The ancient body technique was Briggs rank true. If he joined the machine country to transform robots, he couldn't imagine what kind of monster would be created. It would surely be the strongest warrior in the world. After dealing with the others, Jingdu ran to the city lord and asked, "Han, are you okay?" "I'm fine, Jingdu, look over there. That's right, it's the Mata internal mechanism. Mata's mechanical heart, level 15, life value 2000, no strength, defense, or sensitivity. It seemed to be undergoing a change. As soon as he saw it, Jingdu noticed something was wrong. They were using humans to nourish this living machine. Q-do said, I see. City Lord, even if you don't remember me, I will destroy this mechanical heart. Professor Hua-jun fully trusts me, he depends on me. Mondstadt remained silent with another plan in mind, determined to recruit Q-do no matter what. He went straight to the point. The ancient body technique of humankind abandoned its frail body and joined the glorious evolution. Q-do wasn't interested, slowly moving towards the mechanical heart. Mondstadt still didn't understand what Q-do intended to do. The ancient body technique stepped forward, jumping inside and throwing a punch. Mondstadt couldn't react in time. The punch caused the mechanical heart to lose 404 points. Mondstadt immediately flew in to stop him. Ancient body of humankind, stop. Q-do glanced at him, feeling bothered. Don't interrupt. The system issued a warning as Q-do was about to attack. System warning, danger detected, hell-level danger. Please run immediately, master. Repeat, please run immediately. Before Mondstadt could react, he was hit, losing 288 health and thrown into the wall. He bared his teeth in fear. Q-do, your power is terrifying. We must keep him in the machine country. Standing before the heart, he wanted to finish it off. Q-do activated multiple consecutive punches. Q-do's eyes flickered, losing 404 health. He punched while cursing. Turtle, sinister and deep, break apart. After a while, the heart exploded. Q-do successfully destroyed the mechanical heart, earning 100 experience points. System notification. Q-do defeated the mechanical heart with bare hands, rewarding 3 free attribute points. Mondstadt panicked. Why did you destroy my eye? Do you know how much hope it holds for us robots? Q-do sighed. I can't imagine how many humans you've fed it. Looking closely at Mondstadt, he confirmed. You're clearly human, yet you call yourself a robot. Mondstadt said, don't be hasty, your turn will come. Wait, listen to me. Ancient body of humankind, although you're powerful compared to the great queen, you're not even a toenail, even if you destroyed my eye. The queen won't blame you, in fact, she'll give you the chance to redeem yourself. As long as you come with me to meet the queen, join the machine fold, she will forgive your crimes. Q-do was surprised. The queen, the ruler of the machine country, isn't she a monster? City Lord Hua-jun shouted loudly. Q-do, don't let him deceive you. Q-do replied. Don't worry, City Lord, I have no interest in the machine faction, I only believe in my own body. Mondstadt confidently thought, after seeing the greatness of the queen, Q-do would change his mind. Q-do agreed to meet the machine queen with him. As they walked, Mondstadt played dirty, releasing a mechanical parasite on Q-do, capable of transforming the host into a machine. Mondstadt secretly rejoiced. If the parasite successfully infests the ancient body, the queen will reward him. When the parasite was about to latch onto Q-do's neck, he gently crushed it. Q-do was furious. I knew you weren't sincere. Mondstadt pretended to be innocent. What? The consequence was a punch to the stomach, losing 240 health, but he still stood firm. He was truly an NPC level 15, able to take hits. Mondstadt yelled, damn, don't you want to meet the queen? You wait until now to strike at me. If I'm not mistaken, the queen you speak of is nearby, right? In that case, you don't need to lead the way anymore. He threatened Q-do. Don't refuse my invitation. Do you want to drink punishment wine? I'll break your limbs and hand you over to the queen. Either way, the queen will rebuild your body into a machine. Mondstadt threw a robotic punch at Q-do. Q-do threw a regular punch followed by a strong one, dealing 233 damage. Haven't had lunch yet, little brother. What? This is the ancient body. One final punch, he calmly grabbed his hand. I forgot, you guys don't need food. He gave him another hit, 240 health. Mondstadt, seeing his impending death, begged, stop, let me go. He was panicking, unable to move and kept taking hits. Q-do pressed his face to his, continuing to deal 260 damage. Mondstadt's life value was 432,000. The ancient body technique had to admit, at first he had underestimated him. Now he would give him the proper respect. Mondstadt got up again. This was his true form. Q-do judged, your true form is too ugly. Even if I die, I wouldn't choose to evolve into a robot. Mondstadt continued to throw a mechanical punch at Q-do. If it came down to a real fight, Q-do would want to get serious too. Q-do threw a normal punch, then followed with a strong one, dealing 480 damage. That situation had been quite dangerous. System notification. Q-do defeated NPC Mondstadt with bare hands, rewarding 15 free attribute points. Experience increased by 75. Congratulations, player, you have successfully leveled up. Current experience, 1100 rewarded with 10 free attribute points. Q-do became a beginner mage, very pleased with this achievement, completing a hidden quest. Received the key to lift the seal. The city lord's mission was complete and the key had been obtained. Q-do's next goal was to meet the machine queen. The system hadn't stopped yet, providing more top-tier equipment. Q-do stopped before the door, needing to input the password. He entered continuously, still getting it wrong, thinking if he had known, he wouldn't have destroyed Mondstadt. The system notified him of an incorrect password. He wondered who to ask for the password, looking at the girl inside, who seemed to be the queen. After hearing continuous incorrect password notifications, she guessed that this was a human. Based on previous experience after dealing with Mondstadt, The mission should be completed, so why was he still looking for her? Jingdu was annoyed, smashing the door open. The young man felt that using force was still the most convenient method. As soon as he saw a human girl in front of him, he was extremely surprised. "Hello, miss, why are you here?" he thought to himself. This person looks very strange. Seeing the girl looking confused, the young man asked again, "Excuse me, can you speak? What's your name?" The mechanical queen, Kyodu, was startled when she heard the response. She introduced herself as the Mechanical Queen, an epic NPC level 48 with 100,000 out of 100,000 life points. Her strength, defense, and agility were unclear, but she had puppet skill, divine beam, and death storm. When he learned that the girl in front of him had 100,000 life points, Kyodu was completely shocked. "Damn, an NPC with 100,000 health, this should be a rank a boss, right?" The young man turned around in confusion and waved his hand. "Miss, I mean, Your Majesty, I took the wrong way, I apologize, I'll leave right now." The Mechanical Queen wouldn't let him leave so easily. The Mechanical Queen immediately used chains to restrain him. Kyodu was bewildered by the immense strength, unable to resist. "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you." She closed her eyes and used the skill to read all of Kyodu's memories. Kyodu realized that this was the world outside and knew that this world wasn't real but a dungeon, a simulated world. The dungeon would reset after a while, everything returning to its original state. The simulated world had technical errors, so as long as one stayed in this room, they could avoid the dungeon reset. Kyodu couldn't remember how many resets there had been, but in all those resets, only he had appeared in front of her. He couldn't miss this rare opportunity. Kyodu understood the Mechanical Queen's actions just now. "You read my memories." "No, it's an exchange, I will show you mine." At this moment, Kyodu understood, not surprised that a rank D boss would have such high attributes and level. "Do you want to go outside?" "Yes. Then deal with me." A level 11 like him could not resist the world's operational rules. After hearing that, she used her sharp hand to stab into her chest. "What the hell are you doing?" The Mechanical Queen pulled out her heart from her body. "We can use the otherworld rules you mentioned. This is my heart, an S-rank item of mechanical creation." She threw the heart to Kyodu. "Here, take it. As long as you hold it, it will develop into another version of me. The item can be carried by the player. When a new body is formed, I will also have a clone to experience the outside world." Kyodu was shocked. "Aren't you afraid I'll go back on my word? Once you leave Ozawa, I won't be able to do anything to you." "I'm not afraid. I didn't find any record in your memories of you breaking your word. I just want to see the outside world with my own eyes." Kyodu was surprised by an NPC having its own consciousness and even planning to escape the dungeon. "So, have you decided, Kyodu? Is there any choice for me other than agreeing?" The Mechanical Queen showed happiness. "Thank you, alright, you can go now." The system announcement. Congratulations to player Kyodu for completing the Mechanical Nation dungeon. Achievement rating A. The system will award a prize based on the level. Player Kyodu has received an A-rank reward. Rewards include 50 experience points, 5 free attribute points, a B-rank skill book shaping spell, a C-rank item brass nucleus machine, C-level with an effect increasing attack power by 30%, profession restrictions none. The attack bonus was quite useful. Kyodu thought about asking the headmaster to open the Rubik's Cube. He returned but couldn't find the headmaster and the room was empty. If he waited any longer, it would waste time. The young man decided to use the key to unlock the Rubik's Cube first. After opening it, a dragon-shaped crescent blade appeared, a mature weapon. Kyodu was shocked as this was a legacy left by his parents. He wondered why it was a blade and had no upgrade attributes when he was a mage. At this moment, the headmaster hurriedly opened the door. "Oh my god, don't worry about the Rubik's Cube anymore. You must hurry to the exam or you'll miss the college entrance exam." The young man was still dazed, then suddenly realized, "Oh no!" He was at the exam site and asked the exam supervisor, "Can the exam begin?" Yang Xiang tried to delay. "Wait a minute. It's not time yet, not enough people." The students from the First Academy showed disdain for the Fourth Academy students. "Isn't the Fourth Academy just full of useless people? What's the difference between taking the exam or not?" Yang Xiang was angry after hearing this. They continued mocking. "The First Academy always has the highest university acceptance rate. Most of the top scorers come from our school. Last year, Long Tang from the First Academy became the top scorer in the combat department." "Got it. This year will be no different. The top scorer will still be from our school." The Fourth Academy students were frustrated. "Hurry up and go home. The college entrance exam is important. You must be scared and don't dare to come since it's not time yet." Yang Xiang supported himself and argued, "Who knows if the First Academy is better or worse? As long as I punch one person." "Oh really? You can punch one person, huh? Come here and try. I hope to see you at university so I can show you what a real punch is." Kaiyu was anxious. Why haven't they arrived yet? "The exam is about to start, Kyodu. Where are you?" Ma Fei anxiously spoke. "First Academy, listen to me clearly, your school's myth will end. My only opponent is Kyodu. Ma Fei was worried. Damn you, Kaiou, why aren't you here yet? Kaiou ran to the exam site and the supervisor couldn't wait any longer. The exam is about to start. Is your team ready? Can we wait a bit longer? Kaiou, if you're not here soon, you'll miss the college entrance exam. The young man appeared, calling out clearly. I'm here. Yang Xiang was excited. Kaiou, you finally made it. The first academy students looked at Kaiou and muttered, we had to wait this long because of this guy? Yeah, such a waste of time. Unable to take it anymore, they interrupted. It's not even time yet, why are you guys in such a hurry? Arrogantly responded, of course we're in a hurry, we'll send all you losers home and take the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Kaiou asked, where did these idiots come from? They were furious. You bastard, what did you say? Wait until we get on the stage, don't let me get my hands on you. Wow, are all First Academy students this arrogant? I hope you keep this attitude when we get on the stage. This year's top scorer in the college entrance exam is me, Kaiou, and none of you will take it. The blue-haired man, full of anger, was about to strike Yidu, but a team member stopped him. Our target is only the top university student. If you cause more trouble, don't complain. Before finishing, the blue-haired man hurriedly apologized. Miss Tu, I was wrong. Evil sect members felt it strange that they suddenly stopped causing trouble. The teacher announced, it's time. The official exam begins. I am the chief judge, Ken Dong. No lengthy introduction. The exam will use an elimination system based on accumulated points. Win round 1 and gain 2 points, lose round 1 and lose 1 point. Consecutive wins earn an extra point, but consecutive losses do not deduct more. After 10 rounds, the 10 students with the highest points will compete to determine the top student. I hereby declare the 3080th to Cheng University exam officially starts. Cheers echoed from the stands. Yidu stood in the Fa Yu area. This exam applied one-on-one rules with life values reduced only to the minimum, no deaths. It meant Yidu could act without holding back. The blonde-haired boy beside him was last year's top university student, Long Chuang. Who do you think will be the top student this year? Of course, the top student will be from the First Academy. In round 1, the examiner announced, on Arena 108, First Academy Long Daishan will fight 4th Academy Yidu. The two who just battled now faced each other directly on the floor. Unbelievable, meeting in the first round already. Yidu's expression remained unchanged. So your name is Long Daishan, quite an imposing name. See, Yidu slowly pronounced Long Daishan to provoke his opponent. The opponent was enraged. Are you asking for death? Don't say my name like that, I'll tear your mouth apart now. Before he could continue, the examiner asked clearly, done, are both sides ready? Something felt odd. All right, now both sides introduce themselves. Long Daishan was annoyed. Damn it, why these rules? Can't we just fight? Yidu was puzzled too. Still have to follow procedures, whatever the examiner says, you obey. First Academy Long Daishan, level 9 Lightning Mage. 4th Academy Yidu, level 11 Beginner Soul Mage. Hearing this, Long Daishan was shocked. Beginner? The examiner was also surprised. He thought reaching beginner before the exam seems like a potential top student. All right, introductions complete, begin the battle. Long Daishan tried to stay calm. Damn it, whatever. Lightning magic counters soul. Anyway, beginner or not, I might still win. He activated the thunder ring barrier, surrounding himself with lightning. Yidu didn't care, letting him display. A vortex of power swirled around Long Daishan. Everyone marveled at the lightning mage's power. I heard only 1 in 10,000 lightning mages can awaken, almost catching up to hidden professions. Yes, lightning mage is recognized as the strongest by elemental mages, but it seems he's on defense. He's defending by himself. Lightning mages aren't good at defense. Everyone turned to discuss Yidu. He's Long Daishan's opponent, why make a lightning mage defend? Long Daishan challenged. Come, let me see the strength of your soul mage, Yidu. He felt anxious and curious seeing Yidu not using magic tools. Not attacking, overconfident. Higher level but lightning counters soul. Elder Tight sighed, unwilling to say more. The mysteries can't be revealed, just watch patiently. How is he not summoning soul? If he doesn't, defeat is inevitable. Elder Tight sighed again. He is a student we recruited directly into Capital University before. Just watch, I won't say more. Elder Tight only replied, showing full confidence in Yidu, who had already defeated a Capital University admissions teacher. Long Chuang also looked on with disdain and curiosity. Let me see how a soul mage fares against a lightning mage. Yidu made his first moves. Long Daishan panicked. Here he comes, what is he doing? Hasn't he summoned soul? Yidu remained calm as he lost 92 HP, charging into the thunder ring. Long Daishan was shocked. What kind of monster are you? Dare enter my thunder ring? Aren't soul mages resistant to lightning? Long Daishan couldn't believe it. Yidu's audacity surprised the audience. Damn, is this a battle between mages? Mages supposed to fight loudly? Is this kid reversed? Yidu equipped a device called Brass Newbie's Grade C, which boosts critical chance. Yidu smiled slyly and charged. I'll use you to test my new device. Long Daishan panicked. Wait, what are you doing? Yidu punched hard, sending Long Daishan flying. Remember this, you owe me. Audience rubbed their eyes in disbelief. What did I just see? I'm not dreaming, right? A soul mage using his body against lightning. Elder Tight watching beside him frown. Using the body against lightning, I've seen that. But this guy's single punch cost over 1000 HP. You call this a soul mage? Elder Tight was excited. Soul mage's strength. Yidu trained in martial arts since childhood, movements and strikes are refined. Long Chuang smiled. A soul mage capable of this. With physical power like this, how strong is his soul magic? Truly makes people eager to watch. Someone rushed in urgently. Long Daishin has been defeated. 4th Academy student with just one punch. Alright, got it, give him a bit of trouble. The top university student can only be from the 1st Academy. Outside, people murmured excitedly. This must be a hidden profession competing in the mage exam against a lightning mage. Even steel humans couldn't do it. Passerby asked, is he Saitama? Yidu stood there, laughing loudly, thrilled. Thanks for the recognition. At that moment he received an invitation from the exam council. Hello, please accompany us for a check. Your performance was unexpectedly good. Someone reported you for cheating. We need to check you. Yidu was surprised. What? Just for performing well they want to check me? Is there no law anymore? So how do you explain being a mage capable of such high damage attacks? Yidu replied simply, I have innate power. Elder Tight sighed, take him first. Even though Kaido tried to explain his innate power, everyone still dragged him away, leaving everyone astonished. Spirit mage Vong Lin was taken. Wasn't that cheating? It was hard to believe that a melee mage could reduce over 1000 points with just a punch. Someone else was even more thrilled. Elder Zai, the elemental contestant, was led away by the judges, and that kid hadn't used any underhanded tricks. Ha ha ha, just watch. Seeing Kaido taken, Ma Fei harbored hope. If Kaido was so skilled at the Dream Village, could it really be cheating? Everyone from 1st Academy crossed their arms and watched. I told you, how could a mage strike with that level of damage? It had to be cheating. I guessed that the urine sample contained nothing but stimulants. No need to guess, just wait for the announcement. After inspection, it would state that his results were void due to cheating. Yang Xiang felt frustrated but held back. That's right, just wait and see. Kaido returned to reclaim the top spot, they would cry. They continued to linger. Aha, they should pray for his return before speaking. Meanwhile, Kaido was led to the examination room. Confident young man pushed Oi Feng through the test without hesitation. Indeed, geniuses often invite suspicion. Immediately, the machine reported no abnormal data. The old teacher still didn't believe it and asked Kaido to pass through again. The young man accepted even 100 trials. The machine still reported no abnormalities. The teacher stubbornly checked whether the testing door was faulty. The staff confirmed the testing door was fine. No issues, so the kid had relied solely on physical strength to land a blow over 1000 points. A melee mage like this had never appeared before. So should this contestant be allowed back into the arena? The old man still wasn't convinced. If the data was normal, check the urine for banned substances. If the urine was clean, he could return. The second match was about to start. Miss Tu stood observing. The other boy might not make it back in an hour and a half. If the time ran out, the match would automatically declare him defeated. They waited anxiously for Kaido's return. The absent contestant was Spirit Mage Vong Lin. He hadn't come back yet. Was it really cheating? I suspected the kid of cheating. Otherwise, how could he knock off over 1000 points? Kaido was supervised into the restroom. According to the rules, judges must oversee the entire sample collection. Kaido closed the restroom door, looking mischievous. I was mainly worried he might be scared into falling. Relax, we've undergone special training. Just as he entered, people kept knocking during the urine test. Supervisor, don't cry, asked Dudasai. I warned him not to follow, it would scare him. Don't cry, it's not your fault. After the test, the supervisor delivered the results to the senior examiner. Kaido's urine test showed no issues. Understood. Let the kid continue. Looking at the records, he was stunned. Turns out he was Kaido Anking's son, a mage capable of harming 500 university-level students with a single attack. Ha ha ha. This boy would bring many more surprises. Yang Xiang began to worry. If Kaido didn't appear, would he be penalized with defeat? The 1st Academy students continued to linger, still wanting to compete despite suspicion. The mage had reduced over 1000 points with a single punch. Unbelievable, right? If expelled, he wouldn't return. Caillou had just updated the info and was furious. The judging panel said someone reported him, prompting Kaido's test. It was you people, wasn't it? Young lady, one can be careless with food but not with words. Do you have evidence proving it wasn't us? Even if correct, what could you do? Everyone doubted the absurd attack power. See, even the judges thought he cheated. Yang Xiang was furious and shouted. Kaido definitely didn't cheat. He was about to return to compete. Aha, they remained in their subjective mindset. Surely they thought his results would be voided soon. Friends stood up to defend Kaido and Ma Fei spoke as well. It seemed they feared Kaido taking the top university spot. Their plan was about to fail. Even without Kaiodu here, the top spot still belonged to Ma Fei. Just then, Kaiodu appeared as the judges were about to declare the other side victorious. Fortunately, Kaiodu announced loudly, "I'm here." The exam officer declared the match started. Looking at Kaiodu's face, it was clear he was ready for revenge. The usual introduction before each match. 4th Academy Kaiodu. Spirit Mage Vong Lin, rank 11 novice. At this moment of ceremony, the audience buzzed. It's Spirit Mage Vong Lin, he's back. So he didn't cheat. He truly could punch off over 1,000 points. First Academy students darkened their faces, not expecting Kaiodu's return. His opponent declared firmly, "You don't need to know my name. Since you're here, I concede. I don't want to take a punch worth over 1,000 points." After saying that, the young man ran away. He begged Du, craving a punch. "Hey, just let me take one hit, only one, please." Before finishing, the judges declared Kaiodu of 4th Academy the winner. Accumulated points +3. Thus, Kaiodu won 2 consecutive matches, total points 5. Kaiodu didn't like such easy victories. First Academy friends convened, whispering, "That Spirit Mage Vong Lin is back." But now, the report only aimed to spite him. If he didn't cheat, of course he returns. "No problem, I have a way to eliminate him. No one will take the university top spot from us." The following matches proceeded. As soon as the judge announced the start, the opposing team surrendered again. Kaiodu felt like going insane. "Why surrender again? Don't you have pride? Didn't you shout bravely and charge at me?" The opponent turned away, only feeling the pain of the real strike. In round 4, they continued to surrender, raising the white flag. By round 8, it was the same. Kaiodu only heard surrendering nonsense. He desperately wanted to hit someone seriously. First Academy worried, Spirit Mage Vong Lin won 8 consecutive matches, possibly qualifying for the direct elimination round. Tu launched her plan, coordinating connections to arrange Shitio Rong of 2nd Academy to face Kaiodu in round 9. Would Shitio Rong obey this arrangement? Tuk had made meticulous calculations. This was the university entrance exam, and she couldn't just follow her own desires. If she wanted to achieve good results, she would have to give it her all. Everything was set. In the 9th round, the 2nd Academy, Yun Shen, would face off against the 4th Academy. Her beauty left the young men in the stands speechless. "Oh my, that's Yun Shen. She's so beautiful, I'd rather break my bones and make soup for her." The judge declared the introduction to begin. "This girl seems very straightforward and strong." 2nd Academy, Yun Shen, level 11, junior ice maid. The teacher from the opposing team seemed quite pleased and confident. "Hey, Old Tai, is she the best seedling of the 4th Academy?" Facing Yun Shen, this match will be really tough. Old Tai could only sigh. "Ah, you guys don't understand Kaiodu." Once again, Kaiodu confidently introduced herself. The young men were surprised, thinking the opponent would give up, but no, she even countered, saying, "Why should I do that?" Hearing that, Kaiodu felt delighted. Wow, finally, someone who won't admit defeat. The crowd in the stands began to murmur. "Oh my, is this kid really going to fight Yun Shen head-on? Does this kid dare to do that? If he hurts Yun Shen, I'll throw dog poop at his house in the middle of the night." Ridiculous, how can he use such a terrifying weapon on a beautiful girl like her? In reality, there was no need to remind him, as Kaiodu smiled brightly, seeing them angry. "Ha ha ha, I was just kidding. How could one use violence on such a beautiful woman?" Kaiodu began swinging his hands, activating his power. Before anything else could happen, the judge exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my, is this really a soul mage?" Yun Shen looked worried. She had never encountered such a unique maid. As Kaiodu charged forward, Yun Shen immediately activated an ice wall. The young man smiled, smashing through the ice as if relieving stress. Yun Shen was anxious. She couldn't let him get close, but her skill could only hold Kaiodu back for a maximum of 2 seconds. As soon as he broke through the ice, Kaiodu soared into the air. Yun Shen tensed, concentrating fully. Finally, she had waited long enough for him to leave the ground. "Kaiodu, you are very strong but too arrogant. Your 8 consecutive victories end here." The girl activated the eternal ice wall perfectly, freezing her opponent completely without a hitch. The young men around her were thrilled and admired the goddess, for even though it was just a basic technique, she had been able to safely seal her opponent. Shitio Rong truly lived up to her reputation as the daughter of ice, while Kaiodu wasn't much stronger. Knowing this, I regretted not surrendering sooner. At that moment, the academy's second teacher stepped out confidently. Old Tai realized that Shitio Rong from his school was still stronger than his own student. Calmly, Old Tai replied, "Don't rush, everyone, let's watch." Shitio Rong confidently turned to the judge. "Teacher, haven't I won already?" According to the rules, victory goes to the one whose opponent either surrenders or whose health drops to 1. However, he was still losing health, showing that his health hadn't run out. Shitio Rong helplessly suggested to Kaiodu, "Surrender, you've lost." Enduring wouldn't help, it would only prolong the pain. At this rate, his health would soon run out. Kaiodu, still innocent with wide eyes, didn't realize that his health hadn't fully depleted. Just then the ice block cracked. Shu Tio Rong activated the eternal ice wall again, making the ice layer thicker. The girl was worried, unsure of how powerful Kaido really was, and didn't expect him to easily break free from the ice wall. Kaido smiled maliciously. Hey, how much mana do you have left? Shu Tio Rong was terrified. Why hasn't his health run out? I've run out of mana. At that moment Kaido shattered the eternal ice wall. Heh, cousin, I'm out. Kaido pointed at Shu Tio Rong, seemingly unwilling to surrender. He launched a decisive strike, causing Shu Tio Rong to lose 260 points. Everyone around her was furious. Oh my goddess. That bastard didn't appreciate the goddess and dared to attack her. The young man chuckled lightly. How can you blame me? This is a competition. Shu Tio Rong's health reached 1. The judge announced Kaido as the winner, and he earned 3 accumulated points. Old Tai proudly said, Look, I told you no one can stop Kaido this time. Shu Tio Rong struggled to stand. Teacher, I'm sorry. Kaido responded, It's fine, you did your best. Don't worry, your accumulated points are enough to enter the arena. This isn't your fault, it's all that bastard's doing. He offended the profession of sorcerers. Kaido stood there passing judgment, thinking the teacher was biased against the talented students. It seemed they thought that physical training didn't count as being a sorcerer. Just then, a member from the First Academy reported to Teacher Su that Shu Tio Rong also couldn't defeat Kaido from the Fourth Academy. Teacher Su was furious. What now? That guy has won 10 consecutive battles and entered the arena. The Second Academy really was weak, unable to even defeat the Fourth Academy. So she decided to take action. In the Second Academy's break room, Shu Zio Rong was called by the teacher. Zio Rong, how do you feel about facing Kaido today? Opponent has unreasonable strength. I just checked the battle chart and it turns out your opponent isn't Kaido. Are you saying someone changed my opponent? Shu Tio Rong was stunned. Is this to prevent me from entering the arena? Not exactly based on strength, the one who was confused is Kaido. Does he know about this? Should I tell him? Shu Tio Rong hesitated, then decided to meet Kaido. Are you saying someone tampered with my battle chart? That would make us fight each other, wouldn't it? Exactly, his goal is to fight you. Be careful, he may try to deal with you in the arena. Shu Tio Rong sighed. Such underhanded tactics, and in the end he didn't even show his face. If he revealed himself, just one punch would be enough to defeat him. In the arena, Kaido and Gu Su stood together, not realizing the one who was scheming against them. 10 rounds of battles ended and the arena rules were established. The official battle began and the top 10 strongest contestants appeared. The highest stands as he stepped out, Kaido held hope. Come out, you little rat hiding in the shadows, let's see if you dare challenge me. His appearance made the atmosphere even more tense. How the Necromancer sorcerer went up first. Does he want to hold the stage one-on-one? A muscular young man jumped out, accepting the challenge. Only a genius can have the title of top scholar. Clearly, I am that genius. Kaido licked his lips, preparing to counterattack. Kaido landed a hit, causing his opponent to lose 354 health. The man collapsed to the ground. The Fourth Academy, Kaido successfully defended the arena. People began to doubt that Kaido was truly the Necromancer sorcerer. If no one could stop him, he would definitely be the top scholar of the competition. The crowd cheered, enthusiastically supporting Kaido. Go, successful defense, great success. I'm a fan of Kaido. He heard his name being shouted and smiled. Now, the little rat hiding in the shadows probably can't stand it anymore, right? At that moment, Teacher Su appeared and challenged him. The title of top scholar is only worth 5 million. Kaido didn't understand. What is he talking about? Teacher Su continued. I'll give you 5 million, just surrender. I've investigated you, you're just an orphan with nothing except your parents' house. You have nothing, 5 million is enough for you to live the rest of your life. This remark provoked Kaido's sense of pride. You think Kaido is someone you can belittle. This is the top scholar competition of Sioux City, my dream. You think it's only worth 5 million, you need to raise the price. How truly low class. Kaido bluntly replied, not much, 100 million would be enough. If you offer me 10 billion, I wouldn't refuse. Teacher Su realized that Kaido was just taunting him. He glared, his anger rising. You don't want my offer? Don't blame me for being rough with you. Kaido understood his attitude, seeing clearly that this man really hated him and probably had some shady dealings going on. Next person to enter the arena was Teacher Su. First Academy, beginner dark sorcerer. Teacher Su, I humbly ask for guidance. Teacher Su activated the Dark Servant skill. The battle between the Dark Sorcerer and the Necromancer sorcerer promised to be thrilling. Kaido sighed, you don't need to summon those things, just your own strength is enough. Facing the Dark Servants, he felt a bit confused. What kind of monsters are these? So tough. These minions are like iron, their bodies are as strong as steel. This is the first feast I've prepared for you, Kaido. Do you like it? Kaido only used one weapon, knocking everything around him aside, dealing with the minions, relying solely on brute strength with nothing else. Want to see if your little toys really work or not? Kaido raised his weapon high and struck straight at the monster in front of him. There were still 3 left, and Teacher Su began to worry. Dark minions were also struck down by Kyodu, his muscular power truly astounding. Meanwhile, Kyodu was enjoying playing with each of them, dealing with one more. Now for the final word, after taking care of all the targets. Next was the name of the cultist. Kyodu rushed toward the spot where the cultist was standing. He did not avoid the attack but continued explaining that the haunted minions I assisted were not for the war. He activated the sacrifice to conform the shadow technique. Flash struck directly into the cultist's body. The attack caught him off guard. If it weren't in this world, the haunted sorcerer might have been finished. Kyodu was too strong. However, the man also surprised Kyodu when his severed arm healed. Can't deny it, you're truly strong. In this entire city, the only person capable of defeating my haunted minions, forcing me to use the sacrifice, is you. After the shoulder wound, Kyodu realized that attacking him only affected the man's body. He didn't attack directly at his body, it would solve nothing. The cultist took out a sharp knife, but you wouldn't think that if you didn't attack me, there would be no consequence, would you? He spoke as he plunged the knife into his left chest. When he did that, all the pain transferred to Kyodu, causing him to spit blood and lose 50 points. The cultist appeared excited, self-satisfied. Kyodu, admit defeat. You're no match for me. If you admit defeat now, the conditions I promised can still apply. Heroes don't easily submit, Kyodu replied bluntly. Take this, you monkey. The cultist was surprised again, his internal organs pierced through, yet Kyodu seemed unaffected. If you're this stubborn, don't blame me. He continued to stab himself with the knife. Kyodu continued to bleed and had to admit that although it hurt, the cultist kept attacking. The cultist even intended to stab further down and acted menacingly. Kyodu realized his intent and immediately sensed danger, demanding he stop. The provocation angered Kyodu and he attacked. This time, the man lost an arm once more. Kyodu also tasted pain and lost 496 points. The unfortunate youth, when attacking recklessly, ends up hurting himself. What is this? Excessive attack power is not always a good thing. What's the limit of this kid's skill? Could it be the black energy? Kyodu thought for a moment and said, I've seen your skill now. If I'm right, keep using it and you'll vanish. The cultist was still fearless. Oh, you saw through my skill. If you're not afraid of dying, go ahead and try. Kyodu unleashed a powerful strike against the cultist. You didn't think I'd notice you secretly casting a spell, did you? Alright, time to test my thoughts. Now don't dodge if you've got the skill. Try using a counterattack skill. The cultist wouldn't back down from verbal sparring. Dodge, if I dodge now, I'll call you my father. Kyodu jumped and raised his fist high. The cultist activated the haunted guardian. Two forces clashed, tightening like a taut string. Kyodu smiled and asked, if I'm wrong, why are you still defending? Did you say I couldn't avoid it? The cultist took the blow and lost 125 points, confused and recalculated. His haunted guardian still couldn't withstand Kyodu's attack. Is he stronger than a normal boss? Kyodu thought it was time to end it. The cultist wasn't convinced. I'll hold on to the last second and activate the sacrifice to conform the flesh technique. After completing the transformation, he declared, in this state, even a body-refining cultivator of the same sex can't defeat me. What do you have to fight me with? He confidently asserted that in this form, no demon could defeat him. The cultist shouted, the top scholar title is mine and you should leave. Seeing his vigor, Kyodu also smiled, pushing his full power. Despite the powerful attack, he had become sturdier. After merging the four haunted energies, he seemed to have gained the essence of the haunted. The cultist charged toward Kyodu, ignoring martial ethics. Are you looking for hell? The moment they clashed, the arena seemed to explode. With his nimble speed, Kyodu dodged each of the cultist's kicks. In a brief moment, the cultist had grabbed Kyodu's leg, forcing him to taste the divine foot strike. The audience in the stands grew increasingly entertained. This is the arena for those sorcerers, right? How come those two act like they're head warriors? Does this mean the trend now is close combat sorcery? The two people in the stands exchanged looks. These two are the ones from the Baiji group whom Kyodu tricked. Now they stood there angrily. His name is Kyodu, not Mafe. Who's in charge of him? Maybe they've all joined our Baiji group. On the arena floor, the cultist was increasingly surprised. It can't be. What kind of dark spell did you use to match me? Kyodu coldly responded, match you? Are you sure? The cultist grew worried. His haunted conform the flesh had limits. It's been a while. You've forced me, Kyodu. Sacrifice, conform the flesh technique. The academy instructor noticed his student was causing chaos and immediately suggested the cultist stop. The cultist was now completely insane. It's too late. The top scholar title is mine. I'll prove I'm better than my older brother. The top scholar of last year's exam stood there thinking. It seems his older brother was also a top scholar, which put pressure on him. After he went mad, Kyodu not only wasn't afraid but even enjoyed dancing around. That's right, this is how it should be. Keep shouting your reasons, Kyodu said, then rushed forward. The cultist is finished. Now to bleed Kyodu, losing 141 points. Kyodu glanced, then immediately countered. This has gone beyond the limits of the competition, let them be. Wait a minute, Kyodu said. The problem is there's no one to stop those kids now. A girl of unknown identity decided to take both young men away and prepare for a fight. The cultist remained mad, shouting, Why are you still waiting? Kyo-do provoked him, Don't ask me, I'm the boss here. This made the cultist angrier, punching wildly. When he lost control, Kyo-do delivered a punch to his face, shattering the black shield. The cultist stood stunned. Did I lose? Judge declared, Kyo-do wins. Kyo-do had won, no surprise there. Suddenly the old instructor shouted, Reckless fool, do you want to die? Kyo-do turned back, confused, wondering what had happened. In an instant, everyone had been captured. How did this happen? Kutuk Shitio wrong, even they were captured. Kyo-do wondered, Is this a plan to gather talented students? Just then, a woman in black stepped forward. Are you awake now? Sorry, we had to use this method to invite you here. Kyo-do appeared upset, raising his hands bound tightly. Is this what you call an invitation? She smiled. Don't worry, we won't harm you. We just want to see your talents. Let me introduce myself. I'm Huazai, the person in charge of the Baiji city area. Yang Xiang and Ma Fei have also just woken up. Kyo-do was suspicious. Baiji, what's that? Is it an organization? Kyo-do's sharp gaze pierced her. Baiji dares to take action. This is a truly formidable organization. Shitio Rong and Kutuk also spoke up. What do you want? Kidnapping contestants is no small crime. Release us immediately. Huazai laughed loudly. If you don't want to face danger, just stay put and wait. She glared menacingly. If anyone tries to escape, I'll make sure they suffer a fate worse than death. Kyo-do looked at her, his eyes cold. Go ahead, try it. You understand the question, so why capture us and bring us here? Universities need to recruit talent, and so do we. Selecting new candidates yourself is too complicated. It's easier to take what's already available. One person from the first academy immediately panicked, shouting that this was impossible. We've never heard of a Bach track before, release us at once. After a minute of arguing, the young man was kicked to the ground by her. Have no other choice. Once you understand Bach track's strength, you'll willingly join. Refusing is choosing death. I trust you are all intelligent. Don't even think about escaping to the inner world. Your handcuffs are custom made. Just now, the senior guardian shot arrows to deal with imposter insiders who sneaked onto the arena. There are insiders among us. The urgent task is to save the contestant. At that moment, someone from behind spoke. Advanced Bow Level 35 Junior Guard. Surprisingly, Judge Su Cheng was that person. Who are you? Why attack the contestants? Ha, do you think I'll tell you? The senior guardian immediately fired an arrow at him, but the image vanished. An illusion? Turning around, the junior guard stood right before him and attacked. So old, yet so hot-tempered. Careful, you'll die early otherwise. Right now, the entire stone mountain is being excavated by the senior guardian. Are you okay? I'm fine. What about the others? They've captured 10 contestants. We can't stop them. 10 Q-do Gusu Shishioro. Hearing those names made the old teacher even angrier. The principals of the 4th and 1st academies also arrived. Senior guardian, if the captured are geniuses, they aren't in immediate danger. We still have a chance. With such trained and spontaneous actions, this is clearly not a normal organization. No one dares to risk so much to target contestants. Suddenly, someone from the organizers ran over in panic. Senior Guardian, bad news. Not only Su Cheng but contestants from 4 cities have been captured. Same method, likely the same organization. The Senior Guardian went mad, ordering immediate investigation. No matter what, we must protect the 10 contestants. Another corner, Q-do struggled with the custom handcuffs. The cultivation youth he had subdued still stood tall. Haha, just some trash handcuffs and they think they can challenge me. I'm the cultivator, he said, arching his back to resist without success. Q-do sat beside him, trying gently but sighed it was too easy. HMPH, Bach track stuff is low quality too. The young man went to each person to help remove their handcuffs. After finishing, one person refused Q-do's help. Gusu opened his mouth, face serious. No need, thanks. Ignoring him, Q-do took a weapon to break the window, imprisoning them. Yuazai sensed something wrong and immediately ordered the vehicle to stop. She turned back, gun in hand, surprised to see everyone had escaped. That guy is a level 20 cultivator. How could he break these handcuffs? Did you manage that? Q-do stroked his chin, smirking. I knew you wouldn't sleep tonight if I didn't tell you, but goodbye. With that, all contestants returned to the inner world. Yuazai could do nothing, helpless with worry. By the time they returned from the inner world, Su Cheng's people would likely have arrived. Q-do, I'll remember your name. Upon entering the dungeon, Q-do received a mission. Go to Ling-Su Mountain to prevent Hanba from reviving difficulty E. Mission rewards are classified by player evaluation. Q-do disguised as a zombie, looking around but saw no one capable of facing the enemy. He guessed this was a randomly teleported dungeon. Destroying the bronze gong and the soul-binding gong in the NPC's hands seemed to allow free action. Suddenly 2 people ahead turned pale, shouting, "Master, the Joy God has revived." The old master in front was annoyed. "Why are you going mad at midnight? The Joy God can't come back to life. How can a dead body sprout fur, nails, and teeth? All the lessons I taught you, have you returned every word to me?" The old man looked at Q-Do, then turned away. The student behind hesitated, explaining, "But master, I really saw it." A great sword appeared in the Joy God's hand. "How many times must I say it? The Joy God's stiff body can't wield a sword," Q-Do guessed. "Seems these two are NPCs. Following them should lead quickly into the dungeon." He decided to follow closely, hands raised like a zombie. Entering a room full of talismans, the master told the youth to watch the Joy God while he handled some tasks. The youth stayed alone, terrified, repeatedly bowing and begging, "Joy God, please don't revive." At that moment, two people kicked the door open, carrying a coffin. The old man puffed on his pipe, stopping to look at Q-Do. "Your method, huh? You're very sharp, Gutu Xian. What is your relation?" The young man stammered. "Gutu Xian is my master. Are you the coffin carriers?" The old man sneered. "Disciples of Gutu Xian have some perception. Where is your master? He has business, will return later." He turned to Q-Do, surprised. "Wow, the corpse isn't decayed, slightly warm, still elastic. This body must have recently died." He poked Q-Do with his pipe. The youth panicked. "Senior, don't disrespect the Joy God. You collide with the Joy God, consequences are unimaginable." The coffin carrier shouted, "Joy God, it's just a corpse. What harm in disrespecting it? You're just a few sharp people who call corpses Joy Gods. If it dares to cause trouble, my funeral staff isn't for show." The pale youth stammered, "What you're doing is wrong, disrespecting the Joy God." The old man continued poking Q-Do with the pipe. "This kid is handsome too. If sold to the rich clan, he'd fetch a good price. Bung Luke, take the body away." Bung Luke was about to rush forward, but the youth blocked him. "No, acting like this makes you robbers. My master won't forgive you." Bung Luke slapped the youth. The NPC youth replied firmly, "If you take another step, I'll risk my life against you." Bung Luke sneered and kicked the youth in the stomach. Useless, a little skill and still stubborn. Q-Do couldn't hold back, corpse or not, he had to speak. After a sigh, all three were startled. Q-Do snatched a talisman and shouted. The NPC youth panicked. "Joy God, indeed that is the corpse." Q-Do gripped his staff tightly and said that even without intending to strike, he hadn't reached Ling Su Mountain yet, so he couldn't allow them to be sold. He lunged at the old man carrying the coffin, who immediately activated the demon water staff, but was still deflected by a powerful strike from Q-Do. After tumbling a few times, the old man realized Q-Do was alive, not a corpse. Bung Luke also attacked, shouting to stop pretending, and struck directly at Q-Do's face. Yet Q-Do remained calm, causing the coffin-carrying old man to begin fearing him. Are you a person or a corpse?" Q-Do replied proudly. "To be honest, I don't even know." At that moment, the system announced that his corpse transformation status was active, increasing his defense by 100 points. The corpse shock tactic was still effective against players. Q-Do realized he was being controlled by soul-manipulating spirits, but thanks to his high health and no need for mana, he remained unaffected. The old man recited a spell, holding 2 talismans. Bung Luke was ordered to stop Q-Do so he could use the corpse shock to control the monster. He charged provocatively, but Q-Do did not yield and slammed the ground to block Fung Luke's legs. He nearly collapsed, signaling SOS to call his master. When he turned back, the old man had already fled. Fung Luke stayed behind, cursing, "Bo Tianda, you are truly despicable." Q-Do laughed. "Don't worry, he won't escape," then pursued at full speed, splitting Bo Tianda's body in 2 with a strike, shocking Fung Luke. After defeating the old man, Q-Do turned to deal with Fung Luke, punching him squarely in the face. The system announced that player Q-Do had defeated NPC Bo Tianda, gaining 75 experience points. Q-Do received an additional 10 attribute points and 50 experience points after defeating NPC Fung Luke. Once finished, he curiously opened the coffin and found it contained a spirit-sealing coffin. The strange patterns on the coffin had special effects when inside. The young man was startled to see Ma Bing Xuan was Ta Zhu, who suddenly sat up, asking, "Are you using this to recognize me?" Q-Do smiled. "Ah, ha ha, you're awake." Ta Zhu asked why he was in the coffin. Q-Do crossed his arms, roughly understanding that the 10 people in the dungeon would turn into monks to complete the mission. Young NPC stood dumbfounded, not understanding what had happened. Fearful, he asked, "Great Joy Deity, do you have any questions?" Q-Do got straight to the point. "We want to go to Ling Su Mountain, take us there." He replied, "Sure, my master and I were going to Ling Su Mountain anyway." Gutu Xian turned back. "Master, these are 2 joy deities we've captured." Q-Do said, "Your kid has this kind of skill too." Q-Do decided to leave as time was tight. A few hours later, they arrived at Ling Su Mountain, Xiao Xing village. Ahead was a tomb with unusual energy. Tailed dragons planted, grass burning, the tomb recessed and elevated. Shu Qilong lowered the dragon, carefully placed the coffin into the deep tomb, Tianbo Ming repaired the shrine, everything completed. Talismans floated around. Gutu Xian had just arrived. Great Master ordered them to wait inside. The disciples were instructed, "Child, handle the joy deities properly." Outside, Qiudu's classmates lined up. Upon meeting, Yang Xiang Dai and Qiudu were overjoyed. The NPC gaped. "How are all the joy deities alive again? Am I crazy?" 5 great masters gathered inside. The joy deities were ready, marking the 5th negative point. They hoped for no mistakes. After confirming readiness, the old master decided to enter the emperor's tomb tonight. They led the monks along, dispelling the eerie space and talisman. Qiudu said, "Senior brother, all the joy deities have been delivered." Qiudu asked, "Can we leave now?" The old master refused, shouting, "Where do you think you're going?" Then he chanted, using corpse sounds and sacrifices to control. He used human blood as a sacrificial offering, commanding the world. The others were trapped by the senior brother, shocked. "You mean to sacrifice all of us?" The old masters tried to flee. The old master turned, "Flee. Where do you think you can escape to?" A horde of blind ghost troops appeared, the corpse killers trapped to bring them into the death hall. Qiudu's classmates observed the situation. Qiudu said, "They seem to be fighting among themselves. What do we do now?" The young man recalled the mission. "We need to stop Hanba." Hanba seemed to be the heavenly emperor, according to senior brother. All classmates fought the corpse killers together. System announced that Qiudu received 5 attribute points and 25 experience points after killing the corpse killer. The old master laughed. The decoy corpse had entered the emperor's tomb, allowing the true master to resurrect. Qiudu's group annihilated all the corpse killers. The old master was surprised. The corpse survived? How audacious! The old man drew talismans, preparing to fight. Qiudu suddenly felt his movements and speed slow, thinking the corpse transformation had ended. The old master behind still chanted, drawing various talismans, commanding powerful spirits. The old man continuously chanted, rendering Qiudu and his friends immobile. Tired but smug, he said, "Don't worry, the corpse killers you control are for the master. I won't let you off like this." Qiudu panicked, thinking that if they remained controlled, Hanba could awaken. The young man urged Gutu Xian, "Hey, is he still alive? We have to stop Hanba from resurrecting." Gutu Xian was surprised, asking, "You have no way to lift the restrictions on us." Qiudu replied, "Hanba, you mean the emperor corpse in the stone coffin is Hanba. Who else could it be? He's really strong." Bad luck struck. The unwanted event occurred. Chu Longqi returned to the mortal realm. The system announced Hanba had resurrected. Mission updated successfully, requiring the elimination of Hanba, difficulty level D. Hanba information. Corpse controlling boss level 20, HP 4400, power 223, defense 177, speed 158, skill. Chain flame corpse poison, corpse command domination. Everyone panicked and murmured when they saw Hanba had revived. Hanba immediately chased the loudest person. A male student panicked and shouted, "Why are you chasing my father?" Spotting Qiudu, he taunted him, weaving to lure Hanba, smirking, "If you die, friend, I won't." Qiudu was so furious he felt like vomiting blood, never expecting to face someone like this. As Hanba lunged, he delivered a powerful punch that sent him flying. Hanba slammed into the church and angrily spat venom. Taiyu hurriedly warned Qiudu, "Qiudu, be careful, that's poison." Shi Xiaorong quickly activated an ice shield to protect Qiudu from the toxin. Another female friend swiftly healed Qiudu with spring wind. Once recovered, Hanba shattered the ice and charged out. Another male student activated Shadow Clone Jun Shen and launched a critical attack, reducing Hanba's health by 36. Hanba froze, fury peaking, and shouted as he unleashed the skill Demon Ancestor Tyranny. This skill halved all player attributes. Qiudu was frustrated, wondering if his health would also be halved. This dungeon's difficulty is definitely at the low level, he thought. Bun-haired male student panicked using his shadow technique. "What now? I can't hurt Hanba anymore." He suggested everyone cooperate strategically, leaving Hanba no chance to run rampant. Qiudu charged and landed a critical punch, reducing Hanba's health by 398. The bun-haired student was stunned. "What kind of spirit mage are you? Your damage is 10 times my strongest attack, even with halved attributes." Qiudu remained focused but was pressed by Hanba's power, which pushed him backward. Yang Xiang worriedly said, "Du, are you okay? Only you can break through Hanba's defense now." Qiudu tried to calm himself, saying he was fine. Suddenly, he looked at his former academy friend and immediately dashed forward, punching him and sending him spinning. The friend thought Qiudu was attacking him in revenge, but Qiudu was actually helping him. "Stop whining, focus ahead." Turned out Hanba had targeted the friend. When he activated Vassal Shadow, a protective barrier appeared, blocking all of Hanba's attacks. Qiudu watched, amazed at how effective the friend's shadow was. Hanba refused to give up, rolling and preparing to attack from another direction. The friend quickly tried to activate Shadow Sacrifice but was too slow. Hanba punched his face with tremendous force and immediately followed up with another punch to the other cheek. It was truly a historic strike. Qiudu seized the opportunity to attack. "Hurry up, are you ready?" Zhu Ziyue still needed time to recover and immediately activated Ice Rage. Yang Xiang also assisted with Earth Binding. The two powers combined, temporarily stopping Han Ba. Qiu Du assessed the situation. This friend is impressive. Han Ba hit him many times, but he only flinched once and stayed silent. Yang Xiang urgently called, Du, your attributes are halved. My mana is gone. We're counting on you next. Qiu Du did not hesitate and jumped into action. Du leapt and closed in on Han Ba, preparing another punch. Take my attack! He landed another critical strike, reducing Han Ba's health by 398. While Han Ba was airborne, Qiu Du took the chance to land several more punches. Han Ba tried to stabilize but roared in anger, spread your legs. He readied both hands to unleash full power and charged, shouting, Qiu Du, eat this. Qiu Du countered with another critical punch, venting his frustration. Dare hit me, damn you! Han Ba seemed near collapse, weak and panting. Qiu Du seized the moment to jump high. Time to end this, he said. Tu Xian was startled and stopped him. Zio, you wait, you can't destroy Han Ba, let me do it. Qiu Du ignored or pretended not to hear and continued a relentless barrage. All that remained was smoke and Han Ba lay motionless. System notification. Player Qiu Du has cleared the Lingjiu Mountain Dungeon and defeated Han Ba. Reward, 20 free attribute points, 200 experience points. Congratulations Qiu Du, you have successfully completed this dungeon. Player Qiu Du rated a level, rewarded with 50 experience points and 5 free attribute points. Congratulations Qiu Du, current experience is 10 out of 1,200 with an additional 10 free attribute points. Tu Xian angrily rushed over. You're reckless, the one who defeats Han Ba will be the real winner. Qiu Du innocently asked, real winner of what? No sooner had he asked than something emerged from below. Player Qiu Du has been cursed by Han Ba. In 30 days, player Qiu Du will die. Qiu Du calmly asked Tu Xian if there was a way to resolve it. Tu Xian seriously replied, there's none. According to historical records, no one who received Han Ba's curse survived. The other students, unaware, ran over happily asking, Du, are you okay? I'm fine, Qiu Du answered. Though he said so, his mind was calculating. The curse of a level 20 boss, maybe Imperial University can handle it. While he was distracted, the mischievous Ko-Tu ran off to steal his soul core. Hee Qiu Du, thanks for handling Han Ba. You trapped me once, now it's my turn. He had just acquired a level relics which could mix 50% of the opponent's agility. Ko-Tu strapped them on excitedly, thrilled at acquiring a level gear. Yang Xiang was annoyed. You didn't help with the boss, now you're stealing the loot. Ko-Tu turned and said, shut up, don't talk so much. He activated Golden Swamp words. Yang Xiang hurriedly told Qiu Du to run. I just don't want conflict with you guys. Do you think you can beat me with your ragged army? Du turned, seemingly ready to fight back. You fought Han Ba for so long and still want to fight me? Foolish. If you want to meet your ancestors early, I'll test my new gear on you, Ko-Tu said, immediately directing the relic at Qiu Du. Qiu Du's speed was reduced, but he remained calm. Damn it, are you holding a cursed relic, this crazy Du? Ko-Tu mocked. Qiu Du refused to let him win, immediately punching Ko-Tu in the chin, reducing his health by 520. Ko-Tu's face contorted in disbelief. You only have 4.5 agility points. Qiu Du didn't want him to gain the upper hand and punched again. This little attribute is enough to deal with you. Ko-Tu fell weakly, murmuring, how much health does he have? He got up again. With your agility, you can't catch me. By Qiu Du, I'll return the humiliation you gave me, Ko-Tu said. As he spoke, Shi Xiao Rong blocked him with icy power. Ko-Tu, have some shame talking in the exam, she said. The sharp gaze of Qiu Du revealed that he had made enemies with many people. After the sacrifice, the obsession tightly clung to him, and Qiu Du struck again, taking away 335 health points. In the blink of an eye, he reclaimed the ring that originally belonged to him. Ko-Tu was furious from the blood loss. Qiu Du seemed indifferent, yet he was quite fond of this ring. The poet's ring was stolen quickly and silently, and just now he felt its speed slow down. This was a great control skill. He didn't forget to thank Master Zio Dung for his help. The girl decisively warned him that Ko-Tu was quick to seek revenge, so he had to be careful. Shortly after, the system teleported all players out of the instance. Qiu Du had reached level 12 and returned triumphantly. Numerous ambulances were on standby for any worst-case scenarios. Finally, they returned. Don't worry, Chu Cheng will definitely give you an answer. We won't let those people get away. Incident this time was extremely fierce and the higher-ups were very angry. To ensure safety, the top scholar competition was temporarily suspended. We will escort you directly back to your university, Master Zio Dung reminded once again. You have to be careful. Ko-Tu will definitely find a way to get revenge on you. The young man, hands in his pockets, appeared unconcerned. Don't worry, that man won't stir up any trouble while he's in my hands. At a spooky castle, Hua Zai returned to report with disappointment. They had all escaped the world. Haha, Qiu Du, huh? I met him before, he didn't seem anything special back then. But now it seems he truly deserves to be the son of Qiu and Cheng. becoming more and more interested in him. Finally, the students of Capital University returned safely. Q-Do stepped down proudly, hands in his pockets. As expected of an excellent student, he was warmly greeted by teacher Peng Liang, who came to recruit him. Q-Do, you're finally here. Q-Do immediately asked, Teacher Peng, could you take me to meet the principal? I have something very important. Hearing this, Teacher Peng led him there. As soon as they reached the principal's office, Ji Bingyang responded, hearing from Xiao Peng, you need something from me? Yes, principal, please take a look at this. The boss had cursed him before dying. Upon seeing the symbol on his hand, the principal was horrified by the curse's malicious words. This will break in 30 days. Teacher Peng looked very stunned. Break in 30 days? Principal, do you have a way to lift this curse? The principal suddenly felt a headache. Let me think. Most reliable method is to find an S-grade protective artifact, but it isn't sold on the market. Q-Do remembered that he had used the protective artifact during his fight with the Winter Guard. Even if such a life-saving item existed, no one would want to sell it. Principal Ji Bingyang immediately called his friends to inquire, but no one could find the protective artifact. So, Principal, there really is no way to lift the curse. There is, but based on your current strength. Never mind, it's better for you to use these remaining days before the curse activates. Q-Do turned pale. Principal, I think I might need some emergency treatment. The principal was blunt. There's nothing anyone can do. Once you go there, it's just one word, death. Q-Do still insisted. How can you know unless you try? From what you said, I know it's a D-level instance. Q-Do crossed his arms and confidently said, I've done D-level difficult tasks before. It's not impossible to clear it. The principal didn't seem convinced. D-level instances in the E-tier and D-tier instances are officially different, not comparable. In a D-level instance, most players are average, and their equipment is not low after all. Hearing this, Q-Do turned away as if afraid someone would take it. The principal was angered by his childish behavior. Am I the principal of Capital University, and I should be after a student's equipment? Q-Do felt embarrassed and scratched his head reflexively. So, principal, what's the name of that instance? I still want to try. The principal helplessly closed his eyes and released a powerful energy. And just the sensation caused Q-Do to lose 500 health points. His whole body ached and tears mixed with blood. My eyes hurt so much, it feels like there's a sword in them. This was the power of the world's top swordsman. Principal was also surprised that Q-Do was still standing, thinking to himself that this kid was able to withstand his external energy even though he was just at the beginner level. It turned out that Q-Do was enduring to prove his strength. So, Principal, can I try that instance now? Blood and tears kept flowing from his eyes, and the principal immediately treated Q-Do. The D-level instance was called the Soulpipe Marsh, which could cleanse all negative status effects from players. But remember, there were almost no beginner players inside. Make sure you don't cause any trouble. Q-Do firmly replied, Don't worry, Principal, I understand. I'll go to the Soulpipe Marsh first. The principal ordered him to return and then handed him an item. This item would assist Q-Do in reaching the Soulpipe Marsh. Wear this, it's a special keychain. It's an 11-level item that's been enhanced. It increases skill power by 30%, reduces casting time by 20%, and is particularly resistant to mind control. It's not limited to any profession. Q-Do was stunned. Principal, this is too precious. I'm just lending it to you. You'll have to return it to me later. The principal didn't say anything fancy but hoped Q-Do would return. The young man proudly put it on. Thank you, Principal, I'll go now. He immediately headed toward the D-level Soulpipe Marsh instance. There wasn't much information about the instance, and the system was notifying players about the team division for Q-Do. Welcome to the Soulpipe Forest. Players, please follow the rules. First, if you hear anyone calling from behind, don't turn around. Second, if any teammate leaves your sight for more than a minute, be cautious. Third, get to know and remember your teammates' habits, actions, and speech. Fourth, if you hear strange whispers or singing in your ear, immediately shout loudly until the sound disappears. Fifth, if a strange person asks you a question, absolutely don't answer. Sixth, according to feedback from other players, the Soulpipe Forest is very safe and nothing unexpected will happen. Finally, we wish you a pleasant stay in the Soulpipe Forest. Earlier, a man was upset. Safe my ass. Those who encountered danger all died here and they couldn't even respond. The white-haired girl Tan Tiangsu, a level 22 intermediate water mage, smiled and introduced. All right, as per the rules, let's introduce ourselves first. We need to get familiar with each other. I'm Tan Tiangsu, a level 22 intermediate water mage. I'm Tao Zhao, a level 22 mid-rank Dao cultivator. Lu Cheng is a level 22 mid-rank wood element mage, and Yi Yuan is a level 25 mid-rank sword cultivator. All of us have very high profiles. Cheng Fu is no different. Each of us has an impressive profile, yet Q-Do didn't hesitate to speak up. Q-Do is a level 13 novice soul mage. Tao Zhao angrily spoke up, What the hell, a level D dungeon and I'm paired with a novice. Cheng Fu wasn't any less sharp, cursing him. This kid would definitely cause trouble for us. Yuan didn't underestimate him, even though he was only a novice. However, this soul mage could summon spirits, allowing him to utilize intermediate-level power. Tao Zhao grumbled, "You girls aren't just teasing him because he's handsome, are you?" Yuan didn't hold back, thrusting his sword at Tao Zhao's neck as a warning. "Say another word and I'll cut your tongue out." Tao Zhao saw how strong this girl was and fell silent. He chuckled, "Haha, that's enough for me." Seeing them argue over him, Qiu teased, "Hey, what's wrong with being handsome?" And Tiangsu excitedly invited, "Little brother, come over here with us." The young man ran over eagerly, replying, "Yes, I'm coming." After a while, he became irritated with the women teasing him. "Don't give me a chance, or sooner or later I'll deal with you all." They began moving, and Tan Tiangsu explained, "The soul-cleansing lake lies in the middle of the rainforest. We must follow the system rules." She looked at Qiu and asked, "How can a novice like you enter a level D dungeon?" Qiu smiled confidently without further explanation. He didn't understand why he had two different images appearing at the same time. Cheng Fu was shocked. "Why are there two soul mages here?" Yuan stared but couldn't tell which was real or fake. Tiangsu was unsure too. Tao Zhao saw an opportunity for revenge and intended to handle both. Suddenly, Tiangsu had an idea. "That's right, he's a soul mage. If he can summon spirits, he must be real." Fake Qiu confidently claimed he could summon spirits. Qiu was furious. "I didn't expect this imposter to have that skill." He sighed, "No one would believe a soul mage like me fighting hand to hand." Qiu swung his hand and cursed, "You dare impersonate me, I'll deal with you first." He lunged, smashing the imposter's head in a single strike. "This power, how is it so strong?" Immediately, the imposter's identity was revealed. Qiu, furious at the deception, struck again, crushing the imposter. "It's a Tailai spirit wood monster, level 22, with a life value under 3,000. This monster was a spirit wood parasitized by Tailai. Destroying it could trigger something unusual. After handling it, Qiu felt something strange enter his azure dragon moonblade. Everyone was astonished, realizing that was the real imposter. "A soul mage like you using this weapon?" someone asked. "And this is a level 22 monster. How could a novice mage like you deal with it with such power?" Qiu sighed, closed his eyes, and confidently replied, "I've had special physical strength since I was young, unlike ordinary people. Since childhood you had special bones, a unique physique, and then..." Qiu didn't finish before something strange emerged from the ground. He quickly pushed Yuan aside but didn't succeed in time. After being possessed, Yuan immediately attacked fiercely, causing Qiu to lose 1,080 health. "How can an intermediate sword cultivator be this strong? Luckily, I have enough life, otherwise one strike would have broken me." Yuan continued to charge, and Tiangsu realized she had been parasitized by Tailai. She must be handled immediately or will be in danger. Tiangsu then activated the water dragon to trap Yuan. Everyone intended to attack Yuan, but she wasn't worried. She sneered and activated Lost Spirit Dragon Slash. After being struck, the others flew back. Qiu seized the moment to punch Yuan forcefully in the face. Yuan immediately collapsed, motionless. The others were surprised. "A novice like you knocked out an intermediate sword cultivator with a single punch." Tailai then left Yuan's body. Tiangsu ordered everyone to deal with it immediately. Qiu activated his weapon, focused on Tailai, realizing it had controlled Yuan's mind. Tiangsu worried, "Yuan is the strongest among us, yet she couldn't resist." Tiangsu immediately healed Yuan with water blessing, but she was still dazed. "I can't control what entered my body." Everyone continued on. Qiu warned, "Be careful, this soul hunter in the rainforest isn't simple." Yuan turned to Qiu, grateful, "Thank you so much. Without you, I'd have been controlled and killed by them." But she also teased, "That punch hurt. How can a soul mage like you have such terrifying strength?" Qiu blushed and quickly coughed to avoid answering. "It's just innate divine power." Finally, Tao Zhao and Cheng Fu had lost track of the group. One of the women said, "We can't let them get lost. What should we do?" At that moment, a strong voice rang from behind. "Old Xiang, do you see me as human or divine?" It was Baiji, a rare golden monster, level 29, whose main skill was charm. Tao Zhao turned panicked. Baiji from Grass Wind. Baiji went berserk, attacking ferociously. "Why is this beast so fierce?" Tao Zhao angrily charged, declaring, "I am a real man, why fear a beast like you?" Baiji grinned wickedly, ready for the fight, striking sharply and severely wounding Tao Zhao. Cheng Fu tried to draw his blade but was bitten and broken by Baiji. Baiji exhaled a stench so foul no one could bear it. Qiu heard the clash, recognizing Tao Zhao's sword strikes. Tiangsu realized they weren't with the group and had surely encountered something dangerous. Qiu decided to lead everyone to the right location. Tao Zhao was still lying, barely breathing, calling for help. Qiu immediately realized Baiji was in front. The familiar question rang out, "Old Xiang, do you see me as human or divine?" Qiu, forgetting the system's warning, crossed his arms and responded firmly, "You look like a weak little girl, fox ears, red eyes, white hair, 1.5 meters tall." Baiji paused, then reconsidered. 1.5 meters, red eyes, white hair, weak fox ears. realizing it went berserk in charge. Inksu worriedly shouted, "Be careful, it can defeat the two-sword cultivators, its power must be immense." Lu Cheng, the wood element mage, stood ready, using vines to entangle Huang Baizai, but it bit through. Huang Baizai attacked Kaiou, dealing 369 points of damage and leaving her with a slight facial injury. Despite that, Kaiou remained standing, which surprised Huang Baizai. Kaiou smiled and said, "Aren't you going to eat, kid?" Immediately after, Kaiou launched a powerful strike, causing Huang Baizai to lose 1,042 health points. The two girls nearby couldn't hide their astonishment. Zhao Qiu and Cheng Fu, having recovered, sat up, unable to believe that a beginner like Kaiou was so strong. Wasn't he a necromancer? What gave that brat such power? Could it be just his handsome face? After a loud explosion, Huang Baizai collapsed at Kaiou's feet. He sighed in frustration, wondering why this dungeon had such strange things. Teammates, it wasn't the dungeon that was strange, but Kaiou herself. They began to wonder if something had possessed Kaiou. Zhao Qiu continued thinking. Back then, she killed a spellcaster who could use spirit wind magic without saying a word. Maybe that was the real Kaiou. The others hearing this felt confused. Kaiou, unaware of their suspicion, cheerfully asked, "Is it all over? Are you all right?" Zhao Qiu, looking worried, stopped her. "Wait, don't come over here." Kaiou still didn't understand what was going on and innocently asked, "What's going on?" Zhao Qiu pointed at her and suspiciously asked, "You're a monster, aren't you? How else could a beginner necromancer defeat a level 20 monster with just her bare hands?" Kaiou was helpless and responded, "What do you mean? What monster would come to save you?" Zhao Qiu persisted, "How do we know you aren't just acting in front of us? The spirit of Wu Lin is too strange." Zhao Qiu continued, "If you're not a monster, then prove it. Otherwise, you'll be kicked out of the team." Tianzu still believed in Kaiou. "No way, Kaiou was with us just now, how could she be a monster?" Mei Yuan agreed. Yuan said, "I also feel like he's not faking it." Cheng Fu disagreed, suspicious. "Then how do you explain the power of a necromancer like that?" Kaiou immediately took out an item and asked, "Have you ever seen a monster use an item like this?" Tianzu replied happily, "That's right, only players have items like this, monsters don't. Therefore, Kaiou could not be a monster." Zhao Qiu was still unconvinced, staring at the item Kaiou was wearing, realizing it was an A-level item. Zhao Qiu and Cheng Fu exchanged glances and laughed, realizing it was just a misunderstanding. Zhao Qiu patted Kaiou on the back and said, "Don't take it to heart, Kaiou. You really don't look like a necromancer. If you can prove your identity, we can continue." Kaiou felt something was off, sensing Zhao Qiu and Cheng Fu's strange attitude. The group continued moving, but Zhao Qiu and Cheng Fu lagged behind. "See, he has items on him." Cheng Fu wondered, and 2 A-level items at that. "He's only a beginner, how does he have so many A-level items?" Zhao Qiu also puzzled. "Yeah, how could he have so many A-level items?" Cheng Fu sneered, "I didn't expect to find something interesting in this dungeon. He's just a beginner, why not catch him like a rat? Then, we could split his items between us." Cheng Fu was a bit worried. He easily killed Huang Baizai, how could we be his match? Zhao Qiu remained firm. "We were just poisoned by Huang Baizai. With our levels, we can still defeat him." After some careful discussion, Zhao Qiu decided, "Wait for an opportunity and then follow my lead." The group continued walking, waiting for the right moment to act. Suddenly, the group stopped. Everyone looked ahead and saw many shadows, all players who hadn't ascended yet. Mei Yuan turned pale. "Aren't those the players who failed the soul-sealing dungeon before?" Dungeon was more terrifying than expected. Duan Lan quickly called out to the group, "Come over here." She pointed at an altar where ancient inscriptions read, "Only by sacrificing living beings can we complete the task." Mei Yuan realized, those spirits over there are the lake slaves. Those who are sacrificed become slaves to the lake, forever trapped here. Hearing about the sacrifice, Zhao Qiu and Cheng Fu immediately looked at each other, recognizing an opportunity to steal Kaiou's equipment. They rushed toward Kaiou with murderous intent. Tianzu panicked. "What are you planning to do?" Zhao Qiu sneered. "Of course, we're going to complete the dungeon's task." They used their strength to push Kaiou to the ground. Kaiou angrily shouted, "Damn it, I just saved you guys." Zhao Qiu mocked, "There's no friendship in this dungeon. Outside, no one knows anyone. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too weak." Kaiou was moved to the center of the circular pattern. Zhao Qiu ordered, "Hurry up, Cheng Fu, activate the altar." Cheng Fu hesitated. "It's easier said than done." Zhao Qiu turned to Mei Yuan. "How do you activate the altar?" Yuan coldly replied, "Why should I tell you?" She drew her sword, preparing to fight. Zhao Qiu growled, "You'll pay for this." Zhao Qiu declared, "If there has to be a sacrifice, then Kaiou must die here." Kaiou closed his eyes and sighed. "Although the headmaster warned me, I never expected to meet people like you." Cheng Fu arrogantly said, "You're just a beginner necromancer. What do you have besides the summoning spell? You think you can challenge us with your weak body? You're just a dreamer." Tianzu anxiously asked, "What should we do?" Mei Yuan firmly replied. He saved me, so I will help him. When Zhao Qiu and Cheng Fu lunged to attack, Mei Yuan, unable to hold back, unleashed her power. Xiao Du immediately counterattacked, blocking Cheng Fu's assault. Cheng Fu ordered, surrender and hand over your items, if not I'll kill you. Xiao Du had already guessed their intent. You were after my items from the beginning. Zhao Qiu attacked from behind, activating the skill Falling Spirit Long Slash, but before he could do anything, Mei Yuan stopped him. Zhao Qiu angrily shouted, Mei Yuan, what are you doing? Why are you interfering? Yuan calmly replied, he helped me, so I help him. What's the problem? Don't you want to finish the dungeon? If we sacrifice him, you and I will pass. Mei Yuan looked at Zhao Qiu with determination. If that's the way to complete the dungeon, I'd rather fail. Moreover, the tablet only mentions sacrificing living beings. It never says we have to sacrifice our teammates. You live in such cowardice. As for Yi Hao, his attack caused Cheng Fu to collapse. That man was confused and turned back. It couldn't continue like this. Cheng Fu also entered a state of panic. What's wrong with him? Yi Hao said angrily, a sacrifice is a sacrifice. Did you even ask for my opinion? These two, though slightly fearful, still tried to resist. After all, they were just novice mages. Cheng Fu, let's go together, Mei Yuan shouted, blocking them in anger. How dare you? Then Yi Hao and Mei Yuan coordinated. That brat, this time I'll deal with you too. Seeing his teammates in chaos, Tang Lan approached the tablet and pressed the button. Immediately, the circle began to move and all the fighting stopped. What's happening? What's going on? The system announced that the sacrificial altar is being activated. Suddenly, every part of the body and mind ached intensely. Yi Hao remained calm, unaffected. Could this be a mental attack? Luckily, I have the matching pendant, so I'm unaffected. That man looked at Tang Lan. It's you. What does a woman like you plan to do? Tang Lan smiled lightly. Nothing much, I just want to complete the dungeon mission. Tu fell to the ground, furious, calling Tang Lan a bitch. Immediately, she activated the growth vine, wrapping them tightly until they couldn't breathe. Tang Lan rarely speaks, but she was too infuriated. How dare you harm Yi Hao, so why shouldn't I strike you? Although she was defending him, Yi Hao wondered why she knew how to activate the sacrificial altar. Tang Lan had felt no presence along the way, but it seemed she had never faced danger. She even discovered the altar herself, perhaps knowing of it from before. Yi Hao was stunned. Could it be this isn't her first time in this dungeon? Tang Lan coldly said, if it's going to be, then let it all happen. Growth vine wrapped around all four of them, gradually entangling Yi Hao, but he broke free with an attack. Tang Lan was shocked. Impossible, how is he unaffected by the altar? Yi Hao stood tall, laughing loudly. Aha, I have a question for you. How did you know how to activate the sacrificial altar? I bet that from the moment you entered this dungeon, you intended to sacrifice us, right? Tang Lan continued to enhance the vine, smiling lightly. Guess. Denying the vine a chance to wrap around him, Yi Hao used the Chaos Whirlwind Blade technique to sever all the vines. Yet the vines kept tightening, even seeking weapons to bind him. Tang Lan said, dealing with a couple of low-level novices, do you really think a beginner can fight beyond their level? She activated a parasitic species, shooting straight at Yi Hao's neck. He recoiled. What the hell is this? It calmly attached to his neck. Tang Lan warned, don't resist, obediently become my sacrifice. Seeing an opening, Yi Hao activated the Supreme Finger technique, immediately reducing Tang Lan's speed by 50%. He couldn't miss this chance. The technique lasts only 10 seconds. I only have 10 seconds. Watch me, Yi Hao. As he activated the pendant, its power increased by 30%. Don't just stand there laughing, oh, trying to reduce my agility. Can you really do that? A novice like you, your smile vanished seeing Yi Hao's growing strength. Now she'll face my serious attack. As Yi Hao struck, Tang Lan managed to dodge just in time. Just a novice, really thinking you're a prodigy? She immediately activated the guarding vine armor, forming a shield against Yi Hao's power. Despite the armor, the divine punch pierced through. Yi Hao struck a critical blow, reducing 1,314 health. Tang Lan grimaced, a novice mage causing such damage. She charged again, activating the protective vine. At this point, Yi Hao struck without holding back, delivering another straight punch. The vine armor couldn't withstand it. You harm others yet pretend to test me. Are you even human? Do you understand mercy? Yi Hao struck back without hesitation. Try to harm me. If I don't destroy you, I'll be the one gone. I may be handsome, but I'm not stupid. Mei Yuan and Tianzu watched, pale, not daring to intervene. Just as he was energized, the system announced the Supreme Finger technique's effect ended. Tang Lan used the chance to escape. Judging by her state, she probably can't attack anymore. Tang Lan growled, pale-faced, are you Yi Hao? I remember you. Even my father never dared fight me like this. It isn't over yet. At that moment, teleportation activated, sending Tang Lan outside. Yi Hao felt lucky. Without the principal's matching pendant, he'd probably be doomed. When he turned to check on Tianzu and Mei Yuan, the two girls were startled like ghosts. You don't come near. Yi Hao didn't know what to say, only explaining, sisters, I didn't hit the girls. They then moved to the center circle to check on Cheng Fu and that man. By now, there was nothing left. Judging by their state, they were probably sacrificed by the altar. Yihao activated his weapon summoning, causing Mei Yuan to panic. "What are you doing?" Yihao walked to the altar. "This shouldn't exist here." Sisters stopped to watch Yihao. He thrust the sword straight down. The system announced Yihao successfully absorbed the sacrificial altar's life energy. Free attribute points 20, experience points increased by 1,200. Congratulations, Yihao leveled up successfully. Current experience 95 of 1,400. Rewarded 10 free attribute points. Yihao sighed, just leftover energy, yet it leveled him up. With all these attribute points, no wonder Tang Lan sacrificed others. Yihao recalled, what was the phrase when his power entered the Azure Moon Sword? Tianzu hesitantly ran over. "Thank you for saving us, otherwise we'd likely be sacrificed by the altar. We've decided to abandon this dungeon mission." Yihao smiled, eyes closed. "Don't be formal, everyone knows I'm a good person." And they went to the enemy spirit lake. The water gleamed, so this is the enemy spirit lake. The spirits of the online game players here had been freed along with the destroyed altar. Yihao then took off his shirt, astonishing the two girls. Mei Yuan awkwardly drew her sword to defend. What are you doing?" Yihao panicked, realizing they misunderstood. He was here to cleanse the curse from the enemy spirit lake. "Don't believe me? Watch." Mei Yuan blushed. "Oh, I see, I thought you were being wild." Without wasting time, Yihao decisively jumped in. Tianzu also didn't want to miss this opportunity and suggested everyone go for a swim. "In this cursed place, there could still be some mysterious turtle essence left on our body." As soon as he submerged himself in the water, Kaido completely lost the curse and his body became much more toned. "We should also go down and have some fun. In this cursed place, who knows what kind of mysterious turtle essence could still be on it." As soon as Kaido submerged in the water, the curse was gone, and his body returned to a muscular form. Curses seemed to be gradually lifted, but the man in the blue robes had just cast a spell and could not remove them. We had to proceed step by step, observing the situation. It is indeed working, the curses are gradually being removed, but the man in the blue robes had just cast a spell and couldn't remove them. "Oh well, we'll just take things one step at a time and see how it goes." Two girls also stripped off their clothes and went to bathe. Luckily, there was Kaido, as this instance was truly strange. Mei Yuan suddenly decided that the young man wasn't a good person. At that moment, Kaido swam up and appeared. The two girls also stripped off their clothes to bathe as if it were normal. This instance is really bizarre. Luckily, we have Kaido. Mei Yuan suddenly evaluated the situation. That young man isn't a good person after all. At that moment, Kaido swam up and appeared out of nowhere. Kaido's sudden appearance startled the two girls, who screamed. "See, I told you he wasn't a good person." Before Kaido could respond, he was hit on the head with a guava. Those who swam here were the ones in the wrong. After the awkwardness, everyone went ashore and put their clothes back on. The two girls were in shock, yelling, "See, I told you he wasn't a good person." Before Kaido could even respond, he was struck on the head with a guava. "It's those of you swimming over here who are at fault." After the awkwardness, everyone went ashore and got dressed. Tianzu hesitantly suggested making friends with Kaido and Mei Yuan. The system notified that the enemy soul dungeon quest was not completed, and retreating now would forfeit the reward. Tianzu shyly said, "Kaido, Mei Yuan, please befriend me." Suddenly, the system notified that the enemy soul dungeon was still incomplete, and retreating now would result in losing the reward. It asked, "Are you sure you want to leave?" Kaido decided to leave the dungeon as it was too bizarre and incomplete. He would return later. Afterward, he met the principal. Hearing this, Kaido also decided, "This dungeon is too strange and I can't explore it right now. I'll come back later to check it out again." After leaving the dungeon, he went to meet the principal. The principal was surprised and delighted, standing up to praise Kaido. He realized that the young necromancer, who was still at the beginner stage, was truly impressive to have survived a high-level dungeon. The principal was very surprised and excited. He stood up. "Hey, the little brat is still alive and came back." The principal had a completely different look now. This kid is definitely not simple. A beginner necromancer, and yet he survived a high-level dungeon. Things are looking good. I want to get the stuff now. Kaido survived thanks to the principal's necklace and seemed unwilling to part with it. "It's good to be safely back. Is my stuff still intact?" "Yes, I managed to survive the enemy soul lake because of your necklace, principal." Kaido seemed reluctant to let go of it, even making the principal pull the brat away from him. The principal challenged Kaido to win before receiving the necklace. Kaido scratched his head in confusion and asked about the +5 mark on the necklace. "Even my equipment, you want it too? Fine, if you can defeat me, I'll give you the necklace along with this one." Kaido scratched his head after getting hit by a guava. Principal, what does the +5 mark on your necklace mean?" Principal explained that enhancing equipment with a grade enhancement stones makes them stronger. Kaido was surprised because his method of enhancement was a little different. That's enhancement. A grade equipment can be enhanced with enhancement stones to make them much stronger. Kaido was surprised but also felt a bit stunned, as his method of enhancing his Azure Dragon Moon Blade was somewhat different from the principal. Kaido confirmed that the turtle curse had been removed. The principal reminded him to return. The young man met his junior brother as soon as he went outside. "So how's the turtle curse of yours?" "Don't worry, teacher, it's been removed." "That's good. Alright, if you're done, hurry back. Don't bother me anymore." As the young man went outside, someone was already waiting. A blonde, handsome, roguish-looking junior brother of Kaido. The young man was stunned because his junior brother knew him. The young man was confused, not understanding why this person knew him. He continued introducing himself as Long Tuan, a person from Sioux City. Long Tuan was someone who had participated in the grand examination at Sioux City, and Q-Do had only just realized he was senior brother Long Tuan, who had scored the highest in the recent warrior exam. Q-Do had seen Long Tuan on TV. For some reason, he proactively approached Q-Do with great enthusiasm, saying that they were both from Sioux City, and if Q-Do encountered any difficulties, he could come to him for help. "We be friends?" Q-Do felt strange at the warmth of this senior brother. However, Q-Do was still too naive and did not realize that things were not as they seemed. The moment Long Tuan left, he revealed his true, menacing nature. That night, Wang Ha rolled out of bed. Q-Do activated his divine mode and everything was resolved. As for the wood species, there was no need to worry about that for now. Q-Do decided to focus on strengthening himself. Q-Do's updated information has reached Stage 1, Level 14, Strength 369, Chaos Power of the Lunatic God, Health Points 4630 4630, Experience 95 1400. Equipment includes Dry Bone Ring C Rank, Tiger's Glare Ring C Rank, Dragon's Long-Winged Blade B Rank, Uchu Armor B Rank, Golden Finger Cuff A Rank. Today was Q-Do's second day at school. Upon arriving, Teacher Zhang immediately began questioning him. "Student Q-Do, can you explain why a necromancer like you would choose to switch to physical cultivation?" Q-Do responded, "Teacher, I don't want to become a target as a necromancer. That's not a good necromancer. If you don't have a strong body and a resilient physique, you won't be able to protect yourself." Student Q-Do, the higher education system mainly focuses on one direction. Although your record says you have innate divine strength, you are a necromancer, and you cannot major in physical cultivation. Q-Do maintained his stance and did not change his decision. "Teacher, I want to choose the physical cultivation major." Though he said this, he couldn't help but worry in his heart. If the teacher knew I was a necromancer and couldn't swap bones, he would probably make things even harder for me. Teacher Zhang remained unmoved and said, "This is your student ID. Remember to take care of it." King Shuan was confused, not understanding the purpose of the card. Teacher Zhang explained, "Jingdu University uses a credit system. This card contains a basic 10 credits. Everything from food to skill exchanges must be paid with credits." Ma Fei smugly asked, "Teacher, how many credits do I need to exchange for 1 credit? Can I exchange 100 credits? Teacher Zhang laughed and replied, "Credits can only be earned by accepting tasks assigned by the school or completing evaluations from instructors." Young man panicked, "What? So my wealth is useless?" In the middle of the courtyard, a teacher was calling together all the students of Class 2 Warrior Physical Cultivation. Professor Wan Lihao, the necromancy instructor, was closely observing Q-Do. Q-Do felt uneasy, as if something terrifying was staring at him. After the second physical cultivation class gathered, the teacher introduced himself. "My name is Wan Lihao, Physical Cultivation, High Rank, Level 35. My class doesn't accept trash. I will release pressure. Anyone who can endure the pressure for 5 minutes will be qualified to join my class." A student spoke up, "Teacher, what if we can't stand for 5 minutes? Wan Lihao replied, "I will personally take you to the training room to transfer you." The pressure began to spread, and immediately the students felt uncomfortable. Another student encouraged, "Don't worry, even though the teacher is strong, we can cooperate together. Maybe we have a chance to win." Wan Lihao looked pleased. "You have courage daring to face me." A student named Lin Lang stepped forward. "I am Lin Lang. Everyone, let's cooperate. We need to figure out how to fight. Surely no one wants to be eliminated. We can't face the teacher directly. Why not split into 2 groups and try to survive for 5 minutes?" Lin Lang continued. "We need to distribute our strength evenly to have a chance." The other students agreed and began choosing teams. When most had chosen, Lin Lang approached Q-Do. "You're Q-Do, right? Join my team." Q-Do, being easygoing, agreed right away. Lin Lang asked Q-Do, "Can you tell me your rank? Why do you want to become a physical cultivator? Are you really that weak?" Q-Do confidently replied, "Physical cultivation? I don't need that, I'm a necromancer." Lin Lang was surprised. "You're a necromancer?" Q-Do replied, "Yes, I'm a level 14 necromancer." Lin Lang was stunned. "You're not a physical cultivator, you're a necromancer." The other students looked at Q-Do with scrutinizing eyes and sneered. Lin Lang sighed, "Q-Do, you've really got me into trouble this time." Q-Do confidently said, "What's there to be afraid of? I'm really strong, maybe even stronger than many physical cultivators." Around them, people murmured and laughed. A small-time necromancer, Lin Lang is doomed. In reality, Q-Do had never boasted before. This was the first time he said such a thing, but no one believed him and they even mocked him. Being human is really hard. Lin Lang had no choice but to think of another plan. "Q-Do, I'll protect you so you have time to summon your undead." Q-Do stood frozen, unable to respond when Wan Lihao declared, "The time is up. Are you ready?" "Teacher Wan, we're ready," the students responded. Wan Lihao, looking eager, immediately began. The power is summoned, the might of the tiger. As the pressure began to descend, Q-Du felt uneasy. Lin Lang rushed forward to shield Q-Du but was immediately blown away. Lin Lang's strength isn't weak. Why was he blown away so easily? This trial is really tough. Wan Lihao, still eager, said, "We need to make the freshmen endure more so they won't be so arrogant in the future." He activated even stronger pressure, and Q-Du had to face it head-on. "This wind storm alone has made me lose so much blood. Is this the strength of high-level physical cultivators?" Q-Du was surprised to see himself still standing, and Wan Lihao was shocked. How is this possible? This kid isn't a necromancer. How can he endure my wind storm? Wan Lihao was dissatisfied and decided to change tactics. "If I let you off, my goals will not be achieved." How braced as Wan Lihao unleashed an even stronger strike than before. Stunned, he couldn't comprehend what was happening. Summoning all his strength, Yihao blocked the attack in the blink of an eye. His health now stood at only 3,175 out of 4,630. The scene unfolded like a theatrical performance. Everyone was shocked. Could this spirit mage really withstand 2 consecutive blows from Master Wan? Even Lin Lang couldn't manage that, yet Yihao had. Still reeling from the effort, Yihao felt a bit dizzy. He wondered if Master Wan's forceful strikes were meant to intimidate him. Resolute, he lifted his chin and challenged the master. "Master Wan, haven't you eaten yet?" Lin Lang watched anxiously, filled with fear. "Yihao, are you out of your mind? Tease Master Wan and you'll get hit." Wan Lihao laughed, thinking, "This kid is audacious, even daring to underestimate me. How did this brat manage to block 2 of my strikes?" The master muttered. "Not bad, you're skilled. Can you handle the next round? If you do, I'll personally protect you at Capital University." That Wan Lihao appeared before Yihao, activating his aura. Yihao clenched his fists, meeting him head-on. Their forces collided, sending Yihao flying into a blood box. Other students watched in panic. The trial was ruthless. Only after seeing Yihao collapse motionless did the master stop. Lin Lang, take 2 more students and escort Yihao to the infirmary. At that moment, Wan Lihao noticed something unusual. How could I be fighting a student? Though Yihao seemed immobile, droplets of blood still fell. Gritting his teeth, Yihao stood up and said, "Chief, I've blocked it." Yihao's health had dropped to only 240 out of 4,630. His incredible perseverance left everyone astonished. He tried to earn recognition. "Did you hear that? I blocked it." After speaking, he collapsed but still raised his middle finger. In a dazed moment, the 2 masters scolded each other. "Wan Lihao, did you not measure your strength? Hitting a student, you have some nerve." The master thought to himself, "This kid clearly wants to train in the martial path." Yihao opened his eyes to find himself resting in the infirmary beside Wan Lihao. "You're awake, no need to worry. Told you if you could endure that punch, Wan Lihao would protect you. I keep my word." Professor Bo Muon's spirit mage, Shen Jianshu, need not shield him, said, "Do what you want now." Wan Lihao insisted. "He passed my trial, so of course he belongs in martial path too." The 2 masters debated, with Shen Jianshu asserting, "He's a spirit mage." Shen Jianshu continued, "I'll ignore his vocation, but with such a sturdy body, he's bound to excel in the martial path." He then asked Yihao, "Why not be a spirit mage? There's no reason to join the martial path." Yihao was slightly surprised. "I think the martial path suits me better. I was born with divine power." Shen Jianshu worried but said, "Fear of missing an opportunity leads to making mistakes." Immediately, the master summoned a spirit mage in the infirmary. The spirit mage worked easily, destroying countless soldiers while smiling. Simple task. Clearly, this was more effective than hand-to-hand combat. Wan Lihao watched silently, evaluating. Shen Jianshu continued, "Join the spirit vocation and I'll teach you all skills, including spirit mage techniques. Eventually, you'll be like me, one hand raised and the shadow dragon obeys." Though tempted, Yihao hesitated, aware of his limited power and inability to use the dry bone weapon. He chose to decline. "Sorry, Professor Shen, I want to remain in the martial path class." Shen Jianshu accepted. "I understand. Keep this card, you can find me at the teacher's apartment. If you change your mind, come see me." As the professor left, Yihao felt regret. Yihao lamented, "Spirit magic is really that effective? What a pity." Wan Lihao confidently said, "Your wounds are nearly healed. Tomorrow, Martial Path 2 will assemble and I'll show you something remarkable." On the second day, the class was taken to a C-grade dungeon, a vast forest. The day's task was to sit cross-legged in the dark woods until sunset. Some students muttered, "Sitting isn't hard." To demonstrate the trial's severity, Wan Lihao threw a pebble with force, shocking everyone. "You want to stay here all day? This is truly dangerous." Confident, Wan Lihao said, "With me here you'll be fine, but you'll suffer." Some students asked why, and the master replied, "First, to train your willpower. Second, so you'll understand Lin Lang's energy when you enter." Yihao tried to remain calm and sat down. Wan Lihao observed, commenting, "This kid has will and courage, truly a fine one." No one knew how long Yihao could endure. He seemed to grasp the forest's secrets and others followed. None of you have a defense below 100, right? Only Yi Hao asked. Master Wan, what if it's below 100? Hopefully you might fail, Wan Li Hao said. Yi Hao asked, why do you look so tough? Is defense really that low? Not especially low, rounded to 2 digits. Wan Li Hao was shocked. You have power but no defense. How did you survive before? How could you endure 3 of my strikes? Yi Hao calmly replied, my health points are just slightly higher than normal. Slightly higher by how much? About 4,630. Wan Li Hao, still processing, gasped. What stat? A novice with 4,630 health points, spirit mage or disguised boss. Not wanting to waste time, Yi Hao stepped in. Feng continuously dealt damage but not much. Yi Hao realized the mechanism. Defense points could increase when losing health. Health decreased but defense increased. Everyone tensed. Yi Hao guessed they were boosting defense too. He tried sitting, unharmed. Wan Li Hao was astonished. Is this kid's defense really that low? Master Wan observed the situation and sensed something was wrong, so he immediately rushed in to protect the students when the spider attacked from above. He commanded the creature to disappear immediately. The spider was a common grade monster, a dark venomous spider, level 33, with 5,000 HP, strength 396, defense 288, and agility 345. It usually lived in the dark forest and drained human blood. Kaiou looked up and muttered a curse. Damn it, is this a common grade monster? Before he could attack the students, the monster was stopped by Master Wan and destroyed in an instant. Kaiou sat still but continued observing. Kaiou realized that Master Wan was truly powerful, and also understood that Master Wan had been lenient with him that day. After eliminating the monster, Master Wan turned back to the students and spoke. It's fine, you all can continue cultivating, but if anyone can't hold on until the end, don't think you'll be able to lead. Kaiou nodded, feeling reassured. This truly was a precious opportunity. Thank you, Master Wan. Without you, we wouldn't be able to cultivate safely in a sea-level dungeon like this. Kaiou still tried to hold on, despite his health gradually decreasing, while some students had already given up. Kaiou felt his defense was too weak, and if he didn't enhance it, he wouldn't be able to last much longer. Suddenly, a trigger from his collar activated like a life-saving drug, helping him regain energy. Kaiou felt extremely fortunate to have the help of Duong Lam. Without that strain, he might have missed the opportunity in the dark forest. Duong Lam, far away, also sensed it and called out to Kaiou. There were very few students left and the others were just standing outside watching. They were amazed by Kaiou's perseverance, especially when they heard he was a paper-blood necromancer. No one expected him to last this long. Master Wan also seemed satisfied, thinking to himself, these kids are really good. I didn't expect this boy to last this long. He guessed that the end was near but didn't forget to praise Lin Lang. Lin Lang looked at Kaiou and wondered, why is that? How is he lasting this long? Am I worse than a necromancer? The whole class was eagerly waiting. Everyone guessed that Kaiou would be the first to give up, as he wasn't a true cultivator, while Lin Lang was much stronger. Looking at Kaiou, he didn't seem to be struggling. On the contrary, he appeared relaxed. After a while, Lin Lang couldn't take it anymore and finally gave up, feeling embarrassed as he faced Master Wan's disappointed gaze. Lin Lang stood up and walked out, causing a stir in the class. What? Lin Lang really gave up. Meanwhile, Kaiou remained seated and Master Wan observed closely. Master Wan called out to Kaiou, show me your limit. The sky was getting darker but Kaiou still sat motionless. Everyone was surprised that Kaiou could last this long. Master Wan announced, it's time, Kaiou, you may leave. The sun has set and it's no longer safe. Once night falls, I won't be able to protect you anymore. Kaiou confidently stood up, feeling excited because in just one day of cultivation, his defense had increased by 17 points. The others were amazed that Kaiou could last this long if it weren't for the nightfall. Kaiou's limit was still unclear, but Master Wan announced the class was over and told the students to rest. They would continue tomorrow. Kaiou had made great progress in the past few days, thanks to a strain that helped boost his defense. Kaiou's friends ran over and suggested forming a guild. Guilds have many benefits like dungeons or guild wars. Kaiou thought this was a good idea, but he had to go cultivate in the physical training class. Kaiou agreed with the idea of forming a guild, but his friends decided to submit the application first, and Kaiou would join later. Ma Fai appeared imposing, but also insisted that he should be the guild leader. Yang Xiang just looked at Ma Fai and laughed. Come on, who would want a guild leader like that? Meanwhile, the news about Kaiou spread quickly to the other departments. Old Wan proudly said, I heard there's a genius cultivator in my class, but Li Hao just smiled, maybe, but he's a necromancer. Kaiou continued to cultivate in the sea-level dungeon, and his defense reached 500, hitting the limit. At the same time, a system summoned a beautiful girl to appear. Kaiou recognized the girl as the mechanical queen, and was surprised that she had appeared here. She explained about her ability to absorb Kaiodu's energy. Kaiodu asked directly, "Queen, what are you going to do next? You said you would help me observe the world outside, didn't you?" She began fulfilling her promise, and powerful energy radiated out, allowing Kaiodu to feel the connection. A sense of pain arose, but she reassured him that it would soon become easier. She said, "From now on, I'll be able to sense what you hear, think, and see." Kaiodu felt uncomfortable being watched and worried that he wouldn't have any more secrets. Kaiodu thought about the queen bathing and found it interesting but also blushed. The queen noticed and got angry. "What are you thinking?" Then, the feeling of being watched vanished. Kaiodu was too alert to be affected by this situation. His defense had reached its limit, and now he prepared to move to the dark side to observe the situation. The dark side group was engaged in intense combat. Kaiodu noticed that the leaders of the group were the vice presidents of the Zihua Guild. He glanced sideways provocatively, wanting to upgrade the guild, which required honor points. Every newly formed guild starts with 1,000 honor points. If there's anyone to blame, it can only be your weakness. Don't worry, we're just beating you to steal your honor points. Don't worry, we're only going to beat you and steal your honor points. Won't kill you. Duong Huang felt regret and guilt, apologizing to everyone. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I didn't think straight when naming it the God Slayer Guild." Ma Fai was confused. Who would have thought that right after founding it? We'd have to fight against another guild. "You guys don't worry, I've already informed Zuka. He's on his way, we just need to hold out until he arrives." I couldn't do anything useful, but Ma Fai just couldn't get rid of his vanity. "I admit that Kaiodu is stronger than me, but he's still useless. Can't fight them." Just as Ma Fai said that, he charged at the vice guild leader but was counterattacked. "Are you fighting air? You even got hit back and are slowly getting beaten up." Caillou feared that Ma Fai wouldn't last. As he stepped on Ma Fai's body, the vice guild leader of the Zihua Guild laughed and said, "You're the president of the God Slayer Guild, then you must be the strongest in your guild." The members of the Zihua Guild looked at them with disdain. "With such strength, you want to establish a guild?" Mocked, and just then Kaiodu appeared. Duong Huang saw a glimmer of hope. "Kaio Zuka, you finally arrived." The vice guild leader of the Zihua Guild turned around, still a strong player. "Oh, you're a Kaientong too?" Kaiodu didn't answer, showing a sinister smile. "Guess what? Who do you think I am?" Both sides charged at each other. After a punch to the face, Kaiodu taunted, "Is that all you've got? Haven't you eaten yet? Should I order some food for you?" The vice guild leader of the Zihua Guild went mad. "You want to die?" he shouted, but inwardly he was worried because he had used 80% of his strength and still couldn't break through the defense. He wondered why his 7 slashes couldn't break through Kaiodu's defense. Right after that, he activated his 7 slashes, launching a barrage of attacks. Caillou panicked, shouting nonstop to dodge. Members of the Zihua Guild were self-satisfied. "Haha, this brat is done for." Even though the vice guild leader's 7 slashes were strong, they couldn't break through. Only the vice guild leader of the Zihua Guild could feel the terrifying defense of Kaiodu. Duong Huang guessed that Kaiodu had become much stronger in just a few weeks. The Zihua Guild members who were once smug were now stunned. "This 7 slashes can't even hurt this brat." Vice guild leader was still fighting below, while the guild leader of the Zihua Guild watched from the sidelines. After letting the vice guild leader of the Zihua Guild fight, Kaiodu stepped in. "Done yet? Now it's my turn." Without having fought yet, some Zihua Guild members shouted, "Vice guild leader, go ahead and hit him. If his defense is high, his offense won't be much. Don't let him knock you down." Vice guild leader of the Zihua Guild regained his composure and charged forward. "I almost got fooled by you. I don't believe your attack can be as devastating as your defense. Come at me." Kaiodu prepared to deliver a killing blow, reducing 2,200 health and sending him flying into the air. After the vice guild leader of the Zihua Guild was puffing out smoke, Kaiodu advanced. The youth today is so stubborn, not knowing how to respect the strong." He watched the vice guild leader's miserable outcome. Remaining members wanted to rush in to save him. "You little brat, do you want to die? Let's go together and get him." The guild leader of the Zihua Guild stepped forward. "Stop, you're no match for him." As he stepped forward, Kaiodu sensed a strong aura. This person was at least at the intermediate level. Facing Kaiodu, he asked, "Are you the president of the God Slayer Guild?" "My name is Luo Tao. I don't know what I've done for the world." Ma Fai jumped up after hearing it. "Who said that? I'm the president." No one paid attention to Ma Fai's boasting. Luo Tao challenged Kaiodu. "How about this? This battle will end between you and me. The losing side's whole team will admit defeat and give up their honor points." Caillou objected. "Who do you think you are? A middle-level player wants to duel with a beginner-level one? You really think highly of yourself. Your face is thicker than Duong Huang's stomach." After discussing between themselves, Kaiodu agreed. "All right, no problem." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tao charged at him, using his weapon to scratch Kaiodu's face. Injured in the eye, Kaiodu didn't expect it. "I let my guard down and it's a stealth assassin. The dagger is poisoned, my eyes are blurry, I can't see clearly." Caillou's team and Duong Huang supported from the outside. How despicable, shameless. A middle-level player dueling with a beginner and using hidden weapons to blind him. I feel you have no shame at all. Luo Tao licked his lips, savage, with only one goal in mind, to win. He was willing to use any means to win. What's the difference between a hidden weapon and not? If he's hit, he's just a chicken. Kairodu fell into a weak position and his friends outside were worried. Activated the Gale Fist to launch a continuous attack. Kairodu was passive, unable to do anything, and his friends were anxious. Luo Tao prepared his final move, pressing his weapon against Kairodu's face while he still squinted. Thinking he had succeeded, he was shocked when Kairodu counterattacked. With a flick, he sent him flying. The members of the Zihua Guild were in panic. He was stunned. What was that just now? Why did my health drop by half? It turned out that Kairodu had support from the mechanical queen inside. She had warned him, this guy is not an easy opponent. The result was clear. Luo Tao admitted defeat. Kid, I admit that today you are the winner. Kairodu didn't agree with him, leaving after saying one sentence. He activated the final strike, deciding to fight with him. You hurt my friend and now you think you can just leave after admitting defeat. There's no way it's going to be that easy. Kairodu charged at him. Luo Tao panicked. Brat, are you trying to force me to fight you to the death? Immediately after that, Luo Tao took a blow to the face and the Zihua Guild members panicked. Even the guild leader was treated like this and there was no way to retreat mentally. Luo Tao gritted his teeth and jumped up. Brat, you're forcing me to do this. His eyes turned red, his tongue hanging out, and he had a plan of his own. The strange thing from before disappeared. It seemed like he had to use this move to make him pay. Luo Tao opened his mouth and shot something at Kairodu, causing him to be poisoned again. Damn it, what a vile thing. How dare you poison me? I'm not holding back anymore. Kairodu was determined to teach him a lesson and landed a strong punch to his face. Luo Tao, stubborn, puffed up. I'm still a middle-level player. How could I let a beginner like you humiliate me like this? Lu Chuo continued activating Gale Palm, unleashing a barrage of poison attacks at Qiu-Du. The relentless strikes left him bewildered, unable to dodge properly, forcing him to spin and weave, narrowly evading one attack only to get caught by another. Lu Chuo then triggered tenacious resolve and laughed triumphantly. Ha ha, kid, for every inch of skill there's a foot of cunning. Any warrior hit by my tenacious resolve loses mobility and becomes my prey. Almost got overturned by a rookie like you. So, how is it, you pathetic brat? Hit by my move, how does it feel? Weren't you acting cocky just now? Keep it up, keep showing off for me, he said, slapping Qiu-Du repeatedly, while the Zihuo Guild members cheered wildly. Aha, the guild master is truly formidable. Look at that idiot kid. And he thought a beginner could defeat a pro player? So naive it's laughable. Yang Xiang and Ta Yu could only turn pale and worry aloud. Qiu-Du, could even Zuka have lost? Chuo puffed out his chest arrogantly. Yes, kid, I'll admit you're stronger than the rookies. But sadly, you're still too inexperienced, ha ha ha. Qiu-Du's expression changed immediately, his eyes now fierce and predatory. Qiu-Du asked coldly, have you ever considered that my abilities are fundamentally not that of a warrior? Lu Chuo recalled suddenly and snapped. Not a warrior, damn it, you almost fooled me. With your attack and defense, how could you not be a warrior? Enough talk, I'll send you off. Fueled by a frenzy, Lu Chuo charged without thinking. Nearby, the Zihuo members crossed their arms and sneered. HMPH, another so-called genius who's worthless, still ends up under the guild master's hand. Really, they dare confront our Zihuo guild? Yang Xiang and Ta Yu could only pray frantically, screaming in hope that Qiu-Du would wake up. The situation was far from simple, and Qiu-Du had never been easily defeated. With just one hand, he stood firm and counterattacked decisively, warning Lu Chuo. I told you I'm not a warrior, why won't you believe me? But this time, I've got you. He delivered a straight kick to the stomach, followed by a punch to the face. Lu Chuo's face twisted. Impossible, you were clearly hit by my tenacious resolve. How are you still moving? Qiu-Du warned sharply. Didn't I already tell you, I am fundamentally not a warrior. Just someone with a slightly stronger body than average. I am merely a wind spirit mage. The critical hit drained Lu Chuo for another 1,233 HP. Gasping and near death, he finally collapsed, completely defeated. Qiu-Du, ready to deal with the remaining rookies, challenged. Who's next? The Zihuo Guild could only bow in defeat. The system immediately announced that the Sashin Guild earned guild battle points, and all honor points from Zihuo were transferred to Sashin. After the stunning victory, Qiu-Du's friends proudly asked, are you all okay? Zuka, I'm fine, just some external injuries, a few days of rest and it'll be fine. Qiu-Du closed his eyes to assess, feeling his defense had reached equilibrium. He guessed that he wouldn't need to train in the dark forest for a while, instead planning to farm dungeons for another card shield. Inside his inner space, Qiu-Du spoke to the Machine Queen. Lady Queen, you're the boss of this world. Do you know of any dungeons with a chance to drop a card shield? After thinking, she replied, "There is such a dungeon, but I advise against going. You wouldn't even be able to defeat a dog in there." Hearing this, Q-Do looked unconvinced. "What? Give me the info and you'll see." He then turned to his friends confidently. "Relax, I'll handle the card shield." "No, a dungeon? Passing it guarantees a card shield." Tayu insisted on joining, but Q-Do wanted more information from the Machine Queen. The dungeon required at least 2 participants. Q-Do nodded for Tayu to join. Yang Xiang, grinning foolishly, teased, "Hee, boy and girl, pleasant weather, dry wood and raging fire in the dungeon." Tayu immediately snapped, "Shut your mouth, Yang Xiang. I'll sew your foul mouth shut when we return from the dungeon." The dungeon they were entering was D-rank, Ming Realm. Tayu hesitated. "Q-Do, are you sure it's D-rank?" Q-Do reassured, "Don't worry, I've got this." He had experience from the previous D-rank dungeon, Soul Enemy Lake. Still, they couldn't be careless, as he had nearly been overturned before. Tayu worried she might hold him back, and without a card shield, her combat power was almost non-existent. Yet Q-Do patted her head, making her blush, and finally they decided to proceed. Ming Realm was a world created by Hades where all souls go after death. This dungeon simulated the real Ming Realm. Amidst the dense rain, Q-Do had unknowingly fallen asleep. After being called repeatedly, he finally woke. "Tayu, is this Ming Realm?" Tayu recounted the legend that it was the world of the dead. She asked nervously, "So, are we considered dead now?" Q-Do observed and said, "It looks like the Lingsu Mountain dungeon, not bad. If so, it indicates we're in a special state." Tayu asked blankly, "So we enter Ming Realm as the living?" Q-Do suddenly stared at Tayu's necklace, startling her. "What are you looking at?" He calmly said, "Stay still." Then he grabbed the pendant and asked, "You weren't wearing this before entering, right?" Tayu realized she had a necklace she hadn't noticed. "Right, I wasn't wearing it. It only appeared after entering the dungeon," she urged. "Check if you have one, Q-Do." He checked and found one too, realizing it was a quest item. System announcement: Ming Realm Quest Stage. Quest 1. Pass through the gates of hell to the Argon River and protect the Holy Cross from being lost. Completing Quest 1 unlocks Quest 2. Finishing all stages grants completion rewards with a friendly reminder from the system. System reminder: as a participant, trust your teammates 100%. Tayu shivered. "Q-Do, I heard this is the gate of hell, the entrance below. Legends say the dead can reach the real Ming Realm after passing through, and from there never escape hell again." Q-Do replied, "Oh, I see. If the quest requires it, let's go." Tayu still felt uneasy, unsure which path was correct. Even Q-Do wasn't certain but felt guided by an invisible force ahead. They reached a gathering of countless souls, the legendary Gate of Hell. Among the human spirits were also monster spirits. Facing them was the epic beast Seboroth, a 3-headed monster from Hell. The info panel read, Seboroth, level 29, HP 6000, Strength 379, Defense 288, Agility 233. The 3-headed guard dog of Hell loves to eat the flesh of the dead. In the past, anyone who dared to intrude into the gates of Hell would be devoured by Severus. Kara was terrified, sweat pouring down her face, her expression stiff. She asked the queen if this was the dog she had mentioned. The queen explained in a mechanical tone. Severus was a dog born and raised in Hell. "Didn't I tell you that even the dogs here are beyond your power? Who told you not to trust me?" Tayu was just as confused. Although the system task only required them to pass through the Hell Gate, would they actually be able to do it? Seeing her worried teammates with pale faces, Kara could only reassure herself. "Don't worry, I'll still be lucky." Kara tried to calm herself, saying that at least she still had some luck. This 3-headed dog liked to eat anything, and there were many spirits here. Would they get unlucky? As soon as she finished speaking, the dog lunged at her, biting her instantly. "Talk before you walk, indeed." One of the heads spat toxic fluid at Tayu, quickly draining her health. Tayu couldn't stay still, immediately furious, and screamed. Just when the situation became critical, the room also had its effect. The system announced that after being poisoned by the Hellhound Severus's venom for more than 100 seconds, participants would gain the passive skill, Poison Resistance Adaptation. This skill helps the user resist similar poisons if attacked for more than 10 seconds. Tayu was surprised as she felt the poison gradually fade away and no longer felt anything. However, the 3-headed dog continued its attack, seemingly enraged. After a wild struggle, it was forced to release Kara, as the young man had clearly caused trouble inside its body. Kara sighed in relief, fortunate that he had used the moon blade to stab the dog in the throat. He had almost been eaten alive. However, now was not the time to rejoice that her teammate was still alive. Kara decided to tell Tayu to run with her to another area. The group hurriedly fled, with Kara feeling anxious. "This is really bad. I wonder if I can get my blade back." Finally, they escaped from the gate and entered another area. The system announced, "Congratulations, you have completed the first mission. The next task is to cross the Argon River and protect the holy tree from being lost." As they arrived, a boat appeared and the boatman introduced himself as Chazen, a red boatman on the Argonne River. "Want to cross the river, huh? But to do so you must pay a fee." Kara felt that things related to money were simple, so she said, "Just pay the fee, take this, and take us across the river." "Yes, yes, honored guests, please board the boat." Before he finished speaking, a group of spirits rushed forward, demanding to board the boat. The boatman made it clear he was discriminatory, even showing disdain, calling them poor ghosts. "Go away, you have no right to board." After drifting away from the shore, Kara curiously asked, "Mr. Cha Diane, why can't the dead cross the river on their own?" The boatman replied, "Cross the Argonne River on your own? Let me say this again, this is the Argonne River. Try putting your hand outside the boat." Kara quickly extended his hand and many arms reached up from the riverbed, startling him. "What is this monstrous thing?" The boatman explained. "Those are the failures who tried to cross the Argonne River. They will remain forever in the dark waters of this river. Anything that falls into the Argonne River will be pulled down and become one of them. And soon, you too will also become part of the Argonne River's bottom. You're clearly alive, not dead. You dared to trick me, offering me the money of the living world. Get lost." Instantly, he flipped and shoved Kara into the river. Upon contact with the water, Kara felt cold, dark, and foul. This was Kara's first sensation when touching the Argonne River. Greedy hands began to reach up and grab him. Tao Yu held onto the boat, pulling Kara's arm. The boatman continued to wield the oar, pushing Tao Yu into the river. Hey, you go down too." Kara didn't let things worsen, activating his skill and leaping onto the boat, landing a punch on the boatman. Kara was surprised that the man was so weak. The boatman, punched through, was not afraid but challenged him instead. "The living who dare to harm a boatman will surely be judged." Kara ignored his words, delivering a strong kick that sent the man into the river. Immediately, the spirits dragged him down. Tao Yu looked down, stunned, and asked, "Kara, we've just killed that boatman. Will there be any issues?" Kara reassured her, "It's fine, even though this is the realm of the living, it's just a dungeon. We just need to get through it." Finally, the boat reached the other shore, but Kara was surprised to encounter a few people, including an old man who looked exactly like the previous boatman. Tao Yu was surprised and asked, "That Cha Diane, didn't he die?" The man stood with his arms crossed and answered, "That Cha Diane isn't the real Cha Diane. But seems you've dealt with the red boatman, right?" Kara didn't know who he was but explained, "There was no choice, the boatman pushed us into the river." Kara was surprised that this man had the guts to enter a D-tier dungeon. He must be a fellow player. The man laughed loudly, "Ha ha, you two fools, you've fallen for Cha Diane's trick. If you kill the red boatman, the first level of the underworld in the distance will surely be in turmoil." Kara naively asked, "What's in the first level of the underworld?" Boatman replied, "Haha, this is fun. I'm not related to you, nor are we friends, so why should I tell you?" His gaze slid toward Tao Yu and he quickly moved closer. "Little sister, I've seen you around for a long time. If you want to know about the first level of the underworld, I'll tell you. The first level, also known as the Court of Judgment, is where the sins of those who just entered are judged. If you've dealt with the Cha Diane, you'll definitely be judged as sinners and sent to hell to suffer. Don't worry, just follow me and I guarantee you'll be safe. I've passed this dungeon several times." Tao Yu, appearing friendly, asked, "Big brother, what do you mean by having been through the dungeon many times? If you've passed the dungeon so many times, isn't there no reward?" To satisfy Tao Yu, he introduced himself. "My name is Wang Defu, I'm a guide hunter." Kara thought to himself, a guide hunter, probably a shady profession making money by guiding people through dungeons. Kara guessed that the girl must be the one who hired him. Wang Defu introduced, "This is the guest I'm guiding this time. Little sister, what do you think? Would you like to join us?" Purple-haired girl immediately complained, "Wang Defu, are you confused? How can you be so nice to someone else? I'm the one who hired you. I am only tasked with guiding you through this dungeon, not with making you happy. If you're dissatisfied, I can refund your payment so you can complete it on your own." The girl with purple hair frowned and said, "Then get moving." "Fine, fine, little sister, just follow me." Kaio Du agreed with Ta Ziu, "Let's just follow him for now. This area represents the first level of the underworld. What do you think? Pretty terrifying, right? This is the first level of the underworld judgment hall. As soon as you enter, don't speak recklessly." The door opened and someone was already waiting. Before Ta Ziu could speak, he was yelled at, "Silence. I am the judge of the underworld judgment hall, first level, lead judge. Now I shall begin judging you all." De Fu led the group forward confidently, turning back as he walked, saying, "Watch closely as I do this." Fu approached Chuan Yu, clasping his hands in front of his chest, bowing respectfully and said, "I am Wang De Fu. Asking for money is no crime. Please, my lord, judge fairly." The book in the lead judge's hands suddenly emitted a faint light and the pages turned quickly. De Fu was surprised when the light shone directly on him and stood up abruptly. He clenched the stone in his hand, causing it to crack with a snap. Cracks appeared on its surface. The lead judge looked down at the book and spoke with suspicion, muttering, Wang Defu, no crimes recorded. If there is no crime, I will declare you innocent. Next, Defu sighed with relief and turned, stuffing the stone into his pocket, then handed it to Huazai, saying, Take this, just follow my lead, being innocent is enough. Huazai stepped forward and said something similar. Quickly, the lead judge declared Huazai innocent. Defu laughed loudly, turning to Kaio Du and Ta Ziu, saying, I'm truly sorry, I can only use this prop one more time. I can't help you, but if you're willing to rely on me, I'll help you one last time. She looked at him and replied, I don't need you to worry. Lead judge spoke again. Next, Kaio Du stepped forward, hands clasped in front of his chest, and firmly said, My lord judge, I didn't have a choice before, but now I want to be a good person. Defu, arms crossed, couldn't help but sneer from a distance, replying, Brother, after I die, I'll make sure to burn you plenty of paper money. Though I say that in my heart, I think the crime of killing that red merchant is enough to send you straight to hell. Suddenly the book emitted a colorful light and the lead judge exclaimed in surprise. Kaio Du, his face serious, shouted, You're such a cruel person, this is simply unforgivable. At that moment the book emitted light and an image of Kaio Du fighting monsters appeared beside him. The lead judge sternly declared, The first crime, disrespecting the bones of the dead. Screen shifted to another image, where Kaio Du led his group in a fierce battle, seemingly overwhelmed. The lead judge stood up, closed the book, and angrily shouted, The second crime, destroying their peaceful lives. The lead judge then became calm again, coldly listing, The third crime, killing small animals. The fourth crime, desecrating corpses. Defu, seeing Kaio Du standing still, couldn't help but wonder, What kind of monster is this kid? The lead judge suddenly became enraged, shouting, The fifth crime and the most serious, you killed the three-headed hell dog and murdered the boatman Karen. He extended his long, dark arm toward Kaio Du, scolding, For someone who loves violence like you, this is the perfect place. I sentence you to fall into the blood pool, the first valley of the seventh hell. The lead judge looked at Kaio Du surrounded by red energy, continuing, Feel the pain forever in this sea of blood. Kaio Du's body flew upward and the ground revealed a sea of blood, beneath which countless skulls and bloody arms stretched out. The lead judge coldly declared from above, Criminal Kaio Du, fall into the blood pool, let the sea of blood burn your skin. Suddenly a streak of light appeared and the lead judge gasped in shock as the system also appeared. Reversal of fate. The lead judge couldn't believe it, his eyes wide open. Kaio Du shot out like a bolt of lightning from the sea of blood, shouting, What is this blood pool of hell? Dungeon NPC actually thinks they are the judge of the underworld. Now I'll add another crime to my list, smashing the judge. As soon as he finished speaking, Kaio Du punched the lead judge in the face. Lead judge didn't have time to react and was knocked away by Kaio Du's punch, crashing through a large section of the wall. Defu stood far off, mouth agape, unable to speak. He silently thought, It's over, that brat dared to lay a hand on the judge. The lead judge stood up from the rubble, crazed, laughing loudly as he asked Kaio Du, Smash the judge, huh? It's been a long time since anyone had the guts to do this. Then he extended his arm, releasing a streak of purple light from his sleeve. The blink of an eye, the purple light transformed into a long staff. The lead judge, now completely enraged, shouted furiously, I will make sure you rot in hell forever. With that, he charged towards Kaio Du. Kaio Du dodged to the side and the staff missed, hitting the ground with such force that it cracked the earth. The lead judge sneered, So you stole my speed, huh? Kaio Du raised his head, not denying it, and replied, Your speed really does work. The lead judge didn't say anything else, stamping down hard to gain momentum, creating another crack in the ground. The lead judge tightly gripped his staff and leapt high, his eyes never leaving Kaio Du for a second. Without warning, he dove straight at Kaio Du, a streak of purple light flashing, and there was a huge explosion as dust flew everywhere. Kaio Du managed to dodge just in time. Kaio Du left a long trail on the ground before coming to a stop. Defu, watching from afar, couldn't help but exclaim, That kid's been hurt. Huazai asked in confusion, Why didn't he dodge it? Kaio Du clutched his chest, thinking in confusion, I never expected that just the Duba could injure me so badly. If it were before with just 6 defense points, I think. As he was thinking, the mechanical queen suddenly issued a warning about the man's weapon, saying it could pierce armor. He glanced at her and asked, Can you intervene? In a world with only the two of them. Firmly replied that she could not, as she was the boss of the mechanical kingdom and was forbidden from acting in other dungeons. Violating this rule would lead to annihilation. But then she looked at him and added that she could still teach him a skill. On the system screen before Yidu, the spirit level dropped to 0. After hearing the queen, he resolutely refused, I don't need a skill. She did not get angry but reassured him, Rest easy, my heart is still within you. In reality, Yu raised the spear and black smoke began swirling around him. He aimed at Yidu and commanded, Atone. Before he could respond, he continued, I will personally escort you to hell. Du watched the spear accumulate purple energy, violent streaks of purple light spreading across the room, and realized he had been engulfed by this aura. His expression turned uncomfortable as he thought, this aura is strong. Next to him, Huazai saw the danger and worriedly asked, Lu Cheng, why aren't you going down to help? If that brat dies, will it be our turn next? Cheng replied casually, no rush, take it slow. Suddenly, a foot slammed into the ground, shattering it, and Yidu rushed toward De Yu's spear. De Yu shouted in alarm, Yidu. Lu Cheng crossed his arms in admiration, taking the initiative. Could this brat still have a trump card? De Yu froze at the sight before him. In an instant, Xiang couldn't react in time. Seizing the opportunity as Yidu charged, he immediately turned and ran. Lu Cheng and Huazai froze, then quickly regained their composure. They realized they would have to act themselves. Suddenly, their eyes widened in horror, stammering, wait a moment. Back at Yidu, he disregarded everything, gripping the spear and plunging it straight into the chest. He pulled the spear back and hurled himself at De Yu, sending him crashing to the ground. White smoke dissipated and Yidu landed lightly. The room fell into an eerie silence. Yu lay still, impaled by his own spear. Lu Cheng was astonished. How did this kid get so strong? The mechanical queen floated by, smiling. See, how's that skill now? Yidu held his wound, eyes cold, replying, it works, but this skill costs some life. He traced a small arc and a notification of the mechanical queen's fury appeared. Injured, the rage state activated. For every 1% of health lost, attack, defense, and speed increased by 0.5%. A notice warned that prolonged anger could have mysterious side effects. Yidu ignored his wounds, stood tall, clenched his fists, his expression filled with delight, thinking this skill suits him perfectly. After fainting for a moment, De Yu woke up, hearing him speak. He clutched the spear lodged in his chest, excitedly repeating, interesting, truly interesting. NBC system notifications appeared, reporting De Yu's execution, skills, Baxiang strike, extreme force, and love reminder. Judge Yu Ming, with the coldest heart in the world, drew the spear and faced Yidu, his tone both skeptical and provocative. A heinous criminal dared to harm me. He raised the Baxiang strike, Yidu unflinching, launched his mechanical tiger fist straight at him, and two powerful forces collided. Neither side yielded and the ground cracked under their strength. As they were about to clash, De Yu changed strategy, shouting, extreme force. The spear surged at Yidu but was blocked by his fist. From afar, Ta Zio observed, seeing Yidu disadvantaged, blaming himself for being useless. Yidu was surprised as the spear hit the iron ring on his hand with a clanging sound. De Yu kept thrusting, voice cold, criminal Yidu, I as Judge Yu Ming. Paused briefly, then added, declare you guilty of death. He gritted his teeth, a purple light slicing through the black aura. Yu rushed forward, face pale, calling out, Yidu. White smoke still rose from the battlefield. Yidu dropped his hand, the ring on it shattered. System announced, mechanical tiger fist broken. The Yu was enveloped in purple energy, approaching Yidu calmly. Ta Yu's face darkened as she gritted her teeth to suppress trembling. Blamed herself, Yidu, it's all my fault. Why am I so useless? The Yu coldly declared to the remaining three, next, it's your turn. Suddenly, a voice beside him startled him. Wait, Yidu is already getting back up. Equipment was broken, unable to drop anything better. Yidu stopped, stood seriously, and said, we're not done yet. A notification appeared, activating rage and violence states. You sneered, disdainful, you think standing up will do anything, fool. Then he thrust the spear toward Yidu. Yidu stood motionless. The spear seemed to pass through him, but he tilted his head, caught it, his body enveloped in a new, far stronger aura. Swung, forcing De Yu backward, who was stunned. Before he could react, a massive explosion erupted ahead, a purple column shooting straight up. Yidu surged forward, face serious, fist ready. In an instant, he struck like lightning past De Yu, and when he looked back, De Yu had been split in two. Fu couldn't contain his amazement upon witnessing the scene, silently marveling at the cruelty of the lucky brat who had yet to strike at him. Turning towards his right, he looked at the heavily damaged body. His previously arrogant tone now turned frantic as he screamed. How could this be? I never imagined I would die at the hands of a criminal. As soon as he spoke those words, his body rapidly disintegrated into a blue gem. The system immediately displayed a notification. Epic NPC killed, earned 26 free attribute points. Once everything had settled, Q-Do jumped down to the ground, causing the cold earth to shatter from the impact. The atmosphere suddenly became eerily quiet, only the sound of hurried footsteps approaching him could be heard. Fu, running towards him, laughed loudly. Bro, you're amazing, really. Oh no, you're seriously wounded, hurry up and take care of that. To his surprise, Fu didn't head towards him, instead elegantly running behind him. Suddenly, a purple flash streaked by, brushing across Fu's arm, causing him to spin around in shock. Q-Do had already gotten up, his cold face warning him, taking another step closer to the core of his soul. Break the awkward silence, Da Fu laughed and quickly explained, I saw you were injured, I just wanted to help. Alright, you handle it yourself. But Q-Do's gaze was fixed on the tattoo on his arm and he silently exclaimed in shock, it was, before his expression darkened and he began to think. Baiji, why does he have a Baiji tattoo? Q-Do's eyes deepened as he stared at Da Fu, suspicion building inside. Who exactly was he? What connection did he have to Baiji? Was this coincidence or had he intentionally sought him out? His face darkened and his mind started to think more cautiously. Bringing Chu Zhu to the world instance of Nguyen Ming was a spur-of-the-moment decision. If Wang Defu was from Baiji, then Baiji's intelligence network was truly terrifying. Yu anxiously rushed over and asked, Q-Do, are you okay? He half knelt on the ground, replying coldly, I'm fine. I'm just wondering what the core of the judge's soul will bring out. Unable to wait any longer, Q-Do extended his hand and touched the core of the judge's soul. In an instant, the core exploded, revealing a gem. The system displayed, Upgrade Stone, a one-time use B-level item, capable of upgrading any item to B-level with special effects. Q-Do held the gem, his face filled with dissatisfaction, shouting, what good is this? I need weapons, shields. The system ignored his displeasure and continued to display. Mission 3 completed, new mission dispatched. He held the gem and walked towards Tai Yu and the others. Zai walked alongside Da Fu and asked, I assume everyone has received the new mission notice by now, right? Da Fu, draped in his robe, laughed and said, let's go. Q-Do coldly replied, all right. The group left with imposing confidence and the system continued to display more information. Mission 4, pass through the infernal realm behind, reach the Mingwang temple and simultaneously ensure the sacred cross is not lost. A while later, they arrived. The sky here was blood-red, eerie beyond measure. Da Fu confidently led the way. Looked up at the sky and informed the group, ahead is the infernal gluttony. Da Fu's face grew serious, turning around to remind them, those who overindulge in life will fall into this hell. It's no problem for us, but we must be careful of the three-headed dog here. Tai Yu asked in doubt, the three-headed dog of hell, isn't it the gatekeeper of hell? Why would it appear in the infernal gluttony? Da Fu laughed loudly, silly girl, you do know, the gatekeeper is just where it works. The infernal gluttony is its home. Cerberus doesn't care about the living, as long as they don't wake it up, they'll be safe. Q-Do suddenly noticed and in a startled motion turned to look. Above them, 3 pairs of blood-red eyes stared down at them. Da Fu regained his composure and shouted loudly, run, Cerberus is awake. The group hurriedly fled. But before they could get far, a giant 3-headed dog leapt down from the sky. The group ran at full speed, but it was too late. The fierce 3-headed dog quickly closed in on them. Da Fu shouted as he ran, what's going on? I've been here many times before and that beast has never actively attacked the living. Q-Do turned his head and agreed, I didn't expect this either. I only killed one of its heads, yet it holds such a grudge against me. Da Fu panicked, you killed one of Cerberus' heads. Are you out of your mind? Suddenly, Q-Do stopped. He stood alone facing the 3-headed dog. Tai Yu, you go ahead. Hearing this, she turned around and asked, what about you? Q-Do smiled and replied, I still have things on that beast, I need to take them back. Tai Yu obeyed, shouting, all right, I'll wait for you ahead. Then she quickly ran off. The 3-headed dog caught up, seeing Q-Do standing still. It growled loudly before charging at him. Q-Do coldly threw a punch at the 3-headed dog, but the powerful force sent him flying backward. Despite the blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes glowed coldly, muttering with a frenzied tone. All right, now let's settle the debt from before. His whole body radiated purple energy. The 3-headed dog continued to charge and he swung his hand, knocking its face to the side. Q-Do shot towards the 3-headed dog like a streak of light, landing successive blows to its head before it could react. Each strike was followed by the sound of the monster's health bar depleting. But the 3-headed dog was no easy opponent. Realized that Q-Do was not easily subdued and immediately gathered a blue energy sphere. Q-Do turned around, coldly assessing, is it resistant to attacks this much? Cerberus spit a greenish liquid down onto Q-Do's position. The liquid hit his body, causing a damage reduction. He lowered his head and shouted, I don't believe it. He raised his head, his power grew even stronger. Q-Do coldly said, I don't believe I can't deal with a dog like you. Alone, he stood fearlessly against the giant 3-headed dog which growled viciously from time to time. His face grew serious, his body adopting a defensive stance as he firmly gripped the large chain behind him. When he spotted an opening in the 3-headed dog, he immediately swung the chain to wrap tightly around its body. Q-Do's strength was immense. With a strong pull, he tightened the chain, rendering the 3-headed dog unable to struggle. One of Cerberus' heads still growled angrily, trying to charge at Q-Do. But he didn't let it escape. Holding the chain, he jumped high, only to be thrown back to the ground with immense force. His face was filled with shock. It slammed hard into the corner of the wall, shattering it. The three-headed dog quickly seized the opportunity. Despite being chained, it lunged, dragging and battering Yi Hao repeatedly. Yet he refused to lose, swiftly regaining his composure and holding the chain tightly. Yi Hao shouted in anger, "Damn dog, die!" He swung the chain, hurling the dog away while yelling, "Stop!" Seeing it had no effect, he clenched his fists tighter. Without another word, he unleashed a powerful punch. A stream of blue energy shot out from his fist. The three-headed dog whimpered, but before it could react, Yi Hao's punch sent it flying backward. The three-headed dog growled in pain. It charged at him, and he was unable to avoid it, being dragged a long distance. Seizing the moment, Yi Hao jumped onto the dog's back. He saw the dog's ferocity and thought, "What's wrong with this dog? Is it crazy?" The scene shifted to the Deifu group, who ran until they reached an open clearing. He looked back. Only then did he feel relieved and announced, "It's safe here." Deifu, unable to resist teasing, saw Taiyu alone and approached, laughing loudly. "Don't be afraid, sister, that guy is surely in that dog by now. If you're sad, you can lean on my broad shoulder." Taiyu snapped, "Shut up." At that moment, a massive shadow charged toward them. Taiyu, startled, shouted, "Yi Hao." Realizing it was the three-headed dog, chained but unable to restrain its rage, Deifu's group panicked and tried to flee. However, the dog suddenly leapt over their heads. Their mouths agape in shock, they watched Yi Hao riding on the dog's back, exclaiming, "Oh my god, what is he doing?" Taiyu called anxiously, "Yi Hao, are you okay?" Gripping the chain tightly, Yi Hao struggled to turn and replied, "I'm fine, I'm going." Deifu watched as Yi Hao and the three-headed dog disappeared into the distance, worry in his voice. "Damn, that dog's dragging him straight to the seventh hell." Cerberus accelerated, its body agilely leaping from rock to rock with ease. Suddenly, it roared and smashed into a large boulder, shattering it. Finally, it stopped before a massive gate. Yi Hao leapt up in alarm, thinking, "This place is." Suddenly, a quadrangular pit appeared in the ground, glowing with a crimson light. The three-headed dog, seemingly familiar with it, ran to the edge, and soon its entire body was bathed in the red glow. Yi Hao, on guard, tried to leap off the dog's back, but it wouldn't let him escape easily. Cerberus thrashed its head and growled fiercely, making it difficult for him to stay upright. In an instant, as it leapt, the chain around it, including Yi Hao, was flung far away. Not stopping there, it opened its mouth and shot a red beam directly at Yi Hao, slamming him to the ground and forming a large crater, with cracks spreading all around. He opened his eyes with difficulty, but the first words he uttered were, "Damn, I didn't expect you to be arrogant too." The three-headed dog didn't pause, it roared and lunged. Suddenly, he sprang up, his face showing clear panic, shouting, "My arm." The three-headed dog seized the opening and rushed forward, one bite aimed straight at Jingdu from within. It tilted its head, trying to pin him against its belly, but it hadn't yet savored the fresh taste. Suddenly, countless crimson lights shot out from its body. The three-headed dog howled in pain, tilting its head back. Moments later, Jingdu sliced across its chest with his sword, then appeared on the ground. A massive Cerberus had been defeated by Jingdu. He stood with his back turned, his cold voice ringing out, "You could have swallowed me once, but dare to try a second time? Your dog is truly fearless." The moment he looked away, the wounds on the three-headed dog healed as if nothing had happened. Jingdu hadn't realized the danger approaching, thinking to himself, "Strange, why hasn't the elimination notification appeared yet?" It'd been like this before, one head had died only to revive again. Soon, the three-headed dog woke from behind, roaring as it lunged straight at him. Jingdu frowned, muttering, "As expected." Calculating in his mind, he realized he had to sever all three heads. Dark power radiated from his entire body. His face was terrifyingly cold. His voice bellowed like from hell, "Dead dog!" Without hesitation, Jingdu lunged like an arrow into the dog's chest. A scream echoed as he drew his sword from behind, Sabero still charging recklessly without noticing the danger. In an instant, its body was covered in slashes. Jingdu leapt, decisively cutting off one Cerberus head. The immense force of the battle made it hard for others nearby to stay on their feet. He shouted in shock, "Unbelievable," thinking to himself, "So obedient, I didn't expect the old man to care about him. This kid really knows how to bring surprises." Returning to the fight between Jingdu and the three-headed dog. Sabero's head was severed and flew far away. Jingdu grew serious, calculating how to finish it before it could revive. Bright red blood poured from its neck, soaking the ground. The remaining two heads roared in fury at Jingdu, but before a sound could form, he swung again. Jingdu flipped in midair, gliding past the remaining head. Warned, "Only you remain." The last head refused to submit, growling as it lunged to devour him. Jingdu kicked off forcefully, barreling straight into the gaping mouth of the three-headed dog. In the blink of an eye, a massive explosion shook the land. The system displayed, "Through combat, you have defeated the epic monster Hades' three-headed Saberos, awarding 29 free attribute points. Experience gained, 140 years, level up successful, current experience 21500, awarded 10 free attribute points." Yidu gripped his sword tightly, its blade continuously absorbing blue energy from the surrounding. Afterwards, the system notified a weapon upgrade. Yidu stared at his sword in astonishment along with the new info. Golden Dragon Swallow Moon Blade, rank B, long roar combo will automatically activate when an attack is blocked. Next attack increases damage by 5%, stackable infinitely, with 20% more damage to other creatures. Yidu wondered, this sword can upgrade itself. Meanwhile, 3 people rushed over with Tayu looking the most worried. She ran while calling loudly, Yidu, are you okay? He smiled, replying, it's fine, it's just a dog capable of flipping the world. The nearby Great Fu was incredulous, silently impressed. After some discussion, Yidu touched the red gem beside him. Information appeared, Soul-Stealing Supreme Elixir, rank B, single-use item. After use, all attributes increase by 100 for 1 minute with spirit decreasing by 10%. Yidu held the gem, smiling faintly, thinking, 100 points to all attributes, nice. Nice and almost no side effects. Seeing him happy, Lion curiously asked, why, you're smiling so brightly, did you find something good? Yidu tucked the gem into his coat and replied casually, nothing, just a junk item. But in his mind, he calculated that if he was from Baiji, this elixir could bring surprises. Suddenly, Tayu pulled him aside, seriously saying, Yidu, come here a moment. He said, I have something to tell you. Once in a secluded spot, Tayu relaxed. On the way, I asked Wang Defu he's never seen this type of cross. Yidu was astonished, asking, you mean these 2 types of crosses only appear in this dungeon? He wondered about their special significance. Suddenly, the 2 crosses around their necks flew up and the system screen appeared. Congratulations, player has completed task 4. A column of light shot through them into the sky. The system announced, final task, place the 2 crosses into the Holy King's chamber, defeat Ming King and escape before the dungeon collapses or be buried with it. The Great Fu and he were also shocked and attentive. He shouted in fear, what is this? What are you doing? Yidu frowned and asked, Wang Defu, tell me, what was the final task you completed in the Nuyen Ming dungeon before? Fu replied loudly, entering the holy chamber of Ming King, simply entering counts as dungeon completion. Hearing this, Yidu's face grew serious, thinking, it seems that Tayu and I triggered something that altered the dungeon. Suddenly he shouted, all right, let's move, finish this troublesome dungeon quickly. I don't want to stay here another second. Hearing this, Defu immediately said, okay, I've been here a few times, I'll lead everyone to the holy chamber of Ming King. After a long walk under the high moon, they reached the gates of the holy chamber of Ming King. Defu shouted, pushing hard against the gates but they wouldn't budge, exclaiming, strange, what's going on? Previously, the doors opened with a light push. Suddenly, Tayu noticed something, pointing to the adjacent wall. Yidu, look at this. He immediately looked, spotting 2 cross-shaped holes in the wall. Defu explained, no way, I didn't see these before. Before he could finish, Yidu interrupted, these shapes match the crosses on our bodies. They coordinated to insert the crosses into the holes, and in an instant, the heavy gates slowly began to open. A cold wind blew in from outside as the 4 of them stood still by the door, looking into the dark room. Suddenly, Yidu lost consciousness, his eyes shutting tight. When he opened them again, he saw a mountain of skulls before him, and he was floating above a sea of blood. Yidu asked in confusion, what is this? His gaze was drawn to a figure on the mountain of skulls. Despite the wind whipping at his clothes, he thought to himself, who is he? The figure merely tilted his head, looking at Yidu with a cold smile, causing Yidu's face to turn pale with fear. He called out in panic, ah! Back in reality, the group approached a coffin, inside which lay the body of the King of Hell, still and unmoving. Yidu bit his lip, thinking, was that vision the image of him before he died? The Taoist companion noticed Yidu's pale face and asked, Yidu, are you all right? He replied, I'm fine. Did you see anything just now? The Taoist companion shook his head. I didn't see anything. Yidu thought to himself, could it be that only he saw that vision? Fu suddenly exclaimed, what the hell? I've been to the city of the King of Hell many times and it's always been empty. Why is there such a large coffin this time? Yidu calmly walked up to the coffin and silently stared at the man lying motionless inside. The man in the coffin suddenly opened his eyes wide and grinned. Yidu was startled and stepped back, shouting, return it. In the blink of an eye, the coffin was empty and the figure from inside the coffin flew out, charging toward Yidu. He stood firm, blocking the man's path. The ghostly figure passed through Yidu as though he were a wraith. The system chimed in, congratulations, player has obtained the King of Hell's spider. The man immediately vanished and the system continued. King of Hell's spider, S-rank item, single use, no special effect at this time. Yidu thought to himself, an S-rank item, single use and still no effect. Suddenly, someone called out to him, Yidu. The Taoist companion shouted, Yidu, you're awake now. Yidu asked in confusion, what happened to me? The Taoist companion replied, you touched the crystal coffin and your body went rigid. No matter how we called out, you didn't respond. Yu understood the illusion he had just seen must have been something the man created for him. He asked in surprise, "Didn't you see it anymore?" The system responded, "Stone coffin, B rank, when lying inside, you lose the ability to move, but your body will not decompose." Deifu said, "I suspect this is the coffin of the King of Hell. According to legend, only from the dungeon of the Nuyen Ming boundary can one enter the true Ming realm. It's very likely true, the real Ming realm is terrifying with no one surviving." Yu asked, "If it's so dangerous, why enter the real world?" Deifu explained, "Of course, it's because of the inheritance of the King of Hell." Yu wondered to himself if the inheritance of the King of Hell was related to the King of Hell's spider he had just obtained. Deifu pointed and said, "Look, there are 2 keyholes under the coffin." Yu and his Taoist companion stood silent. Yu took the 2 crosses from his neck, and they both placed them into the holes in the coffin. A powerful earthquake suddenly shook the ground. Yuazai, standing a distance away, asked in confusion, "What's going on?" The system announced, "Congratulations, player has completed the final mission. The dungeon will collapse, please evacuate immediately." Player Qiudu and Taoist companion rank A. Qiudu gains 200 experience, 20 free attribute points, C rank equipment, and a magic stat. Taoist companion shouted, "Qiudu, my reward is a shield." Qiudu quickly said, "All right, it's about to collapse, let's go." Deifu asked in confusion, "What happened? What did you 2 do?" He angrily shouted, "This dungeon is my source of income. You 2 destroyed it and cut off my way of making money. You can't leave." Qiudu was stunned. "Are you crazy? If you want to calculate, take us out and say it. If not, the dungeon will collapse and both you and I will be buried." "Remain stubborn? Oh, so you cut off my way of making money. Does it matter whether I leave or not?" Huazai exclaimed. "Deifu, if you want to die, don't drag me into it." Deifu kicked Huazai hard and the woman grunted in pain, repeatedly muttering. Huazai, hit by the kick, was pushed far back. Qiudu calmly asked, "You're not trying to stop us because of this, are you?" Deifu bluntly asked, "So what? Do you think I have another reason to attack?" Qiudu replied, "Of course." He shouted, "Then tell me, what's your reason?" Qiudu answered straightforwardly, "Because you're one of Baiji's people." Deifu laughed, "No wonder the master specifically ordered to capture you. You're quite clever. I've been hiding it well, but you still discovered me. Can you tell me, when did you start suspecting me?" Qiudu answered, "When you revealed Baiji's tattoo." Deifu was speechless. Qiudu dropped the 2 crosses at his feet and asked, "If I'm not mistaken, these 2 crosses were also made by Baiji's people, right?" Deifu laughed loudly. "You're smart. Now that you know everything, you can't escape today." Qiudu spoke up, "But I have one more question. If your only goal is to capture me, why destroy this dungeon?" Deifu sighed. "I didn't expect you to be clueless at times. Let me reveal it to you. The purpose of destroying the dungeon is to prevent the world inside from tracing your whereabouts." He spread his arms. "When you disappear, Ko Bin Duong will definitely search for you, but once the dungeon collapses, he won't be able to find you." Qiudu said, "I see, but you're so weak, how did you think you could catch us?" Deifu exuded dark energy, laughing maliciously. "That's not something you need to worry about." In an instant, he slashed at Qiudu, causing him to lose 193 health. Qiudu couldn't believe it. The speed was so fast that even the Imperial Tiger Strike couldn't catch the target. Deifu spoke from behind Qiudu, "Keep being arrogant, little brat." The Taoist companion rushed forward, using the shield to block. "Be careful." Deifu slashed at the shield, but it had no effect, making him think, "I have to admit, that's impressive." Fortunately, the D-rank dungeon could still drop a rank equipment, but it was about to become his. The Taoist companion huffed, "Try this move of yours," thinking to herself, "I won't be a useless burden this time." A move from the front of the shield pushed Deifu back, but he quickly steadied himself. Qiudu witnessed and thought, "I didn't expect the Taoist companion to be so powerful." "Well, you're really defying the heavens, dropping a rank equipment from a D-rank dungeon, but it's about to become mine." The Taoist companion grunted, "Try this move of your own," thinking, "This time I won't be a useless burden anymore." A move from the front of the shield sent Deifu flying, but he quickly regained his balance. Qiudu saw and thought, "I didn't expect the Taoist companion to be so strong." Looked toward Wang Deifu, who was bracing himself in the distance, and shouted for him to advance. Wang Deifu drew his sword with a loud laugh, mocking that these 2 were far too weak. With arrogance, he spoke as if he could truly face a mid-level star. Wang Deifu charged forward and said, "Now I want to see how you handle this." How you silently marveled at his speed and realized he was an assassin by profession. In an instant, he had moved behind her shield and said, "If you protect him like that, don't blame me for showing no mercy." With that, Wang Deifu swung his sword forcefully toward Tazayo. Qiudu, standing behind, watched in shock and called out her name. Tazayo immediately took out a red pill and swallowed it. It was the soul-seizing supreme pill, enhancing all attributes by 100 points but reducing spirit by 10%. Qiudu felt a massive boost. This was the wrath of the mechanized queen. His gaze filled with killing intent as he swung his fist at Wang Deifu, striking him back and shouting, "Get lost." Qiudu turned to Tayu and asked, "Are you okay?" She replied, "I'm fine." Suddenly, Tayu looked up and warned, "Be careful." She quickly grabbed her shield to block Wang Deifu's attack. Due to Wang Deifu's immense force, Ta Zio was injured, her sleeve torn. Without hesitation, Qiu ran to support her shield. Wang Deifu, witnessing this, was astonished. He stopped resisting, withdrawing his attack and standing some distance away. Tayu softly called, "Qiu Du." Qiu turned and said, "You're hurt, rest." Then, a wisdom staff appeared in his hand. The C-rank staff increased spirit by 20% and skill damage by 30%, restricted to Mage Primary level 11. Holding two staffs radiating strong golden energy, Qiu whispered to Tayu, "Leave it to me." Wang Deifu looked at Qiu, bewildered. "What's with this form? Aren't you a soul mage?" Qiu ignored him, lightly tiptoed, leaving clear water traces on the ground, then charged Wang Deifu, swinging the staff and shouting, "Ambush." Wang Deifu smirked, "A soul mage trying to ambush an assassin like me?" Qiu asked softly, "And what if I am?" He transformed the staff into the Dragon Roar consecutive slash and swung at Wang Deifu, but Wang Deifu successfully blocked the attack. Wang Deifu thought, "What's happening?" His speed and strength suddenly surged. Isn't a soul mage supposed to be weak? How can this kid unleash such powerful attack? Qiu quickly used the ancestral finger technique, thinking, with the support of skills, equipment, and the supreme pill, if I accumulate Dragon Roar consecutive slash, I can overwhelm him. Wang Deifu saw the red light and was stunned. What is this? As Qiu leapt from behind the red light, Wang Deifu thought, "My speed is slowing down, this isn't good, I can't dodge." He could only brace his sword against Qiu's staff. Realized his force was waning. Sensing the advantage, Qiu shouted, "Dragon Roar consecutive slash," and struck, shattering the ground beneath Wang Deifu. Qiu continued his postures, attacking with Dragon Roar consecutive slash. Wang Deifu could only dodge, powerless. Qiu then unleashed his strongest strike, Dragon Roar consecutive slash. His sword shattered completely. Wang Deifu yelled, "Wait," he thought in disbelief. "I, a mid-level assassin, am being pushed this far by a primary-level mage." Unwilling to die, he asked Qiu, "Kid, don't you want to know about Baiji? Your parents kill me and you'll never know." Qiu's strike transformed into a golden dragon flying toward him. Wang Deifu panicked, repeatedly saying, "Think carefully, kid. Kill me and you'll lose any chance to learn the truth. Remember, Baiji exists in this world too." As Qiu finished, he struck Wang Deifu hard. Slowly losing consciousness, Wang Deifu still said, "You really dare to kill me? Baiji will never forgive you." Lay on the cracked ground, gradually disintegrating. Qiu gritted his teeth, frowning silently, then yelled in anger, "You should have said so earlier. My Dragon Roar consecutive slash cannot be stopped." From afar, sudden laughter erupted. Qiu heard the voice, "Wang Deifu is useless, I don't know why the boss trusts him." It was Hua Zai, who had just knocked Ta Zio unconscious and held a knife to her neck. Qiu, stunned, asked, "It's you, are you with Baiji too?" Hua Zai confirmed, "Yes," and added, "Surprised." She lifted her mask slightly. Qiu realized with shock, "You're Hua Zai," she said softly. "I didn't expect you'd still remember me." Qiu smiled, "Of course I remember you, Sister Hua Zai. My friend, go first. If you have matters, we can talk." Hua Zai laughed and asked, "Do you think that's possible? Are you stupid or am I?" She remarked, "Last time you were quite capable. And yet you managed to escape with so many students. Let's see if you can escape this time." Qiu remained silent, thinking, "Escape? My strength is completely different now." He clenched his staff tightly. Besides, the effects of the soul-seizing supreme pill haven't worn off yet. Hua Zai warned, "If you want to act, think carefully." The system displayed, identity, Hua Zai, profession, assassin, realm, senior, level 35. Qiu was shocked, senior level, she's voluntarily showing her stats, how can I fight her? Even 10 more supreme pills won't help. Hua Zai swung her knife and asked, shaking already. He pressed the knife to Tayu's neck again, saying, "If you obediently come with me, I may consider letting past grudges slide." Suddenly, the ceiling trembled violently and the walls began to crumble. Bricks and stones fell everywhere, dust filling the air. Qiu lightly grasped his staff and said, "Fine, seems I have no choice but to comply." He added curiously, "I wonder why Baiji's team went to so much trouble to destroy a D-level instant. Just to capture me, a new primary-level mage, was it worth it?" Hua Zai laughed. "Qiu, you're no ordinary primary mage. A primary soul mage capable of killing a mid-level with his own body is impressive. You see the great ideals of Baiji, you'll resolutely join them." Qiu thought, "Qiu Gongsun, I've seen that expression on the face of the Machine Kingdom's disciples. Queen, where is the queen? Look at the crazy flowers in front of you and marvel at its essence, thinking that if it hadn't appeared, you might have died." At this moment, Qiu spoke up, "Let's go, I'll show you the greatness of Baiji." Suddenly, Qiu raised her weapon and shouted loudly, "Attack!" Qiu was still dazed holding the flower, but at this point, she snapped back to her senses. She quickly broke free from the woman's grip. Qiu swung her staff towards the flower, but the woman quickly dodged. Flower wrapped her knife in purple energy and softly said, "If you want to strike again, I'll have no choice but to break your limbs and send you back." She swung the knife down with force, but the left and right quickly raised their shields to block and shouted, "Don't mess this up," the flower spoke softly. "I didn't expect you and this girl to be so fated." She shifted direction, delivering a kick to the left and right, sending her crashing into the wall and causing a massive shockwave. Seeing this, Kyudu could only shout, "Left and right, hang in there. As long as the long yin lion cam is stacked 100 times, maybe even 1,000 times, I might still be able to win against her." However, the flower easily dodged Kyudu's moves with ease. Flower approached Kyudu, smiled, and swung her knife. The knife, imbued with powerful energy, easily pierced Kyudu. Despite taking the blow, you could only retreat, holding your ground. The flower sighed softly. "One limb is already disabled, still 3 more to go." Kyudu, using his hand to prop up his shoulder, said, "Sister, you can disable my limbs, but please leave my other joints alone." The flower still smiled, replying, "Aha, let me think about it for a moment." In an instant, she charged forward, striking Kyudu's arm with a powerful blow. Kyudu was surprised, realizing his defense was useless, and the flower's strikes were so fast that he couldn't react in time. The flower then stopped behind Kyudu, continuing her assault with blows to his back. Kyudu could no longer hold on, collapsing to the ground. The flower indifferently raised her knife and said, "Tell me, why must you suffer like this? Wouldn't it be better to have surrendered from the beginning?" The flower said nothing, only delivering a powerful kick to Kyudu's abdomen, sending him flying. Kyudu flew like a gust of wind into the stone coffin, landing firmly on top of it, activating the energy lines within the coffin. Kyudu struggled to stand but couldn't, thinking to himself, "What power does this coffin have to bind me like this? This is bad." He quickly relaxed his body, thinking, "I'm so sleepy." The flower looked at him and wickedly said, "Good night. When you wake up, we'll be in the place that belongs to us." A voice suddenly rang out from a distance, making the flower uneasy as she placed Kyudu down. "Let him go." The flower was stunned upon seeing the left and right, stammering, How can this be?" She looked at the left and right's shield, glowing with green fire, and nervously said, "The fire on your shield, could it really be the fire of the underworld?" The left and right's eyes burned with green fire, almost roaring, "I command you, let him go." Kyudu, lying on the coffin, overheard the conversation and thought, "So, it really is the left and right, good job." Dust swirled around and the green energy from the left and right's shield enveloped the space, forcing the flower to retreat. When the fire touched her, the flower cried out, "Ah, it really is the fire of the underworld." Flower looked at the left and right and commented, "Your shield can't just be an A-grade shield, otherwise it wouldn't be able to withstand the fire of the underworld." Kyudu, drifting into another space, wondered, how can the left and right, a novice like her, be fighting against a powerful foe like the flower? Kyudu worried, how can the left and right, a mere beginner, possibly fight someone as strong as the flower? The flower, enraged, yelled, "You're crazy, you're a madwoman." The flower's eyes reflected the fire of the underworld, and she screamed as dust and debris surrounded the area. Kyudu anxiously shouted, "Left and right, where are you? Are you okay?" He remained in the dark space, trying to communicate with the left and right. "Don't scare me." Kyudu exclaimed, "The left and right are now approaching the stone coffin." She replied, "I'm here." Kyudu, groggy, said, "That's great, but what about the flower? Did she run away?" The left and right hesitated. "Yeah, she ran away." Kyudu, hearing this, said, "Then we should hurry, the dungeon is about to collapse." Left and right placed her hand on Kyudu's head, silencing him. The left and right spoke softly, "I'm sorry, Kyudu, I can't go with you." Kyudu, confused, asked, "Why?" She didn't answer, only repeating, "I'm sorry, truly sorry." Kyudu, worried, asked, "Left and right, what happened to you? Please stop crying and help me get out of this coffin first." The left and right outside bent down and kissed Kyudu's forehead, tears falling from her eyes. The left and right revealed, "Actually, I've been secretly watching over you for a long time. I have so much I want to say to you, but there's no time. This dungeon will collapse soon, I'll get you out of here." Kyudu called for her but received no answer, only hearing her incessantly apologize. Kyudu yelled, "What happened to you? Tell me, please." Suddenly, a powerful bolt of lightning struck from the roof of the building, destroying the surrounding houses. The left and right had brought Kyudu and the stone coffin near the space gate, and the gate automatically pulled Kyudu in. Just as Kyudu was about to be sucked into the space gate, he still called out, "Left and right, where are you?" Kyudu saw the left and right in front of him but stopped calling out, stammering, "Tazu." Left and right looked up, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at Kyudu. He was barely able to keep his head out, reaching out for her and thinking, what is really going on? Duong Huang Dich said, "Do you think I want this?" The doctor said Zuka can't handle the stimulation. The dungeon has collapsed, and as for the left and right, Kyudu sat up and asked, "What's going on with me? My head hurts so much." The people around him were startled when they saw Kyudu wake up. Duong Huang Dich awkwardly laughed. "It's nothing, Duka. We drank too much last night and you crashed into a telephone pole." Du replied with a hint of irritation. The feeling that you are lying to me kept appearing in my mind, making it impossible for me to hold back. Yang Zindi immediately exclaimed, "It's true, don't you believe me?" Ma Fei beside him also nodded. "Yes, it's true, Banzi is telling the truth." Du thought to himself, something feels off. I seem to have forgotten some important thing. The scene shifts to a castle located in a quiet and remote area, where a person stands with his subordinates, saying that he had given you a second chance but you still fail. The person kneeling is Hua Zai. She reports to the Lord, "My lord, this time was an unexpected incident. That girl is truly strange, she has the fire of the Ming realm on her body. Please give me another chance, I will surely succeed this time." The person did not say anything, only turned his head, revealing a sharp gaze. Du's attribute panel appeared. He calmly read through each item, from body information to equipment, and thought to himself, indeed, his level had increased by several ranks. The attributes also improved significantly. Even the Qing Long Yin Yue Dao had transformed into the Jin Long Yin Yue Dao. At the same time, he realized there was an issue with his memory. Important things and important people had been forgotten. At this moment, Long Tuang opened the door and entered to greet him. Du, I heard you were hospitalized." Long Tuang spoke. He placed my bag on the table and asked, "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Du replied, "I'm fine, senior brother, what brings you here?" Long Tuang asked, "Have you heard about the World Combat Tournament for colleges and universities?" Du was surprised. "Aren't those tournaments usually attended by upperclassmen?" He affirmed. "This event is held every 4 years by the Eastern Alliance and the Western Alliance. This is the biggest tournament yet, a stage for young geniuses to showcase their talents, and ranking high will bring numerous benefits," Long Tuang continued. "The champion from last year even received an S-level female gear as a reward. The tournament will take place in 9 months. Du wondered, "So senior brother wants to invite me to join this tournament?" He replied, "No, initially I wanted to invite you to join me for a dungeon." Long Tuang continued, "Only those who pass the dungeon are eligible to be selected for the tournament." Stood up, "If junior brother Du is injured, I will naturally force you to come with me, but if you want to participate, you can contact me later." Du watched Long Tuang leave, who only left a parting remark, "I take my leave now." He thought to himself, "I'm just an ordinary student, yet Long Tuang wants to invite me to a dungeon. It feels like he's trying to deceive me." Suddenly, 2 people simultaneously rushed in from the door shouting, "Zuka." Du looked at the 2 people, bruised and battered, and wondered, "Why are there 2 Yang Zindi?" They explained, "Zuka, this is Ma Fei." Du was shocked. "Hey, what happened? Did Ma Fei end up like this?" Yang Zindi admitted, "Duka, I'm telling the truth. In fact, I didn't touch the telephone pole. The actual situation was that I entered a dungeon. But no one knows what happened to me in that dungeon. When we found him, he was lying by the road." Du jumped up and asked, "What's the name of that dungeon?" Yang Zindi replied, "Ming Ming Realm." Du thought to himself, "Ming Ming Realm, indeed, I have no memory of this dungeon." Yang Zindi quickly explained, "Later, Ma Fei and I wanted to investigate what happened. It turned out that a guild called the Hunter Guild was also investigating this dungeon." He continued, "The members of the guild call themselves dungeon hunters. They make a living by guiding others through this dungeon. They said a member named Wang Deifu also disappeared in the Ming Ming Realm dungeon." Yang Zindi said, "There's a person in charge of the guild. He's very arrogant, and he wants the representative of our school to investigate the Ming Ming Realm dungeon." Fei said, "I've always acted on my own, no need to explain to him." He sighed, "The main issue is that Ma Fei is too forceful. Dozens of people from the guild beat us up. Ma Fei was hit the hardest, his whole body was swollen." Du quickly unbuttoned his shirt and said, "I see, then let's go find that guild." He thought to himself, "They got beaten up for my sake, so I can't let this slide." Yang Zindi hurriedly stopped him. Du, we can't. That guild has over 100 people. They're a high-level guild, they must have high-level players, we can't beat them." Du softly said, "I don't believe it, their hunter guild is made up of high-level players. We can't defeat the high-level ones, but we can beat the low and mid-level ones." Ma Fei agreed, "That's right, Ma Fei. I've never suffered such humiliation." Du led the way with the 2 of them following, shouting, "Let's go." The scene shifted to the Hunter Guild, where many people were standing guard. They exclaimed, "Young Master Huang, those 2 bastards dared to offend you. They truly don't know their place. If young Master Huang asks, then it's our honor, yet they still dare to act arrogantly. Those 2 shrimp are nothing." Young Master Huang shouted, "All right, collect those 2 useless fools, they're not worth mentioning. The most important thing is to find out where Wang Deifu went as soon as possible." "Alive you see people, dead you see corpses," he said. "I want to see who dares to touch our Hunter Guild members." The subordinates replied, "No problem, young Master Huang. We will definitely find a trace of Wang Deifu even if we have to dig the earth." Young Master Huang asked, "Don't you need us to protect you?" He then asked, "What, do you think anyone dares to touch me?" Another person agreed, "Yes, we were just overthinking." He said, "All right, everyone, investigate the news about Wang Deifu." As a few subordinates left, young Master Huang noticed 3 people approaching him. He shouted, "Who do I meet now? It's the idiot we just beat up." "What's this, bringing back up? I suggest that before you seek revenge, you should at least ask about the name of our hunter guild first." Kyodu gently said, "If you apologize now, I'll go easier on you next." Young Master Huang laughed, holding his stomach. "Apologize? What are you laughing about, kid? Beating people is our honor. You're not grateful and you want me to apologize." He pointed, "If I beat you, you just take it, enjoy it peacefully. Because the president of the Hunter Guild is my father and my word is law." Kyodu nonchalantly pointed at him. "Have you seen enough? Ma Fei, this is what they call a flashy skill. Your skill still needs a lot of improvement." Ma Fei stood beside him, sneering, "What? This is called flashy? It's intentional, not like me at all, effortless and natural." Young Master Huang angrily shouted, "Enough. How dare you make a joke out of me? You've got some guts." Kyodu lunged at him. "Make a joke out of you? Then I still have to beat you, don't I?" He didn't hesitate to punch him into the ground, exclaiming, "I'll beat you so badly, you'll be just as fat as Yang Xiang." Young Master Huang was knocked far away, unable to hold back his scream. "Are you crazy? You really dared to lay hands on the young master of the Hunter Guild?" Yang Xiangdi stared at him, saying to Ma Fei beside him, "Look at that fool pretending to be flashy, his brain must be broken, right?" The Golden Eagle, hearing what he said, was so enraged that he yelled, "Do you all want to die?" He didn't continue cursing but took a step back as if preparing to perform a technique. At that moment, the Golden Eagle took out a massive hammer and leaped into the air. He struck the hammer down forcefully and shouted, "Then die!" Yu immediately used his spear to block. Yu thought to himself that the strength of this arrogant young master was not weak. Yu's defense caused the Golden Eagle to be knocked back, losing his balance and flying backward. Han Yue looked at Yu with a confused gaze. "Isn't this guy a new student? How is he so strong?" The Golden Eagle immediately unleashed the mud tide of the Yellow Abyss technique, enveloping his body and hammer in a red energy. The mud beneath his feet swirled like waves of water. Yu struck with his weapon in a straight line from above, attacking the Golden Eagle. The Golden Eagle looked down at the fresh wound Yu had inflicted on his chest. 2 long gashes, blood spilling out. He lightly touched the wound, his eyes darkened, then raised his hand, looking at it. His hand was covered in blood, unclear whether it was from his hand or the wound on his chest. He laughed loudly. "Did you know, when Tao entered the 58-year-old dungeon instance, a player ambushed him and caused him to be injured?" His face gradually darkened and his hand slowly dropped. He covered his face and looked up at the sky. Laughing as he spoke, "After leaving the dungeon, I sent someone to capture him. Then I cut his flesh, roasted it, and made him eat the freshly roasted meat. After that, the guy went crazy, and since then, no one dared to hurt me." The Golden Eagle. "All are really impressive," he said, then slowly lowered his face, brushing his bangs back. His gaze became terrifying. "I will definitely take care of you all properly." Yu reminded him, "Before threatening us, you might want to think of a way to escape first." The Golden Eagle seemed to go even more insane. He swung his hammer and said, "Do you really think the 3 of you can stop me? Truly wishful thinking." Then he unleashed the Bloodstorm Whip. Yu refused to back down. He leaped up, swinging his weapon, and said, "Let's see what your flail can do." He launched a powerful attack from above toward the Golden Eagle. The Golden Eagle raised his hammer to block the strike. The force of the attack was so great that the ground beneath the Golden Eagle cracked into pieces. He threatened, "I really underestimated you. If that's the case, you should experience the true power of the Golden Eagle." Then, they both rushed in opposite directions. Between them, the ground was shattered, with many water stains from the previous attack. The Golden Eagle once again raised his hammer, the red energy around him making his weapon much stronger than before. Immediately, a beam of red light shot out from his body, and at the same time, he raised both hands and looked up at the sky. Yang Xiangdi shouted, "Oh no, Q-Ka, he's signaling." At the same time, the Golden Eagle unleashed the earthbound chains of the Saw, though. The mud around him formed a vortex several times taller than his body. He then raised the hammer with both hands, preparing for a finishing blow. "It's too late now." He shouted as he jumped into the air, Bloodstorm Whip. He struck straight down at Q-Du. The impact created a massive explosion, and blinding light filled the area. Yang Xiangdi and Ma Fei watched the scene with frantic and worried expressions. Yang Xiangdi shouted, "Q-Ka!" Ma Fei had already drawn his sword, ready to engage in combat. From the cloud of dust created by the impact, a smug voice rang out, "No way!" It was the voice of the Golden Eagle. He laughed loudly, "Can't even block a single strike." At that moment, Q-Du quickly appeared behind the Golden Eagle and said, "It's my turn now, right?" The Golden Eagle turned around, his eyes filled with surprise and fear. Then Q-Du's weapon struck straight into the Golden Eagle's face, disfiguring one side of his cheek. Blood sprayed from the golden eagle's nose and mouth, and his body lost balance, flying backward from the impact. Before he completely fell and lost consciousness, the golden eagle weakly threatened, "You bastard, just wait. My grandmother will definitely skin you and pull out your bones." Jingdu rested his weapon on his shoulder, looking at the golden eagle collapsed in front of him with a smug smile and a hint of disdain. The golden eagle had passed out as soon as he hit the ground. Yang Xiangdi and Ma Fei rushed over joyfully. Yang Xiangdi spoke. "Q Ka," Ma Fei asked. "What should we do with this guy?" Jingdu responded. "Do I need to say?" He quickly grabbed the unconscious golden eagle and dashed between the two of them, leaving them astonished as he ran, saying, "Of course, we run first. He made such a big noise on purpose, so the Hunter Guild members will definitely be here soon." Behind him, a voice called out, "Jingdu, wait for me." Shortly after, a man stopped in front of the fresh blood stain on the road. Radiated blue energy, and he said, "This is the fresh blood of the young master." After speaking, he flew off, leaving a streak of light in the air. Soon after, in the Hunter Guild president's office, a man stood sternly in front of a desk. A man rushed in, shouting, "President, it's bad, young Master Huang is missing." The man in front of the desk turned around, his face filled with worry, then asked, "Firm again, who is the bold person who did this?" The one who entered replied, "I'll go investigate." But before he could finish, the other man had already rushed out of the room. "Whoever did this, I will definitely tear them into pieces." That man was the president of the Hunter Guild, Huang Tu-kyung. Meanwhile, Jingdu was quickly running down the road, carrying the golden eagle on his shoulder, one hand holding him tightly. Just then, the golden eagle suddenly woke up, seeing Yang Xiangdi and Ma Fei in front of him, startling him. Yang Xiangdi immediately reminded, "Zuka, this scoundrel has woken up." Even in this situation, the golden eagle continued to warn, "I admit you have some strength, but I suggest you let me go now. Otherwise, get ready to face endless revenge from the Hunter Guild." Jingdu immediately tossed the golden eagle down harshly, making him fall flat on the ground. "You're a prisoner now, so behave yourself." The golden eagle lay on the ground, weakly saying, "You damn bastard, if my father finds out about this, you're dead for sure." Ma Fei looked at him with a sly look, "Praising us, and now you're like this." Yang Xiangdi also looked at the golden eagle with a similar expression. "Now the tables have turned, huh?" The golden eagle lay on the ground, crossing his arms weakly and begging, "Please don't hit my face." Ma Fei approached. "I've been waiting for this moment for so long." Yang Xiangdi, walking beside, also raised his fist. "My piss is golden, let me moisturize his face for a moment, let him taste the sweetness first." Just then, a blast of blue energy shot between Yang Xiangdi and Ma Fei, surprising both of them. Powerful energy passed through the space between the two and struck the railing above the golden eagle. Jingdu, standing at a distance, turned around and warily asked, "Who's that?" Then he asked, "It's the light mage, the person who just appeared is Butler Sarkley." He held a long blue weapon, its tip adorned with 4 small blades. His right hand gripped the weapon, his left hand behind his back, standing tall amidst the smoke. He cleared his throat and spoke, "You truly make it easy for me to find you." Jingdu faced him. Yang Xiangdi and Ma Fei stood behind, alert. Huang Ying tried to lift his head and shouted, "Sarkley, kill them quickly." Sarkley remained calm and replied softly, "Don't worry, young master, I will not spare these 3 wicked ones." As he spoke, he slowly activated the power in his weapon-bearing arm. His advice sounded more like a threat. "Surrender, and your suffering may be lessened." Yang Xiangdi swung his weapon, leaping forward, shouting, "Take this, Earthstorm technique." Immediately, a loud explosion erupted, flames surging as the ground trembled. Charlie retracted his weapon, crossing it in front of his chest, expression unchanged, surrounded by smoke and fire. Yang Xiangdi stared in astonishment. "What?" Ma Fei also stared, equally shocked. Jingdu said, "This old man may not be top tier, but his strength is formidable." Jia Li then swung his weapon to the right, calmly warning, "If you resist, do not blame me." 3 Jingdu, Yang Xiangdi, and Ma Fei rushed forward together. Yang Xiangdi raised his staff, shouting, "Earth Dragon Bullet." A whirlwind of sand formed around him. Sarkley raised his staff effortlessly, pointing its tip skyward. A spherical light appeared above the tip. He said, "Holy light, do you see those enemies?" Jingdu and Ma Fei continued their charge. Sarkley lowered his head, calm as if preparing for something. The light from the staff grew brighter. When Jingdu and Ma Fei were only a few steps away, the light was strong enough to affect them. Fei cried out, "Can't move!" Unnoticed, the staff had transformed into a sharp sword. Sarkley moved the sword forward, each strike aimed downward. With a single slash, the surrounding space was filled with terrifying streams of light. Jingdu and Ma Fei struggled to dodge. Jingdu evaded but lost balance, sliding along the ground. Ma Fei was less fortunate, crashing into a nearby building, shattering a large section of wall. Jingdu frowned, "This steward is strong, immediately overpowering all 3 of us." Sarkley praised, "For a novice to withstand my technique, I didn't expect you to defeat the young master of the Santa Guild." Then he scorned, "But it's over now. For me, you are nothing but weak ants." Yang Xiangdi retorted, "Weak? Old man, you'll soon see we're not weak. He laughed heartily at Ma Fei lying among the debris of the broken wall. Ma Fei, you are truly pathetic, far weaker than Zuka. With the same move, Zuka barely stepped back, but you were thrown away. Yang Xiangdi continued to taunt. With your strength, you'll never surpass Zuka in your lifetime. Even as Zuka's apprentice, you are unworthy. That's right, Ma Fei, did you hide while humans evolved? Some were born in Rome, but you were born in Horse Continent. Or else become Zuka's hunting dog later, he can protect you. A powerful force erupted, sending chunks of wall flying. Ma Fei stood tall, eyes blood-red, radiating murderous intent. Ma Fei exuded a red aura, rising as if untouched by the attack. This surprised Sarkly, who watched and said, "This sword intent is terrifying." Coldly he commanded, "Yang Xiangdi, you bastard, this old man is bluffing, Ma Fei, I'll kill him for you." He raised his right hand and the sword swiftly flew into Ma Fei's grasp. His left hand clenched. Sarkly, seeing this, was shocked and worried, asking himself, "What's happening?" His right hand instinctively raised the golden sword to defend, but he realized something. Sarkly looked on, eyes wide. Ma Fei had moved to within a few steps, ready to strike. The sword in Sarkly's hand reverted to a staff. He lifted it and said, "Holy light, please protect me." Yang Xiangdi shouted, "Your body looks weaker and you still dare use the same move." The shout of Earthstorm technique split the ground into fragments, hurling pieces into the air. Ma Fei's sword tip struck the golden protective sphere around Sarkly. Inside, Sarkly anxiously whispered, "Holy light, protect me." The tip pierced the shield, creating a spreading crack. The sword drove deeper, the protective layer vanished, and the blade pierced straight through Sarkly's abdomen. He was thrown backward, crashing into the ruined wall. Yang Xiangdi asked, "Ma Fei, is the old man dead?" "You do." Yang Xiangdi and Ma Fei looked at Sarkly cautiously. Ma Fei replied, "I don't know." You do pondered, staring intently, then shouted, "Watch out." Yang Xiangdi and Ma Fei stared in astonishment as Q Du stood in front of them. Two golden beams struck his arm and abdomen. Emerging from the rubble, Sarkly no longer looked calm, raising his eyebrows. He said, "I want to," then slowly lifted the staff, stood, and continued, "You are dead." Q Du stared, thinking, this old man is about to explode. Suddenly Q Du felt a sharp pain in his head, clutching it. Yang Xiangdi worried, "Zuka, are you okay? Are you hurt?" In his mind appeared the image of a little girl, and he wondered, what's happening? It seemed someone was always shielding them from harm. He asked himself, who is that? Why can't I remember? At that moment, Sarkly's golden holy sword pierced through Q Du's chest. Q Du cried, "Ah," yet still thought of that image, questioning, why can't I remember? Yang Xiangdi shouted, "Brother Q, are you all right?" He held Q Du to steady him. Yang Xiangdi carried Q Du on his back. Turning to Ma Fei, he said, "Peng Fei, we can't stay. This steward is too strong." Ma Fei replied, "This old man, if I were his age, I would kill him like a dog." When Yang Xiangdi turned back, Q Du had already fled. Ma Fei called after him, "Damn it, wait for me." He also grabbed Huang Ying's arms in surprise. With the speed of Ma Fei's movement, the royal eagle was almost flying in midair. He shouted, "Damn it, where the hell are you taking me?" "Zai Li, save me." Zai Li quickly gave chase. He reassured the royal eagle, "Young master, don't worry, those thugs won't escape." He moved so fast that the chase only left behind flashes of light between the buildings. A moment later, they reached the capital university and Ma Fei continued cursing. "Damn it!" At this point, Kaio Du had woken up. Yang Xiangdi ran while looking back at Zai Li, who was closely following behind. He said, "This old man actually dared to chase us all the way into the school." The others in the school were also surprised and exclaimed, "Hey, isn't that the young master of the Hunter Guild, the Royal Eagle?" Another person added, "And someone dared to kidnap him and bring him into the school." Zai Li yelled loudly, "You damn bastards, where do you think you're going?" His anger was clearly visible. At this moment, a security guard quickly appeared to block Zai Li. Security guard shouted, "Hey, who are you? Stop!" Zai Li continued chasing the group of Kaio Du, easily brushing the guard aside. "Get out of my way!" Yang Xiangdi glanced back while running, saying, "This old man is really crazy." Kaio Du, still on the eagle's back, remained silent, glancing back. As he was looking at Zai Li, Yang Xiangdi collided with a man's chest. He was thrown back and fell to the ground. Kaio Du quickly jumped off and landed safely. It was teacher Wan Lihao with his striking red hair. He crossed his arms and asked, "Kaio Du, what are you doing here?" Yang Xiangdi rubbing his forehead from the collision, while Kaio Du spoke up to warn the teacher. "Teacher Wan Lihao, behind you." Wan Lihao turned around and saw Zai Li running toward him. He frowned. "Oh, someone actually dares to chase a student of Capital University." He grabbed the sleeve of his robe and they even chased him into the school. Wan Lihao threw off his robe. He quickly charged forward, his body radiating a golden-orange power like flames. He shouted, "You're really bold." Zai Li used a defensive technique, Holy Light Shield. A protective layer formed around him, made up of many hexagonal shapes. Wan Lihao used his muscular arm to deliver a powerful punch to the shield. The impact caused an explosion. Immediately after, Zai Li was blasted back several meters, stopping only when he hit the wall. Zai Li was badly injured, lying among the rubble. He thought, is this the true strength of Capital University? Wan Lihao approached, looking down at Zai Li and demanded, tell me, who are you and why are you causing trouble in our school? Wan Lihao clenched his fist and stared at Zai Li with a threatening gaze. If you don't speak, I'll send you to your next life. Suddenly, a noise rang out from behind Wan Lihao. Stop! At the same time, several figures appeared. It was Huang Tuqiang and his subordinates. His face darkened as he stood proudly, observing the scene before him. Huang Tuqiang exuded a purple power, his gaze fierce. Let him go. Wan Lihao glanced back, a mocking smile on his face. What if I say no? Huang Tuqiang repeated his words, his tone more tense. Let him go, or today you'll bury yourself with him. Wan Lihao raised his fist. The power quickly surrounded his arm. He replied, oh, is that so? Then, Wan Lihao decisively swung a punch down onto Zai Li, who was lying below. The punch caused Zai Li to sink deeper into the rubble. Huang Tuqiang yelled, Zai Li! His eyes showed clear worry and his brows furrowed, revealing deep wrinkles. Wan Lihao stood straight, his hands ready for battle, turning to look at Huang Tuqiang with a provocative expression. Come at me, let me see how you're going to bury me with him. At Huang Tuqiang's command, kill him, his subordinates rushed towards Wan Lihao, but Wan Lihao stood still, showing no intention of dodging. Wan Lihao clenched his fist, his expression full of confidence, slowly saying each word, thunder strike. The final word Wan Lihao uttered, strike, caused his fist to fly forward. Huang Tuqiang's men were quickly blasted back. One of the subordinates realized something. Wait, he's Zhan Gong. He's Zhan Gong. Wan Lihao, he's been missing for so long that I thought he was dead. I didn't expect him to become a teacher at Capital University. Another person questioned, is Zhan Gong really that famous? The previous person explained, he's not just famous. He recalled the image of Wan Lihao fighting fiercely, covered in blood, saying, he was born to fight. When he first reached the peak of the intermediate stage, he had fought alone and killed a famous high-level swordsman. He's truly a man of the true warrior. Huang Tuqiang also spoke up. Zhan Gong. Wan Lihao, you're still alive? Wan Lihao confidently replied with a bright smile. Not only am I still alive, but I also have to thank you, since I became this ridiculous teacher. I've never had the chance to go all out. Thank you for coming to provoke me. Huang Tuqiang pulled out a massive hammer, identical to the one the royal eagle had used but much larger. He said, arrogant. Then Huang Tuqiang swung the hammer in a wide arc, attacking Wan Lihao. It nearly struck him. The attack left a large, deep mark on the schoolyard, causing cracks to appear in the nearby wall. Wan Lihao rose from the rubble, looking at Huang Tuqiang, who was still holding the hammer with an imposing presence. One of the subordinates earlier said, this Zhan Gong doesn't seem as strong as you said. The other person replied, just wait, Zhan Gong is truly terrifying. Wan Lihao clenched his fist, his veins clearly visible. His muscles seemed to have grown larger, and he unleashed the war fist technique. His eyes turned red with murderous intent and his hands clasped together, his robe billowing in the wind. He now looked like a tiger growling. Wan Lihao quickly moved towards Huang Tuqiang, so fast that when Huang Tuqiang realized, Wan Lihao was already above him. Lihao and Tuqiang collided, with Lihao landing a punch towards him. Tuqiang used his hammer to block the punch. But because Wan Lihao's punch was so powerful, it sent Tuqiang flying back, crashing hard into the wall. Tuqiang pulled his hammer, which was crackling with lightning, and began to step forward. He continued to channel power into the hammer, smoke billowing from it. Ma Fei and Kaio Du, observing from outside, were also shocked by the scene. Ma Fei recalled another hammer with similar power. Then, Tuqiang, filled with murderous intent, took a step towards Wan Lihao. The onlookers outside began to anxiously speak. This is bad, this confrontation is really heading towards a fatal outcome. But Wan Lihao showed no sign of fear. He just smiled, delighted, and said, one strike to kill me? Ridiculous. Come at me? Just as the battle was about to erupt, suddenly a strange object fell from the sky. It struck the ground powerfully right in between the two who were about to clash, creating a massive shockwave. It was in the shape of a sword, emitting a terrifying dark aura. The onlookers felt the powerful energy and fearfully said, what is that? The aura is so terrifying it feels like if you move slightly, your head could fall off. Hao lost interest in the object and found it meaningless. Meanwhile, Tu Qiong grew anxious, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, and said that it was an S-tier equipment, the corn crab sword. He even thought that the corn crab sword could only be wielded by one master, Kaio Du, known as the world's top sword cultivator. Outside, Kaio Du also sensed something and thought that this aura might be. The person he was thinking of was the old headmaster. At that moment, an elderly man appeared near the sword, standing proudly. It was Ji Bingyang. He furrowed his brows and threatened, demanding an explanation, or else the Hunter Guild would destroy them. The reckless man suddenly spoke up. It's just an old man, who are you to do this? Destroy our guild? Are you worthy? After saying this, he swung a rope towards Ji Bingyang. Seeing his foolish action, Tu Qiong immediately shouted, stop, you scoundrel. But it seemed too late, the rope had already wrapped tightly around Ji Bingyang's body. He smugly said, don't worry, President. This old man is already bound by my immortal rope. Even if he's strong, he won't escape. But Ji Bingyang only slightly moved his finger, and immediately the rope that had bound him was severed into pieces. The man couldn't understand and yelled. How could this be? My immortal rope is B-tier equipment. How could it be destroyed so easily? Then he was struck by a force of punishment. No, don't help me, someone help. Finally, Ji Bingyang made him vanish into space. Another man standing nearby trembled and said, with just one move he killed a master. Is this the strength of the world's #1 sword cultivator? He didn't even need to draw his sword. After everything was over, Ji Bingyang spoke, explain yourself. Upon hearing this, Tu Qiuang looked at Ma Fei and replied, your university's student kidnapped my son, and I was forced to barge in here to save him. Ji Bingyang furrowed his brows and asked again, so, is this why you came to cause trouble at the gates of my Jingdu University? Tu Qiuang answered, yes, if you return my son, today's matter will be forgiven. I promise not to interfere again and will leave immediately if you are the headmaster of Jingdu University. Before he could finish, Ji Bingyang exuded a threatening aura and said, you have two choices, leave or die. Ma Fei stood at a distance, his eyes lighting up with interest. Oh my, finally, I get to see a real sword cultivator. This is what a real sword cultivator looks like. My past life was truly wasted. Despite the threat, Tu Qiuang still did not back down and replied, Ji Bingyang, why don't you reason with me? Ji Bingyang angrily said, when you caused trouble at my school and injured my students, did you think about reasoning? Tu Qiuang continued to argue, your student kidnapped my son, are you really going to condone them? Huang Dai yelled from outside, you go, your guild attacked us first. At that moment Ji Bingyang added, so what if I condone them? Hearing this, Tu Qiuang fell silent and couldn't respond. Then Ji Bingyang began to draw his sword and said, nothing to say, leave now, I'll count to 3. Then Ji Bingyang started counting, 3, 2. Tu Qiuang could only remain silent, drenched in sweat, too afraid to move. Before he could reach one, he turned and ordered the others. Let's go. Just then Kaiodu appeared, dragging someone with him. He called out, stop, don't leave yet, President Huang. Kaiodu smiled warmly and suggested, let's make a deal. These words from Kaiodu provoked Tu Qiuang. Qiuang shouted, are you trying to extort me? There's no way this makes sense. When his gaze met Ji Bingyang, Tu Qiuang regained his composure and asked, speak, what do you want for you to release him? Kaiodu understood Tu Qiuang's hesitation and replied, don't worry, as long as you pay a little this can be resolved. Just give me the grand pawn. With such an arrogant demand, Tu Qiuang didn't hesitate and waved his hand, replying, no way, this is a tier equipment, enhanced +7. If you want such a condition, my son will give it to you, or else you can go and get another one. Kaiodu seemed surprised by his firmness and fell silent. Huang Xiao beside him was also shocked. After a moment, Kaiodu stepped back and whispered a negotiation. Then how about this, I need a complete C-tier set. Once I have it, I'll return your son. This demand was entirely doable and Tu Qiuang didn't hesitate, agreeing immediately. He even added, release him. Kaiodu immediately reacted and refused. No, you give me the items and I'll release him. Tu Qiuang looked toward Ji Bingyang in the distance, seemingly contemplating something. Finally, he tossed a set of equipment and said, take it. The deal was done and Kaiodu wasted no time releasing the person. Let's go, young Master Huang. Everything seemed to be settling peacefully, but at that moment, a voice rang out, you kids really lost your minds doing this. Ji Bingyang sternly said, you kids are too weak, yet you dared provoke a guild as powerful as this. After all, the Hunter Guild specializes in guiding people through dungeons. In the future, it will be easy for you to be ambushed in the dungeons. Ma Fei immediately disagreed, Headmaster, it's not like that, their guild. Before Ma Fei could finish, Ji Bingyang interrupted, right or wrong doesn't matter. Even if you're right, what happens? The Hunter Guild will strike you. Only 5 punches are the truth. Kaiodu then spoke up. Headmaster, do you think we're wrong? Ji Bingyang responded. Wrong. The only mistake you kids made was not being decisive enough, letting them chase you all the way back home. He almost shouted, if I did this when I was young, Tu Qiuang wouldn't just have a headache, he wouldn't even know who did it. After saying that, he sighed and turned to leave. Compared to when I was young, you kids are far behind. Everyone could only watch him go, their eyes full of admiration, all giving thumbs up in respect. A moment later, everyone headed back to the dorm. Kaiodu placed the new outfit on the table and said excitedly, Kaio, those people are really rich. Kaiodu stood aside, urging, stop talking nonsense, pick 2 items each. In front of Kaiodu, a list of the functions of the floral long cloak and the white silver lion appeared. He silently assessed, thinking the lion's hat was a bit useless. While it could block headshots, its cooldown wasn't short. Meanwhile, Ma Fei had already picked his equipment. Huang Dai was still talking nonstop. Feels so satisfying to get one over on them. Kaio, what's your plan next? Kaiodu quickly replied, continue attending class, nothing else. Then I'll try to find a way to recover the lost memories. I always feel that those forgotten memories are very important. The other 2 silently agreed. The next day at the training ground, many people gathered to discuss. One person spoke, do you think the headmaster is strong? Another responded, in this world, anyone called a strong person must meet one condition, that is, to kill a snake monster alone. Headmaster killed one 5 years ago and it only took him 5 strikes. Li Hao on the stage interrupted the conversation. All right, stop making noise. You all did very well in the first training phase. He smiled cheerfully as he spoke and announced that the second phase of training would begin. Hearing this, Kaiou immediately took notice. Li Hao reassured them, don't worry too much. The first phase of training was meant to enhance everyone's defensive ability. Phase 2 focuses on specialized training in speed and agility. He explained that for cultivators, strength and defense alone are not enough. If one cannot keep up with bodily agility, they become easy targets. Therefore, cultivators face the toughest career progression, strong initially but easily limited later. It requires balancing 3 elements: strength, defense, and agility. The world has very few true powerhouse cultivators. Hearing this, Kaiou was delighted. He thought, specialized agility training, perfect. My agility is low and not always effectively utilized. The group was quickly surrounded by a stream of blue light. On the stands, Li Hao continued to reassure, relax, the second phase will be much easier. The sea-level deep-sea dungeon, Tri-Yuan, appeared before them, with floating land masses rising above the clear water. Soon the group was transported there, standing on a floating piece of land. Kaiou observed the surroundings carefully as he stepped in. The group began speculating about Master Wan's intentions, and Li Hao immediately explained, Phase 2 of training is simple. Just step onto the pillars and reach the opposite peak within 5 minutes to succeed. After hearing this, Kaiou fell silent. The stone pillars, battered by waves all year, were small and eroded in many places. Some could collapse underfoot. Moving toward the opposite side would not only test agility but also assess reaction and judgment. Li Hao asked, anyone want to try first? Lin Lang, confident and bold, replied, let me go first. With that, Lin Lang stepped onto the nearest pillar without hesitation. His body wobbled above the water. Seeing this, everyone shouted, be careful. Undeterred, Lin Lang continued, moving swiftly across each pillar. He thought to himself, I seem to have mastered the technique of staying balanced. Clearly, the opponent had no trouble with this challenge, causing the onlookers to murmur in surprise. They couldn't understand how it was so easy. Judging by his expression, it seemed effortless. Just as Lu Lang prepared to take another step, a strong wave erupted from the water below. The water trembled violently. A fish shot up from below, gliding past Lu Lang. He barely managed to dodge. Unsurprisingly, Lu Lang immediately fell into the water. The scene beneath the surface shocked everyone. Li Hao spoke calmly as if he had anticipated it. Climb up on your own. 15 minutes later, Lu Lang finally struggled to reach the shore. Li Hao explained that the fish was called a gray swordfish, a specialty of this dungeon. Any creature trying to reach the opposite mountain would be attacked by it. Apart from that, there was no other danger. The onlookers immediately grew anxious. Master Wan, how many gray swordfish are at the bottom of the sea? Hearing this, his expression changed and he lowered his voice. Below here is a gray swordfish nest. If counted, there are roughly 100,000. Everyone around was horrified. 100,000? Li Hao didn't give them time to calm down and continued. Ah, by the way, the person who completes this task first will receive a special reward. His words sparked interest and excitement. If Master Wan rewards it, it surely won't be bad. What exactly is it? The crowd jostled each other, eager to complete the task. Soon, they began fighting over it. The reward is mine. Damn it, don't even think about stealing from me, move aside. The scene was chaotic as everyone scrambled. I'll get there first, move. No way. Meanwhile, someone moved lightly, whispering, time for me to give it a try. Kaiou dashed forward so fast that even Li Hao was taken aback. He had no time to react and could only watch Kaiou's back as he sped ahead. Kaiou moved with incredible speed, leaping from pillar to pillar without encountering any obstacles. The surrounding group was once again astonished and praised. Kaiou is really fast. Kaiou nearly reached another contestant who panicked and shouted, don't come here, the pillar can't hold 2 people or we'll both fall into the sea. It seemed Kaiou might stop, but he didn't. He surged forward without hesitation. Kaiou leaned aside, smoothly avoiding the other contestant, then quickly leaped forward to continue advancing. The spectators were once again amazed. Wow, is he really that fast? Kaiou was also surprised by his own speed. I didn't expect the Windfield flower shoes I just got to be so useful. According to the system, when the distance between me and an enemy is only 1 meter, I can slide behind them. At that moment, a gray swordfish leapt up, trying to block Kaiou. He didn't hesitate, raising his fist to strike the fish. His swift action revealed a new path to those watching from behind. Kaiou pressed on, but the queen's voice reminded him. Kaiou, there's something formidable on the opposite mountain. Kaiou replied, Queen, you've finally returned. The queen continued, I've always been by your side, never leaving. Kaido urgently asked. Then what's waiting for me on the opposite mountain? Queen, tell me quickly what has happened in the Ming Realm dungeon. Queen hovered before Kaido, hesitating slightly as she said, Kaido, I'm sorry, I cannot tell you. Kaido pressed on immediately. Why not? The queen whispered. When the dungeon collapsed, the will of the Lord from the other world noticed us. To avoid detection, I had to enter hibernation. Therefore, I don't know what happened afterward. He continued, however, I can tell you that the memories you lost were not random. They were created by humans. Kaido murmured to himself, created by humans? The queen looked at him resolutely. Yes, that girl's name is Ta Zhu. She sealed your memories, seemingly to prevent you from remembering her. Kaido felt confused, his thoughts in turmoil. Why would she do this? How could this happen? At that moment, a school of gray swordfish shot up from the water toward where Kaido stood. One of Kaido's eyes suddenly glowed a demonic red. Losing control, he crouched and began attacking the fish frantically. His wild actions shocked those behind him. Everyone watched Kaido in astonishment, and Li Hao sensed something was off. Why is he so agitated? He pondered. I brought them here to train agility, but why is this kid attacking the fish? Kaido seemed to fall into his own world, emotionless, striking relentlessly. After dealing with the fish, he lowered his voice and asked, Queen, is there a way to break the seal? Queen responded affirmatively. Kaido hurried, then please help me quickly, but she interrupted. Before I can help, you must first obtain something. Kaido asked in surprise, what is it? The queen answered, the demon eye. Kaido felt pain as strange black streaks spread across his body. What is the demon eye? Where do I get it? He asked. The queen reassured him. First, don't worry about the demon eye, Kaido. Queen's voice echoed, Kaido, your body. But Kaido could not endure and collapsed, sinking toward the seabed. Around him, gray swordfish swam ominously. Suddenly, Kaido felt a girl's hand grasp his. When he opened his eyes, he realized he was lying in bed. Looking around, he murmured, where am I? Then he rubbed his head and muttered, am I back in the hospital? Door swung open and Q Rong stepped in. You're awake, Kaido was surprised. Master Q Rong, why are you here too? Q Rong explained. Your friends Ma Fei and Xiang Kai told me. Q Rong handed Kaido a glass of water and reminded him, be careful, it's probably still hot. Kaido said nothing, only taking the glass, thank you. The door suddenly burst open with a loud noise. Liu Yanhang stepped in, questioning, Rong, did you come specially to visit this little white-faced brat? Kaido didn't understand what was happening and simply drank his water. Master Q Rong faced Liu Yanhang, sternly asking, what do you want? Kaido set the glass down and watched Liu Yanhang waiting. Go outside, she commanded. Liu Yanhang resisted. What's so great about this gigolo? I watched its limping gait, its legs not even as long as your arms. Master Shidaio Dong said without changing her expression. Get out now. Liu Yanhang, undeterred, challenged Kaido. Kid, if you're a man, step outside and fight me. Kaido asked, you just got here and you're already causing a ruckus. Who are you? Liu Yanhang smiled confidently, showing his white teeth, pointed at himself and said, you really are that stupid and you still don't know who I am. Liu Yanhang claimed to be the strongest male genius at the Shanglong Capital Normal University. Kaido thought to himself, the male-to-female ratio at the school is 1:9 and most of them are female. Master Shidaio Dong covered her mouth and whispered, don't bother with him. This person may have a mental issue but his strength is considerable. Kaido replied, I understand. Then he slowly got out of bed and said, first, let me make it clear, I never actively showed up in front of Master Shidaio Dong. Liu Yanhang crossed his arms and snorted, at least you know your place. Liu Yanhang walked toward Master Shidaio Dong with a smug look. Dong, have you seen this? This guy is not worthy of you. Only I, Liu Yanhang, deserve you. Master Shidaio Dong paid him no mind and shrugged. Kaido tilted his head and explained to Liu Yanhang, no, my friend, I think you've misunderstood me. It was Master Shidaio Dong who approached me first, he said with a smile, causing Liu Yanhang to turn pale. He continued, not only that, but she also poured water for me and took care of me before and after I went to sleep. Moreover, she even said, you're not handsome and you're short too. Liu Yanhang grew even angrier. Master Shidaio Dong blushed, wondering how he knew her thoughts. Liu Yanhang shouted angrily, you're dead. He threw a strong punch, but Kaido raised a shield of ice. Standing behind Kaido, he smiled lightly as the shield shattered. Master Shidaio Dong quickly stepped in to stop it. That's enough. Liu Yanhang gritted his teeth. Kid, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? I won't bully you until you're healed. Kaido paid no attention and called the security. Kaido called, hello, security. 2 security guards quickly entered the room. Kaido looked at Liu Yanhang, who was still shouting, you coward, fight me if you have the guts. Master Shidaio Dong said to him, Kaido, I'm sorry, don't listen to him. If you stick with me, he won't leave. Kaido smiled. It's fine, I'll handle him. He introduced the location. This is where we'll settle it, the dual world instance. This place has protective rules, so players won't die once their health reaches a certain threshold. Many people have conflicts or want to resolve things. They choose to settle it with a duel. A voice rang out, "Hey, guys, today Liu Yan Hang from Shanglong Capital Normal University will duel with the genius from Capital University." The black-haired boy was surprised. Wait, really? Who is he fighting, Long Tuan? Why does that name sound familiar? Another boy guessed, I heard this guy's name is Kaido, a new student. The crowd shouted, hold on, a new student. Liu Yan Hang is already a third-year student. How can he bully a new student? The crowd began placing bets on the duel between Liu Yan Hang and Kaido. One person shouted, all right, Kaido's win rate is 1 to 5. I'm betting 200,000. If Liu Yan Hang wins, I'll bet 2. Kaido and Liu Yan Hang slowly stepped into the arena. Liu Yan Hang stood proudly. Kid, I have to admit you were much better than me when you were still a male student. If not, you wouldn't have gotten into Capital University. But it's a pity you're still just a freshman. He laughed confidently. He continued, I'll beat you into a dead dog in front of Master Shidaio Dong. Liu Yan Hang, level 26, heavy fighter, mid-long range. Kaido, with an unchanged expression, introduced himself. Kaido, level 17, Necromancer, early stage. The crowd went silent after hearing the introduction. The audience shouted in disbelief, what's going on? A necromancer at an early stage wants to fight a mid-long range heavy fighter. They discussed Kaido's high win rate. 5 to 1, even if it's 1 to 100, no one would dare to place a bet. I'm betting 50 yuan, refund if I lose. One person in the crowd commented, it's not certain that he's a heavy fighter. If Kaido creates distance and summons a wind spirit creature, he might surpass his level. Liu Yan Hang put his hands on his hips and shouted, you, a wind spirit necromancer, dare to fight me one-on-one and even think you can fight a heavy fighter. Are you trying to scam me? I don't have money. Kaido moved slowly, tightening his fist as he charged. Liu Yan Hang was somewhat surprised. Damn, you really want to beg for mercy. He thought he should go easy or he might end up killing Kaido. The audience murmured, what's going on here? Why did he rush in? Am I seeing things? The crowd was stunned. A necromancer wants to fight a muscle-bound heavy fighter. This is going to be a disaster. Master Shidaio Dong thought silently from the stands. The crowd had underestimated Kaido. Kaido's 5 punches had already reached Liu Yan Hang. Kaido decided to take a blow, but before he could think, he was punched and sent flying. He was knocked back and the crowd gasped. Wow, I'm not dreaming. A necromancer at an early stage just sent a mid-range heavy fighter flying. The crowd was in awe. Capital University is amazing. A new student just beat a heavy fighter. They were angry. Kaido surely reported the wrong profession. Someone make him pay. Some people laughed mockingly. Ahaha, trash. Liu Yan Hang is trash. Got beaten up by a low-level necromancer. Liu Yan Hang slowly got up. Oh no, Liu Yan Hang is getting up. A dark look on his face, his eyes full of killing intent. Kid, your punches hurt. Next, I'll use my real strength. Don't underestimate me. Kaido rushed in, preparing to strike again. Liu Yan Hang blocked the punch. Don't underestimate me. Kaido poured all his strength into the next punch, but Liu Yan Hang used his other hand to block it. The two were in a power struggle, and Liu Yan Hang unleashed his ultimate move. Kaido couldn't dodge and took the punch. Crowd buzzed. That's it, that's the move he's known for. Kaido was knocked back, his face dark dizzy. What the hell is that? Liu Yan Hang bent over and laughed. Heh, I told you, don't underestimate me. He opened his eyes to see Kaido charging with a blade. Liu Yan Hang flexed his muscles. Kaido swung his staff down, but Liu Yan Hang blocked it. Kaido tried to pull the staff back, but Liu Yan Hang yanked it out with one hand, his other hand ready to strike. He hit hard, sending Kaido flying. Kaido steadied himself, thinking, this guy is stronger than expected. Good thing the white silver lion's helmet effect was just activated. Liu Yan Hang twisted his hand while laughing maliciously. Heh, your strength attribute must be pretty high. I could feel it from those 2 hits, at least 500 points. The crowd on the stands buzzed. What the hell is this? A spirit mage whose punch power reaches 500 points. Liu Yan Hang slowly swung his hand, moving closer to Kaido. Too bad, stats alone are useless. You could have 500 points of strength, but some people can fully harness and utilize all 500 points. Some can't even use half of it. Liu Yan Hang shook his hand and explained, that's the conversion rate. You may have high attack power, but your conversion rate is frighteningly low. Kaido frowned, thinking, no wonder my stats are so high yet I still feel weak. It's the conversion rate. Liu Yan Hang blanked for a moment, then smiled. Simply put, the conversion rate is the portion of stats that turns into combat power. With the same stats, whoever has a higher conversion rate is stronger. Liu Yan Hang stared. And you aren't even at a 1-to-1 ratio yet, and you dare call yourself a top student at Capital University. Kaido stood firm, smiling. You don't need to worry about that. but I still thank you for answering my question. Jingdu slammed his fist into his chest to trigger the Queen Mech's rage, entering a frenzy. In return, I'll strike myself again. Seeing this, Liu Yanheng panicked. Hey, everyone's watching, don't throw a tantrum. Xiaorong frowned, concerned. Jingdu, what are you doing? The one sitting cross-armed muttered. This kid is crazy, huh? Jingdu radiated power, eyes glowing purple. Faint violet smoke swirled around him. He thought, low conversion rate doesn't matter. If the stats are high enough, it's still perfect. Swift as lightning, he charged at Liu Yanheng. He punched hard at his stomach, but it was blocked. He immediately circled behind, delivering hammer-like punches in rapid succession. The strikes scattered debris everywhere. The crowd that had demanded refunds paled. Oh my god, what are we even watching? A low-level mage versus a heavy-class warrior, and it's just 2 punches. Is this even real? Liu Yanheng scrambled up, coughing. It's not over. I'm representing Changlong Normal University in the Global University Combat Tournament. Angry, he tensed, unable to accept defeat against such a person. Strong wind surged around Liu Yanheng, his aura towering. I intended to save this move for the arena, but now I have to use it on you. 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. He laughed loudly and charged forward. Hee kid, open your eyes and see the true power of Big Brother Liu. His ultimate strikes were too fast for Jingdu to block. Frenzy still active, he hammered Jingdu. What, weren't you bragging just now? Huh, keep bragging. He raised his hand for the finishing blow. Victory is decided, die. But unexpectedly, Jingdu blocked Liu Yanheng's punch, making him stare in shock. Jingdu smirked. Rage has reached its limit. You're right, the outcome is set. He grabbed his hand. So many arms, quite intimidating. Let me help you with one of them. Liu Yanheng's face darkened, sweat dripping. What are you planning? In a flash, one of his arms was severed. Furious, he shouted, I'll kill you. Jingdu moved so fast he couldn't react, striking repeatedly until he screamed. You, the crowd sweated and gasped. Wow, this is insane. Could a spirit mage's raw power really be this terrifying? Yuazai hid in a corner, eyes cold. Found you. Liu Yanheng looked at Jingdu like a giant monster, voice trembling. End this. Panic spread across his face, frozen in place. Across from him, Jingdu radiated a chilling aura, coldly. It's over. He quickly switched to a defensive stance. Jingdu dashed, punching straight into Liu Yanheng's face, staggering him. Immediately after, he was sent flying hundreds of meters. Crashing against a wall, his life force nearly depleted. The crowd froze. A freshman, low-level spirit mage had defeated a third-year heavy-class warrior set to compete in the Global University Combat Tournament. Am I dreaming? After the match, Jingdu walked on coldly. Outside, amidst everyone's shock, he suddenly slowed down. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, pained, realizing he had endured countless hits to fill the Queen Mech's rage. This skill was powerful but life-draining. He now felt like a bow about to snap. System notice, frenzy state cleared. Due to prolonged frenzy, a mysterious side effect activated, a 1-hour action restriction. He muttered, damn, and collapsed backward. Someone rushed to catch him. Using his last strength, he asked, Who are you, Xiaorong? No, this scent. She tapped his head sharply, his vision dimmed, hearing her before passing out. Finally found you, Jingdu. When he woke, he was in an unfamiliar room. He mumbled, Where am I? Jingdu sat up, holding his head. I remember fighting Liu Yanheng, then being knocked out by a strange girl. 2 maids appeared. Young master, you're awake. Jingdu asked in confusion. Whose bedroom is this? Without waiting, he jumped out of bed, startling the maids. Young master, where are you going? Cannot go without the young lady's order. Hearing this, he asked, Young lady, who is she? The maids were shocked. You lost your memory. You don't even remember the young lady. Not wanting to listen, Jingdu stormed off. Young lady, my foot, I'm going out. They rushed to block him. Young master, you can't. Opening the door, a white-haired girl stood before him. It was Tang Lan. Twisting her hair, she smiled. You're awake. Jingdu suddenly recalled meeting her. It's you. Tang Lan cheerfully. Surprised to see me? I told you we'd meet sooner or later. Entered the room, telling the maids to step back. Jingdu asked suspiciously, What do you want? Tang Lan calmly raised her hand, casting a spell to pull something from him, saying, Don't rush, I'll explain slowly. From the back of Jingdu's neck, she pulled out a flower, surprising him. She grabbed it and stepped behind him. He stared, thinking, the woodworm is gone. Still, he asked, Tang Lan, what does this mean? Why do they call me young master? Tang Lan kept smiling. I'm the Tang family's daughter, you're my husband, so you're the young master of the Tang family, right? Jingdu panicked, raising his hands defensively. Last time I beat you up, now you're kidnapping me to be your husband. Are you insane? She angrily shouted, Stop talking, it's all your fault. If you hadn't ruined my plan, I wouldn't have had to take you. Jingdu retorted, Yes, I ruined your plan, but I did it to save my life. How does that justify kidnapping me? She explained seriously. The Tang family rule states that anyone under 25 who hasn't reached a high rank is treated as a tool for arranged marriages. I could have succeeded thanks to the ceremony at Ho Dich Hun, but you destroyed it. As she spoke, her smile grew more sinister. She continued, If I can find my true destiny, then even if I don't reach the highest level, I won't have to engage in a forced marriage anymore. Of course, the original marriage target would be furious. They might even take their anger out on my brother. Hearing this, Kyudu couldn't help but get furious. You're setting me up, huh? Preparing for me to take on your anger, he snapped. She had insulted him moments before and now stood silently. But now that she had taken away the seed, he no longer felt any worry. Sorry, I can't continue with you anymore. She saw him about to leave and asked, are you really going to leave like this? When he was about to open the door, she said in a sad tone, now everyone knows that Kyudu-an is the new son-in-law of our family. I even told my father that I'm pregnant with your child. Her face showed sadness, but it was the face of a victor. She said, if you leave now, not only will my marriage partner deal with you, but my whole family will too. Everyone will deal with you. Hearing this, he slammed the door shut in frustration and said, you're cruel. She didn't let him go and grabbed his arm. That same innocent expression, she said, what is it such a disadvantage to be my husband? Others want to, but they can't even have the chance. He shoved her away, annoyed. So you don't want the marriage, huh? Fine, I'll help you deal with it. Let me go. From now on, we'll be strangers, he added. Seeing him agree, her face lit up with joy. You have to pass my family's test, and only then will I be free of the marriage. Of course, you will be free too. She extended her hand, wanting to shake his. He hesitated, thinking to himself that he had probably fallen into her trap. Her goal from the start had been to resolve the forced marriage. After forcing Kyudu to help her with it, she had now gained her freedom. Duong Lam turned and headed towards the door. All right, go take a shower, get dressed nicely. We have a family banquet at my house at 7 p.m. tonight. I'll pick you up. Suddenly, a hand blocked the door and Kyudu's loud voice followed. Up, Duong Lam turned back, his face showing panic and anger. She stammered, "W, what are you doing?" Kyudu, with a mocking smile, looked at her, his sharp features and jade-colored eyes gleaming as he grinned. Aha, do you think you can control me? He said while reminding her, remember, I'm your husband now. Panicked and scared, Duong Lam pushed him away hard. She crossed her arms, don't mess around, this is my family. Her eyes locked in a fierce stare. If Duong Lam was filled with rage, it was Kyudu's dangerous presence that made the air tense as if a battle was about to break out. Suddenly, he used his strength to shove her away. Her anger flared up even more and she shouted, Kyudu, you're crazy. He ran his hand through his hair, a look of exhaustion on his face. He sighed, and I'm back in the middle of all this trouble. Outside the window of the luxurious room, the sunset bathed the scenery in warm colors. It was evening. Duong Lam called out, Kyudu, are you ready? His voice echoed from the room. All set, all set. Moments later, a handsome figure appeared. His familiar green eyes and dark hair stood out as he wore a white shirt paired with a black tie and a formal black suit. Contrary to the handsomeness, Duong Lam's face showed discomfort. Out of pride, she could only say, ahem, it's acceptable, let's go. The sunlight filtered through the modern yet classic building and the large door opened. Duong Lam linked arms with Kyudu. They entered and the servants lined up on both sides, greeting them. Good evening, young miss, good evening, young master. She instructed him, later, speak less and do less. Just follow my lead, got it? Kyudu smiled and replied, don't worry. They both entered. Inside, the servants were placing the dishes. A middle-aged couple stood there, waiting for them. A warm voice called out, Lam Nhi, you're here, come sit with us. The woman was Duong Lam's mother, Kong Van. Duong Lam kept holding Kyudu's arm and introduced him to Kong Van. This is my mother. He immediately greeted her, hello, auntie. Then he smoothly added, auntie, you look so young, I thought you were Lam Nhi's sister. Kong Van, dressed in a long skirt with a white fur coat, blushed and covered her mouth as she laughed. Stop it, I'm old now, no longer youthful, she said. Duong Lam gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, he called me Lam Nhi, that brat trying to take advantage of me. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, HMPH, the middle-aged man grumbled. Flattering, smooth talker, all talk and no action. Kyudu turned toward the man who spoke and cheerfully greeted, you must be Lam Nhi's grandfather, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. Duong Lam, panicking, immediately said, that's my father, Duong Din's son. Kyudu kept his smile and said, sorry, uncle, my eyes aren't that sharp. I mistook you for Lam Nhi's grandfather, sorry about that. The old man's face wrinkled in anger. This kid, if he weren't the father of my unborn grandson, I'd have slapped him already. Stop, bring him over here, he said. Be normal for me, okay? Kyudu smiled and reassured him, don't worry, don't worry. In his mind, he was plotting revenge. Daring to scheme against me, just wait. The real show hasn't even started. Let's see if I can ruin your family dinner. A pair of black shoes appeared and Duong Lam grew anxious. The old man with long silver hair dressed in an ancient-style robe was the head of the family, Duong Vo Miu. The servants bowed, welcoming him. Kong Van spoke, father, and Duong Lam bowed as well, hello, grandpa. Seeing the old man, Kyudu immediately thought, this old man is no simple figure. His expression remained unchanged as he watched the old man. She whispered to him, Kyudu, this is my grandfather, the head of the family. The old man's eyes gleamed with a white light as Kyudu continued to stare at him. His gaze was met with praise. Not bad, this kid has the demeanor of the young men of old. Duong Lam stepped forward and explained, Grandfather, I'm sorry. Qiu has never been to a family banquet like this before, so he might act a bit impolitely. I apologize for him. Old man smiled, it's fine, no need for formalities, let's sit down. At the meal, Qiu eagerly stuffed large pieces of meat into his mouth, holding 4 chopsticks with 2 large pieces of meat. Duong Lam looked on, embarrassed, frustrated, and angry. Qiu, enjoying the food, thought to himself, let's see how long you can endure this. The pile of plates grew as Qiu stuffed his stomach full. Finally, Duong Din's son spoke, have you eaten enough? If so, then step aside, I need to speak with young Qiu for a moment. Duong Lam expressed concern, Grandfather. Duong Din's son cut her off, but ignored her pleading. Everyone leave, do I need to repeat myself? One by one, everyone left the room. As Duong Lam turned to leave, Qiu gave her an assuring okay gesture, signaling her not to worry. Duong Din's son spoke, Qiu, young man, you don't need to worry, I mean no harm. Even though I'm old, my mind is still sharp. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the one Lam Nhi brought home, right? She had been pampered by the Yun family since she was young, so it's understandable that she developed a rebellious nature. However, she is not a bad person. After everything she's been through, do you still think she has a bad character? After all, those people aren't exactly good either. Yun Wuming interrupted him, continuing, I kept you here because I want you to help the Yun family with something. Right now, the younger generation of our family is lacking, and Lan Nai is the only one who can represent us. Every year, the capital holds a family tournament to determine the 4 major families. Only those under 25 are allowed to participate. I hope you can represent the Yun family in this tournament. After hearing this, he appeared indifferent and uninterested. He flatly refused, I'm not going. It's your family's business, why should I get involved? Yun Wuming reasoned. You are the son-in-law of the Yun family, so naturally you have the right to participate. And of course, you won't help without compensation. I can make an exception and allow you into the sacred grounds of the Yun family, where the secrets that helped our family grow are kept. This offer made him pause. The ancestral land of the Yun family is one of the 4 major families in the capital. Surely there are many valuable treasures in that sacred place. Yun Wuming poured a cup of tea and said thoughtfully, Kaio Zio, I really have no other choice. If the family tournament fails, our family will lose its position among the 4 major families, at least for the rest of our lives. I can't let my family decline. Kaio furrowed his brows and asked, but how can you be sure I can save the Yun family? Yun Wuming responded, don't underestimate our family. When Lan Nai chose you, we investigated you. Your combat record is well known. Knowing he couldn't refuse, Kaio finally spoke, I'll participate in the family tournament, but I'll only do my best, not risking my life for the Yun family. Upon hearing this, Yun Wuming smiled and nodded in agreement. Good, that's enough. On behalf of the Yun family, I thank you, Kaio. In the coming days, feel free to stay with the Yun family. With the decision made, Kaio turned and left. Yun Wuming watched his back, his face darkening. As soon as he stepped out the door, Yun Lan immediately called out to him, Kaio. When she saw Kaio not answering, she angrily chased after him and asked, what did you do? Why did Grandpa want to meet with you privately? What did he say to you? Kaio furrowed his brows and answered, he said he would sever his relationship with you. From now on, I am your grandfather. Yun Lan, hearing this, became furious and shouted, you want to die? This is the Yun family. If you don't believe me, tomorrow your body will be thrown into the gutter. Hearing this threat, Kaio turned around and smiled, please, go ahead and turn me into a corpse. However, it's best if Grandpa doesn't find out, or else don't blame me. He angrily screamed, you! But suddenly Yun Lan rushed towards him and whined, causing Kaio to jump back in surprise. Kaio Ji, please just tell me. Kaio stepped aside and said, Grandpa only told me to represent the Yun family in the family tournament. Yun Lan furrowed her brows and asked, so have you agreed? Kaio replied, of course. She frowned and explained, you were forced into it. You shouldn't have agreed, did you? Kaio quickly interrupted, don't think nonsense. Then he turned and left. Yun Lan angrily snorted and then shouted, I don't care about you. A few days later, the 3 of them, Kaio and the Yun grandfather and granddaughter, arrived at the family tournament venue. When he saw Kaio, Yun Wuming smiled and greeted, let's get going. In an instant, the 3 of them had moved to the transmission mountain where a crowd was gathered. Upon arrival, they met with the major families of the capital, including the Yun family, the Qin family, the Qi family, and the Zio family. Yun Wuming looked at the crowd before greeting them. We have arrived, the family head of the Zio family, Zio Tianshu. Upon hearing this, Zio Tianshu snorted coldly and mocked. The Yun family is really arrogant. You have to show up at the very last moment. Yun Wuming's face darkened as he replied, Zio Tianshu, if you're not happy, you can challenge me. Zio Tianshu sneered, still talking tough. After this family tournament, I'll see how the Yun family can maintain its position among the 4 major families. Yun Wuming coldly responded, that's not something you need to worry about. Behind them, Tan Xianyue watched Kaio's back. frowning in confusion. It's strange, why does that person's back look so familiar? However, she quickly dismissed the thought. I must be mistaken. How could he possibly join the Yun family? While she was thinking, a white-haired man stepped out from the high platform and spoke. Since everyone has arrived, the family tournament will now begin. He was the referee of the family tournament, Kenya too. He cleared his throat and continued, let the elites selected by each family step forward. On hearing this, Kaiou and the other elites immediately stepped forward. On the other side, Tan Xianyue and the group from the Qin family also slowly walked over. When she clearly saw Kaiou's face, she was shocked. It really is Kaiou. The people from the Xiao family whispered and asked, how strange, who is this kid? The elites of the Qi family also furrowed their brows and wondered, has the Yun family ever had someone like this? Amidst the whispers, Kenya too loudly declared, all right, if there are no further issues, let's prepare to enter the instance. Just as he finished speaking, a loud voice rang out, wait. Xiao Tianshu raised his voice and expressed his doubt. I have an issue. I suspect this person isn't really from the Yun family. Everyone turned to look at Kaiou. Tan Xianyue also furrowed her brows and asked, Kaiou, why are you with the Yun family? Yun Wuming immediately explained, Kaiou is my granddaughter's husband, Yun Lan's husband, and a son-in-law of the Yun family. Xiao Tianshu didn't believe it and shouted, son-in-law. Yun Wuming, do you take us for fools? Your granddaughter is already 25 years old, how could she have a son-in-law under 20? The people from the Qi family also shouted along, you just picked some random person and claim he's the Yun family's son-in-law. Then I could go to the capital and pick a few geniuses from Hua Qing University and claim they are my adopted sons. After hearing this, the people around them began to gossip. Right, if they are really married, why are they standing so far apart? They don't look like a married couple. Being pushed into a corner, Yun Wuming could only humble himself and say, Kaiou, if you don't mind, could you act a bit closer with Lan Nai to shut up those people? Kaiou darkened his face and refused. That's not possible. I only agreed to join the family tournament, not to sell myself. Seeing he wouldn't agree, Yun Wuming forced a smile and asked, then what condition do you need to agree? Kaiou saw his opportunity and smiled, pay me more. He then added another condition. Once the matter is over, the Yun family must help me with something unconditional. Yun Wuming, though reluctant, gritted his teeth and agreed, fine. After receiving the assurance, Kaiou flew over to hug Yun Lan's waist and acted affectionate. He kissed her cheek, his face flushed. Kaiou sighed inwardly, this is a loss, I've sacrificed too much. He smiled while hugging Yun Lan's waist, maintaining the intimate posture to deal with the people gossiping around them. Tiu Thien Sach watched the couple entwined in each other, silently thinking they were excellent at acting, while a notification popped up showing the name Kaiou, level 17. Hong Ming, a novice mage, skimmed the information and suddenly exclaimed in shock, this kid is a novice. Don't say that, it's not fun, so what if he's a novice? Tiu Thien Sach confidently said, novices can't participate in the clan gathering, then continued, of course they can, but be careful not to die on Gui Mountain. He noticed that Duongvo Mu was frantically looking for help, and even if inviting outsiders, it would be better to choose an intermediate genius rather than a novice. Seeing the tension rising, Jin Yidu ordered, all right, aside from the participants, all members of other clans should leave and enter the traditional gate. He went on to briefly explain the rules. This year's clan gathering, like every year, took place on Gui Mountain with 4 demon eyes. The clan that captured a demon eye would become one of the 4 new clans. Kaiou stood in thought beneath the teams of the remaining 3 clans, each team having at least 3 intermediates. In his group, there was only 1 intermediate. Realizing this, Kaiou suddenly shouted, wait, what did the referee just say? Yidu announced the start of the clan gathering and activated the Gui Mountain dungeon. After the announcement, participants began teleporting into the dungeon. The stage was left empty except for Yidu, while below an elder shouted, Yidu, quickly take out your divine artifact. He casually conjured a tube-shaped mirror of light. The mirror displayed a small image of Sarkli with a beam of light before gradually closing. Elsewhere in the dark and eerie Gui Mountain, only moonlight shone through. The misty mountain slope some still tried to climb, but in the end, only echoes remained. Kaiou paid no attention, frowning as he thought the demon affairs were truly terrifying, yet his own luck was not bad. The large screen still showed those who had fallen into the abyss. Someone lamented, no, Deng Nhi, you were supposed to be high level. But the person beside him sneered, as anyone stepping onto the demon stage would die before the demon event ended. Observer tried to hold back grief, exclaiming, wait, the group is that lucky. In just a moment, all 4 are gathered. Duongvo Mu silently prayed. Before he could think further, he coughed violently, cursing continuously. Bastards! On Gui Mountain, Duong Ngoa Thien and Duong Hiu stood before Kaiou. Asked, you're Kaiou, right? Then introduced himself. I am Duong Ngoa Thien. Whether you trick Duong Lam or Grandpa in this Gui Mountain dungeon, you must obey me. Kaiou turned, irritated, asking, Why? He arrogantly replied. Why? You dare ask why? Right now, claiming the demon eyes for Duongza and securing a position in the 4 new clans is the most important thing. Continued, I am the only intermediate in the group, the strongest, with the highest damage capability. I will definitely command you. Hiu added, Brother Ngo Athene is the #1 genius in our group. Why listen to someone below like you? Kairodu did not argue, silently agreeing. Fine, I'll follow him, I'll stay behind. Hiu was smug, indeed he had no spirit at all. Outside, Duongvo Mu trembled, clutching his cup tightly, muttering curses. Bastards. Before leaving, he had instructed them to obey Kairodu, yet they ignored him. Ngo Athene assumed leadership. Follow me quickly. We must get the demon eyes before others or it'll be troublesome. Kairodu sank into thought, frowning. Just 1 demon eye was enough to restore his memory. There was only 1 demon left in the group, a total of 4 demon eyes. He wondered what to do as they moved slowly. Suddenly, a silver-haired figure appeared, lying on a wooden chair. Hiu screamed. The scream rang out, yet the figure remained still. Ngo Athene said, Probably NBC in the Gui Mountain dungeon. Move quietly, don't provoke her. He led the team in another direction. Hiu exhaled in relief. Phew, still okay. The old lady on the chair woke up, warning, Gui Mountain hell, the living should not enter, those who do are certain to die. Hearing this, they were startled and turned back. Hiu stammered, Grandma, what does that mean? She stood up, grinning eerily. I will tell you nothing, only in this demon court there are truly demons. Immediately after, a sword plunged through her body. Kairodu leapt up, controlling the sword to restrain her. He threatened, Stop pretending, tell me what you know. The 3 below were terrified, afraid to speak. Outside, Duongvo Mu proudly asked the companion, Lam and Hai, is he still that brave? Duong Lam just smiled. Inside, she glared at Kairodu in annoyance. But she was soon struck down. Kairodu said, Still pretending, huh? Duong Long, Hiu, and Ngo Athene stood frozen in fear, sweating profusely. The one struck still screamed, attempting to retaliate. Kairodu understood, his fist clenched, taunting, You're the one forcing me. After the fight, she submitted, her face swollen and bruised, stammering, Stop hitting, I'll talk, okay. Politely helped her sit down, smiling. If you had cooperated earlier, you wouldn't have been beaten. All right, speak now. The old lady sat and whispered her story. Legend said Gui Mountain was a place where yin and yang intersect, full of countless demons that could not reincarnate or enter the cycle, only living eternally on Gui Mountain. Kairodu watched cautiously around him. The old lady continued, Gui Mountain was a hideout for lion demons. If a living being exhaled, the lion demons would immediately appear to attack. Suddenly, countless shadows appeared before Kairodu. A voice echoed, Return my life, return my life. The spirits advanced toward him, but luckily, the mechanical goddess voice in his ear awakened him from the dream. He began to believe that everything was true and secretly admired it. He didn't expect that this cursed mountain, though far away, could still affect his mind, proving that this place was even more terrifying than he imagined. He then turned back to ask the old woman if she knew anything else, but she just sorrowfully begged him. The old woman trembled as she answered that she didn't know anything more and begged him to spare her. He showed anger and continued to interrogate. You really don't know where the demon eye is? She stammered a few words. Demon eye. Everyone in front of the screen looked shocked. Tianxi exclaimed in surprise. Is this even possible? The person next to him also asked. Can you really ask about the location of the demon eye like this? Duong Wu Mu and Lam Nhi were both surprised, thinking to themselves, Isn't Kairodu a spirit mage? Why is he using a knife? Duong Lam uncomfortably covered his face, not daring to respond. He gritted his teeth and threatened, Don't worry, if you really can't remember, I will absolutely not use this knife to chop you. The old woman shook her hand to stop him. I know, but I only know the location of one of the demon eyes. She recalled, her head bleeding and her eyes red and fierce, and continued. The demon eye was on the body of a demon monk, and as long as you kill the demon monk, you can get the demon eye. Kairodu was surprised and confirmed. Demon monk, she nodded. Yes, demon monk, she continued. He was originally a highly enlightened monk who swore to save all the vengeful spirits on the cursed mountain. He bathed, lit incense, draped himself in a golden robe, held a glass staff, and courageously climbed the cursed mountain. Moments later, the cursed mountain erupted with Buddha's light, turning into a giant golden Buddha statue. The scene was like the Buddha descending to the world, but soon the golden Buddha statue was devoured by the demon mist. When everyone looked back at the enlightened monk, he had turned into a demon monk. The old woman pointed forward, mumbling, On the cursed mountain, there is an abandoned temple, and the demon monk is still there. If you want to deal with the demon monk, you can make your sword full of sharp energy to suppress the demon monk's evil energy. Kairodu listened and turned around, saying, All right, I'll trust you this time. I'll go to that abandoned temple and check it out. The old woman, seeing that he wasn't paying attention, her eyes flashed with a glint of light, thinking to herself, You damned brat. Immediately, the old woman swung her claws and a green light streaked across the back of his neck. He turned around, wielding his weapon and swiping past her, still smug. I knew you weren't being honest. Before she could react, she screamed, "What?" and was knocked back. The sword stopped and the system sounded the notification. Detected that the player Jingdu solved the NPC by bare hand. The dark energy value of the golden dragon sword with moon imprint increased by 1 point. Dark energy value 100. The dark energy value reaches its maximum. The golden dragon sword with moon imprint gains the additional magical effect, demon slashing. Hearing the notification, he smiled to himself. Demon slashing, so this is how the dark energy is accumulated. After a series of strikes, he sheathed his weapon and turned to the 3 people behind him. Their arrogant expressions disappeared, and when they saw him looking, they were startled and terrified but still asked, "Brother Gao Tian, is he being haunted by something unclean?" Gao Tian was also scared but forcefully spoke up. "Kaiou, I warn you, don't make things worse." Kaiou smiled and replied, "What are you talking about? Aren't we teammates?" He continued, "How could I do something that would make you all act wicked?" Hearing this, they were further startled. After a while, the team leader Gao Tian spoke softly. Zai Tuan introduced, "If you still consider us teammates." He pointed at each person. "This is Duong Hiu and this is Duong Long. If there are no issues, let's continue up the cursed mountain." The 4 of them followed in line with indistinct noises surrounding them. Seeing Hiu was worried, Gao Tian reassured her. "Don't mind those noises, just pretend you don't hear them and keep moving." Outside, people were discussing again. The first person commented, "Even though Duong Gao Tian's personality is arrogant, he is commendable when working." Someone else commented, "There is no rashness typical of the younger generation. At the foot of the cursed mountain there are countless little demons. There's a saying, it's easy to meet a king but hard to meet a little demon. If you provoke a little demon, you'll face big trouble." But immediately, all eyes turned to the big screen. People shouted, "Look, what's that brat Kaiou doing?" In front of the big screen, Kaiou teasingly said, "Honey, stop hiding. Come out, I still need more evil energy." Gao Tian shouted in concern, "Kaiou, you bastard, hurry up and act. If you provoke the little demons here, all 4 of us will die a terrible death." Finally, a stored demon appeared and charged toward Kaiou. Dodged the claws and smugly said, "Finally, you're here." A moment later, he swung his sword with a flash of light. A system notification rang, dark energy increased by 1, before he could feel smug. A swarm of demons appeared and the 3 people behind him became anxious. Gao Tian shouted, "Kaiou, look what you've done." Kaiou remained calm, his eyes glowing with golden light, full of determination, eagerly making his predictions. At this point, the dark energy value was sufficient and the demons moved towards him. He smiled, rushed forward, and chopped down every demon that flew toward him. The scene was chaotic, but in the end, he wiped them all out. Kaiou muttered to himself, "The dark energy is full." The system notification rang, "Dark energy has reached full 100. He swung his sword with great momentum. The system continued. Secondary mission, Stage 1, Demon Slashing, increases damage by 50% against soul creatures. System continued. The player wielding this weapon gains an additional 30 points of strength against souls. The demons, terrified, turned and fled. Duong Long and Gao Tian were left dumbfounded and asked, "What happened? Why are demons fleeing from him like this?" Everyone outside the screen felt the same way. Only Duong Mu smiled contentedly, thinking to himself, "This brat's strength is beyond expectation." Kaiou was also surprised. "I didn't expect that dark energy would have another stage." He continued chasing the demons, shouting, "Don't run." Immediately, a hand appeared to perform a spell, forcing all the demons and evil spirits to retreat. Trung Fuck Luke Bao Tian urgently used his magic. The demons were burned by fire. Kaiou was shocked and yelled, "My dark energy, who is this damned person?" A man appeared wearing a Taoist robe, asking, "Little brothers, are you all right?" Outside the screen, people were in an uproar. "It's Taoist Zhuang Jia." Some explained, "He is an important NPC in the Cursed Mountain. If they receive his help, the difficulty of the Cursed Mountain journey will drop at least 1 level." The people from Duong Ra meeting Taoist Zhuang Jia was indeed an incredibly fortunate turn. Duong Mu frowned upon hearing this. The old man silently wondered if this time they would truly maintain their position in the 4 great families. Gao Tian thanked the Taoist priest for his help and said that there was no need for formalities. "Call me Zhang Ha," said the Taoist. "This is Ghost Mountain, extremely dangerous. You should leave quickly." Gao Tian continued explaining, "Taoist Zhang, we do not wish to leave. We have a hardship that is hard to speak of. We must ascend Ghost Mountain." Realizing the issue, he responded, "I see. Wait a moment, let's go up the mountain together. However, be cautious. There are too many people, I can't watch over everyone. Critical moments, you'll still have to rely on yourselves." Hearing this, Gao Tian was pleased, thanked the Taoist, and silently calculated that with Taoist Zhang's help, everything would be stable. Finally, he no longer feared that Kaiou would cause trouble. The road to Ghost Mountain was dark and filled with crows. The 4 people followed Zhang Ha, eventually stopping to confirm, "This is the end of the road." Zio shivered. Gao Tian, do we really have to climb this mountain? Tian turned around and patted her head comfortingly. Don't worry, I'm here. She felt more at ease. Gao Tian, you have to protect me. Seeing the scene before them, Kaio Yu couldn't help but feel disgusted. Better not to scream for help later. As soon as he thought of this, he swung his blade forward. He finally stopped, the ground safe. Zhang Erha observed everything. This blade, the killing intent is heavy. Zhang Erha curiously asked, little brother, what are you doing? Kaio Yu replied, I'm killing a pig. Unhappy with the answer, Zhang Erha speculated, with such a heavy killing intent, it can't possibly be used to kill a pig. Exactly is this little brother doing? After several slashes into the tree, Kaio Yu had cleared a path. Gao Tian cheerfully said, there's a path, looks like someone has already reached Ghost Mountain faster than us, we must move quickly. But Zhang Erha stopped him, wait. Gao Tian was confused, what is it, Taoist Zhang? He said, look over there. What lay before them was a chilling scene with blood everywhere. Zio's face turned pale, it seems like people from another family. How did they die like this? What is on this ghost mountain? What exactly is going on? Zhang Erha quietly prayed, rest in peace and we will continue forward. But before they could take a few steps, a ghost appeared beside them, catching everyone's attention. Zio was the first to scream. Gao Tian panicked, Taoist Zhang, is that a person or a ghost? But seeing the interesting scene, Kaio Yu stepped forward shouting, move aside. Regardless of whether it was a person or a ghost, it would receive one strike from him. As if sensing something, the ghost turned around to look. It faced Kaio Yu, who smiled eagerly. Kaio Yu swiftly slashed down at the ghost's head. Zhang Erha assessed, this little brother's strength is extraordinary. The scene before them frightened Zio. She tightly clutched the arm of the person next to her, continuously begging, Gao Tian, I want to go down the mountain. Gao Tian reassured her, Zio, we must find the ghost eyes first. Shortly after, a mournful sound echoed through the desolate area. Where Lan Jun is happy, I too am in pain. This grievance only the moonlight knows. Gao Tian panicked, someone is performing a drama, but the sound continued. Meet in part leaving the wife behind, now it's too late to regret. Zio looked down and the surroundings were filled with water. In fear, she screamed, Gao Tian, there's water here. She wondered what exactly is happening. Gao Tian approached from afar, Zio, are you alright? I'm here. Zio looked behind and stammered, brother, behind you. Indeed, a ghost appeared behind Gao Tian, staring as if it wanted to devour him. But when he turned around, Gao Tian saw nothing. Though uneasy, he firmly asked, what's going on? There's nothing there? Zio, are you hallucinating? Zio fearfully turned to Zhang Erha for help. Taoist Zhang, don't you see it? There's a female ghost over there. Zhang Erha asked, a female ghost? Hearing this, he clasped his hands and chanted. The evil attire protecting the life and guarding the spirit. He raised his hand in front of his eyes and loudly called, Heavenly Eye, open. The heavenly eye illuminated the surrounding waters. After Zhang Erha's command, a ghost appeared in front of them, flying towards the Taoist priest. Zhang Erha's eyes were struck by the female ghost's attack, closing tightly as blood poured down. Not even the female ghost's face could be seen, and he was injured. This must be a malicious ghost. Kaio Yu flew forward from behind. Hurriedly asked, where is that female ghost? Zhang Erha took out a talisman, muttering, left defense, right protection, 6 nails, the yellow gods in front, the music gods in the back. Spiritual consciousness slays, no fear of the powerful. He shouted 7 spirits ghost extermination command, and threw the talisman. The talisman emitted power, directly flying into the ghost. It managed to scream, but then it lunged at Zhang Erha. He was stunned, impossible, with the 7 spirits ghost extermination command, it should still be able to fly. Before he could react, the ghost stabbed into Zhang Erha's stomach. Zhang Erha didn't stop, raising his hand to cast a spell, cure the heavens, manifest the lightning. Heavenly Dao? He struck with a palm, and thunder rumbled as it shot towards the female ghost. Gao Tian excitedly praised, Taoist Zhang is truly amazing. I never expected him to summon the lightning tribulation and blast the evil ghost. But here only Kaio Yu realized, and he loudly warned, not right, she's still not dead. A song echoed, where is my love while I suffer? Only the moonlight knows this grievance. Zhang Erha immediately shouted, run quickly. The female ghost, no one knew what grievances she had in life, now showed her rare malice. After the shout, everyone rushed to run, but they couldn't escape. Finally, Gao Tian spoke up, why does the water keep following us? He panicked, no, Taoist Zhang, we can't escape, that ghost isn't even fully a ghost. Before he could finish, he turned around, grabbing a weapon and charging while shouting, I'll risk my life with you. Gao Tian quickly thrust his spear, but the ghost swiftly dodged. He snorted in disdain. You're able to dodge? Let's see if you're scarier than my spear. Gao Tian leaped into the air, the waves surged beneath him, and he swung his spear, shouting, sky-piercing spear. Suddenly, the ghost was no longer visible. Gao Tian thought to himself, Oh, it disappeared. However, Zhang Erha's voice came from behind. Gao Tian, be careful. The ghost was now behind Gao Tian, placing its clawed hand on his shoulder. Broke into a cold sweat, his entire body frozen and immobile. In an instant, the demon swung its arm, flinging him aside. Across the way, Erha thought silently, the situation is dire, only this move remained. Yudu stepped forward calmly, and Erha recognized the aura as his. He immediately spoke to stop him. Little brother, run quickly, don't waste any more energy. The hatred in this female demon is dense, her power astonishing. Ordinary spells won't harm her. He turned, smiled faintly, and replied coldly, Master Zhang, times have changed. I will show you the true meaning of overwhelming power. With that, he stepped lightly on the water and hurled his spear toward the female demon. The spear struck the female demon. Erha squinted, letting out a shout. At this moment, Q-Du's strike had only grazed the void. He thought silently, it vanished again. Something felt different this time. Turning, he saw a furious pale face staring at him. Q-Du continued to taunt, Sister, your face is so pale. The female demon lunged, but suddenly a lion-faced helmet appeared. System notification, white-silver lion helmet. Epidemic sect leader struck. Q-Du seized the opportunity to attack, and the female demon panicked and fled. System alerts rang continuously. Dragon roar, strike, another strike. Finally, Q-Du's attack reduced the demon to a wisp of black smoke that dissipated. Q-Du smirked mockingly, Don't run, let me strike once first. Everyone watching outside the screen murmured in confusion. Why was Q-Du chasing the female demon like this? What exactly was he? Those nearby joined in, but an urge to attack Q-Du arose in their hearts. At this moment, Q-Du chased the black smoke the female demon had become, which descended toward the nearby water. Q-Du unleashed a massive strike. Still want to run? He sent his weapon toward the black smoke. The spearhead skimmed past the female demon's face and plunged into the ground, sending water splashing. The water receded, leaving only the spear. System notification, aura points plus 100. Q-Du placed his hand on the spear shaft as everyone approached. Erha said, Little brother, thank you for stepping in. Q-Du smiled and replied, Not at all, thanks to Master Zhang weakening it first. Gao Tian stepped forward calmly. Brother Q-Du, thank you. Q-Du waved dismissively, smiling in response. We're family after all. Outside the screen, Zhao Tianshu approached, demanding loudly, Don't ignore me, was I only trying to scout? How do you explain this? Tang Wumu glided over, irritated. The elder sneered, Explain, do I owe you an explanation? He unleashed a warning strike, turning toward Zhao Shu. He was irritated but dared not approach, only shouting, Your old servant, and he's already reached that lower realm. Tang Wumu snorted coldly and remained silent. Zhao Tianshu gritted his teeth in frustration and left. Jiano asked, Master, should we pause the plan against Tang Ra then? Stopped him, no need, that old servant may have advanced, but his flame is low, he won't last more than 5 years. The scene shifted to the dungeon. Zhao spoke, Brother Du. She quickly grabbed Q-Du's arm, Why didn't you pay attention to me? The mountain demon is here, I'm scared. Can you protect me? Tang Lan outside the screen was annoyed. Fortunately, Q-Du shook her off, Stay away from me. With a displeased expression, he raised his fist, Or I'll make you eat this. Zhao froze in shock. Gao Tian asked, Zhao, are you all right? Zhao clutched Gao Tian's arm. Brother Gao Tian, I'm sorry, I was just possessed earlier, you're still the best to me. He laughed. Ah, it's fine, I didn't notice. Erha in front frowned. Quiet, the yin energy ahead is thick and there's the sound of fighting. He turned to caution everyone, unsure if the threat was friend or foe. Noticing someone missing from the formation, he shouted, Why is one person missing? Q-Du, eldest among the brothers, barely spoke before dashing forward. Excitedly, helping others is the greatest joy. Don't worry, I'm Q-Du, a demon slayer here to rescue you. Though he appeared righteous, he had his own intentions. Aura points, here I come. Q-Du appeared before a group of people with vague demons ahead. Beside them were members of the Zhao family, Zhao Zun, and a fierce-eyed wolf. The faceless monster had only a smooth surface. Erha felt fear. It was a skin-peeling demon able to wear others. It absorbed others onto its body, transforming into them. Its power far exceeded the previous female demon. Zhao Zun was blocked by Q-Du, gradually calming. I am Zhao Zun of the Zhao family. I request Brother Q-Du's help to subdue this evil. Q-Du recalled memories related to the Zhao family. He turned, eyes sharp. Zhao Ra, then I won't help. With that he left, leaving 2 words, farewell. Zhao Zun paled. Zhao Tianshu observed from outside. Unable to contain his anger, he gritted his teeth. That brat! In the dungeon, Zhao Zun risked advancing. Brother Q-Du, please wait. If you help us escape this skin-peeling demon, we'll reward you. Only then did Q-Du show some interest and turn back to ask. So there's a reward. If Brother Zhao Zun is generous, then I'll only take 5 million. Zhao Zun, hearing this, agreed without hesitation. This made Q-Du wary, so carefree unless there's a trick. Thinking that, he turned back to face the skin-peeling demon, chanting, Behold me, left talisman 6 armor, understand talisman 6 nails, heaven's mandate, follow music's bow, spirit strikes, defy the mighty, divine and demon 7 fatal strikes. Urha doubted, but Q-do continued. Strike! He thrust the spear forward, its tremendous force slicing through the skin-peeling demon, which could only raise its hands in defense. Q-do pushed the spear down decisively. Zio Zun behind him gasped. Incredible, this skin-peeling demon, 5 of us couldn't hold it, yet you subdue it alone. I remember he's not a spirit mage. How can he fight a demon one-on-one? Could it be possessed by another demon? At this moment Q-do commanded, "Why are you standing there? Go pull it back immediately." Yun Shen signaled the group to prepare to advance. He gave a decisive order, and immediately the team surged forward, each swinging their blades at the monster. Blood splattered into the air as they surrounded and finished off the creature. Yun Shen held his sword, silently waiting. The wound on the monster's face widened, revealing a red eye. Yun Shen shivered, feeling as if countless eyes were watching him. He changed his expression and laughed loudly. This feeling was unmistakable. It was the demon eye on the monster. He was thrilled that fortune had favored him and the demon eye appeared so quickly. Yu-Du heard Yun Shen talking to himself and began calculating. A demon eye, indeed a gift from heaven. She had one demon eye and the demon monk also had one. That was enough. She could no longer continue to strain herself as before. Yun Shen, however, kept moving relentlessly. Yun Shen issued another order, telling everyone to continue attacking the monster. He wanted to examine it carefully once more. Each member of the team struck down again, deepening the wound on the creature's body, its skin beginning to tear. Yun Shen grew increasingly excited, certain it was a demon eye. If he could successfully retrieve it, his clan would surely favor him. He turned to Q-do and called out, "Brother, help me destroy this monster. Once it's done, I'll reward you tenfold." Q-do smiled warmly and quickly replied, "All right, you go first, I'll cover behind." Yun Shen nodded, leading the beast beside him forward. The creature obeyed instantly, charging ahead. The beast aimed to bite the monster's head, but the creature immediately opened its eye wide. The beast was pushed back and Yun Shen cried out in pain, "Lan King." Du observed closely as the monster transformed, turning into a black mass with glowing red eyes. It emitted a dark energy that drew everyone in. Yun Shen, alarmed, said, "This is bad." Outside the black gate, Zhang Erha stood on the cliff, shouting down in panic. Everyone in the observation area watched the strange scene inside, murmuring, "This is serious." Members of the Yun clan and the son-in-law were pulled into the demon eye space. Observers could not see what was happening inside. Within that space, demonic energy surged. The Yun clan members faced danger, but to be recognized by the demon eye, they had to enter it first. Back in the demon eye world, everything had turned a blazing red. Q-do curiously asked, "Where is this?" Suddenly, a girl in white appeared from the forest, approaching Q-do. "Young master," she called, leaving him puzzled. Beautiful girl spoke with worry, "This place is dark and frightening. I am lost and terrified. Can the young master escort me to safety?" Q-do pretended to agree. "All right, no problem." Internally, he remained alert, wondering, what does she want? The girl said, "I have nothing to repay you except." At the same time, she lifted her clothing, revealing her vulnerability, then quickly embraced Q-do, continuing, "Offer my body in return." Q-do froze, his face darkening. He clutched Q-do tightly, but he immediately delivered a strong punch to her face, sending her flying several meters. Q-do sneered, "Sorry, I really couldn't hold back." The girl in pain touched her wound and lamented, "Young master, why are you suddenly so cold to me?" As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately changed her form from her arms to her entire body, transforming into an irresistibly alluring figure. Once finished, she looked at Yi-do with a mischievous smile and asked, "So, do you like it, young master?" Yi-do ignored the question and summoned his golden spear instantly. No longer pretending, she furrowed her brows and said, "Oh, so you still can't catch anyone?" Then she revealed her true power. Her hair soared, her hands glowed red, and she said, "You don't like this young lady nor the imperial sister. Then let me see who you hide in your heart." Yi-do responded seriously, "I advise you not to do that." Despite Yi-do's warning, she charged forward. She said, "I must be right. You're hiding someone important, which is why you can resist trivial temptation." Clashed, she struck Yi-do in the chest, and he cut her body in half with his spear, but something strange seemed to happen. She said, "Useless. In this space I am God and you can only act as I allow." Then she continued, "Let's see, who are you really hiding in your heart?" Suddenly, she began to dissolve, shrinking into a small figure, giggling mischievously. "Unexpected, you actually like this Lolita style." Du was surprised. "Left or right?" She continued to mock. "Who is this to you? Must be very important, right?" Her actions angered Yi-do and he glared at her furiously. Yi-do immediately swung another strike, but it was ineffective. She spoke leisurely, "Give it up. You cannot harm me. Besides, can you bear the consequences of hurting me?" Du sneered and replied, Don't you realize I'm hiding someone else? No, more accurately, it's an existence far more terrifying than you. As he finished speaking, a golden leg suddenly appeared from his body, frightening her. The mechanical queen appeared, her red eyes locked on the figure, causing her to collapse in terror, calling it a demon. He turned and ran, leaving Yidu behind, but from afar, the mechanical queen sent her wires flying swiftly, surrounding her and causing panic. Once the queen's wires tightly bound her, the queen spoke, "You may act now." Yidu already held his spear ready to strike. Yidu did not hesitate and slashed fiercely at the demon's body. At the same time, his sharpness increased by 200. He acquired an item, the demon eye. Yidu asked, "Queen, obtaining this allows me to break the memory seal, right?" The mechanical queen answered immediately, "Exactly." From above, the watermarks began to appear. Yidu said, "While the demon world remains intact, I need your help." Mechanical queen replied, "Understood." She quickly took the demon eye and did something. Yidu watched anxiously. "Wait, doing that might hurt a lot." The queen focused intently on the demon eye and said, "It won't hurt." She pressed the eye against Yidu's eye, then stepped back and said, "Yidu, I don't understand pain." Yet Yidu still clutched his eye, crying out in pain. His right eye gradually turned red, strange veins appearing on his face. A series of Yidu's past memories began to surface. The mechanical queen hovered silently and said, "Your memory seal is much stronger than mine. The demon eye cannot fully release it." Yidu asked painfully, "Then what should I do?" The queen immediately reassured, "Don't worry, there's more than one demon eye. If you find the other three, you will surely break the seal." She continued, "Moreover, you will gain great benefits from it. Currently, your vision has been greatly enhanced. The demon incidents won't affect you much. If you can master all 4 demon eyes, you will acquire a skill connected to them." By now, Yidu's face and eyes had returned to normal. Yidu said, "In that case, I will definitely obtain the remaining 3 demon eyes." The water marks in the sky became clearer, and in an instant, Yidu was transported back to the forest. Zio Zun appeared from behind and spoke. "Brother Yidu, you finally came out. Hand over the demon eye." Around them were corpses. Zio Zun and his wolf faced Yidu. He said, "My brothers died in the demon eye space." His face pale, eyes red with rage, he said, "Brother Yidu, hand over the demon eye. I will repay the reward you seek." Amidst the tension, Yidu smiled innocently and asked, "Demon eye, what demon eye?" Zio Zun grew furious, raising his voice, "Stop pretending. If you don't hand it over, I'll take it myself." At the same time, his wolf sneaked around behind Yidu. Suddenly, the wolf lunged at Yidu, but he dodged swiftly. Yidu turned to Zio Zun and asked seriously, "What do you mean?" Zio Zun shouted, "Stop pretending, Yidu. I know the demon eye is with you. If you don't hand it over, I'll take it myself." Zio Zun commanded his wolf, "Wolf King, attack, kill it." Obeying his master, the wolf lunged with fangs bared, aiming to devour Yidu. Yidu calmly drew his spear, staring at the wolf. With a single slash, he decapitated it without mercy. Blood splattered toward Zio Zun, leaving him stunned. Yidu stood proudly as the system notified him he had slain the ferocious wolf and gained 100 sharpness points. Zio Zun knelt before the corpse, shouting, "Wolf King," Yidu observed from a distance. "Thought the Zio family no longer threatens me. I must leave quickly." Yidu ran, thinking further, "I wonder where they went." The scene shifted elsewhere. Zio Tianshu shouted angrily, "Duang Wumu, old fool, you dare kill my Zio family. Today I will risk everything against you." Duang Wumu nervously held a cup of tea and replied, "The person is dead, gone to the Demon Valley. Life and death are fated. Wealth is determined by destiny," and he further mentioned wanting to break the rules set by the 4 great families. The Tian book of his, it's hard to believe. Upon hearing this, he remained silent, his face darkening, while the representatives of the Ji and Tan families were also watching him closely. Then snorted. As for Duan Wu, he was thinking about that kid, Q Du, what exactly he was trying to do. It seemed he had partly freed himself from control and returned to his position. In a forest, Q Du immediately appeared on a tree branch and loudly called out, "Master Zhang Duan Gaoshan, where are you?" At that moment, he heard a faint voice call out, "Gaoshan, save me, please hurry and come save me." Upon hearing that, he immediately moved, thinking the voice belonged to Zio Zio. Du landed on an open field and saw a person lying there covered in blood. Seeing this scene, he asked in confusion, "What happened here?" Looking at the marks, Q-Du said that this woman had almost been saved, but her crimes didn't warrant death. Truly unexpected. He said seriously, "Don't worry, I'll eliminate the monsters in the fog." Just then, a pillar of light suddenly appeared from the other side of the forest, accompanied by a voice saying, "The evil protection to guard the life and body transform." He immediately recognized that it was Master Zhang Ziu. Quickly jumped away from the spot and landed near Zhang and his group. Yu-Du spoke up, "Master Zhang." He immediately recognized him and said, "Little brother, it's great to see you're all right." Then he turned to Duan Gaoshan and anxiously asked, "Duan Gaoshan, where S Zio Zio?" The question made him freeze for a moment. He shouted, I'm asking you, where is she? Doesn't she always follow you? Gaoshin broke into a sweat at that question, then hesitated and lowered his head, saying, I'm truly sorry, it's all my fault. He explained that at that time the fog was very thick and Zio was mainly following him. But suddenly, she screamed and vanished. He didn't dare enter the dense fog, alas, alas. Gaoshin blamed himself, crying out that he had wronged Zio. Then Zhang stepped forward and said, this can't be blamed on Gaoshin. The one who killed Zio was definitely a ghost that shed itself in the fog. Hearing this, Qiu asked in confusion, shed ghost? Replied, yes, it's the most terrifying among the shed ghosts. Explained that they had an ugly form but were particularly fond of seducing beautiful women, and when humans were caught off guard, the shed ghosts would wrap themselves around them. Ghosts are still ghosts, and the yang energy of humans is too strong when they wear it, so they suffer greatly. That's why they transform humans into lanterns to forever preserve a beauty that doesn't belong to them. Yun Long, upon hearing this, also said, Master Zhang, if this is the case, then Zio might have. Zhang frowned and said, Zio must have separated from the group and gone alone. It's likely she was killed, I'm not sure. Yuan Long anxiously stammered, Master Zhang, the black ghost you mentioned, could it be that one? Qiu turned in the direction Duan Long pointed to and saw a series of strange lanterns. Zhang rushed forward and said, Qiu, be careful. Lanterns charged towards them and chanted a spell. 9 Hell's soul, body entwined in fragrant mist. The Buddha's enlightenment, lotus blooms, bringing eternal peace. Heaven and earth boundless, break the infernal curse. Earth's face was focused. A wave of destructive power swept through, obliterating all the strange lanterns. Continued to unleash a series of sword chi towards the remaining lantern. Qiu saw this and immediately joined the fight, shouting in panic, damn it, adjust your yang energy, leave some for me. He quickly joined in, striking repeatedly and collecting some yang energy. While fighting, called out from the front, be careful, those human skin lanterns are just a small trick. Real terror is the ghost, the skinning demon hidden behind. Qiu sensed a terrifying power from the ghost, feeling the large amount of yang energy and quickly turned around. A strange black aura appeared and from it, a ghostly arm shot straight toward him, but he managed to dodge. He shouted angrily, horrible, it's the 6th elder. The attack aimed at him but missed, crashing into the tree behind him. From the darkness, a humanoid creature leapt out. Standing face to face with Qiu, it had a human form but wrinkled, ugly skin and said, hello, your skin is beautiful, I really like it. Can you give me your skin? It moved closer to Qiu. Your skin is much better than theirs if you don't answer. Consider it as your agreement, I'll personally come and take it. Immediately, Qiu swung his spear down forcefully. Scram! His strike cut through the mask, revealing the ghostly face with glowing red eyes. It erupted with power, releasing a terrifying demonic energy that forced Qiu to retreat. It grabbed its face angrily and said, damn human, I was planning to ask for your skin, but since you don't appreciate it, fine. Moreover, you even want to destroy the lantern I carefully made out of people. The ghost rushed toward Qiu. I'll skin you, eat your flesh, and then devour your soul. Qiu gripped his spear firmly, exuding golden energy. Countered with a slash, he thought, it's really tough. The ghost's arm grabbed the spear. Qiu realized that only the yang energy had an effect. The ghost's next attack came flying toward him. Its arm extended and lunged at him. He thought, without entering the fury state, he couldn't fight this ghost. Thinking this, he immediately activated his fury state. Before the arm could reach him, a voice rang out, mystic ice porridge. A pillar of ice shot up from the ground, completely blocking the ghost's attack. Qiu was taken aback. From afar, a group of people charged towards them, shouting, for Zio, we're here to help you. They landed and struck fiercely at the ghost's position. Ghost was forced to jump back to avoid the attack. They regrouped and assumed a fighting stance. The one who had just appeared was Tan Jia's little sword god, Tan Hao. Qiu watched and sighed, noting that this person's attack was incredibly powerful. The ghost lunged to attack again, but this time aimed at Tan Hao. Seeing the speed, the girl behind immediately used her mystic ice porridge skill. Skill created an ice dome, once again completely blocking the ghost's attack. They rushed in to fight the ghost. Qiu observed, thinking they cooperated so well and their timing was so precise had they encountered the skinning ghost before. Qiu thought seriously, this skinning ghost surely has a ghost's eye, otherwise how could they, former competitors, come to help him fight? At this moment, Zhang appeared from afar and said, Qiu, little brother, I don't know where Gaoshin went. If this skinning ghost has a foe, let's go ahead. Hearing this, Qiu turned and replied, Master Zhang, you go ahead, I'll follow behind. Hearing you say that, Yun Shen hesitated for a moment but finally agreed. All right, I'll go ahead and wait for you. Qiu continued to observe the battle, thinking to himself, truly powerful. I never expected this demon to escape their grasp. And Hao continued slashing into the demon's body, the strike severing its head. He then shouted, everyone, attack together, don't let it open the ghost eye space. One of the people behind immediately rushed forward, and everyone joined the attack. An explosion erupted at the location of the battle. A young man with a ponytail and a serious look on his face delivered a powerful blow to the demon, causing one of its eyes to fall out. He quickly attempted to grab the demon's eye and shouted, "Got it." Unexpectedly, the demon's eye he was about to grab disappeared, leaving him unable to react in time. Jingdu swiftly retrieved the demon's eye and ran away from the crowd. Tan Hao noticed from behind and shouted, "What are you standing there for? Chase after him?" At the command, the group immediately ran forward to pursue Jingdu. As he ran, he looked back and thought, "The second ghost eye is in my possession, now only 2 more left." The Ghost Mountain dungeon had initially been a contest between me and you. If you had already plotted against me, don't blame me. From behind, Tan Hao threw his sword forward and shouted to the ponytailed young man, "Catch the sword." Immediately caught the sword and was quickly pulled forward. The sword flew rapidly towards Jingdu. Surprised, Jingdu exclaimed, "Wow, there's this too." Catching up to Jingdu, the young man stopped right in front of him, assuming a fighting stance and speaking to Jingdu. "Don't run anymore, you can't escape. As long as I hold you down, Tan Hao will be here soon." Hearing this, Jingdu fell silent. At that moment, 2 figures appeared, 2 individuals in black robes with their faces covered, revealing their deep red eyes. One of them wielded a large mace. On Tan Hao's side, he too was surrounded by the masked individuals. Tan Hao spoke up, "Who are you? Which family do you come from? How dare you break the rules of the Ghost Mountain dungeon?" Tan Hao thought, "These people are all mid-tier. If they strike, survival will be difficult." Outside, the group of onlookers observed the situation through a screen. Tan Shangtian spoke up, "It looks like someone has ambushed our juniors in the Ghost Mountain dungeon." Someone beside him replied, "This action is equivalent to challenging all the families in the capital." Back at Tan Hao's side, he asked the mysterious group again, "What do you want?" One of them stepped forward to answer, "Nothing much, I just want to test my skills against the little sword god of the Tan family." Tan Hao confusedly asked, "A duel one-on-one?" The man replied, "Yes." Understanding the situation, Tan Hao drew his sword and said, "Then I'll go." The scene shifted to Jingdu and the ponytailed young man, both facing the 2 mysterious masked individuals. The ponytailed young man spoke first, "Who are you? Don't you know I'm from the Tan family? How dare you attack me? Aren't you afraid of the Tan family seeking revenge?" One of them responded, "We want your life." The ponytailed young man immediately charged in and shouted, "Stop pretending." He coiled his hand, preparing to throw a powerful punch, his fist flying forward without mercy. Relentlessly threw punches at the man in black, confidently saying, "Let's see how many times you can dodge." But the man easily dodged every single punch. Another punch flew toward the mysterious man's face. This time he didn't dodge but mockingly said, "Trash." Then he suddenly lowered his stance and delivered a punch to the ponytailed young man's face, causing him to widen his eyes. The punch was so strong it created a shockwave when it hit the ground. Followed up with another punch. Jingdu watched from afar and thought, "He's not human, but why does he look familiar?" After the beating, the ponytailed young man lay unconscious on the ground. Another masked figure spoke up, "That's enough. Don't forget our main objective." He turned to Jingdu and asked threateningly, "Kid, will you cooperate and let yourself be tied up? Or do we need to beat you up first before taking you?" The man behind prepared to enter a fighting stance. Suddenly, he punched through the stomach of the mace wielder in front. The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared behind him. In pain, he said, "Lin Lang, you." The person called Lin Lang calmly replied, "Sorry." Jingdu observed from afar as Lin Lang threw the man down and called out, "You're Lin Lang. Why did you become?" But before Jingdu could finish, Lin Lang interrupted, "Jingdu is my classmate. I won't make things difficult for you. In this Ghost Mountain dungeon, there's more than one person in a black robe. They are all looking for you. So be careful, I'll let this slide, but next time we meet, we'll be enemies." With that, Lin Lang leaped away. Jingdu frowned and thought, "They came because of me, the people in black robes." Just then, Tan Hao's group arrived at Jingdu's location. They stopped and looked at the corpse near Jingdu, suddenly exclaiming, "What? How did this happen?" Jingdu thought, "It's over. Even if I jump into the Yellow River, I can't wash this clean." Outside, the head of the Tan family, Tan Shangtian, spoke to Dang Wu Mu. "If your son-in-law killed a junior of the Tan family, you must hand him over to the Tan family." Dang Wu Mu remained silent. Kenya too nervously thought, "No way, Jingdu can't have done this." Back with Jingdu, he asked Tan Hao's group, "If I tell you I didn't kill him, would you believe me?" Tan Hao drew his sword and said, "What do you think?" Jingdu retorted, "You're forcing me." He took out the beautifully carved red ring and the system notification rang, "Trial stage complete." Jingdu quickly ran into the forest to escape. Tan Hao saw this and shouted, "Don't think you can run." Jingdu ran ahead with Tan Hao chasing after him, and he called back, "Stop chasing, I really didn't kill him." Tan Hao didn't believe him, retorting, "If you didn't kill him, why are you running?" "Stop," Jingdu answered, "then put your sword away first." The two began chasing each other through the dense forest. After a while, Tan Hao and his group continued searching for Jingdu. "Where did he go? Looks like he ran that way, chase him." But in reality, Jingdu was hiding behind a tree nearby, and the group didn't notice and ran past. Du sighed in relief. Lin Lang is such a pain, leaving me with such trouble. Once I get out of the Ghost Mountain dungeon, it'll be hard to stay peaceful. He made up his mind. Master Zhang is still waiting. I need to get the ghost eye to restore my memories. The scene shifted to Dang Shi-ha. But this is a very dangerous mission. I cannot let you come along. After that, Yun Shen quickly entered the old hall. Upon entering, Yun Shen saw a large Buddha statue placed in the center of the main hall. He approached to take the item the statue was holding and said, "Got it. This is the lost magical tool of our Dao sect." That moment, Yun Shen sensed something terrifying approaching. He quickly stepped back, away from the Buddha statue. Suddenly, Yun Shen stared at what was happening in front of him, as the Buddha statue emitted a massive stream of dark energy along with a strange laugh. "Aha, I don't know how many years it's been, no Taoist has come to this place." Zhang Yun Shen stood in front of the strange statue, his face full of surprise, shouting, "Who is it, pretending to be a god? Show yourself." Immediately after, the sound of clashing metal echoed along with a calm voice. "No need to hurry." Yuan Kong, dressed in a monk's robe and holding a dignified staff, stepped forward and said, "Whether one practices Buddhism or Taoism, the ultimate goal is to benefit the world and save all beings." Master Zhang, upon seeing him step out from behind the Buddha statue, was slightly surprised and shocked. You are Master Yuan Kong, are you still alive?" Yuan Kong maintained a respectful expression, with every word dripping with Buddhist teaching. Amitabha, the mountain of ghosts is never empty, the body never becomes Buddha, all beings are saved. The way to enlightenment is through Bodhi. Holding his majestic staff, Yuan Kong looked at Yun Shen and asked, "Yun Shen, what brings you to the mountain this time?" Yun Shen saluted and replied, "I was entrusted by my master. I came to retrieve the magical tool, the Jingdu compass, that was lost by our sect." After hearing this, Yuan Kong's expression darkened and he asked further, "Aren't you here to join my Buddhist sect?" Yun Shen, surprised, could not hold back and questioned, "Master Yuan Kong, what are you saying? I respect you as a senior, but about converting to Buddhism, please do not bring it up. I, Zhang Yun Shen, live as a Taoist and will die as a Taoist." However, Yuan Kong was unfazed by his words and continued to entice him. "Yun Shen, you and Buddhism are destined. It was the will of heaven." The staff in his hand glowed brightly, emitting powerful golden spiritual light. Yuan Kong's expression became serious and he tightened his grip on the staff, speaking loudly, "Submit to my Buddha." The spiritual light from Yuan Kong's staff seemed to affect Yun Shen, whose expression showed surprise. His legs began to tremble. Yuan Kong, seeing this, secretly felt pleased and said, "Yes, just like that. Bow down, submit to my Buddha." Yun Shen immediately felt weak, unable to control his body, and he knelt down. But at that moment, a hand reached out to stop Yun Shen from kneeling. Jingdu landed slowly, holding Yun Shen's robes tightly while saying, "A thing that cannot be saved cannot bow its head. Master Zhang, you're still young, yet your Taoism is so profound. You likely haven't read a single book for a day. How can you speak about Buddhism?" Yun Shen quickly freed himself from Yuan Kong's control. Yun Shen looked at Jingdu in surprise. "Jingdu, you're here." He recalled what had just happened and shuddered. "That was close. I almost got converted by Master Yuan Kong." Yuan Kong, seeing someone else appear, wore an unhappy expression but still forced a smile and asked, You also want to submit to my Buddha?" Jingdu, without any politeness, smiled and said, "Sorry, Master, I am rude, so please don't let me embarrass the Buddha." Yuan Kong paid no mind to his words but began to emit spiritual light from his whole body. The whole room lit up. "Amitabha, my Buddha has compassion, and I wish to save all those with attachments in this world." A white lotus appeared beneath his feet, and the spiritual light around him grew stronger. He continued, "No one can refuse my Buddha." However, Jingdu disdainfully raised his hand to his nose, causing Yuan Kong to look at him, unable to hide his anger. Jingdu, unconcerned with his reaction, waved his hand in front of his nose and said, "Master Yuan Kong, your performance is quite impressive. Heh, please continue." Yuan Kong, seeing that Jingdu didn't react to his spiritual light, felt perplexed. "What's going on? Anyone with a blessed root should be transformed by my Buddha. Why is this child not reacting?" Yun Shen, standing next to him, also noticed the issue, grasped his sword and loudly questioned, "This is wrong, this is not Buddhist law. This is a demonic trick to deceive the heart. You are not Master Yuan Kong, who are you really?" Yuan Kong calmly responded, "Yun Shen, what you're saying is wrong. Buddha is formless, the appearance is only the skin." Immediately, demonic energy surged from Yuan Kong, rushing towards Yun Shen. Yun Shen reacted quickly, burning the golden talisman in his hand to block the demonic energy around him. Shouting continuously, "Demon, are you still stubborn and unrepentant?" Jingdu remained calm, his expression leisurely, saying, "He is obviously not Master Yuan Kong. More precise, he should be called a demon monk." He then turned to Yuan Kong, who was emitting demonic energy, and continued, "Right, demon monk." Yuan Kong, hearing this, became enraged, and the demonic energy around him grew even stronger. His eyes flashed with a strange green light. "Demon monk, who dares to call me that? Whether human or demon, your soul will be scattered." His body began to move, releasing powerful dark energy in all directions. Yu-Du felt the pressure from the dark energy, which was far stronger than the skin-peeling demons. After a while, Yuan Kong revealed his true form as a demon monk, with his skin and robes transforming. A strange mark appeared on his forehead. Standing amidst the thick dark energy, Yun Shen reminded Brother Q-Du be careful. When he was alive, Master Yuan Kong had boundless Buddhist law, but after death his attachment remains unbroken. This demonic monk is 10 times more terrifying than the usual ones. Although he had transformed into a demon monk, Yuan Kong still maintained a dignified Buddhist appearance. All beings suffer, but if the Buddha cannot see them, then that is all there is to it. But right after, he screamed madly, "Then let me save all beings. God blocks me, I kill God. Demon blocks me, I destroy demon. Buddha blocks me, I slaughter Buddha. Even if I must oppose heaven and earth, I will have no regrets." The demon monk continued to release dark energy, attacking Q-Du and Zhang Yun Shen. "I, Yuan Kong, am the only true Buddha." The dark energy surged suddenly and powerfully, causing the two of them to be knocked back a great distance. Not only inside the hall but even outside, when the demon monk released his dark energy, it created a massive shockwave. The nearby men in black also sensed this terrifying power, shocked and confused, shouting loudly, "What is this?" After being knocked back, Q-Du quickly stabilized his body on the ground and couldn't help but marvel, "This is really strong." Yun Shen's expression became serious, his eyes sharp as he reminded, "Brother Q-Du, be careful, I can't protect you." He then pulled out a talisman, quickly gathered his energy, muttering the incantation. Left has 6 stars, right has 6 nails with the royal god. After comes the music, divine mind to destroy, no fear of strength, and then swung his sword powerfully at the demon monk. Divine demon dispersal command. A sharp sound rang out as Yun Shen's sword chi flew towards Yuan Kong, creating a huge explosion with dust rising in the air. After a moment, when the dust settled, Yun Shen saw the demon monk's eyes and mouth bleeding and happily said, "I've wounded him." The demon monk appeared to have no injuries except for the blood on his face, and his voice showed clear anger. "A mere mortal, how could you injure a divine being?" he continued demanding. "Master Zhai, kneel down." As soon as the command to kneel was uttered, Master Zhai fell into the sea of blood, his legs unable to control themselves, slowly buckling. On the other side, Yan Kong clasped his hands, frowned, and continued, "Daring to harm a foot of the Buddha, you will be condemned to the hellish blood sea. Forever trapped in the blood sea, you can only endure the Buddha's punishment to atone for your sins." Yan Kong continued indifferently, "The only way to escape is to kneel and accept my Buddha's teaching." Seeing Yan Kong's arrogance, Master Zhai could no longer endure, his hands began to radiate energy. His mouth kept cursing, "A vile Buddhist fool, delusional, invoking the celestial thunder to transform the heavenly way." In the blink of an eye, his body was engulfed by a powerful bolt of thunder. Q-Du, standing by, couldn't help but feel fear. "Wait, Master Zhai, I'm still in the blood sea." Before Q-Du could finish his words, a powerful bolt of lightning shot out, striking the demon monk with fierce force. Trapped in the blood sea, Q-Du had no way to escape, and the shock left his entire body in agony. A moment later, as the lightning faded, the blood sea disappeared. However, Q-Du's expression turned dark, and the system alerted him that he had activated the state of rage. Master Zhai continued chanting the incantation, making hand seals. "In the vast wind's domain, the heavy golden edge," he murmured continuously, his tone steady, ignoring the situation. "At the summit of the Huey Lotus, I pray the gods grant eternal peace, breaking the heavens and earth's extremes, breaking the infernal curse." Master Zhai, now holding a sword, charged toward the demon monk. "Release!" he shouted. But as the sword thrust forward, a shield appeared in front of the demon monk, blocking all of Master Zhai's attacks. Master Zhai was shocked to see the sword shatter. The demon monk Yan Kong looked at him and smugly said, "A mere mortal dares to strike at a foot of the Buddha, so foolish." With those words, the emerald staff in Yan Kong's hand thrust directly into Master Zhai. A powerful strike sent Master Zhai flying backwards, crashing into the wall in excruciating pain. Even though he was nearly unconscious, Yan Kong continued to advance. At this moment, Q-Du, holding the mighty long blade, rushed toward the demon monk, forcing him to retreat. Though the attack was avoided, the demon monk's health dropped by 100. Wound appeared on the shoulder of the demon monk, Yan Kong. The system notified. NBC Epic Level 30, 7908,000 health, Strength 463, Defense 192, Agility 344. Skills include Buddha's Blessing, Infernal Blood Sea. The system continued. Yan Kong, an extraordinary cultivator, fell into the evil path after death. Q-Du pondered over this information. This demon monk was almost about to ascend. Q-Du's face changed, his eyes darkened. If not for the golden dragon blade, the demon's black aura would have absorbed quite a bit of life force, and Master Zhai and I wouldn't have been able to deal with him. Master Zhai, now able to rise, held his sword and said, "Q-Du, this has come to this point, I can only risk my life. If I die here, please take my body and the compass to Ghost Mountain. I don't want to become a dead body or a demon's servant, thank you." Q-Du remained calm, reassuring him, Master Zhai, you won't die, neither will I. As soon as he finished speaking, Jingdu stomped the ground hard and charged at the demon monk with his long blade. However, the monk reacted quickly, raising his emerald staff to block the attack, continuously muttering words. Antabhabuda Jingdu, you have heavy death energy. After death, you will certainly descend into the Adia hell. Jingdu twisted the blade, stabbing downward. The demon monk used his staff to block the tip of the blade. Master Zhai continued chanting his incantation, preparing for another strike. Even though the demon monk was busy dealing with Jingdu, he sensed the death energy from behind him. He turned 180 degrees, startling Master Zhai. The monk revealed his furious, blood-red eyes. The emerald staff continued its assault, striking Master Zhai into the wall. Jingdu, observing him, silently calculated. Those demon eyes, there are 2 of them. If I kill the demon monk, a Ming can gather all 4. The monk turned back, clasped his hands, and said, Amitabha-Buddha. The emerald staff thrust once more at Jingdu. Jingdu's body seemed to be suppressed, unable to move. Master Zhai shouted in panic. Jingdu! The emerald staff pierced Jingdu's head, sending him flying backward, crashing into the wall. Master Zhai looked in shock at Jingdu, lying motionless. Yan Kong continued his attack, grinning maliciously. This crazy fool, why does he want to die with me? Jingdu remained still after the strike. Master Zhai, behind the demon monk, drove his sword into the demon monk's temple, emitting golden spiritual light as he continuously recited his incantation. Without heaven, without the extremes, I invoke the cosmic law, infusing my blood, the sword destroys the demon worship. Master Zhai released spiritual light, his face stern as he faced the demon monk. Yan Kong was startled by this sight. Demon monk Yan Kong, enraged, said, You mad fool, do you want to perish with me? Master Zhai ignored him, continuing to chant his incantation and swing his sword. Master Zhai shouted, his entire strength transforming into dust, and then charged his sword toward the demon monk. The monk, caught off guard, barely managed to scream, No! The sword pierced through the demon monk's body. Monk cried out in pain, the energy explosion overwhelmed him. After the strike, Master Zhai couldn't remain standing and Jingdu rushed to catch him. Master Zhai, surprised that Jingdu was still alive, asked, Jingdu, you're still alive? Jingdu smiled faintly, just lucky. In his heart, he silently sighed, thankful for the silver lion helmet or he would have been seriously injured. While supporting Master Zhai, Jingdu asked, Is Yan Kong dead? Master Zhai replied tiredly, I'm not sure, but the ordinary demon servant has been dealt with. He's a Buddha possessed by evil. One strike of mine may not have killed him. After helping Master Zhai stabilize, Jingdu moved towards the demon monk. Then I'll strike again. However, as he got closer, Jingdu was startled to find the demon monk was gone. Only Master Zhai's sword stuck in the wall remained. At that moment, a powerful aura of darkness began to emanate from the corner of the room. Cold eyes and an angry voice rang out, You will all die. A wave of purple demonic energy gathered above Jingdu's head. Demonic energy spiraled violently in the air, gradually dissipating. The scene in the hall changed, and before the 2 of them, a demonic monk sat on a lotus throne, surrounded by countless followers. Zhang Erha and Jingdu watched the scene in confusion. The demonic monk sat on the lotus throne, surrounded by dark energy. He spoke in a deep voice, Why don't you bow to the true Buddha? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Erha couldn't withstand the pressure and knelt down. Zhang Erha knelt to the ground, and although Jingdu was also affected, he still managed to stand firm. Feeling he couldn't hold on much longer, Jingdu called for help. Queen, the 2 ghost eyes of theirs are too strong. What should I do now? The queen's mechanical voice rang in Jingdu's ears. Why don't you use the ghost eyes too? With 2 ghost eyes, you will break this space. Jingdu immediately took the 2 ghost eyes and decided, all right, I'll risk it. Jingdu quickly inserted the 2 ghost eyes into his own eyes. As soon as he did, he felt a sharp pain and his eyes emitted a strange red glow. At the same time, the demonic monk raised his hand and shouted loudly. You can die? The monk's hand grew larger, and a powerful wave of force slammed down onto Jingdu, creating shockwaves that shattered the ground. However, when the monk's hand was retracted, leaving a massive handprint on the ground, Jingdu still stood motionless. The demonic monk couldn't believe his eyes, shouting, Impossible! Jingdu remained firm, a layer of golden light protecting him, thanks to the queen's mechanical assistance. After a while, Jingdu opened his eyes, feeling the changes in his ghost eyes. Jingdu gradually adapted to the ghost eyes, the protective barrier almost shattered. He calmly opened his eyes and could feel the changes in the air around him. Jingdu's gaze became filled with a fierce aura. In his heart he thought, the world has changed. I can even see the dust particles in the air. This is the power of the ghost eyes. How powerful would it be to possess all the ghost eyes? Jingdu stood firm, facing the demonic monk without fear. The monk noticed the change in Jingdu's eyes and exclaimed in surprise, Ghost eyes, the other 2 ghost eyes in your hands. Jingdu smugly replied, Do you want them? The demonic monk became excited, rushing towards Jingdu with a green staff, shouting, I will take them myself. Although his movement was quick with the ghost eyes, Kyu-do could see every movement of the monk as if everything slowed down. Kyu-do's vision was greatly enhanced, and he easily predicted the monk's next move. The green staff came at him fiercely, but Kyu-do remained calm, waiting until it was almost upon him before activating his speed-boosting boots. Kyu-do swung his blade to counterattack, but the demonic monk swiftly dodged. Kyu-do's eyes were cold, and he arrogantly said, "You can dodge, but it's useless." The system announced, "Dragon's Roar Slash has been activated." Kyu-do swung his blade again, and the demonic monk blocked with his staff. The system continued, "Dragon's Roar Slash has repeated." Kyu-do increased his speed and attack power, causing the technique to repeat 5 times. The demonic monk felt the change and shouted, "His speed is too fast, his power is too strong." After another attack, the monk's green staff was shattered. The system announced, "Dragon's Roar Slash has repeated 20 times." Terrifying force appeared before the demonic monk, causing him to retreat in fear. His eyes were filled with doubt about what was happening. Kyu-do gave the demonic monk no chance, swinging his cold blade and striking fiercely, cutting the monk into pieces. The demonic monk still couldn't believe what was happening. "Impossible, how could you?" The demonic monk completely vanished. Ring of light appeared in the air, and the system announced, "Killing value increased by 400. Congratulations to the player for obtaining 2 ghost eyes." Kyu-do approached the ring of light and reached out to touch it. From the ring of light, 3 cards appeared. Kyu-do quickly grabbed them. The system announced, "Congratulations to the player for receiving a tier item. Make an enemy your father card, quantity 3. The Make an Enemy Your Father card is a one-time use item. When used, it overrides the opponent's will and forcibly makes them accept someone as their adoptive father. Kyu-do angrily threw the card to the ground and cursed, "What kind of cursed card is this? This is so unlucky." Just then, another weapon fell from the orb of light, causing Kyu-do to turn around in shock. "Is there another weapon?" Kyu-do picked it up, sensing something unusual. The system announced, "Congratulations to the player for receiving D-tier equipment. Feng Tian Huo Jai." Kyu-do realized that when holding this weapon, he could bypass the defenses of the adoptive father and attack him. Kyu-do smiled, imagining the scene of him attacking the adoptive father and using the spear to stab him to death. His eyes gleamed, filled with joy. This was a rule-based weapon, capable of delivering at least 3 lethal strikes. Kyu-do laughed with delight, picking up the 3 cards. He then took the 2 ghost eyes and muttered, "The sealed memories will soon return." Quickly inserted the 2 ghost eyes into his own eyes. As soon as he did, his body emitted a brilliant red light and memories of familiar figures flashed before him. Kyu-do couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, a familiar figure." She stood with her back to him, but Kyu-do still recognized her. His eyes darkened, colder than ever. The system announced, "Congratulations to the player for unlocking hidden skill S level." Skill Demon's Eye War skill allows the player to consume life force to see through and simulate any close combat skill or attack within sight. Fragmented memories slowly restored in Kyu-do's mind, and finally the image of the person closest to him appeared. A feeling of hatred and rage surged in his heart. Ha saw Kyu-do like this and immediately called out, "Brother Kyu-do, what's wrong?" Kyu-do retracted his aura, his expression dark, and turned to reply, "I'm fine, Taoist Zhang, the demonic monk." Everything had been settled. At the same time, Kyu-do reconsidered the entire situation. It seemed these High men had been sent by Baiji. Perhaps Lin Ling had become an experimental subject for Baiji to test on the outside world. At that moment, someone emerged from the forest outside. "Found them, they're here." A group of people in black robes approached Kyu-do. One of them gave orders, telling the others from the 3 teams to hurry over. Kyu-do stood in the middle of the shrine, watching them advance. One man threatened, "Kyu-do, come with us, don't force our hand." Kyu-do only gave a faint smile and replied, "Ha, then go ahead and try." Inwardly, Kyu-do assessed them and realized they were all mid-level. Provoked like that, the men became angry, drew their weapons, and charged. Kyu-do didn't stay still and retaliated, his spear appearing in his hands. He lunged forward swiftly, but suddenly a fireball shot across, catching Kyu-do off guard. The fireball moved too fast for him to dodge in time. He retreated but was still affected. At the same time, a black-robed man wielding a sword charged at Kyu-do. He quickly raised his spear to block. Sparks flew and a deafening clang rang out as sword met spear. Kyu-do counterattacked, sending the man flying and causing him to lose 505 health. His teammates immediately tended to him, yet he remained bewildered. He couldn't understand why he couldn't strike back. Kyu-do gave them no time, immediately lunging toward them. One man with a shield stepped up to block. Kyu-do struck hard, but the shield was unharmed, earning his silent respect. Nice turtle shell. As Kyu-do pondered this, another fireball flew toward him. He swung his spear to deflect it, but another black-robed man appeared behind him. Taking advantage of Kyu-do's focus on the fireball, the man leapt to attack. Sensing the danger, Kyu-do spun and slid back, narrowly avoiding the strike. Kyo Du's expression hardened. Each of them was a match for him individually, but their teamwork was seamless. He realized that unless he took out one person, he couldn't break their formation. Thinking this through, Kyo Du pulled out a card and switched his weapon to the Heaven Storm Spear. If that's the case, don't blame me for playing my ace. He raised the card and shouted, strengthless yet righteous, I pledge my duty. The man with the shield stared at Kyo Du, confused, frozen in place. The card in Kyo Du's hand began to dissolve, prompting the shield bearer to react. What's happening? Why does he feel so familiar? Kyo Du, sensing the card's effect, surged forward before the man could respond, attacking while declaring, a true man cannot bow to others under heaven. You scoundrel, we are opposites. The man reacted, raising his shield to block, but it was no match for Kyo Du's strike. The spear shattered the shield and pierced through him. Life value minus, bloodlust value plus 150. The remaining black-robed men were terrified, exclaiming, a single strike wiped out a mid-level defense disciple in an instant. Kyo Du gave them no time and rushed toward the healing mage. Nearby healing mage reacted quickly, summoning a fireball. Kyo Du dodged all attacks with agility while swinging to strike the mage, eliciting a scream. A system notification sounded, bloodlust value plus 150. At the same time, a blond man appeared behind Kyo Du, unleashing the ultimate move, Heavenly Shadow Strike. He moved fast, generating dozens of sword energies that cut toward Kyo Du. Blond man laughed arrogantly, haha, can't keep up with my speed, but Kyo Du remained unharmed. His eyes glowed red with bloodlust as he charged. He echoed, Heavenly Shadow Strike, triggering a flurry of system notifications. Demon Twin Heavenly Army Path, life value minus 1,200, rage and status activated. Instantly, the blond man was surrounded by countless sword energies identical to Kyo Du's earlier strike, leaving him stunned. How can he use my ultimate skill? Standing amidst the sword energies, he sensed something amiss. Where's the attack? Why hasn't it hit yet? Just then, he felt bloodlust at his side and turned in shock. Kyo Du swung his great spear, cleaving the black-robed man beside the blonde in two. The remaining two paled, drenched in cold sweat, overwhelmed with fear. Kyo Du now resembled a relentless demon. He gave a cold smile, turning to face them. Still two left. Terrified, the two stepped back. The blonde stammered, you demon brat. Kyo Du ignored him, flames radiating from his body, eyes fierce. All of Baiji's men deserve to die. Seeing this, the remaining two turned and fled toward the forest. Wait for the others from the three teams, this brat is strange. Kyo Du retracted his aura and weapon. I've used all my cards, no need to chase and kill them. Zhang Erha, observing nearby, finally spoke, Brother Kyo Du. Kyo Du smiled slightly and interrupted. Sect leader Zhang, thank you this time. Without letting him speak further, he left with only a parting. Until we meet again, quickly exiting the dungeon. Bai was restrained by iron chains in the dark, cold dungeon. She held a box, eyes sorrowful, tears streaming as she stared at it. Suddenly, a voice whispered in her ear, startling her. Still lifted my seal? Scene shifted to the dungeon exit where crowds had gathered. Kyo Du gradually appeared. Someone shouted, he's outside. A group rushed to surround him. Among them, a white-haired man yelled, Kyo Du. Nearby, the head of the Qin family, Qin Shangshan, narrowed his eyes at Kyo Du. Elsewhere, Zhao Tian glanced at Tang Womyu sitting leisurely, thinking smugly, I wonder how the old man will handle this. The white-haired man angrily shouted, you killed my Qin family descendants and you say nothing. Kyo Du paid no attention, replying calmly, I didn't kill them. Zhao Tianj, hearing this, immediately showed arrogance and said, aha kid, are you saying if you didn't kill him then you did? Do you think we're blind? The Qin family chased you and the result is he's dead. If it wasn't you then who else could it be? His expression grew grim, eyes colder. That moment, two figures in black appeared, one of them Lin Nang, a physical class 2 student from the capital university, now part of Baiji. Baiji was the one who killed the Qin family member. Yet Zhao Tianj spoke loudly as if he were hearing a joke. Aha, truly ridiculous, everyone knows this, he laughed loudly. And Baiji too, I'm still the unicorn here. At this moment, Qin Tiangsu stepped forward, calling out to Q Du, her eyes full of doubt. Du was slightly flustered and asked, Sister Tiangsu, you don't trust me? She looked sorrowful, tears brimming, and said, you killed someone from the Qin family, how could I trust you? Hearing this, Q Du's expression grew even colder and he quietly muttered, is that so? Before he could finish, Qin Tiangsu interrupted. Qin Tiangsu apologized and drew her sword. Then she swung it, blood splattering everywhere. Q Du trembled in pain but endured, gritting his teeth. After stabbing Q Du in the chest, Qin Tiangsu was shocked when he didn't react. She stepped back, trembling, and asked, why didn't you dodge? Q Du coughed twice, clutching his chest, then replied coldly, cough, this pain is to repay your help in the Dai Hun Lake dungeon. That's why I didn't dodge. From now on, I am Q Du and you are Qin Tiangsu of the Qin family. Our ties are severed. We are no longer related. In his mind, the image of Zhu Yu appeared with thoughts that if she were here, she would surely believe him. Qin Tiangsu, seeing him turn away coldly, felt a pang of guilt. wondering if she had truly blamed him wrongly. Before he could take a few steps, someone shouted, "Stop!" Immediately, a crowd quickly surrounded Jingdu. He calmly asked, "What does the Qin family intend?" Qin Shangshan, hands behind his back, spoke. "Who allowed you to leave? Hayar, he's the one who killed them, right?" Qin Hao, standing behind, replied, "I didn't see Jingdu kill anyone, but when we arrived, the person was already dead." He continued, recounting the events in the dungeon. "Also encountered those men in black, but it was just a contest of skill, not a life-or-death duel. I didn't see those men in black kill the Qin family." The Qin family head's face darkened as he coldly spoke to Jingdu. "Did you hear that, Jingdu? Even if you didn't kill the Qin family, you're still the prime suspect. Do you really plan to leave just like that?" Jingdu remained calm and replied, "So, what do you mean?" Qin Shangshan's anger flared, eyebrows raised. "Simple, you must die and the 4 demon eyes on you must be handed over." Jingdu's expression grew colder. He laughed loudly and mocked, "Ha ha, Qin family, what a fine Qin family." Immediately, he unleashed his aura, voice full of murderous intent. "Let me say it again, I didn't kill the Qin family. His death has nothing to do with me. If you insist on attacking me, I can only ensure you die too." The scene erupted into chaos, everyone panicking. "Is he crazy, daring to insult the Qin family and threaten him?" Qin Shangshan felt a chill at Jingdu's reaction, wondering why he felt this way. To him, Jingdu looked like a terrifying demon who could crush him with a mere hand. "If I strike, could this kid really kill me?" Yet his anger made him suppress the thought, and he shouted orders. "Can the Qin family be controlled by some brat?" He quickly commanded, "Attack, capture him." Without hesitation over life or death, the subordinates shouted in unison. Each of them rushed toward Jingdu. He immediately drew 2 battle cards, the enemy recognition card and the heavenly punishment strike, radiating overwhelming power. Just as a fight seemed imminent, Tang Wumu shouted, "Stop." Tang Wumu, full of presence, stepped in front of Jingdu, surprising him slightly. Once composed, Tang Wumu said, "Jingdu is a son-in-law of the Tang family. Anyone who lays a hand on him, the Tang family will launch a full-scale war on the Qin family." Liu Tianj was shocked to see Tang Wumu stepping in for Jingdu. "Is this old man insane, doing this for a son-in-law?" Qin Shangshan, furious, nearly shouted, "Tang Wumu, do you intend to ruin the Tang family over such a trivial matter?" The Tang family head remained calm. "Perhaps, if war breaks out, the Tang family cannot match the Qin family. But when dying, I do not mind taking a bite of the Qin family. And consider, if the Qin family suffers heavily, what will the others do? They will rush in and tear the Qin family apart." Tang Wumu's words made the Qin family's entourage laugh aloud. Qin Shangshan was angry but powerless. Tang Wumu continued, "Furthermore, in the Devil Mountain dungeon, life and death are by fate, wealth by heaven. This has always been the rule. Is the life of the Qin family more precious than others?" Tang Wumu's words caused a stir. "Indeed, the Qin family is too overbearing. Our people die without complaint, yet if the Qin family dies, they seek revenge. Is this a double standard?" Seeing the strong reactions, Qin Shangshan was angry but powerless. "Fine, Tang Wumu, today you will pay for this." Qin Shangshan scowled, leading the Qin family away. "Let's go." Qin Hao was furious but could only follow in silence. Jingdu turned to Tang Wumu, "Master Tang, thank you." Tang Wumu replied, "You work for the Tang family, it's my duty to protect you." He turned, continuing, "Let's go. If I promised you access to the Tang ancestral land, I will not break that promise. As for your fate, it all depends on your destiny." At that moment, in a magnificent castle, Baiji's group stood outside while inside many were kneeling. The leader was furious, shouting, "What a bunch of trash, 20 mid-tier warriors and not a single low-tier capture." A trembling subordinate pleaded, "Please, great master, punish us." The scene shifted to the Tang family estate, where Jingdu and Tang Wumu stood before a hidden door. Tang Wumu channeled his energy, forming a spell array. After a moment, the door slowly opened, radiating dazzling light. Once fully open, Tang Wumu turned to Jingdu and said, "Young friend, please, the Tang ancestral land is down here." Tang Wumu led the way, and the two of them descended the stairs one by one. Suddenly, the mechanical queen's voice rang in Yi Hao's ear, making him realize that if anyone knew he had an S-rank skill, it would spell serious trouble. The door behind him slammed shut, and Yi Hao frowned before replying, "I understand." They continued down the 9 flights of stairs step by step, eventually reaching the underground altar. The altar was surrounded by 5 massive stone pillars and a stone pedestal at the front. Yi Hao was both amazed and suspicious that this altar looked exactly like the one at Diche Lake. Sensing something, Duong Wu turned to ask, "What's the matter?" Feeling slightly uncomfortable, Yi Hao waved his hands and laughed. "Haha, it's nothing, it's just a bit hot down here." Only now did the old man reveal his true intentions. Duong Wu grinned slyly, looking at him, and said, "Don't worry, soon you won't feel the heat anymore." This startled Yi Hao. "Old man, what are you planning?" The smile on Duong Wu's face turned terrifying, his eyes filled with deceit. Instantly, his entire body released a powerful surge of energy, striking toward Yi Hao. forcing him to step back to avoid it. Yihao thought that if the old man ruined the plan, he would have to become the target himself. Once he steadied his body, he drew the "Adopt the Enemy as Father" card, summoned his weapon, and shouted, "Adopt the enemy." Before he could finish speaking, Yihao felt his body go hollow and collapsed unconscious. An endless dark space engulfed his mind completely. After a while, Yihao opened his eyes. Dim light shone into his eyes, and before him stood a figure. A strange voice asked, "You're awake." He was tightly bound in a bizarre machine, gagged, only able to make muffled sounds. Beside him was a scientific researcher. Seeing Yihao awake, Duong Wu Mu approached and said, "Stop joking, let's get to the main task." He looked at him with a twisted expression, laughing as he spoke. What a perfect body. He quickly turned to the machine beside him, muttering, "K-Do, I'm about to die, nothing left, just surviving this month. As long as I erase your memory and upload mine into your brain chip, I can use your body to be reborn." Hearing this, Yihao's eyes widened in horror as he cried out, "Queen, save me." But the response was grim. "Sorry, they injected you with medicine." The drug weakened Yihao's vigilance, and the old man helped him absorb the effect, making him furious. "What?" Duong Wu Mu babbled on, saying the most suitable person was Duong Lam. The girl was his granddaughter, irremovable, but Yihao appeared. His body held many secrets, but soon all would be his. Closing his eyes, he smiled and ordered, "Begin." The researcher closed the two machines and connected them with a device. The machines activated and Yihao's body endured excruciating pain, only able to emit muffled cries. Time passed and somehow Yihao escaped. His face darkened and his entire body radiated killing intent. He shouted, "Old man, dare to erase my memory. Today, if you don't die, I will." Duong Wu Mu spoke as he stood before him. He said, "Such arrogance in youth. I've reached a high level, you think you can resist me?" Yihao ignored him, drew the "Adopt the Enemy as Father" card and shouted, "If you won't let me go, I'll accept you as my sworn father." Old man, puzzled by this strange action, asked, "What is this?" But before he could think further, Yihao used his weapon to suppress his energy and charge. "Sworn father, time for you to go." Yihao's attack was so strong it unsettled Duong Wu Mu. "What's going on? How can a mere low-rank junior cause such danger to my core?" Despite his age, he reacted quickly. As the attack landed, he activated his energy to defend with an invincible golden body. A golden shield appeared, blocking all of Yihao's strikes, and he laughed proudly. He said, "Haha, this is an A-rank device. Even the Pacific forces at full strength couldn't break through the invincible body, let alone a weakling." But unexpectedly, the heavenward treasure spear pierced through his golden body. The shield cracked and he gaped in shock. Yihao increased his force and shouted, "Old man, die." The heavenward treasure spear struck, sending him crashing into the wall. His life value dropped by 9,999,999,999. Yihao was puzzled. What? Why is his life value so high? Yihao held his spear, watching Duong Wu Mu recover, surprised to see the system display. Sage Protector S-rank device eliminates mortal damage in a single strike. Sage protected him, wasted on his body. Yihao wondered why he hadn't been allowed to die. Duong Wu Mu was injured, leaving him confused. Yihao asked, "Why does a low-rank weapon threaten a mortal life?" The old man steadied himself and asked, "Boy, what trick did you use?" But Yihao ignored him. He drew another card. "Don't worry about this, I want to see how many Sage Protectors are left." Immediately after, Duong Wu Mu suddenly vanished. Yihao turned to see a human-shaped hole in the wall. He realized the old man could only survive another half-month and the card in his hand vanished. He silently judged, such strength, yet fleeing before a junior like him. The system displayed, "Detected mysterious power protecting your sworn father. Attack failed, you may launch another mortal strike." Yihao smiled lightly. "Looks like this last card can be saved." Broke through part of the wall and stepped outside, noticing the old man's remaining lifespan was short, likely not enough for another encounter. The system appeared, displaying the full current stats of Kyodu. Full name, occupation as a soul mage, level 18, strength 504, using virtue to restore humanity, defense 500 solid as stone, agility at 9, mental focus. Value 6020 out of 6020 plus 5040. Mana value reached 1800 out of 1800. Experience value was 1800 out of 1800. Talent, Brave Heart of the Mage, rank unclear. Skills include Demon Commanding Soldier Dao level 5, Miracle Power A rank, Strength Covenant A rank. Mechanical Queen's Fury B rank. Current equipment, Ancestor Ring A rank, Wind Speed Boots C rank, Phoenix Fire Strike D rank, Golden Dragon Moon Blade B rank, Frenzied Spider Armor B rank, Skull King Ring C rank, Intelligent Staff C rank. Items include 5th grade King's Seed and a rank Thief's Father card. Kyodu clenched his fist, determined to move forward. With the Hunter Guild and Baiji, the most important task at hand was still to increase his strength. If he offended too many people without enough power, things would become difficult. After evaluating silently for a while, feeling as if something was still missing, Kyo-do decided to leave first and return to school. In the room earlier, the scientist remained hidden behind the wall, not yet revealing himself. In change to the school, Kyo-do walked step by step onto the campus, hands in his pockets, strolling leisurely and thinking that this place was better, not as gloomy as the Demon Mountain. Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder, startling him. Immediately, Kyo-do vanished from the schoolyard and was teleported to a room. Seeing the person beside him, he was angry and the principal asked, "Kyo-do, did you kill the descendant of the Qin family in the Demon Mountain?" He grew even angrier and shouted, "I didn't kill him." The principal exclaimed and attacked him, quickly deducting 2,090 from his life value. His life value continued to decrease, and he could only raise his hands to defend. When his life value dropped to 1 out of 6,020, Principal Bing Yang finally stopped. He retracted his aura and Kyo-do, unable to stand, faced him. The principal saw that Kyo-do had stabilized and asked, "If you say you didn't kill him, do you have any proof?" Kyo-do answered with difficulty, "I don't have proof. He was killed by Lin Lang after joining Baiji." Hearing this, the principal gave him a chance to prove it and clarify, "If you say Lin Lang killed him, then bring Lin Lang to me. If there's evidence he is the murderer, I will give you 4 months. During this time, I guarantee no one from the Qin family will touch you." Kyo-do firmly responded, "All right." Then he returned to his dorm room and pushed the door open. Hearing the movement, the 2 people in the room turned around. Yang, facing the enemy, called out loudly, "Brother Du." He cheerfully announced, "I've got good news. Ma Fei can use the advance ability now. We found a clue about Caillou." He looked surprised and asked again what the 2 fathers had received. Yuang Ditch pointed to the glowing orb on the table and told him to take a look. The orb emitted light, projecting scenes of war from some dynasty. In the projected scene, the familiar figure of Ta Hu appeared and she was trying to run away. Yuang Ditch explained that this instance was set in an ancient royal family, recalling the last time he had shared the details of this instance. Entering the instance, players would be assigned to any character. For example, last time Ma Fei became the chief of the inner court. The risk in this instance was the risk of a nation's destruction, with continuous wars raging everywhere, filled with smoke and gunfire. A stronger country would invade, and despite changing identities, the players would ultimately get caught in the chaos of war. He kept sharing important information, and the instance leveled up very quickly. Last time, he and Ma Fei hadn't even passed the first level but were about to break through to the mid-level battlefield. However, in the end, a mutated boss appeared and both failed. Upon hearing this, Kyo-do became serious and thoughtful. Ta Hu appeared in the instance to quickly earn experience and level up. Ma Fei stayed silent, just rubbing his hands thoughtfully. Yuang Ditch had some doubts but guessed correctly. But if she is still alive, why hasn't she come back to find us? Recalling the images from before, Kyo-do felt sorrowful, as she might be in danger now. He focused on the scenes projected in the orb and spoke to the 2 people beside him. "We should check out the instance first, we might find some clues." The 3 of them shifted scenes to a forest, and Kyo-do stood before a space portal. Yuang Ditch became excited upon seeing the portal, recognizing the instance. Upon hearing this, they quickly entered the instance to avoid the Hunter Guild. The 3 of them stepped through the portal and disappeared, but a mysterious figure appeared outside. Inside the instance, Kyo-do took on the role of a character lying motionless on a bed, with 2 servants nearby chatting endlessly. "It's over, it's over. It's been half a month since the Crown Prince fell into the Empress's bath and he still hasn't woken up. What should we do now?" One servant reminded, "You don't need him anymore, right? The Emperor has appointed a new Crown Prince. How dare you still call yourself Crown Prince?" The other servant quickly corrected, "Oh, Prince. Kyo-do opened his eyes, surveyed the surroundings, and deduced that this must be the Imperial Palace. The system displayed a mission notification, requesting him to reclaim the title of Crown Prince. The mission also included protecting the country from invasion, with difficulty levels and rewards based on the player's performance. Currently, he was the 4th prince of Sich Veem Kingdom, needing to be cautious in his words and actions. He settled himself, sat up on the bed, still puzzled about Ta Hu. He quickly set aside his doubts and got acquainted with the character. According to the mission's background, he was the 4th prince. Not long after becoming Crown Prince, he had drunk too much at a feast. Then he was discovered lying naked in the Empress's bath, and the Emperor deposed him from the Crown Prince position. A new Crown Prince was selected from the remaining 3 princes. Kyo-do reflected, realizing that the possibility of being framed by the other 3 princes was high. He smiled wickedly, thinking about killing the other 3 princes to seize the position of Crown Prince. Kyo-do rubbed his hands with satisfaction, determined to carry it out. He called the 2 servants guarding the door. "Hey, you 2, come here." They quickly knelt and saluted, and one of them joyfully said, "Congratulations, Your Highness, for waking up." Kyudu paid no attention, going straight to the point. "Where are the other 3 princes staying? Show me the way." The other servant hesitated and answered, "Your Highness, His Majesty has ordered that without his command you are not to leave here." Upon hearing this, Kyudu became enraged and shouted, "What, that old man wants to imprison me?" At that moment, a eunuch announced that the emperor was coming. The emperor of Sich Veem Empire, Kyuang Chin, wearing his regal armor, entered the hall. Kyudu suppressed his anger and recognized him as the father in this instance. The emperor entered with a grim expression, angrily questioning, "Ungrateful son, do you not plan to explain yourself? Why were you drunk in the empress's bath?" His anger flared up inside him. Kyudu only cursed inwardly, wondering if he could kill him with the heavenly fire strike. Just then, a eunuch announced the arrival of Duong Qifai, who elegantly entered the room. This lady was the biological mother of the 4th prince, Duong Qifai. She rushed to embrace Kyudu, speaking awkwardly, "My son, I'm so glad you're awake." He stammered, mother, feeling moved by the warmth. Since his mother had passed away when he was 6, he had never felt such warmth. Duong Chin witnessed the maternal affection and yelled, "Enough, Duong Mongtian, do you know what your son was planning to do just now?" Duong Qifai, seeing the emperor's anger, bowed in shame. "Your Majesty, please calm down. Surely my son had no ill intention. Please forgive him." Kyudu saw his mother distressed and with a cold expression stood in front of her and called, "Mother." Then he looked at her with gentle eyes. "I will handle this myself. I will bear the responsibility. If I have made a mistake, I won't let you take the blame." Turning to Kyuang Chin, his gaze became cold and decisive. "Father, I don't know why I ended up in the empress's bath after drinking, but I ask for 3 days to investigate the truth." The emperor, sensing his attitude, became somewhat more irritated. But he still warned, "Fine, I'll give you 3 days. If the truth isn't uncovered, you'll be sent to the frontier and from now on you'll no longer be my son." After a while, the emperor left and Duong Qifai was filled with worry. "Son, the emperor doesn't joke. If the truth isn't discovered in 3 days, you'll be sent to the frontier." Kyudu remained calm, reassuring her, "Don't worry, mother, I'm confident. You go rest now." Suddenly recalling his initial intention, he squinted coldly, difficult to read, and asked, "By the way, Empress, do you know where the other 3 princes are staying?" He shifted to the 1st prince's palace, where Kyudu had already arrived right in front of the door. He still hesitated, unsure which prince was plotting against him. Kyudu slowly approached the door, flashing a sinister smile before saying, "Make sure you don't let me catch you." Immediately after, he kicked open the 1st prince's door, stormed in, and shouted, "Let me see what kind of man this 1st prince really is." Inside the palace, a prince was leisurely enjoying himself, surrounded by food. Seeing the scene, Kyudu immediately shouted, "Yang Xiangdi, he is the 1st prince." The other person, still chewing, looked at the newcomer before quickly reacting. "Zuka," he happily jumped up, still munching on a chicken leg, and said, "Zuka, this dungeon is awesome, just got in and it's the 1st prince. But the mission says I need to help some 4th prince with something silly to reclaim the position of crown prince." However, Yang Xiangdi didn't bother with Kyudu's dark expression. With difficulty, Kyudu spoke up, "Do you think that the silly 4th prince you mentioned might be me?" On the other side, Yang Xiangdi laughed heartily. "Haha, Zuka, you said we're all princes, so does that mean it's Ma Fei?" Before he finished speaking, a figure appeared at the door, followed by a familiar voice. "Do you even need to ask?" Ma Fei, playing the role of the 2nd prince, slowly walked in and arrogantly said, "Of course, I am also a prince." While later, when the 3 gathered and understood each other's mission, Yang Xiangdi spoke up, "What else is there to investigate? The 4 princes and the 3 of us are on the same side, so the one scheming against Zuka must be the 3rd prince." Kyudu just said one word, "Go." The 3 of them, filled with murderous intent, made their way straight to the 3rd prince's palace. Shortly after, outside the 3rd prince's palace, the eunuch's voice rang out, "1st prince, 2nd prince, 4th prince have arrived." Inside the palace, the 3rd prince paced back and forth, calculating in his mind. Oldest brother, 2nd brother, and 4th brother all came here. Why? He was briefly alarmed. Could it be that my plot against the 4th brother has been exposed? No way, I cleaned up the traces, they couldn't have any evidence. Thinking this, as soon as he saw the people enter, he immediately greeted them with a smile. "I didn't expect that 2nd brother and 4th brother would come to visit. Please forgive me." Before he could finish, he received a heavy punch and his voice distorted from the blow. The 3rd prince fell to the ground after the punch, his eyes rolling back. Kyudu paid him no mind, coldly saying, "Come on, little brother, let your older brothers show you some love." Immediately after, the 3 of them pounced on him, attacking fiercely, shouting non-stop, "This little brat isn't a good person. Let's beat him up first, let the 3rd brother feel the brotherly love from us. Oh damn, let me hit him." A moment later, the 3rd prince was beaten badly, clutching his head and trembling. "Help, help, what do you want to do?" Kyudu showed no mercy, kicking him again. "Who told you to plot against me?" Kyudu gritted his teeth. "Spill the truth about how you plotted against me." But the 3rd prince still refused to speak. Plot against you, fourth brother, I don't know what you're talking about. Seeing him still denying, Kaido turned to the other two. Still being stubborn, keep beating him. The third prince, scared, scrambled to get up. Stop, stop, I'll talk. He trembled, pleading urgently. I'm sorry, fourth brother, I was blinded by the demons. Tomorrow, when Father Emperor goes hunting, I'll speak honestly about everything in front of the civil and military officials. The third prince turned pale, seeing the intense killing intent in the eyes of the others, and quickly added, at the same time, I'll ask Father Emperor to restore my position as crown prince. Will that be all right? The three of them were somewhat satisfied, but Yang Zindi still had concerns. Zuka, I'm afraid the third prince is planning something. Kaido pondered for a moment and said, right now, the three of us are united. What do we have to fear from him? If we really kill him here, it may be difficult for me to regain the position of crown prince. This reasoning made sense, and Yang Zindi only glanced at the third prince, saying, true, then let's spare his life for now. The three of them returned to the first prince's palace, where Yang Zindi resumed chewing on a chicken leg and continued. By the way, Zuka, there's something you might not know. Last time when you and Ma Fei came in here, we discovered, recalling the time when the two accidentally stumbled upon a group of witch masters using lightning, he continued. The country planning to invade the Crimson Flame Kingdom is the Great Witch Kingdom. That country has many witch masters who know witchcraft, controlling the wind and rain, manipulating lightning, similar to elemental mages. Ma Fei, standing next to him, added, from our experience last time, Duong Huang Dich and I. Tomorrow, the Great Witch Kingdom will carry out an assassination of the Emperor during the hunting event. With the Emperor dead, the four princes will fight for the throne, leading to civil war in the Crimson Flame Kingdom, and the Great Witch Kingdom will take the opportunity to invade. At this point, he looked a bit smug, but now that the three of us are all princes, there's nothing to worry about. Yang Zindi laughed foolishly, and his words made the other two nearly choke. Hee, that's good. Once I become emperor, I'll promote both of you to crown prince. In no time, several boop boop sounds rang out and two lumps appeared on the first prince's head, his face growing more aggrieved. Next day, at the hunting grounds in the valley, a large crowd had gathered. The emperor, dressed in royal robes, rode a horse majestically. When Kaido saw Empress Duong Quifai, he immediately dismounted and called out, Mother. She approached and gently asked, my son, how is your health? Before she could finish, he quickly reassured her, thank you for your concern, Mother. My health is no longer a worry. Seeing this, she was relieved and repeated, as long as you're fine, that's good. That moment, the Empress of the Crimson Flame Kingdom, also the mother of the third prince, walked over and scolded. Fourth prince, you didn't greet His Majesty first, but you greeted Empress Duong Quifai. Does that mean you think she ranks higher than His Majesty? Empress Duong Quifai immediately defended her son. That's not true, my son didn't mean that. Kaido, however, didn't care for formalities and casually asked, who are you? Then he looked around. Everyone has a horse to ride, why don't you? Where's your horse? You lose your horse? The Empress's expression changed and she angrily shouted, you, rude, how dare you speak to the Empress like that? Kaido casually turned away, adding, crazy woman, I can't be bothered with you. Unable to bully Kaido, she shifted her target. She turned to Kuang Thuan Chin, pretending to be aggrieved. Your Majesty, you must take my side. But the Emperor only replied indifferently. All right, only 2 days left of the 3-day deadline. If fourth prince doesn't give me a satisfactory answer, I'll settle all debts, old and new. That moment, a eunuch stepped forward to report, Your Majesty, everything is ready, we can begin the hunt. Kuang Thuan Chin immediately shouted an order, let's go. He led the hunting party, riding horses toward the grasslands. In his heart, he continued to calculate the grand plan. It was said that the crown prince of the Great Witch Kingdom and the princess were both talented, young, but their witchcraft had reached an astonishing level. The crown prince of the Great Witch Kingdom could summon countless monsters with a wave of his hand, and no weapon could pierce him. What made the princess even more terrifying was that she could freeze 1,000 miles with just a gesture of her hand. Thinking of this, Huang Shunzheng quietly glanced at Qiu riding beside him, feeling a twinge of regret for a fourth prince so talented in both civil and martial skill. He was the best heir of Xian, yet he had become lawless and reckless. Could it be that heaven truly intended to destroy Xian? A moment later, on the fresh green grass, a young deer startled at a noise behind it. Huang Shunzheng had already drawn his bow, aiming to shoot. But as the arrow flew, the deer leapt aside, avoiding it. Seeing he had missed, he turned to Qiu beside him. The fourth prince, normally the best archer, come on, kill that deer. If you fail, 50 lashes. Watching the terrified deer retreat further up the hill, Qiu asked, what if I succeed? Huang Shunzheng laughed heartily. Haha, that deer has run at least 400 to 500 meters. Stand still. If you can truly kill it, whatever you wish, I will grant it. Hearing this, Qiu drew an arrow from his back while making his request. The emperor is not joking. If I succeed, I want you to crown consort Yang as empress. Then he decisively shot the arrow toward the distant deer. Arrow soared through the air over the soldiers' heads and everyone watched in silence. As Quang Shunzheng followed its flight across the hill, he thought to himself, it seems the fourth prince has truly changed since the bathhouse incident. He knocked another arrow, his eyes gleaming with a hint of red. Shooting was, after all, enjoyable. He mentally calculated, locking his demonic gaze on the target. This time he would not miss. But suddenly Qiudu's bow shattered into 3 pieces and the arrow was still unfired, leaving him momentarily stunned. Nearby, the Grand Chancellor of Zaiyan, father of the Empress, laughed loudly at the scene. Aha, one must admit, though the fourth prince's eyes are sharp, he is indeed strong. The enemy side couldn't help but feel anxious. This is bad, Zuka doesn't know how to shoot a bow at all. Ma Fei beside him added, who told him to act so recklessly. This time it's over. Young deer on the hill remained oblivious, glancing around nervously. Huang Shunzheng's face darkened in anger as he bellowed, someone dragged the fourth prince down. 50 lashes. Qiudu remained calm, waiting, while the Grand Chancellor sneered in disdain. What's the matter? The fourth prince's bow is broken and he still wants to die easily. Qiudu smiled faintly, his gaze turning sharp. Who says a broken bow has no power? A nearby general scoffed, thinking it ridiculous. I fought all my life but never seen a broken bow still carry lethal force. Aha, that fourth prince must have been asleep for half a month to be this crazy. Truly a joke to the world. Qiudu, still confident, held the arrow ready. Adjusted his horse, drew the arrow back, and with a forceful release sent it slicing through the wind. The deer, still wary, didn't notice even as the arrow approached. The arrow flew straight and struck the deer, causing it to cry out in pain. The 2 generals and the chancellor stared in horror, mouths agape. Was this even possible? Huang Shunzheng himself was utterly shocked, unable to speak. Qiudu maintained a confident demeanor, riding toward the emperor as he spoke. Your Majesty, I have fulfilled my promise. Surely you will not break yours, right? His gaze was unwavering and a hint of joy welled in his heart. If I can make her empress, perhaps mother will be pleased. But Quang Shunzheng hesitated. The Grand Chancellor's face turned dark with anger as he shouted, how reckless! How can the position of empress be changed by a few words from the fourth prince? Qiudu remained calm, countering, I bet with your Majesty. Didn't I kill the deer with my bow? The Chancellor refused to relent, trying to argue further, but who directly shoots a bow at someone anyway? On the enemy side, Ma Fei was visibly astonished, realizing they still didn't understand Zuka. Zuka, a spirit mage, could also engage in close combat. Playing alongside him directly is terrifying. Completely normal maneuvers, Ma Fei agreed. Qiudu then asked pointedly, so, were you going to make your Majesty break his word? The Grand Chancellor had no response. He was silenced, leaving Qiudu triumphant. Shunzheng finally spoke. The emperor is not joking. If he has promised, it shall be done. Upon returning, I will officially crown consort Yang as empress. The chancellor attempted to advise against it, pleading, Your Majesty, changing the empress is a serious matter, not to be taken lightly. Huang Shunzheng's face darkened further as he bellowed in anger. This has already been decided. Say no more, return to the palace. Though furious, the chancellor could do nothing against the emperor's decree. The scene shifted to the military camp. The empress, furious, berated consort Yang. Yang Soyuan, how dare you raise an immortal child and humiliate me before everyone? Consort Yang, aware of her current powerlessness, could only humbly plead. Empress, calm down. The child is still young. If he misunderstands, it is my fault, not his. The empress magnanimously allowed the boy to be excused, saying, if anything happens, direct it at me. Yet she still slapped consort Yang sharply, then yelled, you shameless Duongmong Taiyuan, remember this, I am the master of the harem. Consort Yang could only cover her face and continue pleading, hoping the empress would forgive the fourth prince. At that moment, Qiudu spurred his horse forward, shouting, Mother, drawing both women's attention. Arriving, he saw his mother humiliated and struck, his expression darkening with uncontrollable anger. Consort Yang, noticing his grim face, worriedly asked, Child, why did you return so quickly? Qiudu remained stern. Mother, your son has been unfilial, causing you trouble. But consort Yang smiled gently. Foolish child, why apologize to me? It is I who failed you. I am old and useless, unable to help, and only brought you shame. Seeing this mother-son scene, the empress could not hold back and spoke sharply. What is all this crying? Today is a good day for the emperor to hunt. Who ruined his pleasure? You too deserve 1,000 deaths. Yet Qiudu paid her no mind. He only uttered 2 words, sorry. The empress, hearing this, felt mocked, her pride stung. Has the fourth prince gone mad? The empress should not apologize to a consort. Before she could finish, a swift slap struck her face. The slap sent her sprawling to the ground, a humiliating sight. Qiudu, eyes cold and deadly, spoke, this slap is repaid on behalf of mother. Empress, struck, lay on the ground in shock, her expression a mix of disbelief and rage. Qiudu's gaze remained lethal, commanding and unyielding as he asserted justice for his mother. That single slap had sent her flying back, collapsing ungracefully. Qiudu's eyes glowed with deadly intent as he said, this is for mother. Empress screamed in excruciating pain, furious as she cursed Yun Shen. How dare you strike me, how dare you? Fine, 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 I will make you and your mother pay. After a moment she feigned weakness and ran to the emperor, demanding justice. Your Majesty, you must intervene. The fourth prince is lawless, he dared to strike me. She clutched her face in pain, every word attempting to drag the emperor into the matter. This disregarded the empress's status as a consort and insulted his majesty. The prime minister above quickly echoed her. This is outrageous, truly outrageous. Such a person must be punished by law. The father and son incident caused everyone nearby to gossip. No one expected the fourth prince to strike even the empress. I think he's truly insane, a human with a beast's face. Seeing everyone pointing at the two of Yang Gaifai, the empress smirked inwardly. Let's see what you plan to do this time. Yang Gaifai, hearing the gossip, tried to defend her child. That's not true, that's not true, the prince isn't like that. Huang Shenzheng, observing from above, spoke for the first time. Fourth prince, is the empress speaking the truth? Yudu remained calm and replied. I struck her only because she bullied my mother. If I hadn't acted, wouldn't I be a weak man? The third prince glanced at him. The moment has come, fourth brother, don't blame your elder brother for being ruthless. He stepped forward, raising his voice. Father, I can prove the empress's words are true, because I too was beaten by the fourth prince. He removed his outer garment to reveal bruises and continued, playing the victim. I had thought we were brothers. If I was struck, then so be it. But the fourth prince not only didn't apologize, he pressed further. Even striking the empress is his doing. All of this is my fault for letting it slide. I hope father punishes him. Seeing this, Q-Du's expression soured like he'd bitten something foul. The hell, in this instance, each person averages 800 tricks, all of them legendary heroes. Huang Shenzheng, furious, shouted, Men! Winds swirled as Q-Du stood resolute, listening. Yang Gaifai trembled in fear. Worried, she bowed and pleaded, Your Majesty, it's not as it seems. The prince has been wronged, please punish accordingly. Q-Du clenched his fists, unfazed. How tedious playing palace intrigues with you all. Considered Ma Fei's advice and the diversion toward Yang, the assassins of Great Vu should have arrived. Seeing his demeanor, Huang Shenzheng shouted angrily, Brat, you dare rebel. Arrest the fourth prince and Yang Gaifai immediately. Any resistance would be met with immediate death. The three prime ministers' relatives watched with satisfaction, a mere fourth prince daring to fight them, utterly reckless. Soldiers quickly surrounded Q-Du and his mother. At that moment, the sky above erupted in a terrifying storm. Lightning and winds swirled around him, pulling even nearby people into the chaos. Everyone screamed in panic. What is this? Thunderbolts struck from above, igniting the ground. The emperor's face turned pale. As lightning struck, black-robed figures descended toward Huang Shenzheng. Seeing them advance, the prime minister panicked, shouting, Vu masters of Great Vu, protect the emperor, hurry. Lightning, ice, rocks, and fire rained upon the guards. Shouts of warning rang out, Your Majesty, be careful. Guards were slaughtered, some burned, others crushed, countless deaths. The prime minister, in shock, saw Huang Shenzheng unmoving and yelled, Your Majesty, run. The emperor roared, Jan is the supreme ruler, the true son of heaven of the Crimson Flame Kingdom. You tell me to flee before my ministers? How would the people of Crimson Flame see me? Jan may die, but he will never run. Seeing his father maintain the Son of Heaven's poise, Q-Du felt a surge of irritation. Damn, this old man even pretends better than Ma Fei. Suddenly, the system announced, Character Zhan Huang Shenzheng has died. You will never become crown prince, please act immediately. Startled by the message, he exclaimed, What? That's new. Quickly regaining composure, he snatched a soldier's spear and charged toward the emperor. Using the soldier's spear, he worried whether he would be fast enough. Q-Du swung decisively, launching it straight ahead. As the emperor faced incoming lightning, the spear approached. The spear struck him, sending him flying tens of meters. Lightning hit the spot he had stood, causing a massive explosion. The spear embedded in the wall behind, and Huang Shenzheng showed a brief look of shock. The masked Vu masters, seeing failure, grew furious. One shouted, Who ruined our plans? The prime minister, still panicked, yelled, Quick, protect the emperor. Capture the assassins, don't let these 4 Vu masters escape. One Vu master, annoyed by the old man's constant shouting, cast a fire attack. The prime minister, unbelieving, could only retreat a few steps. What? No, the prime minister was engulfed by flames, screaming in agony. Help, help me. The third prince and empress panicked, she shouted, Father, but could not stop it. Soldiers quickly surrounded the 4 Vu masters. The commander ordered, Capture them. One Vu master said, The emperor candidate is still alive. None of us will survive for Great Vu. Even in death, we'll take the emperor candidate with us. No sooner had he spoken than a soldier stabbed him in the chest. Unfazed, he raised his hand to channel energy and calmly spoke to the remaining 3. Others, I go first. His body exploded, sending soldiers flying. The 3 remaining charged forward, shouting, Kill the emperor candidate. Q-Du did not stay idle. He activated his speed shoes, leapt after the 3 Vu masters, weapons in hand. The trio realized he was pursuing. The lead one ordered, He's the fourth prince. Second brother, kill him, we'll go after the emperor candidate. Second brother obeyed, stepping to block Jingdu. He summoned energy, forming clouds before his hands, preparing to strike. Die. But before he could attack, Jingdu slashed him with the spear, killing him. The system announced, player Jingdu has defeated NPC Vu. Reward, 21 free attribute points, 105 experience points. Immediately after defeating one man, his left hand drew another weapon, thinking to himself that he couldn't let them kill his convenient father. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to complete the mission. He gathered his strength and threw two weapons forward. A mage noticed the danger and shouted, "Big brother, be careful." The other immediately raised an earth shield, a large rock blocking in front of him. The rock couldn't stop it, the spear pierced through and knocked the man backward. Two mages from the Great Mage Kingdom were each struck by a spear, one flying toward the emperor, making him flinch. Before he breathed his last, the man forced out, "The name is seeking the emperor." Suddenly, a scream rang out from another direction, "Help! Guard, where are the guards?" catching Jingdu's attention. A mage turned and rushed towards the queen and her son, standing at the corner, threatening, "If I can't kill the emperor, I'll kill the queen and the prince." The third prince panicked and shouted, fourth brother, come save us." Jingdu felt a sharp pain in his chest, thinking, "Ah no, I'm injured." The third prince immediately panicked, pleading loudly, "Fourth brother, sorry, it's my fault, hurry and save me, I'll explain everything to father later." The queen, in panic, shouted, Yes, Huang Nai, I shouldn't have spoken recklessly to frame you, please come save us." But the mage had already created a large rock above their heads. The stone slowly fell and the two stared in fear, unable to do anything but tremble. It crushed down on the queen and her son, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to break into pieces. Blood splattered on the mage's mask. Jingdu shouted from behind, "One strike to split him in half." The mage fell behind him. Jingdu moved forward, asking the emperor, "Are you all right, your majesty?" King Shunzheng replied, "I'm fine." He felt slightly guilty and continued, "I heard everything the third prince and the queen said before they died. This time you have done a great service, speak. What do you want? I will reward you." Jingdu happily replied, "Your majesty, then I won't be polite. I want the position of crown prince, which should belong to me." The emperor asked in surprise, "Is that all?" He turned and left, casting a glance at him. "That's it. I only want the position of crown prince." Kang Shunzheng's face darkened, but he felt guilty inside, realizing that he had misunderstood the boy. The system sounded a notification. "Congratulations, the host has regained the position of crown prince. Use your position to protect Xi'an Kingdom from invasion." Without hesitation, Jingdu leaped onto his horse. Kang Shunzheng asked, "Now that you've regained the position of crown prince, what are you going to do?" He spurred his horse and answered, "Of course, I'm going to battle to prevent the Great Mage Kingdom from invading. I'll destroy them first. When I return, I want to see my mother become the empress." Kang Shunzheng looked at his back, repeated his words, understood the meaning, and ordered, "Assemble our army." It was late at night on the border. Jingdu, Ma Fei, and Yang rushed toward the Great Mage Kingdom, their enemies following closely behind, worried. Ma Fei ran ahead slightly, mocking, "Brother Du, just the three of us, is that all right? The boss is very powerful, and I heard the Great Mage Kingdom has two peerless geniuses." Ma Fei continued, "What's the matter? Are you scared? If you are, hide behind me. Last time I killed him, but it wasn't enough." Jingdu responded, "Weren't you the one running from the boss last time? Like a frog hopping around a turtle, stop pretending to be scared." Getting closer, Jingdu sensed the aura ahead, his face turning grim, certain he wasn't mistaken. The image of the Taiyu appeared in his mind. The shield was engulfed in flames. As they neared a building, a small blue flame burned brightly in front of him. He touched the flame, thinking, logically, everything should reset after the dungeon refreshes. This flame appears, could Taiyu be in the dungeon? The flame immediately ignited his hand, burning him. His life points continuously dropped, -369, -327. The fire burned Jingdu's hand, causing numbness, and he screamed, "Hey!" Yang, seeing him roll on the ground, was worried. Jingdu collapsed on the ground, clutching his burned arm, screaming, "Brother Du, what's wrong?" He calculated, "This flame isn't something we can handle. I was wrong, it's not Taiyu in the dungeon." The bizarre fire was so powerful it ignored the dungeon rules. He turned and shouted, "Ma Fei, hurry and strike me. If you don't cut off my hand, my whole body will burn." Ma Fei hesitated, looking troubled. Jingdu clutched his aching arm, yelling, "Ma Fei, hurry, if we're brothers, hurry and strike me." Ma Fei then abandoned his hesitation and eagerly rushed forward. Ma Fei yelled, "I'm really doing it, Jingdu, do you know how long I've been holding back?" A small red round item appeared on his chest, absorbing the fire, causing Jingdu to be astonished. Red orb exhaled smoke, absorbing the flames. He realized it was a one-time S-rank item from the Underworld dungeon, the seed of the Underworld King, absorbing the flames of the Underworld. While he was thinking, Ma Fei's voice rang in his ear, Bing Yang sword technique, one sword Bing Yang. He excitedly swung his sword down, the sword energy flying toward them. Iodu was furious. Ma Fei, you bastard, the fire is already out. He shouted loudly and the system continuously announced, Ghost Companion Canister Illusion. Life points decreased by 1,800. Iodu released a sword energy similar to Ma Fei's counterattack, saying, Bing Yang sword technique, first strike one sword Bing Yang. The two forces collided, creating a large shockwave. Smoke surrounded them and Ma Fei was stunned by the scene, immediately shouting. He stared at Qiu-Du in horror, questioning non-stop, how is this possible? How do you even know the Bin Duong sword technique? Qiu-Du explained that this was an AMA-level skill, which he could only learn after taking the principal as his master. He had been training since the start of the school year to barely perform the first move, yet Ma Fei also knew it, even though he was clearly not a sword cultivator. This is an AMA-level skill. I had to take the principal as my master to learn it. I've been training since the beginning of the school year to barely execute the first move. How could you know it when you're clearly not a sword cultivator? Qiu-Du looked disdainful. Learning the Bin Duong sword technique wasn't just about hand movements, just watching was enough to understand. Every move he triggered against Ma Fei left him both horrified and pained. Facing the enemy, he appeared completely at ease. Qiu-Du placed a hand over his chest reassuringly. All right, Ma Fei, it's okay. Everyone's physique is different. Like me, I once spent an entire afternoon angry, so it's normal if you learn a bit slower. Ma Fei remained angry, gritting his teeth. I don't believe it. Impossible. The first move must be far too simple. Ma Fei challenged him. Just wait until I master the next few moves. I don't believe you can learn them too. Qiu-Du smiled smugly. You don't understand what real genius is, you just need enough blood. Ma Fei was confident that even if Principal Bin Duong personally taught the technique, he could still replicate it. At that moment, a voice from behind startled the three. 3 spies from the Zich Veem kingdom have infiltrated Dai Vu. The 3 were shocked to see 3 large men, one of whom, a sorcerer from the great kingdom wearing a demon mask, continued questioning. What did you say? The 3 princes of Zich Veem kingdom have personally come to Dai Vu. He just invited the 3 princes to follow, but was interrupted by a loud shout and a flash of light. Instantly, a violent explosion occurred, and the sorcerer collapsed to the ground, his mask falling off. A nearby enemy looked disdainful. What? The villain died for talking too much, how foolish. Qiu-Du called out to his companions. Ma Fei, Yang, target the enemies. Cao Ling noticed the fallen mask and said, I have a bold idea. The next day in Dai Vu, inside the Grand Imperial Hall, many people had gathered. The sorcerers stood in neat rows as one reported to the royal language. No one understood why Zich Veem kingdom had concentrated its entire army and was advancing into their territory. Princess Xiao Rong sat on the throne, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Zich Veem kingdom had concentrated its army and Xiao Rong wondered, wasn't the system supposed to have our forces invade Zich Veem kingdom? Why is their army coming themselves? Suddenly, a voice echoed from below. The high ministers of the empire collectively saluted. Greetings, Crown Prince Daizia. Those nearby could not stop whispering among themselves. The Crown Prince was praised as a once-in-a-thousand-year genius. Someone nearby echoed, except for the national advisor, no one can match him. With the Crown Prince, Zich Veem kingdom is doomed. Gu-Tu shouted loudly, rest easy, I'm here. Zich Veem kingdom gathering its army is just seeking death. Xiao Rong was irritated by Gu-Tu's arrogant words. If Qiu-Du said it, I might believe it. You just leave. She ground her teeth in anger while Gu-Tu continued his haughty display of energy. Gu-Tu said confidently, haha, I've broken through the intermediate stage. If I meet Qiu-Du again, I can defeat him within 3 moves. He remembered a man in red and felt a surge of anger. Qiu-Du was just a normal obstacle on the path to growth. The real target was to challenge that man. He immediately ordered the sorcerers, let Zich Veem kingdom experience the power of our sorcerers. Everyone respectfully acknowledged the order. As you command, Crown Prince. Gu-Tu departed, sensing something unusual and glanced back slightly. On the battlefield, the armies of Zich Veem kingdom and Dai Vu formed 2 opposing sides. Gu-Tu and Xiao Rong stood on a rock, observing as the royal sorcerers saluted, greeting the Crown Prince and the princess. Gu-Tu could not contain himself and ordered an attack to make the Zich Veem army taste suffering. He unleashed a lethal strike. A dark aura like a monster surged toward Zich Veem's forces. The Zich Veem soldiers were terrified, shouting, that's the monster summoned by Dai Vu's Crown Prince. Strange phenomena appeared in the sky, and white snow began to fall. The Zich Veem soldiers were surprised to see snow falling. It turned out to be the work of Xiao Rong, using her cultivation to create icy shards. Two shouted, kill, annihilate Zich Veem kingdom. Sharp ice fragments relentlessly attacked the Zich Veem army. Even with shields, the soldiers struggled to defend. Behind them, lightning and fire disrupted the Zich Veem troops. A general ordered, hold your formation, do not panic, though he was worried. The soldiers wondered. His Majesty said the Crown Prince would lead the attack on Dai Vu, so why haven't we seen anyone yet? Suddenly, 3 figures moved swiftly within Dai Vu's army. Among Dai Vu's forces, 3 figures knocked down each sorcerer. One swift attack claimed the life and mask of a sorcerer. The system announced, Player Q-Do defeated NBC sorcerers unarmed. Reward, 22 free attribute points, 110 experience. The system continued, congratulations, player leveled up. Current experience, 52,000. Reward, 10 free attribute points. Q-Do watched his brothers massacre the enemy army, silently pleased to reach level 20. One more level to reach the intermediate stage. Q-Do considered himself a genius. He devised a plan to blend into the sorcerer ranks. A sharp "ah" sounded behind him, startling Gu-Tu. What's going on? Turning around, Gu-Tu saw the soldiers behind lying face down, confused. Panicked, he suspected. There's a traitor, identify the problem, remove all masks at once. Sorcerers obeyed, removing their masks one by one. The entire army took off their masks, leaving only the last 3 standing. Gu-Tu noticed and immediately grew suspicious. Why haven't you taken off your masks? At this point, Kaido could no longer hide. He slowly removed his mask with a look of regret. He had initially planned to approach you under the guise of an ordinary wizard, but unexpectedly he was met with rejection. The 3 of them took off their clothes and masks. Kaido maintained his arrogant attitude, saying, "Long time no see, surprise." Upon recognizing someone, Su-Tu growled angrily, "It's him, Kaido." Su-Tu trembled with rage, his hands clenched into fists, while Kaido calmly approached and said, "Long time no see, now you're the prince of the great wizards, truly impressive." As soon as those words were spoken, Kaido delivered a powerful strike to Su-Tu's stomach. The surrounding wizards were shocked, shouting, "Prince, His Highness the Prince." Su-Tu was struck hard but still stood firm. His face darkened as he coldly laughed and spoke. "Aha, you think I didn't prepare? You treacherous little man, I already sacrificed a subordinate to use the assimilation poison mirror." Shizayorong quickly descended and called out, "Kaido." Kaido remained calm and replied, "I didn't expect us to enter the same dungeon and even end up on opposing sides." He paid no attention to her words and yelled, "You deal with Shizayorong, I don't fight women, ma fei." He was furious upon hearing Kaido's words, recalling past events, and yelled, "You don't fight women." At the same time, she used the ice arrow technique and cursed, "Dogman die." Immediately, a large rock appeared in front, blocking all the ice arrows. Kaido appeared amidst the rocks and calmly said, "Sorry, Shizayorong, your opponent is me." Fei excitedly rushed onto the battlefield, saying, "You guys keep fighting, I'll go get some experience points. Don't worry about the Crimson Flame army, the king is here. A small wizard can be killed with one sword." Su-Tu regained his composure, called out to Kaido, and began gathering energy, dark mists swirling around him. He said, "New grudges, old hatreds, will settle them together." As his words ended, he launched his attack, sacrificing the Phantom Guard. His entire body absorbed the surrounding energy, the pain evident, but he remained arrogant, determined to force his opponent to endure humiliation. Kaido stood opposite, feeling the pressure from Su-Tu's aura. His state was stronger than that of the flame serpent, but Kaido was not afraid. His gaze changed, turning black with a red glow, sharp. Demon Companion Heaven Soldier Path activate, the system chimed. Demon Companion Heaven Soldier Path helped Kaido track every movement of his opponent. Su-Tu lunged forward with a powerful, murderous punch. Kaido reacted quickly, dodging and sneaking behind Su-Tu, drawing his weapon. A powerful spear thrust directly into Su-Tu's back. "Take my blow," Su-Tu angrily gritted his teeth. Su-Tu turned around, steadied himself, and questioned, "Do you have no martial ethics?" Kaido remained unfazed, holding his spear on his hip, responding, "Martial ethics? I'm a wizard, following the law is enough. Why should I have martial ethics? Your state can't be harmed, so I can only look for weaknesses." These words enraged Su-Tu to the point of madness, and he roared, "I will tear your filthy mouth apart. I transformed, this time I will not lose to you." Even with increased strength, Su-Tu's attacks were still understood by Kaido. Kaido swiftly dodged and delivered a punch to Su-Tu's chest. The powerful punch sent Su-Tu stumbling back several dozen meters, disbelief on his face. "Impossible!" Immediately, he charged again towards Kaido, who prepared to defend. But like the 2 times before, Su-Tu's attack was anticipated. Kaido kicked Su-Tu back and he crashed into the ground, creating a massive explosion. Su-Tu climbed up, still confused. "Impossible, how are you so strong?" Kaido simply stood there calm. "This is not your fault, you did well enough, but the difference in our physiques cannot be compared. If you were a genius like me, you would understand." Su-Tu heard these words and was left stunned. "Genius, huh? I used to be called a genius too. But now," suddenly, he heard a noise from behind and turned to look. Upon seeing Shizayorong in a difficult situation, Kaido shouted, "Move to the enemy's direction." "Who taught you to shine like that?" Shizayorong replied with a hint of grievance. "Zuka, her ice magic is really powerful. He asked again, Zuka, how do you plan to deal with them? Iodu calmly answered, we should take them out of the dungeon first. Just then, a voice came from above them. Your Highness, Princess, forgive me for being slow to the rescue. Wang Dai looked at the newcomer, his face darkened, and warned, Zuka, be careful. The boss that Ma Fei and I faced last time was this old man. In the sky, a solemn wizard appeared with an ethereal aura. He was the national wizard of the Great Wizard Kingdom. At this moment, Ma Fei rushed from afar, landing next to Kyodu, saying, I'm back. How can we fight the boss without me, Ma Fei, the level 23 sword cultivator? Wang Dai was somewhat incredulous and asked, Dai, how many experience points have you earned on the battlefield? Ma Fei arrogantly responded, geniuses always level up quickly. At this point, the national wizard had landed, drawing something in the air before saying, the Zichian kingdom truly has 3 impressive royal princes. A light blow from him freed Shizaorong. With an aura like an immortal, the system displayed his detail. Epic Boss, Shadow King, level 25. Health 1000. Strength, Defense, and Agility are null. Intelligence 488, Spirit 499, 5-element skills. Another announcement. National Wizard of the Great Wizard Kingdom, proficient in 5-element wizardry. Kyodu saw this information, his face darkening but inwardly thinking, attributes completely opposite to mine. Shizaorong had regained her composure and stood to defend. National Wizard, I'm here to help you. The National Wizard merely furrowed his brow and said, no need, Princess, rest, I can handle this alone. He then turned to the 3 of Kyodu, saying, since you've dared to invade the Great Wizard Kingdom, don't expect to leave anymore. After the sound of water spear echoed, torrents of water shot toward the 3 of them like arrows. Ma Fei immediately drew his sword and cut through a column of water, a hint of pride on his face. The old man who had beaten him so badly last time, this debt would be repaid. Immediately after, Ma Fei swung his sword, unleashing the first sword of Pacific Calm. The first technique of the Pacific Calm sword, a powerful sword aura filled with killing intent, shot straight at the national sorcerer. Facing the attack, the man remained calm and lightly executed the eye shield barrier, causing sturdy wooden pillars to rise and block the assault. Ma Fei's first sword of Pacific Calm only cut through the first pillar, leaving another one between him and the sorcerer. Instantly, Sorcerer Wu Guo counterattacked. Golden binding chi, hundreds of fierce sword auras appeared around him. They rushed straight at Ma Fei, making it difficult for him to defend. Seeing his friend trapped, Xiang Dai slammed his hand against the ground. Immediately, a dazzling golden cord appeared, wrapping around the sorcerer's body. Seizing this opportunity, Qiu gripped his spear tightly and charged like lightning. Even as the spear neared, Sorcerer Wu Guo remained composed, uttering words of disdain. Ground immediately cracked into a narrow fissure. With repeated chants of retreat, 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 the fissure widened rapidly. He quickly manipulated the earth to distance himself from Qiu. Qiu's attack missed, catching him off guard. From afar, the sorcerer formed a fireball before him and hurled it straight at Qiu, who panicked. Not good, the boss's reaction speed was 0. Before he could respond, a terrifying explosion occurred, shrouding everything in smoke. As it cleared, Qiu appeared hazy, his eyes glowing red with intensity. The system's status and rage indicators activated. He stared at his opponent and said, my turn. Spear in hand, he charged at the sorcerer, thinking only of a 1000 HP boss. One slash will send you to the West Heaven. Meanwhile, the Demon King muttered, impossible, my infernal flame god's fury, and yet he still rises. In an instant, Qiu closed in and said, you won't see what's coming next. He unleashed the earth-shattering sea slash, cracking the ground beneath Qiu's feet. A large chasm appeared before him. Thinking quickly, Qiu used the Howl of the King's Realm and shouted, this move won't work on a holy warrior. Qiu thought, the demon pup blocks every move of the boss, this strike is unavoidable. Acting on this, he launched his spear at the Demon King. The man used extreme metal to create a shield, blocking the spear and protecting himself. The Demon King also used the barrier to seize the spear. Qiu was shocked. That works! Losing his weapon, the Demon King immediately unleashed golden binding chi, creating tens of thousands of swords. In an instant, tens of thousands of swords shot toward him but caused no harm. Thinking of a counter, he pondered, what now? Even if the traitor card makes me the father, I still need to get close to the Demon King. But currently it was impossible. His skills were all long range, while the demon pup only restored melee abilities. The man's attributes and combat style completely countered him, leaving no chance for close combat. Xiang Dai helped him create a wall, the sword causing no damage. However, the Demon King released a few seeds. From the stone, vines sprouted, growing longer and thicker. The vines destroyed the stone wall Qiu had made, otherwise he would have escaped. Facing Yang Xiang Dai, he thanked him. Good thing you helped, buying me some time or I'd have been killed. He urgently replied, not good, do a moment of earth. Whether attacking or defending, that old man counters everything. Damn it, his magic power is infinite. Every skill I use is suppressed and my mana is nearly gone. Du devised a way to suppress him and ordered, "Wait, Xiang Dai, what did you just say? Repeat it." He quickly repeated his words. Du corrected him, "Not that line, the next one. His magic power is infinite." Exactly what he meant. Yes, that's it. Du looked at the Demon King, realizing skills consume energy. Even high-level skills like Demon Pup's Celestial Army Path require life force. He surely doesn't have infinite magic power. Gusu had even drained his vitality when he said, Du, give up. You can't defeat the national sorcerer, though he was only level 25 but executed skills like a higher level. I lasted less than 10 million against him, he said. Hearing this, Du replied, "You didn't even last 10 moves in my hands earlier," leaving him speechless. Du suddenly realized something was off. After chasing here, the Demon King almost always stayed in place. Every time he tried to approach, the first reaction was to create distance. Could there be a secret? Wanting to find out, Du ordered, "Xiang Dai, use Earth Shot under that old man. I'll block the move, Ma Fei, cover me." The Demon King scoffed, "Do you take me for deaf?" He continuously used Golden Binding Chi, Water Strike, Infernal Flame Fury, then shouted, "Let's see how you fight." Gold, fire, and water rose together, astonishing everyone. While no one was paying attention, Ma Fei used the first sword stance to strike from behind. Unfortunately, the Demon King was prepared, creating a rear shield and telling him, "Useless. Du kicked Xiang Dai away, now's our chance, go." His action was so fast it confused Xiang Dai. Then a massive explosion occurred behind him. Panicked, he shouted, Du. Behind him was red fire. He had to move forward, his mind racing. "No turning back, Du, I won't let you down." Thinking this, Xiang Dai quickly unleashed the electric dragon disaster. The move took effect, causing the ground beneath the Demon King to collapse. In an instant, a stone dragon appeared and he stood atop its mouth. The Demon King urgently used the panting wisdom barrier, striking straight into the dragon's mouth. Then he stared blankly upward. He saw that Du's shirt was only partially burned from the earlier strike. Proudly he said, "Seems I guessed right. Xiang Dai, Ma Fei, the source of infinite magic is beneath me, forcing me off the ground." Both responded in unison, understood. Xiang Dai used the first Earth Dragon shot, Ma Fei used the first sword stance. The Demon King sneered, "HMPH, dream of perfect unity of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, 5 elements, chaotic and uncontrolled across the 5 heavens." 5 Pain Heavenly Gate both charged toward him. Yang Xiangdi unleashed Earth Rage Technique, Golden Spring Earth Strike. Ma Fei executed the first move of the Suncom Sword, a single Suncom slash. Together, they attacked the Demon King from both sides, while he held his ground within the formation he had created. Moreover, the Demon King had already subdued their secondary energies. Relying on their attacks alone, it was impossible to break the seal of the 5 Directions Heavenly Gate. He thought it had been a long time since he had played with them. Now was the time to settle matters. As he finished speaking, he was struck with disbelief. Looking down, the Demon King was horrified to see Du lifting him effortlessly with both hands. Immediately, he realized their previous attacks had not aimed to destroy the 5 Directions Heavenly Gate. He wondered, so this brat was hiding his actions all along. Then he decided to end Du. "Die like this." The Demon King unleashed the water surface maneuver, but Du held his legs firmly. Du even intended to counterattack. "Old man, you've been hitting us long enough, now it's our turn," he said, leaving the Demon King confused. Seeing his fists, the Demon King panicked and used the flame armor strike. Du's hands were faster than the Demon King anticipated, wounding him. Confident, Du said, "When it comes to close combat, this is my home turf." Riding the advantage, he continued to strike with fists and feet, putting the Demon King in danger. Tio Rong said to Gutu, "Let's move too. If the National Master dies, our dungeon mission will fail." He replied, "Understood." Before they could move, Ma Fei and Yang Xiangdi blocked their path, and Ma Fei said, "You two, I think it's better not to act rashly." Both fell silent, staring at him. A second later, the Demon King shouted threateningly, "Crown Prince of the Crimson Flame Kingdom, even if I must die, I will take you with me." Du did not understand his words about 5 elements counterbalance and heaven-earth incompatibility. The Demon King successfully summoned the full power of the 5 elements. He turned to threaten, "Brat, if you spare me now, we both live. If not, the 5 elements self-destruct and we both die." Du swung his fist. "The one who dies will only be you." The 5 elements' power could not save the Demon King. He was thrown backward, his body buried deep in the earth and stoned by the punch. In the end, he was defeated by Du. The system notified that by defeating the epic boss Demon King barehanded, Du gained 25 free attribute points and 125 experience points. The 5 elements, residual power on his body had not yet dissipated. Du activated the white-silver lion helmet. I'm counting on you, he said. The system provided information. White-silver lion helmet, grade C after equipping, head defense increases by 50 points, absorbing one head-targeted attack. Cooldown, 24 hours. No class restrictions. The extreme powers of earth and fire clashed, creating a world-shaking explosion. Dust filled the air, and Jingdu appeared wearing the white-silver lion helmet, saying, "Looks like I was right, I really can catch it." He was surprised to see a crack on the helmet. "No way," Jingdu muttered. The system confirmed the white-silver lion helmet was damaged. White-silver lion helmet triggered its hidden effect upon breaking, upgrading one level. Congratulations to Jingdu on leveling up. Current experience, 521000. Gained 15 free attribute points. Jingdu advanced to mid-stage. Passive skill reward grade A, superhuman strength. Each strength attribute can convert 0.5 defense points and 0.5 agility points. Reminder, immense energy requires sufficient physical intensity to harness. After reading the notification, Jingdu still doubted, mumbling, "Have I really reached mid-stage?" Unconvinced, he checked the system again. Superhuman strength grade A, each strength attribute can convert 0.5 defense points and 0.5 agility points. Miraculous strength grade A, strength contract grade A, miraculous strength effect. Each player's strength attribute converts into 2 attack power. After checking, Jingdu's jaw dropped. His awakened skill turned him into a being with immense attack, high defense, super agility, and massive HP. "I'm clearly a soul mage," he said, then commanded the system to open the attribute panel. System displayed. Jingdu, profession soul wind mage, mid-stage, strength 777, defense 888.5, agility 397.5, moving as if flying. Spirit 0, HP 87, 80, 87, 80 plus 77, 70. Mana 2100, 2100. Experience 521000. Innate talent, hero mage heart of unknown grade. Skills, miraculous strength grade A, demon child warpath grade A, superhuman strength grade A, strength contract grade A, robot queen's fury grade B items. Ajing Ming King grade 5, card except bandit as father grade A. Equipment, ancestral ring grade A, wound cord grade C, heavenly fire spear grade D, golden dragon crescent moon blade grade B, spiral armor grade B, dry bone king ring grade C, staff of wisdom grade C. After the demon king vanished, he left behind a chi orb. Jingdu, curious, said, "Let's see what good loot the boss drops." Jingdu touched the chi orb. Inside appeared a book. The system provided information. Obtained skill book grade B. The village protection formation converts all living beings' life force within into the player's requested power. The creatures willingly sacrifice themselves, during which the player cannot leave the formation. Jingdu thought, no wonder the Demon King had such massive mana. Perhaps the people of Dawu Kingdom also willingly fed him. The system notified. Obtained one-time item grade A, Heart of the 5 Elements. After use, grants control over elemental power of the 5 elements, restricted to mage players. Jingdu held the Heart of the 5 Elements and said, "If I use this, will I be like the Demon King, just raising my hand for elemental power?" Pondered, recalling the robot queen, fearing using the Heart of the 5 Elements would replace her heart. Finally, Jingdu decided to give it to Yang Xiangdi. "Here, take this valuable item." Receiving it, he immediately thanked. "Brother Du, words can't express my gratitude. From now on I will." At that moment, Shitio Rong approached. "Jingdu, I have something important to tell you. Do you remember Baiji? It was the mysterious organization that kidnapped us after the final exam." Jingdu listened but did not fully understand. "Baiji?" he asked. She continued, "Your kingdom has already been infiltrated by Baiji." "Not just one?" Jingdu was genuinely surprised. Shitio Rong recounted seriously. "People from the kingdom sought us in other dungeons, inviting us to join Baiji. That person was terrifying. Only together could I and Gu match him in strength." Jingdu was still a bit unclear, so he asked again, "Who are the people from the capital?" She immediately responded with a name, Lin Lang. Jingdu felt a sense of familiarity, and sure enough, it was him. He thought back, still struggling to find any clues about him. He never expected that Lin Lang would be interested in Master Shitio Rong. He asked, "Do you think you can find him?" She answered, "Lin Lang has many strong people around him. If I hadn't run away last time, I'm afraid I would have been captured by Bai Cha." Jingdu offered to pay with a sea-level equipment, and she agreed immediately. Master Shitio Rong was very happy to receive such a valuable item. "I will find a way to investigate Lin Lang's whereabouts. When I have specific information, I will inform you." "Thank you, Master." After saying goodbye to her, Jingdu felt a little down. Even though he didn't find any information about Zhu Zhu, at least he had gained something. Immediately after, Yang Xuandai and Ma Fei arrived. Yang Xuandai said, "Boss Du, the boss has been eliminated. This dungeon run was a success. Let's leave the dungeon." Jingdu was a bit surprised and asked again, "It's over already? Wait, I want to see someone." That place was his royal palace with a decree from the emperor. Yang Guifei gracefully approached to listen to the announcement, and today Yang Guifei was crowned empress. The emperor walked up and kindly asked, "Now that you're the empress, is there anything you want to say?" Yang Guifei simply replied, "I am only enjoying the glory of his majesty." The three young men stood on the city wall and just watched. Du spoke up, "Let's go, there's nothing more to see." Yang Xiu and Daichi said, "Boss Du, you came all the way here just for an NPC. When the dungeon resets, everything will return to normal." Yu Du calmly replied, "I don't know, but aren't they just like real people? If NPCs have their own consciousness, can they still be called NPCs? What does this have to do with what his parents left behind and Bai Cha's goal?" Yang Xuandai said, "Boss Du, you're overthinking. This is just a dungeon." Ma Fei agreed, "Exactly, Q Du. NPCs are just NPCs." Q Du also understood, "Maybe you're right, maybe I'm overthinking. Let's go." Three of them disappeared from the dungeon, and the three young men stood behind the door. Suddenly, one of them spoke up, "These three, you guys really know how to hide." That man was from the Golden Eagle Hunter Guild. Finally, he had caught them. Du remained friendly. "What a coincidence, my brother from Golden Eagle." He quickly sensed the presence of these people. Their levels were all intermediate or higher. There were even nearly 10 people at a higher level than Golden Eagle. Du laughed, "Not a coincidence at all. I specifically brought people here to block you from leaving the dungeon." Yang Xuandai also laughed. "We were in the wrong before." Golden Eagle said, "Of course we should be drawing bows and unsheathing swords like this. We're all brothers." He didn't like this tone and shouted, "Shut up. Because of the three of you, our hunter guild lost all its face and even lost 2 experts. You will never escape this punishment, no matter how many times you die." Golden Eagle gave an order, "Brother Hai, beat them up for me. I want to see them kneel before me and beg for mercy." Giant stomped his foot. He was twice as big as them, his muscles bulging. The man quickly introduced himself. "Hello, level 32 elite shield bearer, my name is Hacker." Du thought, as expected, tall and big. The eagle commanded Black to act quickly, without wasting words with the opponent. The hacker attacked Du with unarmed strength in close combat. He didn't hesitate to engage in the fight with his attributes exceeding 2,000, far surpassing the average strength of mid-tier warriors. Perhaps now Du could face Cao Dai head-on. Both sides collided fiercely, creating intense impacts and powerful explosions. Who would have the strength to withstand such tremendous pressure? Those around them were swept up in the chaos, unable to believe their eyes. Black was truly a solid shield, while Du was a mid-tier mage but could still match Black's strength. Ma Fei admired the power and began to question the secrets Du was hiding. Du realized that his relationship with the hacker had grown closer. He was pleased to see that he could fight evenly with a powerful opponent like Cao Dai, even when using only his bare hands. Du was surprised by the hacker's endurance. The hacker continued to counterattack fiercely, confidently declaring, "Little treasure, it's my turn now." With his superior physical strength, the hacker easily knocked Du away and pinned him to the ground, causing him to struggle to keep up. The hacker continued his powerful assault, shaking the ground. Du was thrown far away, but he tried to stay calm. He couldn't understand why, despite his boosted attributes, he still couldn't defeat the hacker, an opponent with overwhelming physical strength. The hacker didn't stop, charging forward and taunting Du, "Come on, little treasure." The two continued to fight, with the hacker stating, "Stop hiding, little treasure." Du felt that his strength wasn't being fully exerted. He was attacked by the hacker and couldn't defend himself. The hacker caught his hand and joked, "Can you block it, little treasure?" Then the hacker flipped Du over and prepared to punch, but Du unexpectedly activated the Demon Dragon Soldier mode, sacrificing some life points to escape the blow. Both had used up all their strength in this battle. Even though Du activated his strongest mechanism, he still couldn't defeat the hacker. The hacker said, "Little treasure, you have some strength." Exhausted, Du activated the Yang Flame state, causing Yang Hu to worry and ask, "Duca, are you alright?" Du replied, "I'm fine," but he felt strange. "My attributes are so high, why am I still being suppressed in a one-on-one fight?" he thought, and continued fighting, trying to find a solution. He decided that his only option now was to use the defeat the enemy card. The hacker continued his fierce attacks, unable to believe that Du was still fighting. Du's body was indeed strong. The hacker no longer worried about Du getting hurt and confidently unleashed his most powerful technique. The system instructed Du to chop the hacker's wrist. He used his sword to strike the hacker's hand, pushing him back and preventing him from using his ultimate move. The hacker yelled angrily, "You little brat, you dare to anger me, I'll break your head." Du noticed the hacker's weakness at his wrist. He used his speed and agility to land a powerful blow to the hacker's wrist. The hacker winced in pain and kneeled down, unable to continue the fight. Eagle couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Du gaining the upper hand. The hacker continued to pressure Du, but Du boldly charged forward. Ma Fei exclaimed, "What if I don't read comics?" Du struck the hacker's stomach. The hacker tried to resist but couldn't change the outcome. Suddenly, the hacker grabbed Du's throat and slammed him to the ground. "Little treasure," the hacker mocked. Ma Fei shouted, "Stop." Ma Fei couldn't hold back, shouting, "I advise you to release him now or you'll die." He was worried about Kaido and realized it was time to play his trump card. The others mocked Ma Fei, mocking him for not understanding the situation. Mid-tier warrior dared to threaten Kaujia, who allowed him to be so confident. Perhaps it was because he saw his teammates getting beaten so badly that he lost his mind. The hacker noticed Ma Fei and said, "Oh, let me see what you do to make me die." Ma Fei decided to fight the hacker, confidently declaring, "The world is full of fools. Does anyone truly understand the depths of swordsmanship?" Everyone thought Ma Fei was doing something foolish by challenging the hacker. Ma Fei struck a powerful sword blow, causing the hacker to stagger, leaving the onlookers stunned. This was a rare sight, and Ma Fei felt exhilarated as he finally received admiration. Ma Fei's sword emitted a dazzling light. This was the Gong Wo sword. The eagle stepped back upon sensing the strong aura. The eagle couldn't believe his eyes, whispering, "The Gong Wo sword, it's him, Ji Bingyang." Ji Bingyang appeared before Ma Fei, calling him the little brat. Ji Bingyang said, "I gave you the sword to save your life in a dangerous moment. Now you have nothing but emptiness." The eagle could not accept this, feeling insulted by the contempt. Kaido noticed the principal was looking at him and said, "Principal, I found a clue about Lin Lang. I'll have full details soon." The eagle, full of rage, said, "Old man, how dare you disrespect our hunter guild?" Ji Bingyang looked at the eagle indifferently and said, "Seems like an interesting guy has appeared." Kaido and Yang Huo stood with Ma Fei, all three preparing to face the powerful opponents. Huang Huo appeared, his muscular body imposing, wielding a massive hammer. His eyes were red with anger as he faced his opponents. Huang Huo stepped forward and said, "Ji Bingyang, you sure have great momentum." Ji Bingyang looked at Huang Huo seriously. Huang Huo revealed his identity. "I am the old man Huang Huo." Everyone around was shocked to hear that Huang Huo was the former guild leader of the Hunter Guild. Ma Fei thought to himself, "Ji Bingyang will have a hard time winning this time." The eagle, furious, said, "Grandfather, these bastards have insulted our Hunter Guild 3 times. You have to kill them all." Huang Huo was determined, his face calm but full of imposing aura. Huang Huo moved quickly and charged at Ji Bingyang with his hammer. A blinding golden light erupted, and debris flew everywhere. Huang Huo stood tall above, looking down at Ji Bingyang, confidently saying, "The world calls me the #1 sword cultivator, but now that's all." Ji Bingyang stood firm amidst the broken stones, calmly saying, "Oh, is that so?" He couldn't believe his eyes, thinking to himself, "What's going on here?" Ji Bingyang looked at him and calmly said, "It's simple, you're too weak." All the young men standing outside were astonished by the scene and couldn't believe their eyes. Ma Fei quickly grabbed a notebook and wrote, muttering, "The Mace King is called weak. How strong is Ji Bingyang?" Huang Huo suddenly laughed loudly, his face full of provocation. "I'm too weak. How long has it been since I heard such a joke?" Ji Bingyang gently closed his eyes and replied, "It's just the truth." Huang Huo's face turned angry, his eyes flashing. "Then let's see what you're capable of to say such a thing." He charged towards Ji Bingyang, holding a giant mace ready to attack fiercely. Ma Fei and Kaido stood behind, watching the battle with concern. Ji Bingyang calmly drew his sword and said, "Ma Fei, be careful. Mace practitioners are strong in power and impact, but for a sword practitioner it's a challenge. But remember, the strength of a sword lies in its infinite versatility. Against a mace practitioner, if the strength is equal or lower, one must try to avoid and find an opportunity to strike back." Huang Huo remained still, not understanding what was going on. Ji Bingyang glanced at him and said, "This is a practical lesson in swordsmanship, an opportunity that even money cannot buy." Huang Huo, with a wounded hand, said tiredly, "Ji Bingyang, I'd rather die than suffer humiliation. Today I will make you bleed." Ji Bingyang glanced at him and smiled, "No, I just see you as a very good teaching material." Huang Huo, enraged, continued charging toward Ji Bingyang, wielding the giant mace, shouting, "Ji Bingyang, do you want to die?" Ji Bingyang calmly held his sword and quickly slashed with fast sword strikes. Ji Bingyang swung his sword with high speed, creating a layer of purple sword chi that cut through the air. The sword's blade created a sound of wind and air currents, forming sword chi capable of causing damage and having a wide attack range. Sword chi could be controlled, adhering to the blade to form sword energy. When condensed, the sword chi turned into sword intent, and when it reached its peak, it transformed into sword will, carrying the will of the sword master. Huang Huo leapt into the air with the massive mace, a golden light flashing. His face was full of hatred, determined to take revenge on Ji Bingyang. But Ji Bingyang stood still, his eyes never leaving Huang Huo. Ma Fei and Kaido covered their eyes while watching the battle. Ma Fei exclaimed, "Ji Bingyang's sword techniques are so powerful." The sky had a golden-orange glow, and Ji Bingyang closed his eyes and said, "Each sword intent of a sword practitioner is different. This person needs to figure it out for himself. I can only show you what true sword intent is." Huang Huo continued charging toward Ji Bingyang, but Ji Bingyang had already swung his sword, causing leaves to scatter and tree trunks in the forest to snap. Kaio-du looked at the scene before him and exclaimed, "The technique is the same, but Ji Bingyang creates a sense of difference." Huang Huawu's mace was severed, his arms injured, and he seemed like his soul was leaving his body. In the forest, trees were felled, smoke rising, and some people watching felt disoriented. The golden eagle saw Huang Huawu lying on the ground and exclaimed with worry, "No, grandfather." Some people were shocked and said, "He's dead, the Mace King is dead." So terrifying, a faint cough could be heard from the smoke. Kaio-du noticed, "No, that old man isn't dead." Ji Bingyang glanced over, confused. Huang Huawu slowly sat up in the smoke, a sharp needle shooting up from the ground. Something green rushed straight toward Ji Bingyang and several strange vines whipped around. Yang Xingdi, Kaio-du, and Ma Fei all grew concerned. Kaio-du pushed Yang Xingdi and Ma Fei out of the way of the vines, but he was caught by the vine around his leg and pulled high into the air. Ji Bingyang saw this and rushed over to save him. Huang Huawu was also entangled by the vines. Kaio-du quickly pushed the others away from the vine that was approaching. He was caught and immobilized, pulled higher into the air. Ji Bingyang noticed the situation and quickly acted. Huang Huawu was wrapped up in the vine. Kaio-du said to Ji Bingyang, "Principal, I'm fine, don't worry about me, go after him." Suddenly, the vine tightened around Kaio-du, dropping him to the ground, leaving him staring down in surprise. Kaio-du looked down at his falling body, shouting, "Principal, sorry, I was just joking, please save me." Ji Bingyang used his power to cut through the objects and jumped to the ground, saying, "Luckily, it was in time." Kaio-du sighed in relief and said, "Sorry, Principal, I tripped you up. Otherwise, we could have gone after him." Ji Bingyang just looked at him and replied, "It's fine, you did well. Saving your teammates comes first." Ji Bingyang felt something strange in the air and thought, "The Wood King of the Ba Wang is the wisest, huh? Only he could hide his aura this well in this forest." Ji Bingyang swung his sword, creating a strong whirlwind that sent everyone flying. Those around him fell to the ground, piling on top of each other. Ji Bingyang walked over, rubbed the back of his hand, and said to Kaio-du, Yang Xingdi, and Ma Fei, "After today, the Hunter Guild will no longer cooperate with you. I hope you all can become strong enough to destroy the Hunter Guild yourselves and defeat the Mace King from before." The three of them looked at him, and after a moment, Yang Xingdi said, "But the Mace King is a strong opponent. It's not simple." Ji Bingyang turned away, calmly replying, "All right, the goal is set, now head towards it. Don't look gloomy, pressure creates motivation." The Golden Eagle and his followers lay on the ground, watching. Golden Eagle muttered, "Wait, I will make sure you can't have peace." One afternoon in the dormitory, Ma Fei sat on the bed watching him while Kaio-du searched for books. Yang Xingdi lay on the bed, sighing. Yang Xingdi sat up, looked at his phone, and shouted in panic, "Oh no, Ma Fei, come quick and see this." He pointed at the phone screen, his voice full of worry. The Dong family in Jingdu was wiped out overnight, no one survived. Kaio-du looked at the phone and said in shock, "How is that possible? Wiping out an entire family and no one survived." After the trip to Ghost Mountain, the position of the Du family within the four great families was firmly solidified, making it impossible for anyone to challenge their authority. He suddenly thought of a man, Du Wu-mu, unless it was him who acted personally. Kaio-du's gaze was serious as he wondered if the man was insane, willing to sacrifice his humanity just to live a few more days. He then worried about whether Du Lan was all right. Yang Xiangdi picked up the phone and said, "Brother Du, the strange matters of the great families are just for fun, they have nothing to do with us." Kaio-du nodded in agreement, thinking it made sense. Ma Fei stood up and said, "That's right, you two go ahead, I have something to discuss with Teacher Wan." He turned and quietly thought about his own physical condition when the principal mentioned it. Wan Li Hao and Kaio-du agreed to meet in the afternoon, walking past the area where everyone lived. He said, "Well, the prince who skipped school has finally decided to attend." Kaio-du laughed awkwardly, scratching his head. "Teacher Wan, don't wait for me anymore, the principal asked me to find you." Wan Li Hao crossed his arms and looked at him. "Go ahead," Kaio-du said. "It's like this, I have a friend, just a level 21 intermediate, but his total attribute points have surpassed 2,000. However, his combat ability doesn't match someone with 2,000 attribute points. You know anything about this?" Wan Li Hao crossed his arms and asked. "Level 21 with more than 2,000 attribute points, are you sure this person is not a monster?" Kaio-du's face darkened, trying to avoid the topic. "Teacher Wan, we're talking about my friend here." He then laughed and released his energy. "All right, let me show you my total attributes." System panel appeared. Name Wan Li Hao, occupation, body cultivating warrior, rank, king class level 45, strength, 1535 defense, 1024 agility, 506 spirit, 89. Kaio-du was astonished. "So the highest rank is king class. Teacher Wan, have you broken through to a higher class?" Wan Li Hao looked at him, explaining that his rank was twice that of his friends with a total attribute point just over 3,000. For a level 21 to exceed 2,000 points, there must be something wrong. He recalled how Kaio-du had held a gun as a child. There is a conversion ratio between attribute points and actual combat power, and Kyodu's situation was like a kindergartner holding an AK-47. The gun is powerful, but its full potential is not being utilized. Kyodu was shocked, so that's how it is. Teacher Wan, what should I do to fully unleash the power of these 2,000 attribute points? Kyodu looked at Wan Lihao intently. He said, it's very simple, either level up quickly to integrate your power, instead of just enhancing your weapon strength. Kyodu thought to himself, the mage's heart of a brave warrior talent is the biggest trump card. If you increase your attributes but keep leveling up, it's almost counterproductive. His system panel appeared, showing the effect of the mage's brave heart when the player Kyodu defeats an enemy with melee combat, granting bonus-free attribute points. The only active effect allows the player to raise all attributes to match one specific attribute. He asked, Teacher Wan, is there any other way? Wan Lihao smiled seriously and clenched his fist. Of course, if you can't level up quickly, just keep raising your attributes. The amount of change will lead to a qualitative change. Kyodu thought indeed the conversion ratio doesn't matter. If 2,000 attribute points can't defeat someone, then 4,000 or more will work. Imagined an airplane exploding around a heavily damaged building. As long as the weapon is powerful enough, even a kindergartner could wipe everything out. Wan Lihao crossed his arms seriously. As far as I know, no one in the underground world has surpassed 2,000 attribute points. Not even the principal could do it back then. Kyodu declared, then I'll be the first, and smiled before correcting himself. No, I'm talking about my friend. Wan Lihao looked at him silently, arms crossed. Kyodu left. Thank you, Teacher Wan, I understand now. Wan Lihao walked over and patted his shoulder, his face serious. Wait a minute. Kyodu looked at him and saw Teacher Wan looking fierce and calculating. If your total attribute points exceed 2,000, then in this underground world tournament between global universities, you must participate and help bring glory to the school. I won't pursue your truancy anymore. Kyodu tilted his head slightly. What do you think? In the empty space, the leaves fell. Kyodu turned his back. The fighting tournament isn't only for 3rd and 4th year students. He thought back to when Long Zhang had also asked him to participate back then. Li Hao explained that some 1st and 2nd year students who are strong will also participate. The fighting tournament consists of both team and individual competition. The school team had already been selected and trained, so it wasn't suitable to arrange for him to join yet. If he wanted to participate, he could form his own team. Li Hao stood with his hands on his hips. I mainly want you to join the individual competition. With over 2,000 attribute points, I believe you can secure a good position. Kyodu smiled excitedly and clapped his hands. What benefits are there in participating in this tournament? Then he was hit on the head by a fist. For the glory of the school, what else do you want? If you perform well, you'll be rewarded. Li Hao said seriously, I'll give you 2 choices. Complete the exclusive dungeon to qualify for the registration or fight me. His gaze was threatening, or you can fight me. Kyodu sighed in resignation. Teacher Wan, doesn't the second choice basically mean I'm going to die? Li Hao's eyes sparkled as he crossed his arms. Who knows? Kyodu answered. All right, then I'll join this tournament. Thought to himself, luckily the principal and teacher wanted help, or there would be no today. Kyodu's gaze became distant. There was still one issue to resolve. The sunlight shining through the leaves was quite poetic. In the endless forest, 2 people were talking. Can I ask, is your information reliable? It's reliable. Shi Xiaorong crossed his arms. I've made an appointment with Lin Lang. We're meeting tonight at 8. Come, I've already taken your wisdom staff. How could I sell you false information? Kyodu said seriously. I understand, thank you very much. The moonlight shone brightly in the forest at 8 o'clock. In vast forest, a young man walked forward. Shi Xiaorong, you should think carefully. Trust me, after joining Baiji, you'll have a completely new perspective on the world. Shi Xiaorong said seriously. Thank you, joining Baiji is an honor for me. The young man in the black robe turned away and called. Come with me, I'll show you the true face of this world. She spoke, the ice wall trapping her. The young man felt something was wrong when he turned around, the sharp stones surrounding them. Shi Xiaorong held the staff with a bright stone on top. Called out to Kyodu, I've done everything I can. Kyodu flew up, holding the sword, preparing to strike down on him. He removed the hood, revealing his face. It was Lin Lang who suddenly spoke. Kyodu swung the blade forward but missed. Lam Lang quickly dodged and his gaze was filled with anger. Vice leader of the Ghost Mountain, I spared your life when I helped you, or else you would have been caught long ago. Kyodu slung the blade over his shoulder and said, if we meet again, we will be enemies. The death of the Tuan family disciple is something I cannot bear. Lam Lang clenched his fists angrily and said, Kyodu, do you really think you can defeat me? Lam Lang discarded the circular cloth and revealed his strange green skin and sturdy build. You won't understand. He stuck out his tongue, his eyes gleaming. Kaido looked ahead, silently thinking. Compared to our last encounter in the Ghost Mountain dungeon, Lam Lang now looked even more like a monster. He wondered to himself, is it worth it to use this power and transform into something neither human nor demon? Lam Lang with his strength had become a monster with green skin, a giant frame and long sharp claws. Is it worth it? Of course it is. You wouldn't understand someone like me, born into poverty with no money, no talent. How else could I gain such power without becoming like this? Lam Lang said, you don't understand, I had to become like this to obtain this strength. Kaido charged straight toward him, holding his blade and said decisively, Lam Lang, you're hopeless, don't blame me for using forced methods. The two collided. Kaido swung his blade forcefully, creating a flash of light. Lam Lang raised his hand to block, but Kaido grabbed his wrist tightly. Kaido, furious, asked, is this the line? The system displayed, activating Long Yin Lion Chan. Kaido swung his blade, creating a powerful flash of light. Lam Lang, terrified, retreated. Kaido gripped the blade tightly, attacking Lam Lang with Long Yin Lion Chan. Lam Lang's eyes glinted as he gritted his teeth. How could this be? Kaido unleashed a powerful beam of light from his blade. A loud explosion rang out and black smoke spread. He looked at Lam Lang, collapsed on the ground in the smoke. Lam Lang pushed himself up. The system displayed level 25, health 4122 out of 6,000, strength 421, defense 235, agility 266. Skill, Shadow Step Long Roar Dragon Transformation. Kaido thought of a strange girl. The situation resembled that of Tun Dong in the 10,000 Poison Pit. His eyes widened in surprise. Is an NPC fused with a boss? Could there be a boss inside Lam Lang's body too? What does Baiji want to do? Lam Lang, furious, his eyes glowing, said, Kaido, you forced me into this. Lam Lang used his powerful ability, Dragon Transformation, becoming a giant monster with a long tongue, sharp teeth and claws. The system displayed strength over 842, defense over 470, agility over 532. He was muscular with a strange smile on his face. Lam Lang said, using Dragon Transformation will make me permanently irreversible. Kaido, you've pushed me to this point. It's despicable. Lam Lang climbed over the rubble, suddenly using a teleportation dash with a flash of light towards Kaido. His teeth bared and his eyes gleaming, he flew quickly toward Kaido. Kaido frowned. Lam Lang, now you are a monster, neither human nor demon. Back when I was still in the apprentice realm, I killed someone like you. He reached out to grab Kaido, but Kaido quickly flew up high. System displayed, Binding Shadow Whip. Kaido stabbed his weapon into Lam Lang, causing him to scream in pain. Ah! A loud explosion followed and light flooded the area. Kaido's weapon pinned Lam Lang's shoulder. He fell to the ground, unable to believe it. This couldn't be happening, no way. Lam Lang said, how can someone like you suddenly become so strong? He thought of the black dragon encircling him in pain, lying stunned on the ground. He shouted, this is unfair, it's not fair. Lam Lang said, to merge with this dragon, I had to endure endless pain. But with the strength I fought for, I've become weak in front of you. This isn't fair. Kaido looked at him. There is nothing impossible. He thought, just as Master Wan said, my current combat power might struggle against high-level enemies, but against medium-level ones I still have the strength. This the ultimate force that shatters all techniques. Kaido held the blade, bracing himself as he looked at Lam Lang lying on the ground, saying, I won't kill you, I'll take you back. To help me clear my name, can you revert back? Lam Lang struggled, losing composure, and retorted, I am the dragon, not a lizard. Kaido punched him in the head and asked, what are you then? Lam Lang trembled and said, I'm a lizard. After that, he turned back into a normal human. Kaido looked at him and said, all right, come with me. As Kaido turned to leave, he heard someone call. Looking back after facing away, where are you going? In the quiet night forest, only he and Lam Lang remained. Kaido looked deep into the forest. A group of strange people, wrapped in scarves from head to toe, approached, one of them holding a mask. The sound of heels echoed. That didn't even take any effort. Kaido, we were still going after your head, couldn't catch you, but you came right to our doorstep. Kaido looked at him and smiled. Oh, are you sure you can catch me? Then Zundai and Ma Fei arrived. The three of them were very cautious as they were surrounded. He said, HMPH, that useless Lam Lang. Kaido scowled at him. If I'm not mistaken, the people who appeared in the Ghost Mountain dungeon, Gui Shan, are also you, right? He raised his hand and said, you guessed right, but unfortunately there's no reward. The group surrounded them and he shouted, attack! Ma Fei brandished his sword and charged at them, sweeping through the army. However, they had shields and blocked the light from the sword. Ma Fei exclaimed in surprise, what, not a scratch? Kaido continued to strike, ignoring them, first eliminating the support at the back. One of them shouted as three people with shields rushed forward, hurry, block him! Zundai suddenly wielded a weapon and charged. Huang Xuan held his ground, Za hand bound. The light surrounded them, white smoke rising. Red beams shot up as if someone had just flown up high. Kill the fat guy first. The three of them leapt high, targeting Zundai. He prepared himself, earth technique, tremor shift. Ground split in half after using the power. He was surprised earth magic can be used like this. Kaido used his strength, preparing to charge at them. Some defended, others used shields to block. Hurry up, block him, the system displayed as Kaido used his strength. Own King's wisdom bound. One person used a shield with heavy armor, but unexpectedly the shield had no effect and Kaido's weapon pierced through. The shield shattered. They all stared at each other in astonishment. This kid is strange. Kaido stood clearly in front of him, saying, I'm curious, what's your ID number with Baiji? As far as I remember, Baiji ranks by strength. He crossed his arms and said, Me, ID 2333, but you already know how we Baiji are. He glared at Kyudo with a furious look and said, Why don't you want to come with us to Baiji? You probably have many questions now, but as long as you come with us to Baiji, everything will be answered. Suddenly his expression changed and he threatened Kyudo, implying something about his family's residence. Kyudo was shocked, his eyes wide, then turned to look at Zundai and Ma Fei, both of whom were dumbfounded. He angrily retorted, My parents are in Baiji. What do they have to do with Baiji? He closed his eyes slightly and replied, If you come with us to Baiji, everything will become clear. Kyudo couldn't hold back and struck him hard, causing him to lose his balance. Kyudo shouted, In that case, I'll find out the truth myself. Kyudo gritted his teeth in anger, wondering what their connection to Baiji was. Why did his family always disappear without a trace? If his family had a grudge against Baiji, he wouldn't be able to go there with his current strength. He fell to the ground. Kyudo stood still, the people behind him looking at him like prey. He suddenly got up and said, A good opportunity. The three men holding weapons attacked, each using a different weapon. The power from their weapons struck Kyudo, but he remained steady. A burst of golden light erupted, creating a large explosion. Kyudo prepared for battle, his face full of killing intent, his combat mode activated. Kyudo shouted loudly, Bing Yang sword technique, first move, first sword of Bing Yang. He knocked down the people in front of him while listening to the screams from behind. He kept swinging his staff and said, I have to see if your nurse is faster or if I slash faster. Ones who were struck cried out in pain. He jumped high and landed a powerful blow on the two men below. The attackers begged, Don't heal me anymore, let me die. Kyudo frowned, continued to strike and mock, underestimating my efficiency. He kept attacking and jumped higher. After almost finishing, he turned around and said, It seems I'm still better. I hope your nurse can heal faster. Remaining ones panicked and fled, one of them exclaiming, How is this guy so strong? Run quickly. Kyudo swung his staff and chased after them, saying, Here's another strike from me. The staff flew towards them, startling them and causing them to scream. From a distance, a voice called out, Zuka has handled everything. Kyudo replied, All right, let's go back. He turned and said, The matter with Baiji will end soon. First, take Lin Lang back. Jingdu University, Kyudo brought Lin Lang to meet the principal. He said, Principal, I've brought him back. Lin Lang slumped on the table, exhausted. Kyudo saw this and asked what happened to him. Kyudo explained, Lin Lang was too angry and went down the wrong path. The deeper cause is that the Baiji organization seduced him. That's the real reason. They're researching techniques to fuse humans with machines. He continued to explain the confrontation with Baiji in detail. After hearing this, Principal Bing Yang thought for a moment and said, Baiji, huh? He raised his hand and a golden light flashed. I've been busy with work, so I can't protect you. But this is a sword orb. As long as you crush it, I can sense your location. Bing Yang continued, If Baiji comes looking for you again, I'll help. Kyudo took the sword orb, thinking that with the principal's help, dealing with Baiji would be much easier. Bing Yang handed Kyudo another gift. This necklace, I'm giving it to you too. It has been enhanced to level 6, increasing 150 spirit points and 35% skill power. Kyudo exclaimed happily, Are you really giving this to me? Bing Yang tapped him on the head and scolded, Only because you did a decent job this time. Keep it safe. It's been with me since I was in Zhangjia. If it's enhanced further, it might awaken the Qi spirit. Kyudo asked, You're giving me the necklace, but what about you? Bing Yang replied, As for me, it's nothing, I'm fine either way. Congratulations, Kyudo, my new S-level equipment has successfully bound. Kyudo said nothing, noticing the 50 free attribute points as a reward. On an island, waves were crashing. A fishing hook was cast down and a fish was hooked. Sword King approached and said, Oh, why is Bai Lao Dai fishing? Voice responded, Sword King, huh? How Esmace King? Sword King replied, He was rescued but lost half his body. The shadowy figure continued, Now do you understand? Bing Yang is too powerful. He can't be defeated in a one-on-one battle. We need to collaborate at the right time with the right people. The shadowy figure continued, Bing Yang is hard to deal with, but we must eliminate him. The battlefield will be Sioux City, the hometown of Q and Qing. Sword King replied, I have no objections. He turned and said, Bai Lao Dai, I'll go ahead. A fishing hook flew towards him. The voice spoke again. One more thing. How many people will participate in the encirclement and elimination of Bing Yang? Jingdu University, it was already dark. Li Hao opened the door and was startled to see Lin Lang. He said, "Come with me, the principal has already spoken to me about this." Lin Lang hesitated for a moment and then went with Li Hao. The two quickly shifted. When they arrived, Lin Lang looked around and asked, "Is this the Phase 2 training ground, the place for dodging the smelly sword fish?" Li Hao drank a bottle and said, "If I didn't teach properly, it's my fault. You're my student and whatever happens, I'm responsible." Li Hao handed a bottle to Lin Lang and asked, "Do you want some?" Lin Lang took the bottle and drank but choked because he drank too quickly. Li Hao pondered and said, "I have a bad temper and enjoy fighting to the point it became a habit." Li Hao continued, "A day without fighting feels uncomfortable. People call me a battle maniac. When I was young, I also caused a lot of trouble and was hunted down. Who would have thought someone like me would become a teacher?" Lin Lang was surprised, thinking to himself, teacher Li Hao had such a past. Li Hao lightly patted Lin Lang's head and said, "If anyone told me that Li Hao would become a teacher, I'd definitely slap them. How could someone like me be a teacher?" Li Hao laughed and said, "It's okay, you're young, you'll get through it. Mistakes have to be faced, but it's just about starting over." Lin Lang admitted, "You're right, I was wrong, I'll accept the school's punishment." Lin Lang finished the bottle of water and said, "I'll restart my life." Lin Lang asked Li Hao, "Do you think I can reach the level of Q-Do?" Li Hao laughed. "Q-Do? Stop dreaming. That guy is a sea monster." Elsewhere, Q-Do put on the mask. Wang Dai asked Q-Do why he wore a mask. Q-Do replied that he was preparing to participate in the university battle tournament and didn't want to be stopped when entering a private dungeon. Ma Fei added that this global tournament wouldn't be complete without him. Ma Fei said that the global university battle tournament was a grand event and he was essential. Wang Dai noted that team battles required 5 members and the group decided to find more people. Zai Yue was surprised, worried that she would slow the team down. Ma Fei confidently assured her it would be fine, saying that with him, they could overcome any challenge. Zai Yue angrily asked Ma Fei what he meant. Ma Fei explained that he only meant she was stronger than the game itself. Zai Yue struck Ma Fei, while Huang Dai quietly laughed from the ruined surroundings. The 4 of them gathered together. Zai Yue wondered about the number of team members, but Huang Dai covered her mouth and explained that the private dungeon was called the Silent Calm City. A spatial gate opened, leading into a ruin holding supernatural power. The scene revealed multiple apocalyptic events for humanity, blending darkness with mystical power. Suddenly, a voice called out behind Q-Do, greeting him. A red-haired young man appeared and asked if they were entering the Silent Calm City dungeon. A young man named Taiju introduced himself as a student of Shukeng University. He asked if Q-Do's group had also come to join the battle tournament. Q-Do happily shook hands and introduced himself as Q-Da Pao from the Wen Li Comprehensive Academy. Taiju suggested that the 2 teams cooperate in the dungeon for added support. Both groups looked at each other and discussed the idea. Taiju introduced his team. A girl on his team opposed the cooperation, leading to a brief argument. A tall man on Taiju's team said there was no need to be so tense. Q-Do laughed and reassured Taiju that there was nothing to worry about. Taiju apologized for the tension, and the teams decided to enter the dungeon together. A voice in Q-Do's mind asked whether he believed in the power of blessings, like birthday wishes or holiday greetings. Q-Do wondered about the meaning of the question and whether sheer will could change everything. Q-Do felt confused, questioning if his will could truly alter reality and who was speaking to him. Q-Do opened his eyes to find himself tied to a table. The system announced the Silent Calm City dungeon and requested investigation of the source of supernatural power there. The system reminded Q-Do to trust in his own will. The figure of a faceless ghost woman appeared beside him. Q-Do stared at it, feeling the dungeon's terror. The ghost lunged, startling him. The ghost woman prepared to attack, but Q-Do dodged in time and cut through the chains. He struck the ghost and killed it. The system announced Q-Do's victory. Q-Do stood and observed the area he had just entered. When he turned around, hundreds of other faceless ghost women appeared, but he remained confident and continued fighting. Q-Do slashed continuously at the faceless ghosts, collecting aura points. The ghosts scattered, but Q-Do kept attacking to gather more aura. Q-Do eliminated all the ghosts and prepared to move on. He realized he needed to regroup with Zai Yue, as handling these monsters alone was too difficult. He approached a wooden door and opened it, noticing someone had entered before him. Q-Do was startled by footsteps behind him. Someone rushed in, calling him De Pao. Before he could respond, screams echoed from afar. Shouts for help rang out, and Q-Do rushed to save 3 people being chased by a giant spider. He hurled his blade at the spider. Q-Do noticed the spider's wounds quickly healing. The system displayed information about the spider, revealing it had the ability to resurrect. The spider could resurrect by absorbing the souls of the living, and Q-Do warned everyone that even a touch would consume their soul. Du told everyone to move ahead because the spider was extremely dangerous. He warned that it could devour souls and resurrect itself. Zai Yue anxiously asked about Du's safety. Du reassured her that he would be fine and had a solution. He then struck a blow that destroyed the spider. Du quickly departed, escaping the area like a flash. He emerged and reunited with Huang Dai, who was overjoyed at his safety. Du asked about Taizhu, and Huang Dai said he had regrouped with his team and entered the silent town. The group saw a wall and read the inscription on it. The inscription warned of the hell ahead and indicated the incantation needed to face supernatural phenomena. Du felt skeptical about the message. Huang Dai said he believed in the incantation, even though part of it was unreadable. Ma Fei added that he knew 6 of the characters. Du decided to ignore the inscription and open the door into the dungeon. The group entered the ruined city. Zai Yue felt cold and saw a photograph of 2 people. The man's face in the photo suddenly became terrifying, with an angry expression. Zai Yue screamed in shock and everyone anxiously asked what had happened. She pointed to the photo and said there was something inside it. Du responded coldly, "Oh, do you have good news?" He lifted the photo and looked at the man inside, smiling at him. Du observed for a moment and then smiled slightly, immediately flipping the photo and slicing it in 2. He said in disappointment, 50 points too low. Can we increase it a bit? Zai Yue was surprised, thinking in just a short time how had Du become so much stronger. From far came the sound of hurried footsteps and a voice shouted, "Help me, help me." Looking back, the little girl ran over in panic, begging for help, her face full of fear. "Help me," Ma Fei said cautiously. "Whatever appears in the dungeon could be valuable. Everyone be careful, don't fall into a trap." Du spoke up, "Of course there is." Then he bent down and asked the girl what was wrong. She said with relief, "Help me." Then tears fell as she explained that her mother had fallen inside the house and she couldn't lift her up. Du confidently patted his chest, "Bring her over, I'll help." They went together to the building. Standing in front of an apartment, the girl quickly ran in, pointing, "This is my home." Du replied, "Got it," then kicked the door open. His eyes scanned the room, spotting a demon waiting inside, baring its teeth to intimidate before lunging at the group. He calmly said, "Is that all? Do you have any demon powers? Bring them out." The demon opened its mouth, emitting a sinister aura. Du held his saber and lightly slashed at it. Aura points increased by 100. The girl watched in astonishment. Turned to the girl, "I've handled your household's problem." She paled and said, "Really? You're amazing." Du stared and continued, "But where is your mother? Wasn't that just now your mother?" He directed the saber at her and pierced through, startling the girl, who turned into black smoke. Aura points increased by 50. The team marveled. Zai Yue asked curiously, Du, how did you know it was a problem?" Du pointed, "I've seen tricks like this before. These 2 demons work together, one lures people, the other kills the unlucky ones." Ma Fei worried, "The number of demons in the dungeon exceeds imagination. This dungeon might not be simple." Zai Yue noticed something and shouted. Everyone turned, surprised. "What's wrong?" She pointed and stammered. "Something just passed by." Du dashed forward excitedly. "Don't run, my aura points," the team quickly pursued. Du, wait for us." He saw a strange aura ahead and shouted, "Don't run." Suddenly, an old man with white hair appeared, warning, "Be careful, that's a 100-year-old demon, extremely vicious." He raised his hand and cast the 5 thunder spell. Thousands of spears of light shot at the demon, engulfing its body, causing it to scream in pain, then vanish. He retracted his technique. Du panicked, "Who released my aura points?" The old man replied, "It seems the power of the 5 thunder spell is still strong." Du asked who he was. He introduced himself. "I am Tandu, a contemporary practitioner of the Taoist sect." He said, "You can call me Sect Master." Du frowned, thinking the NBC sect is like the Gui Shan dungeon with many demon items in the quiet town. NBC could be very helpful. Tandu looked around. Ahead, demonic aura gathered with black smoke forming in the distance. Du ran quickly, determined not to let the sect master take his aura points. Aura points of the Kim Long Yin Yue saber were about to erupt. The old man warned, "Young one, don't act recklessly." Then he jumped onto his sword. "Weapons of mortals can't harm demons." Du ignored him, sprinting forward. Tandu thought in surprise, "Impossible, is this kid already enlightened? My sword flight is slower than his running speed." Du reached the roof of the apartment, looking down at aura enveloping the area. Below, the iron pillar seemed to struggle. Demon apparitions appeared everywhere. The iron pillar reminded everyone, "Remember the spell on the wall, recite it." Then he closed his eyes, murmuring, "Mu Fo Yan Ni, heart empty." Group recited together, "Mu Fo Yan Ni, heart empty." Light rose, forming a circle around them and the spell words. The demons recoiled in fear and retreated. Someone shouted, "The demons are retreating." Du looked up suddenly as a strange wind swept past. Tandu rushed to the iron pillar group. Where did the dense demonic aura just now go? It vanished completely. He looked around, noticing Q-Du's saber technique had vanished, then asked the nearest iron pillar. Young ones, did you see the demons just now? A person beside the pillar said, Captain, this old man is Tandu. His power marks him as an important NBC, essential for triggering the main story. Q-Du replied, understood. The iron pillar moved closer. Sect master, I am the iron pillar. Demons were all dealt with by us. Tandu, surprised, already handled by you? The iron pillar replied sincerely, yes. If the sect master has a kind heart, eliminating evil with us is better than acting alone. I always respect figures like you, sect master. Q-Du stepped forward. At this moment, comrade iron pillar, before I blocked the human-faced spider, you didn't wait for me. Now you want to disrupt me. System notification, aura points increased by 1,500. Q-Du thought, luckily the demons were killed quickly or the old sect master would have taken them. The iron pillar scratched his head. Ah, comrade Big Cannon, sorry, I thought going ahead would clear the way for you. Unexpectedly, they had just stepped outside into a quiet town. He asked, but if you just recite the spell and go straight, there should be no danger. Why are you late? Didn't you recite the spell? Q-Du crossed his arms. We didn't bother with that spell. He thought he couldn't let them know he hadn't fully recited it, but if the spell only repels demons, it's useless. He hoped all dungeon demons would gather here. The iron pillar forced a smile. I see, sorry, comrade Big Cannon. Cao Hin spoke, Iron Pillar, you're useless. Yet you bow to a minor university like that. They hurried to catch up, only wanting the Academy's protection. No one noticed their ridiculous intentions. Team grew angry. Damn it, what do you mean? She sneered. Oh, you guys want a fight? The Iron Pillar stepped forward to shield. Comrade Big Cannon, ignore her, follow us, you go behind. Leave the trouble to me, okay? Q-Du thought seriously, temporarily trusting him this once. With current abilities, they posed no threat. Tandu reminded, if the demons are eliminated, what are you still hesitating for? If not, I'll go ahead. The Iron Pillar replied quickly. The sect master lead the way. They approached the abandoned apartment complex. Q-Du asked, strange, has the town been deserted long ago? Why does it feel like more people from other areas are arriving now? Tandu led the way coldly. Hope we don't awaken it, the Iron Pillar asked. Master, what is that? He answered. The Demon King of the Quiet Town, a type of evil energy that spreads across the cursed land, where demons battle to create the strongest Demon King. Cao Hing also asked, is the Demon King really that strong? Tamdu replied, strong. Strong doesn't even begin to describe how terrifying a Demon King is. Any Demon King born becomes a threat to all living beings. He recounted, I remember my father once encountered a Demon King, and at that time only a higher-level expert could help eliminate. My father was a grandmaster in Taoism, much stronger than I am, and that Demon King was a high monk who had fallen into the demonic path. The battle was fierce. Kyodu asked, a high monk falling into the demonic path, could it be? Kyodu grabbed Tamdu's shirt, urgently asking, what was your father's name? Cao Hing frowned, annoyed. Kyo Daipao, what are you doing? Let go of the master. Kyodu snapped back, shut up. Tamdu calmly said, Ra Fu Chung Nai Ha. Kyodu was stunned. Zhang Ha, what's going on? Isn't Zhang Ha an NPC in the Ghost Mountain dungeon? If he was referring to Zhang Daozhang, it could be the same person, but the time flow in different dungeons could explain this. Cao Hing angrily said, Kyo Daipao, how dare you yell at me? Do you know who my father is? You're just a countryside university student and you dare shout at me. Wang Dai reminded. Kyo, maybe let go of the master first. Tamdu was surprised. Kyo, are you the one who helped your father slay the Demon King? Kyodu replied calmly, yes, I was the one who helped my father kill that Demon King. Tamdu sighed, my father passed away over 50 years ago, yet you're still alive looking so young. My father's prediction was right. Kyodu asked, what prediction? Tamdu continued, my father once said before he passed that he had seen through everything. Father said, Tamdu, after the battle at Gui Mountain, I couldn't find anyone named Kyodu, because he doesn't belong to this world. Tamdu asked, Father, what do you mean by that? His father replied, he comes from the main world, the world we can never know. A lightning bolt struck the sky and Tamdu panicked. Heaven's punishment, the ancient sky's judgment. Father stood up, laughing loudly, are you afraid? I fear not death. But as soon as he finished speaking, a dragon descended. He barely managed to say, Tamdu, you must remember this. Tamdu was shocked. What does this mean? His father answered, he doesn't belong to this world. The sound of thunder echoed and Tamdu was terrified. Heaven's punishment, the ancient sky's judgment. At this moment, Tamdu looked up at the sky and his father said, the last hexagram Vaifu saw was that in your fate, you would meet someone named Kyodu. Tell him on behalf of Vaifu that Kyodu's world is real and so is Zhang Ha's world. Everyone has been deceived. Tamdu yelled, wow. Back in the present, Tamdu stood in front of Kyodu. That's the story. I never expected to meet you at my age. Kaiou doubted. Zhang Daozhang, just like the mechanical queen, are they all awakened NPCs? Kaiou thought, if Zhang Daozhang is correct, then they are not NPCs. But with my current strength, I still can't uncover the truth of this world. Everyone became alert, sensing something was off. Kaiou, do you notice anything strange around us? Demons charged towards them. Kaiou excitedly said, leave it to me, it's just what I needed, a nap with someone offering a pillow. Kaiou thought to himself, my Kingjin Dragon Moon Saber is only 500 points away from maxing out. He swung the saber, gaining 100 points for sharpness. Continuous strikes brought his sharpness to 10,010,000. Uma leveled up, increasing damage to soul bodies by 200%. The system warned, sharpness too high, weapon can't handle it, please upgrade your weapon. Kaiou smugly said, finally, the sharpness is coming out. Tamdu shouted, Kaiou, be careful. The evil energy around us hasn't dissipated. Wang Dai and Ma Fei were alarmed. A skeletal hand appeared, followed by hundreds of other skeletons charging at them. Tamdu looked at the black smoke, sensing a terrifying aura. The Demon King has appeared. The source of the supernatural power in Quiet Town has been found. This dungeon mission is complete. Please exit the area. Tamdu held up a charm, preparing to use a spell. Hidden mission requirement. Cooperate to resolve the supernatural power source and return peace to the town. Difficulty level C. The power source is massive, causing an explosion. Tiju hurriedly said, quick, chant the incantation. The group joined hands, chanting, but it had no effect on the Demon King. Demon King ordered, blind their eyes, cripple their legs, break their arms. The group screamed in pain. Tamdu panicked, word-based magic. Why is it word-based magic? How can such a mere demon perform word-based magic? Kaiou and his group were unaffected. Wang Dai asked, is it because we're handsome that we're not affected by word-based magic? The Demon King gritted his teeth, screaming, blind their eyes, cripple their legs, break their arms. But only Tiju's group was affected. Kaiou smiled. The word magic you left on the door, you made it yourself, didn't you? Give it up, your word magic doesn't affect us. Kaiou charged toward the Demon King. The Demon King glared at Kaiou, saying, this arrogant brat. He also prepared to strike back. Kaiou approached using Cursed Tether. The Demon King panicked. Dragon's Roar slash. Kaiou slashed multiple times at the Demon King, knocking him to the ground. Tiju asked, is the Demon King dead? Tamdu spoke up. Kaiou, be careful. Evil energy here hasn't dissipated. Kaiou replied, I know, the mission isn't over yet. A pool of blood behind Kaiou created a vortex, flying towards him, injuring his arm. The Jai Yue market used a healing technique, helping Kaiou recover from his injuries. Black smoke appeared from the blood pool. The system announced the boss information, Vengeful Spirit Dancer, level 28. Skill invocation method changes depending on the situation, and her body is immortal. She was once a pitiful soul when alive, but after death she became a female vengeful spirit, holding a blood lake, undying and unkillable. Kaiou thought to himself, perhaps her immortality is related to this blood lake. He turned to speak to Huangditch, telling him to find a way to drain the blood lake. Huangditch spread his hands and said, I understand, earthquake. The ground beneath the vengeful spirit cracked open. Meanwhile, Kaiou swiftly attacked, rushing toward Huangditch and shouted, The blood pool slowly disappeared, causing her to scream in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Kaiou and Ma Fai struck with a sword, Bin Duong. The vengeful spirit vanished, leaving only drops of blood. He said, I won't let you off. She revived again, declaring, I am undying and immortal. Huangditch reminded, Zuka, Ma Fai, handle the blood lake. Leave the rest to the two of you. The Sa Tho Choi bound the vengeful spirit as she lunged towards him. He yelled, damn fat man, I'll kill people first. The Sa Tho Choi around him coiled around her. Huangditch gritted his teeth and said, I can't let the 5-element heart that Zuka gave me go to waste. The fire god erupted with violent flames and the ground shattered. Chu was astonished. How is this possible? That fat mage, he can actually use the power of the 5-element flag. The vengeful spirit howled, you all must die. Kaiou appeared from behind, slashing her with one blow, making her widen her eyes in shock. This can't be. She exclaimed, how do you have such terrifying aura? Kaiou flew up, kicking her in the stomach before landing. There's no other way, this is my specialty. Before the vengeful spirit could respond, he raised his blade. Let me send you to rest. A slash reduced her to a gasp. Ah, Tamdu said with a confused look. Resting, isn't that my job? The body of the vengeful spirit disintegrated, the hidden mission completed, earning an S rank with a level-up reward of +1, 100 free attribute points, 1 upgrade stone, and 1 equipment awakening stone. Kaiou held the 2 stones in his hand, exclaiming, SA rating, I didn't expect such benefits from the latter seasons, using all of them. His weapon glowed, and the B-grade weapon, the Golden Dragon Crescent Moon Blade, was upgraded to an A-grade item. The bamboo dragon crescent moon blade awakened the spirit of bamboo ku am. Kyudu looked at the blade. Bamboo dragon crescent moon blade, a grade, the spirit of bamboo ku am increased in the same tier. The effect allowed switching between day and night states, with agility increasing by 50% at night. Daylight, critical hit rate increases by 50%, with a 20% damage boost against otherworldly creatures and a 100% damage boost against soul-bearing creatures. The player wielding this weapon possesses a naturally intimidating power. Dragon-related creatures suffer a 20% reduction in strength when facing the player holding this weapon. Kyudu held the blade, realizing this large weapon was perfect for a necromancer like him. Looking around at the others, he noticed they had gathered quite a bit. Thiet Chu approached. "Big Cannon brother, we could never have gotten through this without you, thank you. In the next battle tournament, if I meet you, I won't go easy." Kao Hin looked at him, envious. Next day, Ma Fai warned, "By the way, Kyudu, you should watch out for Kao Hin. The way she looked at you earlier, it was extremely ominous." Kyudu said as he walked, "Don't worry. What's there to fear from someone like her, a big missy?" After walking for a while, Huang Ditch went ahead and he said to Zuka, "Then I'll go look for the teacher assigned by the principal for magic." The report earlier showed that Ma Fai also went in another direction. "As for me, I'll be personally taught by the principal." Kyudu thought to himself, wondering which teacher the principal had arranged for his special training. Kyudu, a necromancer, mid-tier realm, level 22. Strength 888, Defense 944, Agility 444, Spirit 150, Health points 98, 90, 98, 90 plus 88, 80, Mana points 2200, 2200. He thought as he walked, perhaps it's teacher Lai Hao. With my current attributes, I could probably scare him to death. A giant hand grabbed him from behind. Kyudu couldn't break free and angrily said, "Damn it." Then the hand disappeared and he lay still in an unknown palm, unable to move. Kyudu worried, "What is this? Did Kao Hin hire someone to take revenge on me?" The more he struggled, the tighter the hand gripped him. He thought, "No way, this is a regular college student using such power." He yelled angrily, "Who is it? Come out if you have the guts." Suddenly, the hand released him. Kyudu looked around but found nothing, then walked ahead. "Where is this place? Why is this old newspaper here?" Kyudu picked up the newspaper, shocked, his eyes wide. There's a picture of my dad in the newspaper," he thought suspiciously. "Boktrack Corporation, my dad is the founder. What's the connection between him and Thuk Theme?" Kyudu slammed his hand on the table. "What's the connection between Boktrack Corporation and that Boktrack organization? What is going on?" The scene changed to Bin Duong's office when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Lai Hao entered. "Come in." "Oh, Tiu Van, has the issue with Lam Lang been resolved?" Lai Hao responded sternly, "Principal Kyudu is in trouble." Bin Duong was confused. "Trouble? What kind of trouble could that kid get into in this school?" he thought to himself and handed him a sword pill. Suddenly, Lai Hao rushed forward, his eyes glowing red. Bin Duong observed with a serious expression, then created a whirlwind to knock Lai Hao back. Lai Hao sat up, thinking, indeed, the #1 sword cultivator, his power is overwhelming. Bin Duong noticed and asked, "You're not Lai Hao, who are you?" The impostor laughed. "Didn't expect you to discover me so quickly." He revealed himself and extended his hand. "Let me introduce myself, I'm one of the 8 kings, the king of destruction." Bin Duong interrogated, "No matter who you are, I just need to know what you've done with the teacher." There was a loud laugh from outside. Someone walked in, holding a massive hammer. "How about you take care of yourself first?" One of the 8 kings. Hammer King shouted, "Dare to attack our school's students, no matter who you are, you must die." Another person entered, adding, "Bin Duong, I love that sharp look of yours." It was one of the 8 kings and said, "Are you curious why we were able to bypass your school's restrictions?" Guess how many of the 8 kings showed up this time? Bin Duong's expression didn't change. "You brought many people, but they're just a useless bunch." Immediately, one of them attacked. The Hammer King charged forward, shouting, "Bin Duong, today I will definitely avenge last time." He struck, causing the room to explode. "Fire God Hammer." Bin Duong quickly dodged the attack. The Hammer King yelled, "Bin Duong, today is your downfall." Bin Duong gripped his sword, refusing to be defeated. Suddenly the Hammer King yelled, "Watch out." The Destruction King laughed. Bin Duong has no idea. Though the disguise and sneak attack failed when I got close, the poison from the Poison King secretly began to take effect on him. After the people of the 8 kings appeared one by one of them, the Poison King, announced that he had been poisoned. He said that even if he grew wings this time, he would not be able to escape, and very soon, the poison would erode all of his energy, turning him into flesh and bones to be sliced at will by others. Next to appear was the Shadow King, who ordered the action to begin. Following him, the Plague King and the Fire King revealed themselves in turn. Finally, the Sword King appeared. They gathered in a circle and combined their forces. The 8 kings prepared carefully, while Bing Yang quickly drew his sword to attack. The collision of 2 immense forces caused the ground to explode, sending the bystanders flying far away. Explosion shook everything around. Amidst the smoke, Bing Yang advanced with his sword in hand. Mr. Chen Yen thought to himself that the poison was still manageable for now. The Sword King, while defending, shouted, "Impossible, we are clearly all at the same Saint Realm level. How can he fight 8 of us and he's even poisoned?" Fire King spoke up. "If Old Bai doesn't intervene, we might have a hard time catching him. We need to bring Old Bai here." At the same time, someone approached behind Q-Do and asked, "So, have you found the answer you were looking for?" He patted Q-Do on the shoulder. Q-Do turned around and was startled to realize that the person was Xixian. He stared intently and said, "You can't call me by my name directly." Q-Do asked in confusion. "Why?" He replied, "Because I am your uncle with a blood relation to you." Q-Do gasped in surprise. "You are my uncle?" Q-Do thought to himself. The two of them had created Baiji, one was the third uncle and the other was the uncle. So why did Baiji send people to capture him earlier? He looked up and asked, "You say you are my uncle, do you have any proof?" He was stunned in surprise. He explained, "Your mother, Baishi Zia, is my younger sister. What proof do you need?" Q-Do continued to question. "Then what is your purpose for locking me up here, and why send people to capture me?" Xian replied slowly, "The first reason I captured you was to force that new Fu Q Anking to face me, but now I've changed my mind." He patted Q-Do's shoulder and said, "I am your uncle. This is our first meeting, and if I don't give you something, it would be rude, so let me give you a little gift." After saying that, Xixian punched Q-Do in the stomach. Q-Do didn't react in time and was knocked back. He coldly said in a serious tone, "Are you and Q Anking also new Fu people? If this continues, I might get angry and kill you right here." Q-Do struggled to get up, thinking to himself, "This guy really wants to kill me." Thinking this, Q-Do decisively charged forward. "If you're not using real strength, then what do I have to fear?" Q-Do punched him hard, but suddenly realized, it's impossible, his hand couldn't even touch Xixian's body. His punch was almost at Q-Do's face. If he froze like this, he could die. Q-Do was once again sent flying backward, but he still advanced with his weapon in hand. Xixian looked at Q-Do's weapon and exclaimed, "Oh, an AU-grade long weapon. Moreover, it seems to have awakened a very powerful spiritual energy. Interesting. You seem to be keeping quite a few secrets, huh?" He vanished the moment he finished speaking, then suddenly reappeared and launched a lightning-fast punch, forcing Q-Do to feel the full force of it. The blow struck Q-Do squarely in the face. Its power was immense. Q-Do couldn't defend himself, racked with pain. Black energy swirled around the space, shrouding everything in hate. He looked at Q-Do and said, "The Sword Emperor, huh? I didn't expect Liu Cheng to value you this much, even giving you a life-saving treasure like this." Q-Do gritted his teeth, thinking, "If my defense isn't strong enough, this punch could have killed me. Even the principal's sword orb wouldn't faze him. What should I do now?" On Liu Cheng's side, the battle raged and the sword orb was activated. The situation was critical. They already gotten close to Q-Do. He turned and asked, "Is Q and Qing's bloodline really only this weak?" Q-Do's eyes blazed red, and immediately hundreds of successive punches rained down. Q-Do couldn't defend himself, feeling on the verge of collapse. He thought, "Damn it, what kind of martial art is this? Even with the demon bronze, I can't match his speed." Unease surged like facing a violent storm. Q-Do grabbed the card in his hand and decided to use the card to adopt the enemy as his father. He said, "I agree to acknowledge you as my foster father." But the card failed. Surprised, he exclaimed, "What?" Thuck Giant quickly struck him with a powerful blow. Q-Do lay motionless on the ground. Thuck Giant commanded, his tone full of disdain, "Weak, far too weak. But you reminded me that if you abandoned your family name and took Baidu, I would teach you this martial art." Lying on the ground, Q-Do retorted with contempt, "I spit on that." Q-Do sneered, "Why not change your name to Q Thuck Giant? Then we'd share the same surname. Only then could you teach me this martial art, right?" Thuck Giant couldn't hold back and kicked Q-Do hard. He said, "A stiff mouth like your ancestor Q and Qing." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Elder Bai," he responded, "caught the big fish." Thuck Giant bent down and said, "Brat, I'll give you one more chance. After all, you are still her son. If you're willing to change your surname, my promise still stands." After speaking, he vanished without a trace. Q-Do was furious. "He's gone." He stood up and shouted, "Damn it, Thuck Giant, why didn't you release me first?" On the other side, Principal Liu Cheng was fighting the Sword King. Liu Cheng tossed the Sword King back against a wall. The Sword King stammered, "Elder Bai, you haven't intervened yet." Thuck Giant turned his back and asked, "Are you teaching me how to handle this?" Trembling, the Sword King replied, "I dare not, Elder Bai, it's just that we really can't defeat Liu Cheng." Cheng looked at Thuck Giant with unease. "This one is even more dangerous than all the others combined." Thuck Giant explained, "I intended for you to wear him down so I wouldn't expend too much effort, but unfortunately it's normal that you couldn't defeat him. His realm surpassed the saint stage long ago." The captured kings panicked. "What?" Tri-King exclaimed, "Isn't level 60-70 already saint tier? Yet the strongest in all professions is only level 70. Liu Cheng asked sternly, "Who are you? What have you done to Q-Do? What is your goal?" Jian replied, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Thuck Jian, leader of the Baiji organization." Hearing this, Liu Cheng gritted his teeth. "Baiji, remember the past, they harmed my students. How dare they show their faces before me today?" At this moment, the poison on Lu Cheng's neck began to glow. The Poison King shouted, "Shiba too, Lu Cheng has been poisoned." Thuck Giant's tone was arrogant. "I don't like being the center of attention, but this time I must kill the principal to remove the obstacle in my path. Please, principal, die for me." Jingdu screamed loudly, "Bastard Thuck Giant, release me." He swung his weapon wildly. "Let me out." Strange patterns appeared on his body. He collapsed in pain, unable to move. Poison spread around, gradually invading his body. He seemed like a different person, eyes filled with terror. Jingdu struggled against the tendrils, discomfort rising. "Hot, too hot, what is this fire? Could this be by Thuck Giant's trap?" he wondered. "No, this seems like the fire I've always carried with me." Jingdu looked at the tendril-covered hand and thought, no matter what this is. He straightened, tensed his body, and shouted, "I have to get out too." Scene shifted to the capital University Square, loud screams echoing. "He's releasing poison." The crowd rushed forward, yelling, "If he can't fight, we can take this chance to kill him." Below, Lu Cheng laughed heartily. "It's just a poison attack, what can it do to me?" He raised his sword and declared, "Today you will witness my strongest strike." Power surged with Lu Cheng's proclamation. "You will witness my strongest strike." Energy waves rolled like a hurricane, oppressing everything. Thuck Giant screamed, "Lu Cheng, are you insane? Earning attributes to gain power, this will surely kill you." Lu Cheng sneered. "Just death, what's so frightening? Even in death, I must deal with them first. The worms of the ancient kingdom." He turned in panic, shouting, "His strength can only swing one strike. Work together to stop him. Otherwise, we'll all die." Lu Cheng lifted his sword, aimed it down, channeling power, sword energy spanning 30,000 miles, a strike capable of freezing the 19 continents, a single sword to calm chaos. Shen Jianshu was startled. "This is the sword being unleashed." Lu Cheng's eyes blazed, sword aura overwhelming. A strike full of internal power cracked the ground, forming a battlefield. Thuck Giant clenched his fists, shouting, "Flowing water 100 transform fist." He slammed his fist into the ground. The oppressive force sent everyone flying. Dust rose, obscuring vision. Around them were only ruins and debris. Thuck Giant's mouth bled slightly. He clenched his teeth, nearly yelling, "Despite careful planning, I still underestimated Lu Cheng." The smoke gradually cleared, revealing Lu Cheng slowly emerging. Giant seized the moment to attack. "Even if I die, I will crush your bones to dust." Suddenly, an energy surged, wrapping around his hand. "What?" Thuck Giant was startled, leaping upward as he noticed the force closing in. It was the bright flame. Why was it here? Jingdu appeared out of nowhere, shouting, "Damn it, by Thuck Giant, release the principal." He didn't hesitate, launching an attack. Thuck Giant dodged in surprise. "It really is the bright flame. Could it pierce my space?" Why did the bright flame appear on him? Thuck Giant dodged, wondering, "I don't know what kind of demon fire this is, but by Thuck Giant won't dare continue." Seeing its energy weaken, Jingdu panicked. "Damn it, don't fail now. Looks like you still haven't mastered it. A useless thing is useless." Thuck Giant sneered, launching a powerful attack. Flowing water 100 transform fist. Suddenly, a whale-shaped form surged to counter his attack, astonishing Jingdu. Thuck Giant's strike was forcefully repelled, leaving him surprised. Lu Cheng, after exerting all his strength into one strike, looked around, breathing heavily. "It's time to end this," he said, preparing the decisive blow. The dust cleared as Shen Jianshu stepped out, bringing a sense of calm. "Luckily, I arrived in time, or I'd have had to take Ji Bing Yang's seat. Damn, this is something I summoned myself. Am I really that powerful?" Du exclaimed in surprise, "It's Master Shen." Immediately clutching his chest, he winced in pain. Shen Jianshu, the strongest necromancer, could kill him if he used all his strength, but at great cost. He leapt up, warning Jingdu, "Next time we meet, it will be the day the Tri-Star world falls. Until then, don't die." With that, Xu Zhen and the others left. Jingdu seemed indifferent, turning back to sit and help Ji Bing Yang breathe easier. Fortunately, Principal Ji still had a pulse. Shen Jianshu observed and concluded he was poisoned and the toxin was spreading, antidote needed immediately. Scene shifts to the medical wing, Dai Lan rushing in, shouting, "Ji Bing Yang, you." He turned slightly, saying, "I'm not dead yet, why are you crying?" Mrs. Song angrily asked, "Who did this?" Ji Bing Yang sighed, "It's a long story." Dai Lan barked, "Then make it short." Jingdu scratched his head, curious. Apparently, the dorm manager and Principal Ji had some connection. Shen Jianshu reminded, "Adult matters children shouldn't ask." He explained, "Let me clarify. Those who attacked Principal Ji are the 8 kings of Baiji and their leader. Bai Shu Zhen, creator of Baiji and my uncle, dragged Principal Ji into this mess." Bing Yang lightly scolded, "This silly kid, why be upset? It's a blessing you're still alive." Dai Lan stammered, "Your strength." He closed his eyes, voice soft, "No need to waste energy anymore." His right hand holding a broken sword, Qing Junwu, was also shattered. "I'm a cripple now." Shen Jianshu set down a cup of water and assessed, "The one who poisoned you is dead, but the toxin remains. Suppression is only temporary. Only the champion prize from the global duel tournament, the Mermaid's Tear, can neutralize the poison. The Mermaid's Tear, a mermaid's single lifetime drop, can cure any toxin in the world." Dai Lan's worry made her more harsh. "The global duel tournament champion, Don't even mention the ancient continent. Not even the Eastern Alliance has ever won. Jingdu interrupted, champion, this year I'll get it. Even if I die, I must claim the champion. Scene shifts to the field. Shen Jianshu angrily said, everyone knows Principal Ji's condition now. We must win the national duel championship to save him. But winning is extremely difficult. With current strength, it's far from enough. Therefore, starting today, each of you will undergo personal hell training. Will be trained by the top instructors of Jing University. Can you handle it? Yang Xiangdai scratched his head, smiling. I wonder if the special training covers meals. Can't train well on an empty stomach. Fei said, my sword is already broken. I'll follow orders. I'll work hard and not hold anyone back. Jingdu added, one-on-one hell training. If you fail, he stammered, holding his hands, Yang Xiangdai, Ma Fei, and Zhao Ziyue. As for your special instructors, I've arranged everything. They'll come to pick you up, so stay put. Meanwhile, large claws appeared beneath Jingdu. Jingdu wasn't surprised, only felt powerless. Again, it grabbed him. Following Shen Jianshu's command, follow me directly. Then it released him and he asked, where is this place? He replied, this is where you'll undergo special training. Welcome to my soul space. Shen Jianshu added, you can summon necromancer functions from this profession. It's clear you are destined for it. He soared into the air, proclaiming, whether you like it or not, you must learn my soul magic. Your talent cannot be wasted. At that moment, a skeletal beast appeared before Jingdu, while Shen Jianshu's voice continued overhead. I remember you once said you wanted to develop your body before transitioning to necromancy. Show me the results of your training so far. He waved his hand. Long bone, rise, fight back if you want to live. Jingdu quickly grabbed his staff, ready to fight. Bamboo Dragon clashed with Moon Blade, his eyes shining as he slashed at Long Bone's neck, exclaiming, damn, this is even harder than that old uncle's bone hand. Shen Jianshu observed, this sword is quite interesting, seems to contain spirit energy. Jingdu's eyes glowed red as he unleashed the Ghost Child Heavenly Army Path, continuing his assault. System announced, critical rate increased by 50%. However, Jingdu was countered by Bone Dragon, thrown into the air, sliding on the ground, thinking, dragon power is strong, I can't fight up close like this. He braced his hands against the ground to stop his momentum. Soul magic, I'm a necromancer and I'm just punching. Jingdu raised his hand, eyes cold. Never mind, we still have a chance. An AK portal instantly appeared. Shouted, summon Ghost Knight. Shen Jianshu, witnessing, was slightly shocked. You already summoned a Ghost Knight, now show me your combat skill controlling it. The knight surged forward on Jingdu's command. Knights, follow me, charge, kill. Shen Jianshu was puzzled. No necromancer charges faster than a basic ghost. Is this kid stupid? Notification appeared, retroactive state. Agility increased by 50% plus opponent's 50%. Jingdu observed, if I block Long Bone, I'll have time to break through. Suddenly, he froze, eyes wide. Red alert, critical hit minus 2333. He concluded, now's the moment. Water on the ground tore like paper. Jingdu laughed, success. But his smile vanished as the giant claw lifted him. Shen Jianshu said, that's enough. Shen Jianshu praised, as a mid-level necromancer, your close combat power is formidable, comparable to some newly promoted high-level warriors. But your use of soul magic is no longer crude. He approached Jingdu. Even a dog would shake its head. From now on, you're forbidden from using swords or any close combat. I will train you properly in soul magic. Now summon a skeletal soldier outside. Jingdu sat down, muttering a soft, Suddenly, Shen Jianshu tossed him a pouch. He was confused. Professor Shen, what is this for? Shen unrolled the mat simply, instructing Jingdu to follow every stroke of the Kingaming Shang 2 painting precisely. He pointed at the skeletal soldier beside him, clarifying that it was not him, but the creature. Yun Shen closed his eyes, affirming that the spectral creature was not meant to be a shield for bullets. Even among the same type of spectral creatures, if controlled by different necromancers, their powers could manifest at completely different levels. As a necromancer, the most important skill is the ability to command your spectral creatures. Using your hands, if you can manipulate spectral creatures to perform delicate tasks, such as writing characters precisely, it shows you have mastered the fundamental principles of controlling spirits. If you can do that, you cannot leave here. Keep trying, young man. After this special training session, I will show you how to open your own spectral realm. Saying this, he vanished, leaving Jingdu startled, calling after him. Professor Yun, wait, at least teach me the filial strike technique. Jingdu turned to the skeletal soldier and it looked back. Man cannot refuse, and since it's just Jin following along, how could it challenge a true hero? He shouted. Skeleton soldier attacked, but it only stood there confused. Jingdu turned back to the hospital where Qi Bingyang asked, how's the training with the kids going? Yun Shen replied. They're still far from the goal, especially that kid Jingdu. He clearly has talent but wastes time in cultivation. His magical skill is extremely poor. If he is to truly follow the path of a necromancer, I must teach him a lesson he won't forget. Qi Bingyang reminded, training is training, but don't go too far. Winning the national championship is no easy feat. Don't put too much pressure on the kids, just having their heart in the right place is enough for me. Yun Shen looked skeptical. Old Qi, what are you saying? Can we even win the championship? We'll only know after a match. Freshman strategies aren't enough, but we still have the second and third year teams. I have faith in them. He covered his mouth and coughed softly, thinking silently. Among humans there are humans. Beyond humans there are geniuses from other schools, and they are not weak. Jing University has tried many times but never reached the finals. Perhaps Qi Bingyang's time is truly running short. A month passed, the AK gate opened, and a call rang out. You do, he slowly came out asking. Progress, have you finished half? Seeing Q-Do sit silently without answering, Yun Shen comforted him. Don't be discouraged. Even a genius like me took 2 months back then. He rolled up the paper, rested his hands on his knees, and spoke softly. Master Yun, I've met many geniuses, but Q-Do unrolled the mat confidently and said aloud, they all called me a genius. Yun Shen stepped closer, unable to believe his eyes. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could you rely on a skeleton soldier after so little time? Q-Do glanced back, not just one, I called 3 to follow. At that moment, 3 skeletal soldiers appeared, leaving Yun Shen astonished. He really, even without my guidance, he can still master multitasking. His talent in necromancy surpasses mine. Q-Do scratched the back of his neck and smiled warmly. I said we'll win the championship. How could something so simple defeat us? Master Yun, let's move to the next part. Yun Shen thought silently. With his terrifying physical talent added, he might one day become an invincible necromancer. Shen continued the training. Now, if you've mastered the basics of single-minded multitasking and energy control, we move to stage 3. He released a burst of power, surprising Q-Do. Tactical training. Still stunned? Tactical training. Shen explained that different spectral creatures have unique abilities and fighting styles, like the coordination and division of labor among chess pieces. Through the chessboard, combat simulation can train Q-Do's strategic thinking. Next, control your 3 skeletal soldiers while playing chess against me. Before starting, Shen warned, Q-Do, on the board I won't treat you like a beginner. You may lose repeatedly and all past glory could vanish. Can you handle that pressure? Q-Do was fearless. Pressure brings motivation, Master Yun, go ahead. 3 months passed in a blink and they still sat reflecting during the game. Shen summarized. In over 3 months we controlled each side's skeletons and played 107 games in total. You won 107, you lost 107. Q-Do, though you haven't won a single game, I believe your strategy and technique have improved greatly. Q-Do acknowledged gratefully. Yes, thanks to Master Yun's guidance. Unbelievable, 3 months of intense chess battles without a single win. You observe your opponent closely. An ordinary person would have lost morale long ago, but he grows braver, his mind steadies, shedding all naivete. Shen had great faith despite already having high expectations. He then announced, just now, your skeletons held my skeleton soldier to a draw for the first time. The outcome of game 108 will decide everything. If you can beat me in game 108, your stage 3 special training will be considered successful. Ready? Q-Do confidently replied. Ready, bring it on. Shen immediately moved. Cannon 2 to 5. Q-Do countered, Knight 2 to 3. Shen's face tensed slightly and he quickly countered. Cannon 5 back 2. This time Q-Do was in a difficult position but soon turned it around. Cannon 6 to 1. Before he could feel satisfied, Shen blocked. Rook 7 to 5 general. Ultimately, he had to admit, looks like I lost game 108 again. Shen suddenly interrupted. No, you forgot your trump card. His serious gaze puzzled Q-Do even more. Trump card? Shen slammed a chess piece on the board, breaking its outer shell to reveal a red piece inside. Only then did Q-Do realize. Ignore the rules, fight with your body, Shen reminded. Q-Do, don't forget, the biggest difference between you and other necromancers is your incredibly powerful physique. Your general isn't limited to these 4 squares. It can cooperate with your soldiers. Therefore, your path differs from other necromancers. This is an uncharted path and you must explore it yourself. Q-Do admitted in awe. Exactly, my goal has never been to become a mighty necromancer, but a 6-sided, all-around, truly versatile warrior. The black chess piece remained under the table, unconstrained by rules. Now Q-Do had realized the truth and could advance on the path of power. His body seemed energized. I can feel the magical energy surging through me, flowing more freely than before. Shen praised him. Very good, you've broken through your own bottleneck. However, there's one final step before becoming a true necromancer. Shen suddenly pointed at his forehead. Do not confront my power using only your mind to sense the spectral world. He infused a bit of magic into Q-Do's mind. Go and experience the world hidden within your body, the world of the departed. His eyes gradually filled with vitality. Q-Do looked around in astonishment. This is my spectral realm. He reached out to touch the space, but it was blocked by a barrier. Jian Shu reminded him that each person's spirit realm opens in a different way. What's going on? I can't get in. Du used all his strength to push against the shield, pouring all his energy into opening this space. I've done it now. The shield quickly shattered into pieces. Du couldn't hide his joy. The professor silently thought to himself that he had succeeded. The system congratulated the player for successfully opening the spirit realm. Jian Shu was speechless. I told you to think, not to use this method. Forget it, forget it. As long as the spirit realm is open, it's fine. He explained that the spirit realm would expand with levels. Jian Shu mentioned that right now, the spirit realm could only hold 5-6 headless knights, the rest had to be summoned on the spot. He opened a magical chest, presenting all the wind magic he had collected. With your level, I don't need to tutor you, you can figure it out yourself. Introduce the creatures and spell. The Cursed Beast of the Directional Winds, rank B, Necromancer spells infusing magic into the bones of various scent-hunting creatures, causing them to rise from the ground. The Destruction Legion, rank S, legends say even airy. A Necromancer could summon the Destruction Legion back into the real world. Du was delighted. Oh wow, Professor Shen, have you taken all the heads in your house? Each skill book was so valuable that it could start a war among humans. He refused. Professor Shen said, this is too precious, I can't take it for free. Jian Shu calmly replied, there are only 2 necromancers in the entire great scripture. If I don't give it to you, who else should I give it to? Take it if you want to repay me, win the National Martial Arts Tournament. Du responded clearly, understood. Jian Shu smiled, all right, now there's just one more thing left to do. A vortex of magic appeared. Du observed this place and recognized it as a sea-level dungeon, the Dark Forest. Jian Shu commented, that's half right. He explained that this was the center of the Dark Forest and the target was right there. The dark staff surrounded by darkness. The system notification, Epic Monster Black Flood Dragon, 10,010,000 health, 563 strength, 502 defense, 544 speed, skill, Dragon's Might. System reminded him that this creature was the ruler of the Dark Forest, eternally bloodthirsty to evolve. Du also felt the overwhelming power of Long Tu. Compared to the professor's lineage, it was much stronger. The Black Flood Dragon was the guardian of the Dark Staff. Jian Shu cheered from behind. Go ahead, after 4 months of special training, let's see how strong you are now. The system provided the information for the epic monster Black Flood Dragon. 10,001,000 health, 563 strength, 502 defense, skills, Dragon's Might, Dragon's Wrath, Dragon God transformation. Dragon's Might roared fiercely. Du acknowledged the overwhelming strength, feeling like his body was about to be torn apart. The system updated the status. Dragon's Might was suppressed. Despite the red eyes of the Dragon's Wrath threatening him, Du was not afraid. It's just a Black Flood Dragon. What's a true dragon? How can Dragon S might compare to Bamboo Dragon? Dragon flew up like a gust of wind, preparing to attack. Du quickly cast the AK Gate summoning spell and summoned Headless Knights, who immediately charged forward. But the dragon only had to flick its tail to wipe them out. The Headless Knights couldn't harm it. Du switched tactics, Phantom Wall. The use of this move, rank B under the Necromancer's chant, enhances the abilities of all summoned undead creatures. Undead moved quickly, surrounding the dragon. Jian Shu was stunned. This is a spell from the skill book I gave you. When did you learn it? Du excitedly responded. It's not over yet. Immediately, the dragon took extreme damage. Blood like Tide, rank B effect. Within a certain radius, wounded creatures cannot heal, blood will flow from their bodies. It spat out a large mouthful of blood, its body shaking violently. Du took the opportunity to cast Soul Shift, flying high and controlling the magic. Information, Soul Shift, rank C. After a 3-second chant, the caster swaps positions with any undead creature. This attack caused the dragon to take heavy damage, a critical hit of 3,966, its vision gradually blurring. The dragon's body was surrounded by a soul shift spell, binding the space. Epic skill of the Black Flood Dragon, Divine Dragon Transformation. Du realized this move was overloaded. Jian Shu calmly said, go outside. He revived the Death Knight. Another powerful attack caused the dragon to suffer, unable to resist anymore. Jian Shu commented, you've just learned a high-level necromantic spell. Du was still in shock. The Death Knight was a top-tier necromantic creature, yet he had easily swapped positions. He was curious about how terrifying the professor's necromantic magic must be. Du asked, Professor, can you leave the killing blow on the Black Flood Dragon to me? Jian Shu agreed. Sure, but you still lack experience. Du smiled. You'll understand later. System notification. Congratulations to player Du for defeating the epic monster Black Flood Dragon, attribute points plus 63, experience plus 6650. Congratulations to player Du for defeating the first epic monster of the Black Flood Dragon using muscle. Reward, level up plus 5. Du walked towards the staff. Jian Shu said, go take your exclusive staff. Given enough time, necromancers can change the world. System updated the Dark Staff. Rank A increases mental power and player position by 20%, reduces casting time by 50%, and increases all attributes of summoned undead by 20%. Giant Shu analyzed, the Necromancer is a career limit. Kaido realized the staff was guarded by the epic monster. The biggest weakness right now is the mental power and intelligence are still too low. You'll need to improve these later. Kaido seriously calculated, I have the heart of a hero from the Necromancer. As long as I increase my strength and use the innate effect, all other attributes will automatically increase as well. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ma Fei launched a powerful strike at the sword of Bin Duong. After achieving the feat, he excitedly informed the principal that he had succeeded. Bin Duong sincerely praised him. Ma Fei, in just 4 months, you've mastered the sword at the 4th tier realm. Truly impressive. Once you can channel your will into the sword, you will become a true sword cultivator. Ma Fei replied, thank you for your guidance, principal. Xiang Dai, standing nearby, covered his mouth and laughed. Maji is really not bad. I'm only slightly behind you. After all, in 3 months, I completed all the special training content. I noticed my rapid progress, but I still couldn't match you all. When it comes to the governess, I won't lose. Ma Fei sensed something about to happen. Not only that, he managed to launch a defensive move. Looking around, Ma Fei felt a little bewildered. Headless Knights fear no one, so he challenged them. Where did this rat come from? Let me teach you a lesson. The Headless Knights surged forward, sweeping like a celestial army. Ma Fei didn't understand. What? Bin Duong immediately guessed it was a one-against-many formation. Ma Fei faced the knights alone, that was the plan. Headless Knights constantly changed formations, wearing down their opponent. He declared, I don't believe it. Bin Duong unleashed the sword of Crimson Purge. Someone suddenly said, well done, Ma Fei. These summoned Headless Knights are no match for you. Seeing Qiu, Ma Fei protested, I've fought so many Headless Knights and yet they're just fingerling creatures you summon. Zai Yue admired, Qiu, you've already learned to summon Headless Knights. Xiang Dai thought wouldn't that put him at a disadvantage later? Too unfair. Ma Fei silently assessed, Qiu's most terrifying asset is his physique. Now he controls fingerling magic too. Even at full strength, his chances of winning are only 50-50. Bin Duong praised, kid, you're very skilled, your formation control is proficient. Qiu humbly replied, not really, principal. Professor Shen still surprises me often. I've learned a lot from him. Bin Duong summarized, the 4 of you have made astonishing progress in 4 months. However, there are still 2 issues to resolve before the National Martial Arts Tournament. First, the tournament fights are 5v5 and you're still missing a team member. Qiu hesitated, choosing someone. I really can't think of anyone who would coordinate well with all 4 of us. A voice rang out, Principal, can we use this last member with a luxurious tank? Qiu turned to look. Pieces of shattered glass fell as a familiar voice called out. Qiu Tai, you slowly announced from afar, I'm back. He ran over and hugged her tightly. Qiu openly confessed, Ta Zio, you finally returned, I missed you so much. Ta Zio replied, I missed you too. Sweet words flowed continuously. Can I kiss you? Their lips slowly met and the space felt calm and connected. The boy, embarrassed by the scene, covered his eyes. I think there's a dog sleeping across the street. Suddenly struck, the world fell silent, leaving only their kiss. A powerful punch sent Qiu flying. Bin Duong was shocked. Qiu, Ma Fei shouted. Qiu, watch out, someone's attacking from behind. Everyone anxiously called out, who's there? A hand stepped forward, breaking the mirror. Thanatos emerged confidently. Bin Duong probed, who are you, coming uninvited to our academy? What's your purpose? Thanatos replied calmly. Relax, I mean no harm, I'm just disciplining a misbehaving child. But Thanatos' actions angered Bin Duong. Our students aren't your responsibility. Seeing no choice, Thanatos went on the defensive. A brilliant strike lit up the sky. 2 forces clashed, each determined to win to maintain face before the students. The battle became fierce, and the principal watched as the scene turned from serene to desolate. Thanatos withdrew his hand, keeping a calm expression. Only smoke remained. Bin Duong and Jian Shu stopped, standing in the haze. Thanatos reflected, unexpectedly, this world has fingerling mages who can barely block a strike from me. At that moment, internal strife arose, and Jian Shu pointed at Bin Duong, yelling, the old man, don't you realize you're injured? He calmly replied, I sensed your arrival. Qiu observed, thinking, the principal and teacher barely blocked that strike together. What kind of monster is this man? Thanatos reassured, don't get agitated, I mean no harm to your academy. Yet his hand still caused injury. Only with him, Qiu gritted, damn it, dragging a war card as a father. But things didn't go as planned, he couldn't use the war card. Qiu was injured, but his mind searched for a solution. Damn it, facing such power, I can't do anything. Thanatos mocked, still trying to fight me. Courage yes, but no brains. Taiyu couldn't stand by, running out to shield him. Taiyu, tears welling, recalled her promise. You agreed not to harm him. Thanatos calmly replied, I agreed, but it depends on whether you remember your promise. In her current position, Taiyu resolutely protected Q due to the end. I haven't forgotten, but he's the ultimate limit. I absolutely won't let you hurt him. Her words angered Thanatos. Impertinent, you think you can stop me? Kyudu's teammates stepped up. We're here too. We're a team moving together. To touch QG, you must first get past us. Everyone, I still haven't defeated this Kyudu. How could we let him kill him here? Bin Duong and Jian Shu supported. No matter who you are or your purpose, even if we die today, we will not let you harm our student. Thanatos gave up. Turn it off. He released his grip. This time, consider it a lesson. If there's a next time, I'll personally finish this worthless fool. After speaking, Thanatos disappeared like smoke. Xiangdai slumped in relief. Oh my, you scared me to death. I thought we'd lose our lives here today. Taiyu worried. Q-Do, are you okay? Q-Do, covered in wounds, tried to reassure. I'm fine. I understand who he is and what he forced you to do. Her eyes refused. Q-Do, let's not discuss this now, okay? When the time is right, I'll tell you. Q-Do gently patted her head, listening and exclaiming, all right, the fact that you can come back to life and stand before me now is the best news. You've always been concerned about yourself because you're too weak. I understand why you couldn't speak the truth. Thanatos, one day I will make you pay. This thought crossed his mind. Q-Do collapsed onto her shoulder due to his injuries, his voice urgent as he called out. Q-Do, Taiyu was very worried. Master Shen and Jian Shu approached to examine him and said there was no major issue, just that he couldn't withstand the direct pressure and malice of that person. Reason he fainted was like this, but there were still many thoughts in his mind. If it had been anyone else, their internal organs might have been severely damaged. He just fainted. This kid's physical strength is truly astonishing. Everyone quickly carried him. Let's take him back to the treatment room. Jian Shu muttered while watching. In this world, someone had appeared who was strong enough to make no sound. Taiyu, what had this child gone through recently? Bing Yang stepped forward and asked, Master Shen, if that man shows up, can you pull him into your spirit realm? He closed his eyes in fatigue and said, a sneak attack might manage to grab 3 parts, but a direct confrontation is almost impossible. Upon hearing this, Bing Yang made a decision. No, Master Shen, you're treating this like a contest with children. I must report this to the higher-ups. Everyone was concerned about his health. Q-Do, are you all right? Would you like some water? But with his mind unsettled, Q-Do suddenly sat up and said, I told you I don't need it. Don't keep acting like this. I'm not paralyzed. They continued to tease him. Before I defeat you, you can't have any problems. Q-G, if you leave, I'll take care of Taiyu properly. This made Q-Do angry. You bastard, Jian Shu slowly said. Q-Do, is your body okay? I'm fine now. Let's head down to the dungeon. There's no problem. He said calmly, then let me summarize. This fighting tournament will be led by my teacher. According to the rules, each school can only send 2 teams. The 2 teams from Jingdu have already been decided. Jian Shu appointed each part one by one. Therefore, you must defeat the 2 teams from Jingdu to qualify. Ahead, he clearly presented the mission and the list. Zai Yue, a level 21 intermediate healer mage, capable of healing each individual with incredible recovery, even reaching 1,000 health per second. Dongxiang Dai, a level 24 intermediate elemental mage, possesses the power of 5 different elemental types. Ma Fei, a level 25 intermediate warrior swordsman, skilled in sword techniques up to the 4th stage of the Kang Dai realm. Jian Shu seriously said, a level 23 intermediate necromancer, a freak, and Taiyu doesn't need an introduction. Taiyu introduced himself. Taiyu, a level 29 intermediate shield and flesh armor mage. My skill is counter damage, able to absorb the opponent's damage and reflect it back, plus I am immune to all toxins. Zai Yue and Ma Fei were delighted to hear this. With Taiyu joining, we can definitely defeat the 2 teams. It's time to show off the results of our training. Xiangdai added, QG, aren't you embarrassed? You're still at a lower level than your girlfriend. Being teased made Q-Do unhappy. Do you think you can control me? Jian Shu coughed a few times, focusing his attention and said, don't be too happy yet, the requirements aren't finished. He had already arranged everything. Q-Do, before the semifinals. I forbid you from using that muscular strength and that saber. Zio Banzai, you can only use fire and earth elements. Xiangdai rebutted, Master Shen, how can I make an impression on the audience and attract the girls if I don't use my full strength? You're different from Q-Do, you've never held a girl's hand. Jian Shu explained, young man, don't be too cautious. If you're going to participate, aim for the highest goal. Trust me, hold back one hand for now, there will be an opportunity later. After a while, everyone quickly moved into the training field. Jian Shu signaled and 2 teams from the Jing City University stepped forward. Each team member lined up. He said seriously, let me introduce, these 5 are your first-year juniors. Q-Do, Taiyu, Ma Fei, Dongxiang Dai, and Zhao Zai Yue. An excited boy said, how nigh, long time no see. This caused some discomfort. A first-year student said, what the hell are you doing here? Jian Shu calmly explained, they're here to challenge you. The 5 of them and your second team, only one team can participate in the fighting tournament. Shun Yu confidently said, our second team's strength will never lose to the first year's. Jian Shu enthusiastically said, Very good, you're the captain of the second team, that's the spirit you need. You'll definitely deliver an excellent elimination match. Below is the information of each team member. You have 3 hours to discuss tactics and prepare. You do seriously read the information of each opposing team member. The detailed information of the opponents was in Q-Do's hand. Captain Luo Shunyu, 24 years old, a level 30 intermediate lightning mage. Vice Captain Kaiyan Hao, 20 years old, a level 26 intermediate swordsman. Team member Nda 24 years old, a level 30 intermediate shield mage. Team member Zhang Fan Nhu, 23 years old, a level 29 intermediate assassin. Team member Wen Tianyun, 24 years old, a level 29 intermediate priest. Discuss tactics. Luo Shunyu, the captain of the second team, will definitely be the key target. We must deal with him first if we want a chance to win. Xiang Dai added, QG, you can't use your muscles and I'm also restricted. How can we deal with Luo Shunyu? You do smirk, don't worry, I've got it covered. The information of Q-Do's team was recorded clearly. Ma Fei, 19 years old, a level 25 intermediate warrior swordsman. Q-Do, 19 years old, a level 29 intermediate necromancer. Zhao Ziyue, 18 years old, a level 21 intermediate healer mage. Dong Xiang Dai, 19 years old, a level 24 intermediate elemental mage. Haiyu, 18 years old, a level 29 intermediate shield mage. The senior said seriously, boss, these guys are way lower level than us. Why did Professor Shen agree to let them challenge us? Fan Nhu also showed disdain for the enemy. It's based on levels, the opponent can't withstand even a single strike from me. Shun Yu looked at the situation. I advise you not to underestimate them. They were arranged by Master Shen, they definitely have combat power. He pointed and reminded them, don't forget this is Q-Do, with a class similar to the son of Hua Ting University. Shun Yu was clear. A level 32 high-grade necromancer, fateful destiny. He understood Q-Do well, and when the tournament took place, he would definitely face that man. Battling Q-Do would allow him to observe the necromancer's tactics. Kaiyan Hao coldly said, Captain, if you've made a plan, you might be disappointed. Q-Do doesn't rely on necromancy, his body is very strong and his combat style is entirely muscle-based. Shun Yu was concerned. A necromancer whose body is also strong, relying on physical combat. Kaiyan Hao smiled cunningly, exactly. Therefore, we should adjust our strategy. The atmosphere here became livelier. Did you hear? 5 first-year students are challenging the second team to participate in the martial arts competition. Although the second team isn't as strong as the first, they certainly won't be defeated by the first years. I bet the second team will win. Jian Shu stepped onto the platform and said, I won't say much. The winning team will represent Jingdu in the combat tournament. The crowd cheered, let the battle begin. He raised his hand to signal the start. Shun Yu took his fighting position seriously. They didn't have any assassins and would attack directly with a T-shaped formation. Before the match, Q-Do turned to Taiyu, who immediately cast the Shield of Light. A series of consecutive moves were used in the battle. Attacks such as Jiangshi Sword, Hong Tao Tian Quan Chang Hong Sword, and the fight became even more intense with the appearance of earthquake techniques, earth dragon grenades, and many other moves. The entire team of Shen Yu was in confusion. Shun Yu wondered, what is everyone in the team doing? Do they know they can't win, so they're just giving up? But do they really need to attack their own teammates, especially attacking such a cute girl like that? Immediately regained his composure. Despite what they were planning to do, he decided to strike first, knocking down his opponent and then speaking afterward. Shun Yu's body grew stronger as he executed his move. Thunder Strike, Famine Hu also countered with her move, Phantom Stealth Step. The senior, standing outside, also executed his move, Rock Solid Stance, while the left and right flanks retreated to support. The immense power surprised her. Taiyu, fully focused, muttered that the damage had built up enough. Quickly ordered the team to deploy, sending a full-force attack towards Shun Yu's team. This left Shun Yu stunned. One of the Wongs had been heavily injured but still didn't protect his teammates and instead launched an attack. The senior continued to underestimate the enemy, saying, Boss, do you think these guys are stupid? Suddenly something flew rapidly towards Shun Yu. Taiyu quickly prepared his move. He nervously shouted, Senior, block her. She, with a cold expression, slowly executed the move, copying energy. Battle intensified and Taiyu's voice rang out, Release. Shun Yu looked at him and shouted, Senior, block her. Immediately he yelled, Immovable as a mountain. A powerful blow descended from above, causing a loud explosion with debris and rocks flying everywhere. Tian extended his hand forward and a burst of green energy shot directly towards the senior. He cried out, Divine Protection. Beside Q-Do, he also raised his hand to block. Along with Ziyue, their eyes set ahead, ready to counter. Manhwa prepared her defensive stance, eyes fixed on the target, and a shout rang out, Shadow Strike. Q-Do's team stood still and a voice spoke, Got it. Suddenly he turned around, grinding his teeth. His eyes were sharp, sweat rolling down his cheek, making his face tense. A series of green beams rained down from above. Q-Do immediately raised his hand to block, stunning Ziyue and Xingdai. A shout was heard, Defiling Technique. the system announced, defiling technique level D. Undying Mage's skin received 100 defense points and increased durability for 1 minute. During this time, any potentially fatal injuries became less dangerous. Yu thought to himself, can't rely on brute strength, what skill should I use? Jian Shu crossed his arms and looked at Yu, saying, you little brat trying to use tricks with me. Bam Nhu quickly rushed forward thinking, so they can block my attack with mere flesh. MNHU continued to analyze. The intelligence from Tan Hao was correct. This person really is a powerful brute. He doesn't know the Ling Wind spell. She observed Shun Yu and thought, then there's no need to be cautious about him. She kept attacking. Thunder tribulation of 9 heavens. Many blue lightning bolts rained down from above, creating a huge explosion. The lightning flashed everywhere and the ground cracked into pieces. Shengdai raised his hand, making a seal, and shouted, Earth Barrier. A large stone slowly tilted towards him. Loud explosion combined with the green energy caused a powerful force, forcing Q-Du's team to shield their faces to avoid the impact. The team of Q-Du watched the scene before them with excitement. A young man said, the lightning magic from the senior is really strong, so cool. The boy next to him added, these guys are definitely losing now. Shun Yu, holding a weapon, looked at Famine Hu and said, the Undying Mage doesn't know magic, this is all, one more strike and the battle's over. He focused his energy, preparing to attack. Suddenly, Shun Yu turned around, asking, what's that sound? A man appeared with a group of warhorses rushing toward him at high speed, surrounded by bright green light. Shun Yu gathered his internal power, holding a green weapon. A headless knight charged at him. Someone nearby was horrified, thinking, what's going on? Isn't he supposed to not know necromancy? The senior rushed forward, shouting, immovable as a mountain. He was thrown back by a white force. A voice echoed, and senior eliminated. Jian Shu stroked his beard and smiled proudly. He thought, yes, this is how our Undying Mage fights. Tan Hao gritted his teeth and said, impossible, how could he suddenly know necromancy? It must be an illusion. The senior looked down at Tan Hao and shouted, illusion, you trickster, you little brat dare to supply fake intel. Tan Hao responded, I didn't. Yu looked ahead and spoke with authority. Headless Knight, continue the attack. Tan Hao grabbed his sword and rushed forward, shouting, Captain, I'm coming to support you. Unexpectedly, Ma Fai rushed at him, shouting, your opponent is me. Tan Hao looked at him and exclaimed, Bin Duong sword style first move. Tan Hao swung his sword fiercely, striking at Ma Fai. He quickly countered with his move. The two were in a standoff, preparing for the battle that was about to begin. Tan Hao was shocked, exclaiming, he has sword steel too, how is that possible? Yu said, this isn't good. When Tian Yun. He quickly responded, yes, I told you, bring all the corn to me. Shun Yu raised his weapon high and shouted, Thunder God's protection. Green energy wrapped around him, preparing to attack Ma Fai. Shun Yu looked at Ma Fai and yelled, let's see who wins, my thunder strike or your knight. A loud shout rang out, Ming Charm Barrier. The left and right raised their hands, generating a beam of white energy. Immediately, a huge explosion sounded. She gritted her teeth, sweat running down her cheek as she exerted all her energy into the energy she had just created. Ayue poured all her strength into supporting, shouting, frantic blood pulse. Yu was also trying very hard, encouraging her, Shengdai, hang in there. Yu shouted, Famhach Kai Than. A red force exploded fiercely from his palm. Shun Yu turned around when he heard the knight getting closer. Both young men were thrown to the ground by the knights on horseback. Jian Shu spoke, Thunder Shun Yu and Wen Tian Yun have been eliminated. Yu breathed a sigh of relief, saying, I almost couldn't hold on. Yue followed up, good thing Thunder Shun Yu and Wen Tian Yun were eliminated. It'll be easier to fight now. Bam Nhu looked at Q-Du's group and thought to herself, what's going on? I didn't expect to be pushed to this point by a bunch of first-year students. She continued, Shadow Strike. Q-Du looked at his opponent and said, I intended to communicate with you like a regular mage, but I didn't expect to be ambushed. He was determined, no more pretending I'm playing my cards now. Q-Du shouted, Grand Hall Lightning Strike. Bam Nhu was hit and fell, her weapon flying out of her hands. She lost her balance in the air, nearly falling. Jian Shu spoke, Bam Nhu has been eliminated. Tan Hao stood silently, observing Q-Du's group, his eyes full of thought. He thought to himself, what's happening? This doesn't make sense. Q-Du crossed his arms and said, Nephew, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't win this. I will do what I promised. The celebration dinner tonight, if you don't come, no one will dare to touch their chopsticks. Yun Shen glared angrily at Tan Hao and shouted, what are you saying? Are you intentionally providing false information to us? Zai Yue immediately spoke up and asked, Tan Hao, are you an accomplice of that man? He nervously replied, I am not. He angrily pointed ahead and said, Kairo-Du, you're lying. Do you want to die? He quickly raised his hand and shouted, restore reserve energy. He continued, release. Immediately, Tayu released energy towards him. The sound of the insect swarm echoed again. Tan Hao was eliminated. He continued, Kaio-Du's team wins and earns the qualification to participate in the national combat tournament. A young man spoke up, they won just like that. Why does it feel like they won too easily? Another person responded, damn, this new batch of guys is really strong. A girl standing nearby also spoke up. Their strength doesn't seem any worse than Team 1. A voice rang out, the National Combat Tournament, I must cheer for this new team too. Kyodu grimaced as he rubbed his aching head, silently smiling awkwardly. The insect swarm looked at Kyodu and said, you little brat, the things you've said cannot be done with your body. You even used the corpse manipulation technique. Do you think I'm a fool? Kyodu lowered his head to apologize. Kyodu whispered, next time I definitely won't use my body's strength again. I promise. The insect swarm didn't respond but simply looked at the object in his hand, which was emitting smoke, with a look of astonishment. Finally, the insect swarm clasped his hands behind his back and walked away, saying, next time I'll hang you up and spank your butt. Kyodu wiped his sweat and stood quietly, staring at his figure. Kyodu focused on the system board and thought, based on the pendant that the principal gave me, I only have 150 spirit points and started learning wind spirit magic. 4 months of special training has increased it by 100 points. He continued thinking, an average intermediate sorcerer has at least 800 points of intelligence and spirit combined. I'm still far behind. Kyodu looked at his teammates and muttered, if my strength is limited, I'll have to win through strategy. Long Tuan stood above, observing Kyodu's group with a smug smile. He chuckled softly, they really managed to defeat Lei Shunyun. Long Tuan continued, I remember Kyodu used to fight only with his physical strength, but now he's switched to a new fighting style. This is interesting. Shui Liu adjusted his glasses and spoke up. A necromancer relying on physical strength to fight, pathetic. Yu walked up to him and whispered, Long Tuan, if they're all from your hometown, could you help introduce them? After all, we will have to fight together next. He turned to look at her and replied quietly, all right. Kyodu was startled when he heard Long Tuan call, Junior Kyodu. He happily responded, Senior Long Tuan, it's been a long time. Long Tuan spoke, congratulations to you all for earning a spot in the tournament. Introduce a few senior brothers and sisters to your team. Long Tuan introduced each person present to Kyodu. This is senior brother Wan Mu, level 31. This is senior sister Ka Xing, a dual-element wind and fire sorcerer, level 31. This is senior sister Dai Siyu by sorceress Hui Zhufu, level 30. And this is our team leader, senior brother Duan Shui Liu, a heavily armored warrior, level 32. Zai Yu looked at them and said, Junior brothers and sisters, hello everyone. Kyodu's group also responded, hello, senior sisters. Kyodu wiped his sweat, standing still and staring at the figure. Shui Liu spoke, all right, less than 3 days left until the tournament begins. What are you still standing here idle for? He continued, our opponents are only Team Mu from Hua Cheng University and that man named Guo Ming. We absolutely cannot lose to them. Everyone follow me for training. Everyone responded in unison, yes. Kyodu thought, Guo Ming, that name sounds familiar. From a high vantage point, the entire athletic field of Capital City could be seen, with the competition area set up in the middle. A young man spoke up. The opening part of the Eastern Region's competition in the combat tournament is held at Capital City University. Truly keeping up appearances, someone sitting nearby commented. I spent 100,000 yuan just to buy a ticket, all to support Capital City University. A couple sitting in the seats ahead were debating, Capital City University is number 1, Hua Cheng University is the real number 1. A girl stepped forward holding a microphone in her hand, preparing to speak. Hello everyone, I am the MC for this year's Global Combat Tournament at the World University. Du Lacuo, welcome everyone to the competition. Voice continued as the contestants appeared. Let's welcome the contestants. An announcement sounded, and Kyodu's team entered Capital City University's stadium. Cheers from the fans erupted. Senior Long Tuan is so cool. I love senior sister Dai Siyu, marry me. He was surprised, his eyes wide as he observed and said, so many people. The person next to him also remarked, not only the great elders of the great Xia ancient kingdom, but even the experts of the Eastern Alliance have come here. Kyodu remained silent, just observing, saying nothing. The audience's voices rang out. Hua Cheng University is here too. Guo Ming, senior brother Guo Ming, I want to have your child. At this moment, Guo Ming's team was also entering. A young man spoke, damn it, he responded as though agreeing sympathetically. Long Tuan turned back to look at Kyodu and spoke, you are the strongest in this cohort. Kyodu, you are also the top sorcerer of this cohort, a necromancer just like you. Kyodu looked at them, pondering, Guo Ming, I heard Guo Zhu has an older brother who is very strong, could it be him? Suddenly, he gave Kyodu a cold, meaningful glance. Kyodu also directed his gaze at Guo Ming as if trying to probe something. He thought to himself, this guy must be Guo Zhu's older brother. His damn look is definitely cast from the same mold. Judges sat behind long tables near the field. Behind them were rows of empty spectator seats. The insect swarm leaned back in his chair, his expression contemplative. Kyodu asked, Professor Shen is the person on the stage. He looked over and replied, that's right, he is the current head of our great Xia ancient kingdom. Tong Qing Shan, Elder Tong, the insect swarm thought to himself. He is the strongest in the great Xia ancient kingdom. If the great Xia ancient kingdom is to become the top power in the Eastern Alliance, it's thanks to him. Lacuo spoke, dear audience. Now, the people standing before us are all the contestants of this year's Eastern Region competition. They will engage in fierce combat on the arena. Her voice continued. This year's competition will consist of team battles and individual stages. First, the qualifying matches will begin. Winning will earn 2 points, losing will earn 1 point. Lakuo continued. The Eastern and Western alliances will each generate the 16 best teams and the 16 strongest individual contestants to proceed to the next round. He announced they will be randomly drawn to compete in a brutal elimination round. Lakuo's voice rang out. Finally, in the finals, many people will witness the strongest team and individual emerge as the king. Kaido thought to himself, the competition will not only take place on site but will also have countless viewers watching, as it will be a live broadcast. Many world-class elders will begin their rise to fame here in the competition. Lakuo pointed ahead and loudly said, "Now, let's welcome Elder Tong Ching Shan of the Great Xia Ancient Kingdom to speak." He stood up and spoke evenly. I, Tong Ching Shan, on behalf of the Great Xia Ancient Kingdom, declare that the Eastern Region competition of the Global Combat Tournament now begins. I hope all of you will give your best in the competition. Cheers erupted from the audience. Shine brightly, Hua Cheng dominates the field, defeat them, bring glory to the school, capital city university, go forward, bring honor to my Great Xia Ancient Kingdom. Kaido stared intently ahead and said, "It's starting." Kangok continued, thanking the head elder and wishing the participants good results that would make them proud. Next, the second team from Kingdo University and the second team from Hua Ching University will present the first match of our preliminary round. She continued, pointing toward the screen. Let's see who their opponents are. On the screen, the opponents were displayed as the second team from Hua Ching University facing the Great Forest Institute of Forestry, while Kingdo University's second team was up against the Alistone Business Academy team. A vast arena appeared from above with two teams standing on opposite sides. A voice rang out, "These are our opponents, they seem weak." Yuozhai commented, "Are they here to compete or just to film an idle drama? I hate people who are better looking than me." The first match, I have only one request, use the fastest speed to capture the opponents. Let everyone see the style of this year's Kingdo University class. I understand now. The cheer rang out. Kingdo's second team was made up entirely of first-year students, raising high expectations. What kind of surprise will they bring to us? The spectators in the stands kept whispering. Elliston Business School is so weak, they almost couldn't form a team for the competition. Is this how Kingdo is now? First-year students joining the competition, they're so lucky to face 5 big fish, it must be fate, the heavens want them to have this chance. A girl suddenly exclaimed. At first I just wanted to participate and go home, but the opponents are all first-year students, their level is on par with ours. We can win. The boy beside her cheered. Let's make a name for ourselves, mark it in history. The girl smiled confidently. We just wanted to join the competition, complete one round and go home. Who would have thought the opponents are all first-year students and their level isn't lower than ours? We can definitely win. The boy beside her also cheered. Let's make a name for ourselves, mark it in history. Kangok signaled and shouted loudly, "Start!" As soon as she finished speaking, Kaido immediately launched a powerful attack, causing the match to explode into action. Everyone from Alistone was startled. What's going on? The speed of that chubby guy is too fast. What's happening? Isn't he a first-year student? What's happening? Lakangok commented. The second team from Kingdo University has initiated the attack. How will the Alistone Business Academy team retaliate? The spectators in the stands also discussed. Where's the meat shield? Push it forward. Counterattack. Quickly counterattack. Kaido continued the fierce assault. Earth Dragon Bullet combined with the Infernal Flame Blast, the Earth Bullet shot like an arrow toward the Alistone group. A huge explosion set the flames ablaze. Kaido shouted, "Summon Bone Soldier." Mafe hurriedly shouted, "Quickly go. The final move is mine," and swung his sharp sword down. One sword to calm the world. The powerful slash sent everything flying. The arena became quiet for a moment. A Bone Soldier scratched his head, confused. "You guys didn't leave one behind. Am I stupid for this?" Spectators in the stands were amazed. "Is it over already? It's only been 3 minutes. No, just 2 minutes. Lakangok was excited. Incredible. Though there were doubts, Kingdo University's second team proved their strength with an overwhelming victory. The first match of the preliminaries, Kingdo University's second team wins and gets 2 points. The spectators in the stands clapped and cheered. Give them a round of applause and a cheer. Jian Shu praised. "Well done, you all did great." One of the students scratched his head, puzzled. "Really? What was good about it?" He gently replied. "You summoned that little Bone Soldier, it was very clever." Jian Shu patted Kaido's shoulder, encouraging him. "It's okay, tomorrow's individual competition will give you many opportunities to shine." The next day, Lakangok's voice rang out. "Welcome, spectators. Today is the second day of the battle tournament, the first round of individual preliminaries. Next, please welcome Kaido, captain of Kingdo University's second team, facing Luo Minji, the first team of Vanhai University." Zhu crossed his arms, pondering. Yesterday's match of Kingdo University's second team was amazing. However, this person only summoned a small bone soldier before leaving the arena. I'm not sure about his true strength. Zaiyu beside him commented. He's the captain, so his strength must be solid. I think he'll win. The blue-haired boy sitting across from them spoke. Luo Minji is a strong melee warrior, specializing in dealing with necromancer mages. It's still uncertain who will win. I'm rooting for Luo Minji. Minji waved his hand, acting cute, standing with his hip tilted. Baby, can I invite you to dinner? Kaido felt a chill upon seeing this. I'm getting impatient. Referee, can we start now? Lakengok waved her hand, signaling. All right, both sides prepare. She shouted loudly. Start. In Kaido's eyes, Minji rushed forward at lightning speed. Swung his fist filled with internal force, his gaze sharp like a blade. Remember, the one who defeated you is Luo Minji? The strong punch rang out. But Kaido's face didn't change. He was startled upon seeing the scene. Minji withdrew his hand, panicked. Is he really a necromancer? Everyone felt confused. He took the punch with his face and wasn't hurt. Kaido turned and said, Don't blame me, I didn't use my body. This kid charged at me himself. Shen Jianshu sat quietly, observing the match. Inside the arena, Kaido turned back, coldly raising his staff. No more wasting time, I'll get serious. Kaido shouted loudly. Bone Soldier Legion, summon. Immediately, the Bone Soldiers rushed out, beginning their attack on Minji, causing him to panic and shout, You coward, if you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. Kaido coldly responded, You want to fight me one-on-one? I've never seen such a strange request. His gaze became sharp. Then as you wish, undead substitution. Kaido rushed toward Minji, slapping him hard across the face. Minji was sent flying backward. Everyone was amazed. A necromancer, just one slap and he knocked out his opponent. I must be dreaming. Jianshu leaned back in his chair, complaining, Destruction. 19 days have passed. Kaido has been incredibly lucky, never facing a strong opponent. In the end, Kingdo University's second team achieved outstanding results with 9 wins and 18 points, ranking 4th in the Eastern District Battle Tournament. In the Kingdo University second team's break room, Shen Jianshu spoke. With the current score, you should give up on the final qualifying match. Even if you give up, you're still qualified to participate in the promotion match. Ma Fei slammed his hand on the table, standing up, muttering, We've had a streak of 9 consecutive wins, our reputation is soaring. Anyway, how can we give up now? Yang Xindi agreed. That's right, we must press forward, win the 10th match in a row. I say this because your next opponent on the card is Team 1 from Hua Cheng University. Shen Jianshu turned to Qiu and said, Qiu, listen carefully. There are 4 powerful long-range necromancers in Hua Cheng's team. High-level necromancer casting at full power can cause massive destruction. You probably understand well, with the resources of Hua Cheng University, it's likely they will use S-rank necromancy skills, summoning top-tier S-rank necromantic creatures. Although the opponent is very strong, I have never given up. If it were a personal match, I wouldn't give up my right to compete, but this is a team battle. Qiu raised his hand. I cannot risk the safety of my teammates. But suddenly Ma Fei grabbed Qiu's hand and said, Qiu, are you really afraid to the point of giving up your right to fight? When we were students, we once joined forces to defeat the boss of Dream Curse King. Now we're stronger, but you want to give up. Don't make me look down on you, Ma Fei said teasingly. Remember when Qiu defeated that boss, right? Zai stood up and said, Qiu, if you want to fight, I guarantee that as long as I'm alive, no one will fall. Qiu gently said, We won't give up the match today. He clenched his fists. Even if we lose, we will fight until our opponents are afraid. Shen Jianshu saw Qiu's determined attitude and couldn't help but feel amused. The youth always have this kind of spirit, he said. If you want to fight, make sure you fight beautifully. Qiu, I permit you to use that saber. Show your full strength. Qiu smiled and replied, No, maybe I don't need that saber. I can win without it. Meanwhile, in the break room of Hua Cheng University's Team 1, a voice was heard. Cao Lao Dai Lu Bao is holding a phone, looking panicked. Team 2 from Jingdu has decided to participate. A person sitting across from him answered coldly, What are you in a rush for? Whether they participate or not, it doesn't matter. Aren't they all going to be crushed? Tan Tianyi said, stretching tiredly. All right, if they're in, let's finish the fight quickly. My mom is waiting for me to come home for a meal with braised ribs. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Tan Tianyi, I suggest you call your mother and tell her not to wait for you. You probably won't be coming home for dinner today. Everyone turned to look at the person standing nearby. It was Tan Tian Hao, the principal of Hua Cheng University. The group all greeted him in unison. Hello, principal. Tan Tianyi stood up, laughing awkwardly. Dad, I mean principal, what brings you here? He replied gently, I didn't come to cause trouble, you're all geniuses. Although you're just at the mid-tier, I wanted to recruit you all for Hua Cheng before, but Jingdu snatched you up first. Especially you, Qiu, you need to pay special attention. Jin Tianyi smiled lightly and asked the principal if he was joking. then reminded everyone to pay attention to a spirit mage with a long figure. Everyone was tall, but basically not worth mentioning. He listened and noted that when this person was still a student, he had knocked away Bui Huang Kwok with a single strike of his body. When he was still a novice, he had survived the sole enemy lake in the sub-level dungeon of Gui Mountain against the young heirs of major clans, and had collected all 4 demon eyes into his pocket. According to information from Ba, the destruction of the path seemed partly related to him. You guys still think this mid-level spirit mage is not worth mentioning? Then, Qin Tianhao turned and left, advising caution with Qiu Duqia's body, reminding not to talk about misfortune, and then closed the door. Lu Bao looked confused and asked what the elder sister should do now. The principal reminded them that Qiu Duqia's body was very strong. Gu Ming frowned, realizing that spirit mages who chase strong bodies are chaotic, merely savages, and this afternoon's match would surely result in 10 consecutive victories. Outside the arena, Lakangok's voice rang out loudly. Good morning, viewers. I'm delighted to be the MC for this spectacular match today. Let's give a round of applause for the 12 top-tier players from Hua Than who have won 10 consecutive rounds. She loves the owl, and yet he can stand on the battlefield with her brother. Tried for so long but can only be a spectator. Su Thiu Dung reminded not to be upset. It's normal to not compare to a demonic being like Qiu Du. Just watch the match. Today's battle will surely be spectacular. He thought that Qiu Du didn't look particularly terrifying. Basically, Qiu Du cannot compare to our captain. On this side, Qiu Du just smiled and moved closer to his opponent. Below, the cheers never stopped. Qiu Du is so handsome. Qiu Du, I want to have your child. Team 2, Capital University, don't lose. Lu Bao warned, don't think handsome means you can do whatever you want. If you get beaten badly, don't cry. Lakangok shouted, asking the players on both sides to take their positions. Get ready, start. Ma Fai rushed forward, following second in the Bin Duong sword technique. He unleashed a full-power slash, sword skill Quan Truong Hong. 2 people on the other team raised their hands to form a defense layer, 4 symbols and 8 trigrams, but their strength was low. Both attacks collided violently. Red alert appeared, attack invalid. Ma Fai froze in disbelief. Suddenly, Qin Tianyi appeared from behind, but before he could act, Qiu Du attacked. Aura from the ring on his hand radiated Ring of Shi Ancestor. She bounced back and informed her teammates that the ring on Zio Zai's hand could move swiftly and lightly, requiring caution. Lu Bao sneered and acted. It's fine, let him steal it. Watch me, he shouted loudly. Blood spirit poison, my poison has no antidote. Commanded, let's see how you run. Yang Zindi didn't hide anymore and followed orders, acting. He stomped hard on the ground, water spear, metal aura, fire flame, earth fury, wood strike. A massive surge of 5-element force erupted, astonishing everyone. Team 2 of Capital University also had a 5-element mage. My god, it really shook everyone. The arena quickly became a wasteland, 5 types of elemental forces appearing with one person. This was truly a special human being. Qin Tianhao watched anxiously, believing the one to watch most carefully in Team 2 was Qiu Duqia. Unexpectedly, this chubby guy had concealed his skills. Had he known earlier, he would have answered the call and prepared everything. A voice rang out, causing 4 people to turn their heads. Gu Ming stepped forward with killing intent in his eyes. He unleashed countless bone soldiers, Skull Legion, eyes sharp, hellish energy active. The bone soldiers glowed with crimson eyes. Qiu Du felt intrigued, finally forcing him to act, but only used 2 low-level skills. Even with the enhanced Skull Legion, they could not stop Yang Xiangdi's 5-element force. He was slightly confused, wondering what Gu Ming intended to do.